The Grand Secretary's Pampered Wife Chapter 815 to Chapter 862. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. Madame Han did not think that Xiao Lulang had any means to turn the situation around under the current circumstances. However, Xiao Lulang was too calm, so calm that she wondered if there was a flaw in her plan. She subconsciously turned her head and saw that Wang Su had rushed over at some point. Behind him was a large wave of guards from the commandery. Not only that, but outside the palace, there was the sound of uniformed footsteps and the sound of cold armor rubbing against each other. In the next second, countless archers in armor rushed in under the scorching sun with large bows in their hands. Every one of them drew their bows and nocked an arrow. They knelt, walked, and waited. Even the commanding heights at the corners of the walls were occupied by the archers. Back then, the Wang family had also divided the military power of the Xianyuan family. Among them, the most eye-catching one was this archery unit. The archery unit had gone through 15 years of changes and had changed a lot of blood. However, the legacy of the Xianyuan family had always been there. It still had the most well-trained archers in Great Yin. As soon as the murderous aura of the archers appeared, the atmosphere at the scene immediately changed. The arrogance of the Imperial Guards weakened at a visible speed. Of course, this did not mean that the Imperial Guards could not defeat the archery unit. In terms of numbers, the Imperial Guards still had the advantage. However, the morale of the archery unit was so strong that no one was willing to easily meet them head-on. Moreover, Wang Su had not only brought the archery unit, but also the Imperial Guards of the four commanderies. In this way, the advantage of the Imperial Guards was not obvious. Madame Han did not expect that the person who came would be Wang Su. Yes, His Majesty's most loyal minister. How could she forget him? Not only did Madame Han forget, even the monarch himself had forgotten. After so many things had happened, the monarch's mind was muddled. If the crown prince had not mentioned it, he would not have remembered that he still had Wang Su in his hands. Xiaoheng did not appear today, but the task of contacting Wang Su was completed by him. Before this, Wang Su had not met the monarch. Official Wang, I trust you have been well since we last met. Han Shi calmly greeted him. Wang Su politely clasped his hands. It was not the greeting of an official to the imperial concubine. It was merely the etiquette of a junior greeting an elder. After all, Han Shi had already been demoted to a commoner. Wang Su really did not need to respect a commoner as a monarch. However, leaving the cold palace without permission was a crime punishable by death if His Majesty held him accountable. Everyone inside, come out. Wang Su looked at the side chamber and said with dignity. According to the plan that Gu Qingfeng knew, he was supposed to kill the fake monarch in the side hall and let the real monarch take his place. Then he would destroy the corpse's appearance and transport it out of the palace as an old eunuch of the crown prince's mansion. But now that things had gotten out of hand, this move naturally wouldn't work. Otherwise, if things went wrong, they would be accused of murdering the real emperor and finding a fake emperor to replace him. Gu Qingfeng had no choice but to let go of the fake monarch that he was rubbing against on the ground and opened the palace door. The fake monarch used his anger to hide the shock in his heart and walked out angrily. Standing in the corridor, he looked coldly at Wang Su and said sternly, Wang Su, you secretly brought soldiers into the palace. Do you want to rebel? The monarch also said to Wang Su, Wang Su, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take them down. Wang Su looked at the fake monarch and then looked at the real monarch. He cursed in his heart, these two people were too similar, except for one wearing the clothes of a eunuch and the other wearing a dragon robe. On the way here, he was especially confident. Someone was pretending to be the monarch? What was there to be afraid of? He had sharp eyes and could definitely distinguish between the real and the fake, but now, his face was slapped. His face was swollen. Han Shi saw Wang Su's confused face and her hanging heart fell to the ground. She thought that Wang Su believed Shang Wanqing's slanderous words and came to capture the fake monarch, but it turned out that he couldn't tell the difference at all. That's right. Wang Su was only loyal to the monarch and would not be easily swayed by Shang Wanqing. He had his own judgment. Now, it all depended on who could take Wang Su down. The monarch took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling emotions. He said seriously, Wang Su, I once ordered you to go to the imperial mausoleum to teach the imperial grandson martial arts. 3 months later, you returned to the palace and reported to me that the imperial grandson's body was weak and could not practice martial arts. However, the imperial grandson is very smart. Why not invite a few teachers to sit at the banquet for him? I agreed. In the end, he angered 8 teachers and sent them away. Wang Su's body shook. That's right. It was true. Moreover, because the monarch couldn't bring himself to lose face, he didn't want people to know that he cared so much about Shang Guanqing, so he didn't publicize this matter. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Oh, angered 8 teachers and sent them away? Shang Guanqing suddenly had this kind of dark history. The fake monarch said calmly, Wang Su, I once sent you to investigate the case of the Yudong flood. You handed me a list of names. Because it involved a lot of people, I suppressed this matter. You were not happy and even spoke out against me. I said to you, I'll pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. But Wang Su, remember, I can tolerate it once or twice, but there won't be a third time. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't stop the whole Wang family from being buried with you. Wang Su's body shook again. He had never mentioned this matter to anyone, Gu Jiao thought. Han sure had an Hun in her hands. It was not impossible for her to monitor the movements in the imperial study. However, Wang Su didn't know the existence of an Hun. Therefore, in his opinion, this kind of private conversation was not known by a third person. The monarch gritted his teeth and directly made a big move. 10 years ago, you traveled incognito with me and accidentally lost your travel expenses. You went to the village to steal a chicken. Everyone was stunned. The monarch actually stole a chicken. The fake monarch didn't want to be outdone. Every year when I hunt, I can't catch any prey. It was you who hunted it and hung it on my horse. Everyone's jaws dropped. The monarch not only stole the chicken, he also cheated. No wonder you always come first, second, third. The monarch was exposed. He was so angry that his soul was trembling. He couldn't expose himself anymore. He decisively started to expose Wang Su. You stutter. The fake monarch, you pick your feet. The monarch, you don't behave well when you're drunk. The fake monarch, you don't behave well when you gamble. Wang Su. How did it become exposing my shortcomings? Also, I haven't stuttered for many years. I only stuttered when I first met the emperor. Wait. In a flash, Wang Su had a flash of inspiration and gestured for the two to stop. I remember something. When I was teaching His Highness Xianxia martial arts in the Imperial Mausoleum, His Highness Xianxia told me a secret of His Majesty in order to please me by doing less of the horse stance. The real and fake monarchs all looked at Wang Su. Wang Su coughed a little embarrassedly and braced himself to say, His Majesty has a mole on his right butt. Pfft. In the crowd, someone couldn't help but laugh. Everyone turned to look at him. It was an archer from the Wang family. The archer switched to a serious expression in a second. He pulled the bow fully, as if the person who laughed just now wasn't him. The monarch clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The corners of his mouth twitched. Shang Guanqing, I'm going to kill you. A trace of panic flashed through the fake monarch's eyes. He didn't say that he had to pretend to be like this. What, he had to plant a mole on his butt? Han frowned. Although she had been married to His Majesty for many years, the lights were off when she served him in bed. She really didn't pay attention to this. Speaking of which, what kind of naughty child was Shang Guanqing? How could he say such things casually? She had miscalculated. Han certainly understood that with Wang Su's straightforward and honest personality, it was impossible for him to fabricate such a thing out of thin air. So it was true. His Majesty's but really had that kind of thing. Han closed her eyes. Don't panic. Don't panic. There must be a way to resolve it. Han opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Wang Su's embarrassed face. She laughed sarcastically and said, Lord Wang, when you taught His Highness Xianxia in the Imperial Mausoleum, His Highness Xianxia was just a child. How could you take a child's nonsense seriously? Han originally wanted to say that she had been married to His Majesty for many years. How could she not know if His Majesty had a mole on his body? But if she said this, Wang Su would definitely invite the other concubines. She didn't pay attention, but it didn't mean that the other concubines didn't pay attention. If someone happened to confirm Wang Su's words, the fake monarch would be completely exposed. So she could only insist that Shang Wanqing was young and was talking nonsense. Han Shi said with a smile that was not a smile, "Official Wang, could it be that you are in cahoots with them? Are you deliberately using this to prove that His Majesty is a fake monarch?" Wang Su solemnly said, "I'm not in cahoots with anyone. I'm only loyal to His Majesty." Han sneered, "But His Majesty clearly doesn't have what you said. And I don't mind telling you. This crown prince is a fake." They pretended to be the crown prince in front and then found someone who looked similar to him to pretend to be the monarch. You must not fall into their trap. Gu Qingfeng exploded, "Hey! I pretended to be the crown prince so that I could enter the palace and overthrow you. You old hag substituted the plum tree for the peach tree. You're the guilty one who accuses the victim first." Han said, "Lord Wang, he admitted it. The words of His Highness Xianxia's child are not to be trusted. You should quickly arrest this group of rebels and bring them to justice." Wang Su's expression became complicated. Gu Qingfeng heard the footsteps of death. It's over, Wang Su is also going to fall into that old hag's trap. If the words of His Highness Xianxia's child are not to be trusted, then what about this monarch's words? Accompanied by a noble and low voice, a handsome and elegant man in a silver robe walked over with his head held high. Han Shi's expression changed. How could it be him? The person who came was none other than the monarch's younger brother, the young princess's father, Lord Yan Shan. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/10602447. HTML Genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are available here. This invisible battle was too much for both sides to take in. If it could be said that the monarch had forgotten about Wang Su in a moment of hot-headedness, then Han Shi had neglected Yan Shanjun in a moment of carelessness. She only cared about guarding against Shang Wanyan, Shang Wanqing, and the state preceptor's hall. Why did this happen? First, it was her own negligence. The other reason was that Yan Shanjun was not in Chengdu. Even if he was, his presence was very low. Although he was favored by the king, he built his mansion in the outer city. Was there such a carefree prince? Han Shi's heart flashed with panic. The development of the situation was somewhat out of her control. If she could successfully slander Shang Wanyan and the state preceptor's hall because she had prepared a witness in advance, what would Yan Shanjun say? He was innocent. Even if she accused Yan Shanjun and Shang Wanyan of being in cahoots, Yan Shanjun could turn around and accuse her of having bad intentions with the crown prince. Yan Shanjun was indifferent to fame and fortune. He never participated in the struggle of the imperial court, but he had a very good relationship with the king. Because of this, his words were often more persuasive. Don't panic, Yan Shanjun had no evidence. The worst situation was that both sides would stick to their words. There was still a chance to win. She winked at the fake king. The fake king understood and showed a look of joy. He breathed a sigh of relief. Chen you came back at the right time. Chen is not for you to call me that. The king coldly glared at the fake king, and then he looked at Yan Shanjun lightly. You brat, don't tell me you can't even recognize who your brother is? This? Yan Shanjun scratched his head. Although he was over 30 years old, in the eyes of everyone, Yan Shanjun's temperament was not very mature. Otherwise, he would not always leave his daughter and go out for a stroll. He smiled, "You two look exactly the same. Your voices and aura are also similar. It's really difficult to distinguish the real from the fake." "But the mole that Wang Su mentioned?" The fake monarch said unhurriedly, "Chen you don't know. I was injured a few years ago, and it happened to be there. That mole is gone." These words were very serious. Wang Su had taught Xianxia martial arts several years ago. Since it was said at that time, it had been a long time since then. He had been injured a few years ago. With the help of the top-notch recovery medicine from the Imperial Preceptor Hall, it was not difficult for him to treat his wounds until they were invisible. As for when Yan Shanjun saw this mole, it was before Yan Shanjun left the palace to build his mansion. After that, Yan Shanjun didn't return to the palace for more than 10 years. The fake monarch sighed, "Because the injury was not in the right place, I ordered the imperial physician to keep his mouth shut. If Chen does not believe me, you can call Imperial Physician Liang over." This Imperial Physician Liang was one of Madame Han's people, so he would definitely make a false witness for him. Han sure was very satisfied. This puppet still had some skills of its own. The fake monarch's mocking gaze fell on the real monarch's face, and he said with a strong aura, "You didn't expect it, did you? My mole is long gone. Even if you used some unknown method to get an identical mole on your buttocks, it only proves that you are a fake who came to impersonate me. Well, I'll interrupt you." Yan Shanjun raised his hand and said to the fake monarch, "My imperial brother originally didn't have a mole on his buttocks." The fake monarch was stunned. What, no mole?" This time, not only was he surprised, even Wang Su was confused, "But His Highness Zhongsun personally told me that your majesty had a mole on his right buttocks." Yan Shanjun looked at him strangely, "You believe the nonsense of a child." Wang Su, who was choked into a mute in a second, "To be honest, the monarch really didn't have a mole on his buttocks, so the monarch was angry. How did that brat Shang Wanqing make up stories about him? Just to avoid a horse stance, a mole grew on his buttocks. Then what if he encountered other training? Would he grow sores on the soles of his feet? This indecent little thing, how many stories did he make up about him behind his back? When he came back, if he didn't beat him to death, the heavens wouldn't tolerate it." Now that things had developed to this point, as long as the people present weren't blind or deaf, the fake monarch had already exposed himself in front of everyone. Yan Shanjun had been raised by the monarch, so he definitely wouldn't be mistaken about whether or not the monarch had a mole. He wasn't taking sides. The fake monarch was feeling guilty and anxious, so he confessed without being pressed. He clearly didn't have a mole, but he thought the monarch had one, so he swore that he had gotten the mole removed due to an accident. He even laughed that the real monarch's mole had been made with some method. He really was full of nonsense. Even a novel wouldn't dare write this. Yan Shanjun said to the monarch seriously, "I want to see if you have a mole on your buttocks." The monarch said expressionlessly, "We think you want to die." "Alright, you're my royal brother." Yan Shanjun looked at the fake monarch, pointed to the real monarch, and said, "You see, my royal brother is very fierce to me. He's not as benevolent as you think." With the fake monarch full of flaws, and with Yan Shanjuan's testimony, Wang Su made a prompt decision and ordered people to arrest the fake monarch and Lady Han. Gu Chengfeng was quite surprised. Wang Su didn't look that smart, but when it was time to be decisive, he was never careless. Perhaps this was the reason why the monarch put him in an important position. Wang Su said sternly, "Imperial guards, you'd better not obstruct, or you'll be punished for the crime of rebellion." Some people in the Imperial Guards hesitated. The deputy commander, Han Fu, couldn't be arrested without putting up a fight. Especially at this stage, the soldiers below might be exempted, but the soldiers above them would definitely be put to death. He pulled out the long sword at his waist. "Protect the Empress and His Majesty. Kill our way out." With his order, the Imperial Guards in the front row immediately pulled out their long swords and surrounded Lady Han and the fake monarch. When the others saw this, they were influenced and also pulled out their swords to follow. The monarch's face darkened. These were all soldiers of the Yin kingdom, but they were going to fight on the battlefield. Wang Su and his deputy blocked the monarch and Yan Shanjun respectively. Then he raised his hand and said with a determined look, "Archers, get ready." The bowstrings were pulled to the fullest, making a tight creaking sound. The scene was suddenly filled with a strong murderous aura. Han Fu said loudly, "Kill them." Wang Su waved his hand. "Release the arrows." The Imperial guards fell one by one, and screams intertwined. On Wang Su's side, it wasn't a one-sided victory. There were some brave soldiers in the Imperial guards, and they successfully protected the fake monarch and Lady Han and rushed out of the Xianxia palace. Gu Jiao climbed up the rockery in 3 steps and used the momentum to jump onto the roof. She said to an archer beside her, "Give me the bow." "Who are you?" "Why should I give it to you?" The archer obediently gave the bow to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pulled the bow with her right hand and pulled the arrow with her left hand. She aimed at the direction the fake monarch escaped and shot an arrow through his heart. The archer was stunned. At such a long distance, at such a tricky angle, how did a little eunuch like him hit the target? Even if it was half an inch off, it would have hit the neck of the Imperial guard from the rearguard commandery. The fake monarch fell to the ground, and a drop of blood splashed out. Lady Han immediately cried out in alarm. "Your Majesty!" She couldn't lose her biggest chess piece. She turned back to help him, but Han Fu grabbed her arm. Han Fu gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness. It's too late. Leave quickly." Lady Han said unwillingly, "But His Majesty, Han Fu said loudly, "He is not His Majesty. He can't be saved." Lady Han looked at the fake monarch lying in a pool of blood with red eyes. This was the chess piece she had spent more than 10 years carefully cultivating. How could he be so easily destroyed? She didn't even have time to use him properly. She didn't want to. Han Fu cut down an Imperial guard from the rearguard commandery. "Your Highness. If you don't leave now, you really will die here." Gu Jiao knocked an arrow again. The bowstring was pulled to its limit, making people feel like it would break at any moment. The archer to the side even held his breath. Most archers used a 1-pickle bow. Divine archers used 2 pickles, but this bow was nearly 3 pickles. How could someone pull it to this degree? How much strength did this require? Gu Jiao aimed at Lady Han. There were too many people on her side, so she would always inadvertently block Lady Han. Gu Jiao closed one eye and suddenly shot an arrow up. Where was this little eunuch going to shoot? The archer quickly looked over and saw that the arrow had snapped a tree branch. The tree branch snapped with a snap and landed squarely on Han Shu's body. "Ah!" Lady Han gave a pitiful cry and was smashed to the ground by the branch. "Your Highness." Han Fu dealt with the surrounding Imperial guards while moving closer to Lady Han. The archer had already stopped wondering why a little eunuch knew how to shoot arrows. He obediently handed over an arrow. Gu Jiao shot an arrow at Lady Han's head. "Ka!" A sword light slashed out, forcefully cutting off the arrow that Gu Jiao shot out. It was an Hun, and Hun pushed aside the tree trunk that was pressing down on Madame Han and pulled out 2 arrows that were stuck in the corpses of the Imperial guards. He suddenly turned around and threw them at Gu Jiao. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1060222981. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that cannot be found on the internet are all available here, and Hun's strength was fast and fierce. Although he did not have a bow, it was still much faster than a normal hidden weapon. The archer noticed this expert's actions. The arrow seemed to be aimed at the eunuch beside him, but it would also hurt him. But the arrow was too fast, he could not dodge it. The archer's body froze on the spot. Gu Jiao grabbed him and dodged to the side. The 2 arrows flew past the roof where the 2 of them were originally hiding. With a terrifying force, the arrows nailed into the eaves behind, cutting off a piece of the eaves. When the archer saw this scene, he swallowed hard. He could not imagine that if this eunuch did not react quickly, his head would have been cut off. And Hun's main goal was to save Miss Han. The 2 arrows just now were a warning to Gu Jiao and also to buy time for his rescue. He did not continue to tangle with Gu Jiao. He brought Miss Han, and under the protection of Han Fu and the others, he killed his way out of the encirclement. Gu Jiao would not let him leave so easily. In the 3 years of internal strife in her dream, although the instigator was Miss Han, and Han also contributed a lot. Many aristocratic families came to assassinate Miss Han, but because of Hun's interference, they all failed. To kill Miss Han, she must first kill Hun. Gu Jiao grabbed the bow. "Give me the quiver." "Yes." The archer immediately handed the quiver on his back to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took the quiver and quickly ran in the direction where Miss Han and Hun left. The archer suddenly reacted. "Wait, what did I mean when I said yes? He is just a eunuch, how can I bow down and listen to his orders?" He even handed over his bow and arrow obediently. "Hey, be careful." Damn it, what he wanted to say was, "Give it back to me." Why did it suddenly change when it was at the tip of his tongue? On the ground, there was an endless stream of soldiers from the rearguard commandery and the Wang family. It was not easy for Hun to bring Xianxia along. Once he used his qinggong to soar into the air, he was like a live target exposed to Gu Jiao. At first, Hun didn't realize how accurate Gu Jiao's archery skills were. Who would have thought that when he used his qinggong for the first time, Gu Jiao's arrow pierced through his sleeve, and Hun frowned. Before Gu Jiao could shoot the second arrow, he struck out a palm towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had already anticipated that he would retaliate, so she immediately dodged after shooting the first arrow. There was no second arrow at all. This is what I call predicting your prediction. On the other hand, Gu Jiao rolled around on the roof. It looked like she was dodging, but in fact, she was secretly pulling the bowstring. The moment she stabilized herself on one knee, the arrow in her hand left the bowstring and shot one of the Han family's trusted aides. He screamed and fell to the ground. The rearguard commandery soldiers in front of him heard the scream and turned around. Only then did they realize that this person was holding a sword in his hand. It was obvious that he was trying to sneak an attack on them. He looked at the eunuch on the roof who saved his life and nodded gratefully. Then, he put more effort into killing the enemy. Gu Jiao continued to chase after Hun. In terms of martial arts, Gu Jiao, who had not recovered her full strength, was not Hun's match. However, Gu Jiao's archery skills were superb. Even someone as strong as Hun was suppressed by Gu Jiao's archery skills. This was something that Hun did not expect. He originally thought that he was just a soldier who made a name for himself in the Black Wind camp. He didn't expect him to be an archer with godly strength. This kid seemed to be born for the battlefield, and Hun no longer jumped up to be Gu Jiao's living target. He led Xianxia and killed their way out from the ground. Gu Jiao couldn't kill Hun, so she killed the Han family's trusted aides. As Han Fu fought, he faintly felt that something was wrong. However, when he turned around, the Han family's trusted aides around him had all been shot. Han Fu's first reaction was that the Wang family's archers were so powerful. If he had known, he would have taken the archery unit into his hands. However, in the next second, he realized that the person who killed so many of his trusted aides wasn't the Wang family's archers. It was the eunuch who escorted the monarch into the palace. Sweat dripped down and washed away the disguise on Gu Jiao's face. Han Fu saw the red birthmark on the left side of her face. His eyes trembled. Xiao Lulang. As a trusted aide of the Han family, he gritted his teeth at the new commander of the Black Wind camp. Not only did he see the real person during the selection, he also saw Gu Jiao's portrait in private. This kid was the nightmare of the Han family. After Han Fu injured an imperial guard with his sword, he planned to chase after Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao ignored him. She was no match for him. Wang Su flew up and blocked Han Fu with his sword. Surnamed Han, don't even think about escaping. Han Fu was tightly entangled by Wang Su and couldn't escape. The two of them crossed swords and soon, they were engaged in a bloody battle. The imperial guards of the rearguard commandery and the Wang family's archery unit were almost one-sided against the imperial guards led by Han Fu. Gu Jiao wasn't worried about the situation in the palace. She directly chased after Hun and Xianxia. She chased out of the palace. The Black Wind King was already waiting outside. She grabbed the reins and nimbly jumped onto the horse. the Black Wind King chased after En Hun's aura. En Hun didn't choose to enter the bustling streets. Instead, he turned into an old street with few people. It didn't look good for hiding, but it was easier to escape because the roads were clear. When Gu Jiao chased En Hun to an abandoned winery, she and the Black Wind King clearly felt an unusual murderous aura. Gu Jiao tightened the reins and the person and horse came to a stop. The surroundings were very quiet. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. Gu Jiao could clearly hear her and the Black Wind King's breathing. Suddenly, there was a sudden movement from the east. Gu Jiao quickly drew her bow and aimed at the east. However, she suddenly shot towards a thatched roof in the southeast. A figure suddenly flew out from behind the roof. It was En Hun, and Hun's eyes flashed with surprise. "Kid, you didn't fall for it. I have a whole new level of respect for your archery skills. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me and call me master? I don't want your life." Gu Jiao took out an arrow from the quiver on her back and put it on the bowstring. "I think you should be the one kowtowing. How arrogant. Take this." En Hun opened his arms and flew up. His black robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a bloodthirsty bat, attacking Gu Jiao mercilessly. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and didn't dodge. En Hun's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't stop. Seeing that he was about to hit Gu Jiao, a fist suddenly appeared from behind Gu Jiao and collided with En Hun's palm. En Hun's arm went numb. He frowned and somersaulted in the air and landed outside the winery. When he saw the other person's appearance, he snorted coldly. "It's you again." Long Yi stood in front of Gu Jiao and looked at him expressionlessly. En Hun sneered. "You really don't remember anything. You don't even recognize me." He looked at Gu Jiao and said to Long Yi again. "Don't be fooled by this group of people. You and I are in the same camp. I am your senior brother. You failed your mission that year. If I were you, I would obediently go back and ask for forgiveness. Get out of the way and don't interfere. I can pretend that you didn't collude with the people of Zhao all these years. When I go back, I won't expose you." Long Yi didn't get out of the way. En Hun's eyes darkened. "It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think that I can't beat you? You look down on me too much." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly activated his whole body's internal force. Gu Jiao was very sensitive to the aura of deaf soldiers. She clearly felt that En Hun's aura was much stronger than before. How could he improve so quickly in just a few days? Although it was true that the death warrior had become stronger through repeated breakthroughs, the extent to which he had become stronger was simply too shocking. Was it related to the purple grass poison that he had been infected with? If it was true, then Long Yi was at a disadvantage. In these years, in order to improve his strength, En Hun had many life and death duels with people. Long Yi didn't have such an opportunity in Zhao country. Sure enough, in this round of confrontation, En Hun obviously had the upper hand. In order to end the battle quickly, En Hun pulled out his sword from his waist. Long Yi also pulled out his sword. This was the first time that Gu Jiao saw Long Yi use his sword. These two were worthy of being senior brothers. Their swordsmanship was exactly the same. Both of them focused on speed. Often, before one move was finished, the other had already followed. Gu Jiao's eyes turned very quickly. She simply couldn't keep up with them. Such fast swordsmanship. Just from the confrontation, En Hun had the upper hand no matter if it was in terms of moves or internal force. En Hun's sword slashed at Long Yi's left arm. Long Yi swung his sword to block. En Hun coldly said, "I have been practicing martial arts diligently all these years. I thought that if you didn't die, I would beat you fair and square." After he finished speaking, he kicked Long Yi's stomach. Who would have thought that he didn't kick Long Yi? Instead, his arm was cut by Long Yi's sword. En Hun frowned. Looking at the blood flowing out from his left arm, he gritted his teeth and said, "I was really careless." Gu Jiao deliberately provoked him, "What careless? You can't beat Long Yi. What's the use of training so hard for so many years? You still can't beat Shirtian who lost his memory." En Hun was poked in his sore spot. His heart stagnated and he almost got hit by Long Yi's sword again. He angrily said, "Stinking brat. You shut up." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "You can't say that you can't beat him? Then you might as well not fight. Just tuck your tail between your legs and obediently leave. Wait until you go back and train for another 8 to 10 years. Let's see whether you can barely tie with Long Yi or not. I reckon that it will be a little difficult." And Han was a proud and arrogant death soldier. He had lived under the shadow of Xianxia all his life. Xianxia was his devil. He couldn't tolerate other people saying that he was inferior to Xianxia. That was 20 years ago. "I will no longer be Xianxia's defeated general." And Han gritted his teeth and said the last sentence. He circulated his internal force and stabbed his sword towards Long Yi's heart. However, he was disturbed too much. His breath was unstable. Long Yi had already seen through his move. Long Yi swung his sword backhandedly and sent his long sword flying. This sword was the beginning of all nightmares. And Han was thoroughly enraged. His malicious eyes were filled with blood qi. His breath began to change. Gu Jiao was too familiar with this breath. And Han, he, was about to lose control. The state preceptor said that people who were poisoned by purple grass poison would more or less lose control. Usually, it was in a life and death situation. However, there were exceptions. Gu Jiao frowned. This guy, is he planning to perish together with Long Yi? The Black Wind King also instinctively sensed danger, and his muscles tensed up without batting an eyelid. And Han suddenly pounced on Long Yi. He snatched his sword and sent him flying to the ground. He quickly flashed to Long Yi's side. He grabbed Long Yi's lapel and punched Long Yi's body again. And again, each of his punches carried a terrifying amount of internal force. Gu Jiao heard the sound of bones breaking. Long Yi was completely suppressed by an Han who had lost control. What was even more frightening was that Gu Jiao also felt the change in Long Yi's breath. She didn't know whether it was because of an Han's breath or because of her instinctive protection. Long Yi was also about to lose control. Long Yi looked at an Han with bloodshot eyes. Every punch that landed on his body seemed to be prying open the shackles that were suppressing his killing intent. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She took out an arrow from her back, pulled the bowstring, and shot an arrow through an Han's thigh, and Han was in such a state. This kind of small injury was nothing. He didn't even feel any pain. However, he didn't allow himself to be provoked. He threw away Long Yi in his hand and sent a palm strike towards Gu Jiao. Black Wind King wanted to leave with Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Jiao was hit by the wind from his palm. She was sent flying and heavily hit the wall of the winery. She fell to the ground, and the stone wall collapsed with a loud bang, pressing down on her. However, Gu Jiao wasn't buried by the collapsed wall. Long Yi used his tall body to protect her. Gu Jiao looked at his eyes, which were filled with blood mist. She also looked at the blood mist that was slowly dissipating. Long Yi panted. He didn't lose control. He didn't change back to the beast that only knew how to kill. Long Yi carried Gu Jiao and walked out. He used his qinggong to jump up and gently placed Gu Jiao back on the back of Black Wind King. Then, he charged towards An Han like a bolt of lightning and punched An Han's chest with lightning speed. An Han didn't have time to dodge and was smashed to the ground. Long Yi sent another punch. This time, his ribs were broken and his lungs were pierced. His breathing became rapid. The huge pain and the loss of internal force made him gradually regain consciousness. He looked at Long Yi in disbelief. Indeed, there was killing intent in Long Yi's eyes. However, it wasn't the killing intent after losing control. Why was it like this? Why was he able to defeat him when he was sober? "You can't win me." But before he could finish speaking, Long Yi twisted his neck with a backhand, and with a gotcha sound, his neck was broken, and Han fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. It was as if he didn't understand how he lost. He didn't lose to the death warrior Xianxia. He lost to a person called Long Yi. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/8964289642826/1060000737. HTML genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. In this duel, Long Yi consumed a lot of energy. Not only was it caused by fighting back and forth, but when suppressing the uncontrollable killing intent, the pain Long Yi endured and the temptation he had to resist was unimaginable to ordinary people. This was the most damaging to his vitality. Long Yi gasped for breath and looked up at the endless blue dome of heaven. Gu Jiao got off the horse and came to his side. Turning her head, she looked at him and said, "Long Yi, what are you looking at? Did you remember something? You are injured, ride Black Wind King and go back." In the next second, Gu Jiao was picked up by Long Yi. Gu Jiao's face instantly darkened. She looked like a little doll with her feet facing down. "So just now, you were just gasping for breath." Sure enough, she shouldn't have worried about Long Yi. And Hun's strength was abnormal, but Long Yi's was even more abnormal. Long Yi brought Gu Jiao back to Duke Angua Mansion. On the other side, the struggle in the palace was also over. Han Fu was captured by Wang Su. When the Imperial Guards saw Han Fu was captured, their morale fell and they quickly surrendered. The only one left was Han Shi. After Hun brought Han Shi out of the palace, he let Han Shi sit in the carriage prepared in advance. He stayed behind to kill Gu Jiao. But he didn't expect that not only would he fail, he would be killed by Long Yi instead. And Hun was the biggest card in Han Shi's hand. He was even more important than the fake emperor. If Hun didn't work for Han Shi, how could Han Shi easily eavesdrop on the news in the imperial study? How could he allow the fake monarch to observe the real monarch in the dark, even when Shang Wanyan was sold as a slave, and Hun had a part to play? Han Shi could lose the fake emperor, but Han Shi couldn't lose Hun. Of course, Han Shi had absolute confidence in Hun. Even if Hun lost to that junior brother of the same sect last time, Hun had become even more powerful because of this. After Hun kills Xiao Lulang, he will be able to meet me. Han Shi thought this and let out a long sigh. She leaned against the wall of the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. But after a while, her eyelids suddenly twitched. Immediately after, she felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. She frowned and said, "Did Xiao Lulang catch up?" "No, with Hun blocking him, he wouldn't even know how he died." "I think you're the one who's dead." Gu Qingfeng descended from the sky and landed on Han Shi's carriage. He kicked off the carriage driver and mercilessly dragged Han Shi down from the carriage. Although he respected the elderly and loved the young, he could forget about this kind of vicious old witch. Gu Qingfeng did not control his strength and Han Shi was pulled down from the carriage. She fell and rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Her pearl hairpin fell off and her hair bun came loose. Her face was covered in dust and she was even worse off than the old beggar woman. Han Shi was in so much pain that she cried out. Gu Qingfeng disdainfully patted the hand that touched her and walked over to her. "After doing so many bad things, you still want to escape? Do you think you can escape?" Gu Qingfeng had already taken off the crown prince's mask and revealed his true face. But Han Shi still recognized him from his voice. Han Shi raised her eyes and looked at him coldly. "You're the one who pretended to be the crown prince last night? If you let me go, I can your uncle." Gu Qingfeng admitted that he was a chatterbox, but he was too lazy to waste his breath on an old witch like Han Shi. He directly grabbed Han Shi and threw her into the prison carriage that was already prepared. Han Shi sat in the prison carriage and her hands tightly gripped the wooden planks. "You will regret it." Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes and hit her mute acupoint with 2 fingers. "You're about to die and you're still talking nonsense. I can't deal with you." Han Shi was taken back to the rearguard commandery and the change in the palace came to an end. Zhang Dequan was summoned back to the palace and cleaned up the mess of the war between Zhonghe Palace and the foreign court with the 12 supervisors. With such a big thing happening, the foreign court and aristocratic families were all alarmed. They all rushed to see the king, but the king did not receive any of them. The king ordered the court to be adjourned for 3 days and let the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice investigate together. Investigate what? Naturally, it was to investigate Xianxia, the crown prince's residence, and the Han family. How many shameful things did they do behind the scenes? Lock up the Han family and the crown prince's residence. Not even a fly is allowed to leave. What was the original commander of the Imperial Guards doing? He actually let a deputy commander take away half of the troops. Punish him severely. And take back the Han family's command seal. The king issued earth-shattering orders in the imperial study. The various offices did not dare to be negligent and carried out their duties without stopping to complete the tasks given by the king. The moment they walked out of the imperial study, everyone understood that the Han family, which had been standing for many years, was about to fall. After 15 years, Chengdu once again welcomed a change in power. The top 10 aristocratic families were about to be reshuffled again. As the saying goes, seeing him rise, seeing him entertain guests, and seeing him collapse. Once the Han family fell, the military power was bound to be divided. However, whether the aristocratic families were complacent or grieving for the loss of their own kind was unknown. In the duke's residence, Gu Jiao was very happy. And Han was dead and Xianxia was captured. This meant that the 3 years of internal strife would not happen again. The wheel of fate quietly turned from this moment on. Next would be the external battles with the Jin nation and the state of Liang. It would be best if they could also avoid it. Young master. Prince Zhang's son. Gu Jiao was treating Long Yi's injuries when manager Zheng hurriedly entered the courtyard. He found Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng in Long Yi's room and saluted. His Majesty's order came from the palace, asking young master and Prince Zhang's son to go to the palace immediately. Gu Jiao wrapped the last bandage on Long Yi's body and told him not to move. Then, she entered the palace with Xiaoheng. In the imperial study, Shang Wanyan and Yan Shanjun were also there. Just now in the Zhanghe palace, Gu Jiao was fully vigilant against an Hun who could appear at any time, so she did not pay much attention to the little princess's father, Yan Shanjun. Now that she was in the mood to look at him, Gu Jiao found that he was a real beauty. Yan Shanjun was the son that the Empress Dowager had given birth to for the late emperor. He was younger than the monarch by almost 60 years. He was in his 30s this year, but perhaps because he had nothing on his mind, his eyes had the innocence and clarity of a young man. This made him look younger than his actual age. He had 2 big walnuts in his right hand, looking handsome and elegant. In addition, Gu Jiao also noticed a detail. His eyes were amber, lighter than ordinary people's eyes. You are the first person who dares to stare at me like this. Yan Shanjun smiled and put his face in front of Gu Jiao. How is it? Am I good looking? Oh, not as good looking as him. Gu Jiao pointed at Xiaoheng. Yan Shanjun, he was shocked. The king faintly glanced at the two and said, Okay, I called you here for a serious matter. Yan Shanjun quickly adjusted his expression and became serious and solemn. It seemed that this younger brother was still in awe of the king. Shang Wanyan did not sit in a wheelchair today. Did they not need to disguise themselves? The first thing. The king looked at Shang Wanyan and said, Where is Shang Wanqing? Shang Wanyan's expression stiffened. She blinked guiltily and pointed at Xiaoheng. Isn't he, right here? The king slapped the table with a cold face. Do you really think that I can't recognize my grandson? Shang Wanqing doesn't eat fennel. Oh. Fennel. There was such a thing. The cook of the House of Duke would put fennel in the dishes. So it was the filling that was exposed in the past 2 days. The king stared at Shang Wanyan with disappointment. You, as a mother, don't even know such a small thing. Shang Wanyan felt wronged and whispered, I also didn't make fennel for him. How can I afford to eat such expensive spices? It was very hard to live in the imperial mausoleum. Okay, Yan Shanjun looked at Xiaoheng. Isn't that Qing'er? They really look alike. The king looked at Xiaoheng with heavy eyes. Who are you? Yan Shanjun was also very curious about Xiaoheng's identity. He didn't avoid his eyes and waited for Xiaoheng's answer. Xiaoheng said calmly, Who I am is not important. Your Majesty only needs to understand that everything is a temporary measure. The third princess and the crown prince's eldest grandson are deeply persecuted by the crown prince's residents, the Han family, and the Nangong family. They had no choice but to do this. The real imperial grandson is very safe. When everything calms down, the third princess will take him back to Chengdu. The king took a deep look at Xiaoheng. His hand on the armrest clenched a little. It doesn't matter who you are? Yes. You don't want glory and wealth? I don't want. You don't want power and fame? I don't want. Xiaoheng looked straight into the monarch's eyes. There was not a trace of evasion in his gaze. He was magnanimous and spoke from the bottom of his heart. The king swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The king angrily picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Gu Jiao glared at the king fiercely. You're fierce to my husband again. Try being fierce again. I'll beat you. Digression, today is also the day I want the monthly ticket. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1060000073. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in a second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The king received a threatening look from Gu Jiao. No, I'm scolding this kid. What does it have to do with you? So fierce, are you a wolf? One by one, the monarch was so angry that his head hurt. Every time the monarch felt that this was the most infuriating thing in the world, these troublemakers would always do something even more infuriating. Shang Guanyan didn't need to be mentioned. She was a petty person. Shang Guanqing used to be well-behaved, docile, and lovable. However, when the mole on his butt incident came out, the king knew how indecent this little thing was behind his back. Who did he take after? Obviously, the Shangguan family and the Xianyuan family didn't have this kind of indecent tradition. However, Shang Guanqing and Shang Guanyan knew how to smooth things over. This kid, on the other hand, was stubborn. His attitude was simply arrogant. In the past, he used to call him imperial grandfather affectionately. But now that the Han family and the crown prince had fallen, he didn't even bother to pretend. The king gritted his teeth, turned his face, and coldly said, "All of you, withdraw. I don't want to see you." Gu Jiao, oh. Shang Guanyan, oh. Xiaoheng was expressionless. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, as well as Xiaoheng, turned around and left without looking back. The king's pair of dragon eyes widened. That's it? That's it? Are you sure you don't want to fight? Yan Shanjun watched a big show. He bitterly touched the bridge of his nose and said, if there's nothing else, this younger brother will also take his leave. You come back. The king shouted. One by one, they all left. He didn't want to lose face. Yan Shanjun helplessly spread out his hands. Your Majesty, this younger brother hasn't seen Light Shui for many days. I miss her very much. Your Majesty won't prevent us father and daughter from meeting. If you have the ability, then don't go out all day long. Now you know how to be a father? What did you do before? This was the king's most infuriated day. Everyone in the house, big and small, rushed to piss him off. But in the end, he didn't force Yan Shanjun to stay. He waved his hand and had him scram. After Yan Shanjun left, Zhang Dequan mustered up his courage and walked into the room. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Your Majesty, didn't you say that we will be rewarded based on merit? How? What happened to him? The monarch gripped the armrest tightly and snorted coldly. I don't care at all. Fame and fortune, a bright future, the country, all of it was nothing in his eyes. Even I, the monarch, took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. If you don't want it, then don't want it. I don't want it either. Zhang Dequan was confused by what he heard. Why does His Majesty sound like he's angry with someone? What did Third Princess do to His Majesty again? This time, it was not Third Princess Shangguanyan, but Xiaoheng. Humph. The monarch was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. Zhang Dequan, at this point, there was no point in hiding Xiaoheng's identity. No matter whether the monarch guessed it or not in the imperial study today, Shang Guanqi would confess in a few days in the prison. Shang Guanqi instigated the Namgong family to pursue Xiaoheng again and again. Once this crime was established, another aristocratic family would fall. The 10 great aristocratic families were not innocent. The accounts that should be settled would be settled. However, there were priorities for everything. If the enemy was in front of them, the aristocratic families must preserve their strength first. Shang Guanyan and Xiaoheng had no objection to this point. A person couldn't be swayed by the hatred in his heart. It was never too late to take revenge, but it couldn't be late to protect. Shang Guanyan, Xiaoheng, and Gu Jiao got on the carriage to Duke Dingguo's mansion. Yan Shanjun had his own carriage and followed behind them unhurriedly. Thinking of Yan Shanjuan's appearance, Gu Jiao expressed the doubts in her heart. His eyes are different from ours. People from the Central Plains rarely had that kind of eye color. Shang Guanyan paused and said, Yan Shanjun is not the flesh and blood of the late emperor. His biological father is a Turkic. In order to save the face of the imperial family and to prevent the Empress Dowager from being criticized and punished, the monarch lied to the public that he was the posthumous son of the late emperor. Such a shocking secret was said by her lightly. Even Xiaoheng didn't know what to say. Gu Jiao said, no wonder the monarch of Great Yan trusts Yan Shanjun so unreservedly. It turns out that Yan Shanjun can't threaten his throne at all. Shang Guanyan said, you can say that. Her imperial father was suspicious by nature. He only loved Yan Shanjun and Shang Guanqing unreservedly. It was just that one of them was a fake imperial family, and the other one would not live past 20 years. They would not pose the slightest threat to the imperial power. Gu Jiao asked, does Yan Shanjun know? Shang Guanyan said, he knows, but he doesn't care. The Empress Dowager had a son in her old age. Not long after giving birth to him, she passed away. He was brought up by the monarch. His elder brother is like a father. The monarch really loves him, and he also really respects the monarch. This is rare in the imperial family. Gu Jiao was deeply proud. After all, there is no interest involved. Shang Guanyan sighed, Yan Shanjun is a bit playful. He has been unwilling to get married. Little Junju is his daughter from a one-night stand outside. He was not mature enough to be a responsible father. As a result, after the monarch raised him, he also had to raise his daughter for him. It was really hard on him. What are you saying about me? Yan Shanjuan's carriage suddenly drove to their carriage. Yan Shanjun used his fan to open their curtains. Little niece, are you itching for a beating? Shang Guanyan chuckled and said, I've fought with 7th uncle so many times, but 7th uncle seems to have never won against me. In the end, whose skin is itching? Although Yan Shanjun's seniority was high, he and Shang Guanyan were similar in age and grew up together. When they were young, they often fought with each other. Shang Guanyan relied on the excellent bloodline and teachings of the Xianyuan family to crush Uncle Little Qi. The corner of Yan Shanjuan's mouth twitched. The fear of being dominated by Shang Guanyan welled up in his heart. He clenched his teeth. This face can't be recovered in this lifetime. His eyes fell on Xiaoheng's face. He smiled and said, your son doesn't seem to know martial arts. Was he bullied when he was young? This son of yours, there was a lot of information in this sentence. Shang Guanyan and the other two's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if they didn't hear this sentence. Xiaoheng said, no, I have Long Yi. Whoever dared to bully him was beaten into a sandbag by Long Yi. Yan Shanjun, who was trying to regain his confidence from Xiaoheng, was speechless. Stop the car, Yan Shanjun said. He got out of his carriage and sat in Duke Mansion's carriage. Shang Guanyan looked at this 7th uncle who she had beaten since childhood and asked in an incomparably cold voice, why do you want to squeeze into our carriage? Yan Shanjun opened his folding fan and said with a smile, Little Qi, uncle is afraid that you will feel awkward. They are a loving couple, but you are standing here. Don't you think that you are redundant? Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and seriously nodded her head. Shang Guanyan was dumbfounded. How did you know? Yan Shanjun pointed his folding fan at Gu Jiao's throat and said with a smile like a spring breeze, when she spoke, her Adam's apple didn't move. In the imperial study, not only Gu Jiao observed Yan Shanjun also always paid attention to Gu Jiao. From a certain point of view, he and Gu Jiao were bold and careful people. Ordinary people would be embarrassed to always stare at others, but these two were magnanimous. Hey, are you my grandnephew's wife? This sentence was also a trap. Once Shang Guanyan said yes, it would be tantamount to admitting that Xiaoheng was his nephew. If Shang Guanyan said no, it would only be denying that Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng were husband and wife, not denying that Xiaoheng and Shang Guanyan were mother and son. Shang Guanyan glared at him. Why do you always like to dig a hole for people? Yan Shanjun laughed and fanned himself with his folding fan, saying, then, seventh uncle will use a secret to exchange with you? Shang Guanyan disdainfully snorted, what valuable secret can you have? Yan Shanjun mysteriously smiled, for example, the truth of the Xianyuan family's destruction? The three people pricked up their ears at the same time. Although I shouldn't laugh when talking about such a serious matter, can the three of you not be so synchronized? Yan Shanjun said with a smile, since you are so curious, I suddenly changed my mind. It's not worthwhile to tell you, but who asked you to take care of Light Shui for so long? For this, I should tell you everything I know. N. Shang Guanyan and Gu Jiao put down the stick in their hands with satisfaction. The two looked at him seriously, as if they would beat him down if he didn't say anything. Yan Shanjuan's face was full of black lines. Shang Guanyan, it's fine if you are fierce, but how can you find such a fierce daughter-in-law? Yan Shanjun finally sighed and told the truth. You should have heard of the state preceptor's prophecy, purple star appears, emperor comes out of Xianyuan. But do you know that there are two sentences before it? Gu Jiao and Shang Guanyan said in unison, what two sentences? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10597978. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. Com for more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Yan Shanjun was silent for a long time, and then said with a dignified expression, the fate of the great Yan is coming to an end. At this moment, the three people seemed to understand something. If it was just the emperor will come out of Xianyuan, then half of Xuanyuan's blood flowed in Shang Guanyan's body. She could completely fulfill this prophecy. But if it was added the fate of the great Yan is coming to an end, as the crown princess of the great Yan, Shang Guanyan could not be the emperor in the prophecy. The Xianyuan family will replace the Shangguan royal family and become the new imperial family. This was the real reason why the emperor wanted to kill the Xianyuan family. Shang Guanyan turned her head and looked at Yan Shanjun sitting on the stool beside her. You knew it long ago? Yan Shanjun waved his fan. Not long ago, I accidentally heard it outside His Majesty's imperial study a few years ago. Shang Guanyan asked, then what else did you hear? Yan Shanjun sighed, I heard that this prophecy was not told to His Majesty by the imperial preceptor. It was leaked by someone. Do you think that His Majesty destroyed the Xianyuan family because of this prophecy? In fact, the prophecy is only one of the factors. In fact, there are many inside stories. Hearing this, the first doubt in the hearts of the three people was solved. Although the three people didn't say it, because of the particularity of the matter, the three people once doubted whether this prophecy was fabricated out of thin air. Now it seems that the imperial preceptor indeed divined this prophecy and may have paid a great price for it. The imperial preceptor understood what this prophecy would bring to the Xianyuan family. He didn't intend to tell the Xianyuan family, so as to avoid the Xianyuan family rebelling. He also didn't intend to tell the emperor, so as to prevent the emperor from killing the Xianyuan family. But he never expected that there was a spy from the Jin state in the Imperial Preceptor Hall. The spy was selected to enter the Imperial Preceptor Hall at the age of 8. He lurked there for 10 years. During these 10 years, he didn't show the slightest flaw. Finally, he gained the trust of the Imperial Preceptor and became the Imperial Preceptor's first disciple. He was also present when the Imperial Preceptor divined. When the news spread, the State Preceptor realized that he had been betrayed. The Imperial Advisor punished him, but unfortunately, it was too late. The monarch and the Xianyuan family had already heard the prophecy. The Xianyuan family originally had no mortal intentions, but the Xianyuan family also knew that with the king's suspicious personality, it was hard for him not to be wary of him. The Xianyuan family was already prepared to hand over their military power and return to their fields. However, at this moment, the Jin and Liang kingdoms made their move. The Jin state was the first of the 6 states, and it was the Jin state that divided the status of the 6 states. During the heyday of the Jin state, none of the other states could compete with it, and it had the absolute hegemony. Later on, the Liang nation rose and was recognized by the Jin nation. The Liang nation became the second upper nation. And, if Great Yan wanted to be ranked as one of the great kingdoms, it would have to be recognized by both the Great Jin and the Great Liang. These two countries were naturally unhappy. In those years, in order to stop the rise of the Great Yan kingdom, the Jin and Liang kingdoms started many wars at the border. Not only that, they also secretly supported the civil forces of the Great Yan kingdom to rebel. However, they did not expect that the Great Yan kingdom, which was in such a precarious state, would be held back by the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Li's red tasseled spear caused everyone to tremble in fear. Countless brave generals of the Jin and Liang kingdoms fell under Xianyuan Li's red tasseled spear. The Jin and Liang kingdoms were defeated and did not dare to invade for many years. However, the good times did not last long. The Jin and Liang kingdoms had always refused to accept the Great Yan kingdom as a upper nation, because they knew that the Great Yan kingdom with the Xianyuan family was too powerful. Once it was allowed to develop, one day, the Xianyuan army would trample the mountains and rivers of the Jin and Liang kingdoms. Everything was so coincidental. When they were racking their brains to think of a way to deal with the Great Yan kingdom and the Xianyuan family, the prophecy of the State Preceptor appeared. Their envoys took the initiative to come to the Great Yan kingdom and proposed a very tempting condition to the Great Yan kingdom's monarch: destroy the Xianyuan family, and they would accept the Great Yan kingdom as one of the 3 upper nations. Not only would they share the right to use the sea and many islands with the Great Yan kingdom, they would also allow the Great Yan kingdom to seize the remaining 3 lower nations with them. Becoming an upper nation was not only an honor, but also a lot of practical benefits. It would be a lie to say that the Great Yan kingdom was not tempted. At that time, the monarch had 2 choices. 1. Let Xianyuan Li lead the army to attack the Jin and Liang kingdoms until they were convinced. 2. Accept the conditions proposed by the Jin and Liang kingdoms. The monarch chose the second option. Gu Jiao said. That's right. Yan Shanjun sighed regretfully. At that time, the Xianyuan family had the strength to fight against the armies of the 2 upper nations. However, if they really won, it would increase the Xianyuan family's reputation among the people. They already had enough merit to overshadow the monarch. Did they still have to give the merit of becoming an upper nation to the Xianyuan family? Thinking about the prophecy, how could the monarch dare to let the Xianyuan family become stronger? Yan Shanjun continued, there is also a small reason. The Great Yan kingdom has been in chaos for many years, and the treasury is in deficit. It is true that we can't afford to fight anymore. Gu Jiao glanced at him and said indifferently, if we seize a few more mansions of corrupt officials, won't we be able to fill up the treasury? Yan Shanjun coughed lightly and said, that's why I said it was a small reason, not the main reason. Gu Jiao thought of what Namgongli said to her before he died. Therefore, he did not say Jin Yang, but Jin and Liang. He knew that it was the Jin spies who spread the prophecy. He also knew that the Jin and Liang kingdoms had tempted the monarch of the Great Yan kingdom. Gu Jiao touched her chin and murmured thoughtfully, indeed, how could a subject directly call the monarch by his name? However, although she felt that it was strange for Nangongli to call the monarch by his name, no one thought of this at that time. If it was really the Jin and Liang kingdoms who had stabbed the Yan kingdom in the back so many times, no wonder she saw in her dream that the Jin and Liang kingdoms would attack the great Yan kingdom during the civil war. From the beginning, the Jin and Liang kingdoms did not sincerely accept the great Yan kingdom as a superior kingdom. All of this was just a delaying tactic. When the Xianyuan family was destroyed, the Xianyuan army would be torn apart, and all the aristocratic families would replace the Xianyuan army. Then, the great Yan kingdom would lose its sturdiest shield and sharpest sword. The great Yan kingdom would no longer have the strength to fight against the Jin and Liang kingdoms. At that time, the Jin and Liang kingdoms would be able to swallow the great Yan kingdom. Over the years, the Jin and Liang kingdoms had allowed the great Yan kingdom to develop. On one hand, they were waiting for the Xianyuan family's military power to fall. On the other hand, they were feeding the great Yan kingdom, a little fat rabbit. It was fat and strong, and had no attack power. It was the best prey. How could the monarch of the great Yan kingdom not know the intentions of the Jin and Liang kingdoms? He was crazy, but he was not stupid. There were two reasons why he still decided to destroy the Xianyuan family. First, he wanted to prevent the prophecy of the Xianyuan family becoming the emperor from coming true. Second, the monarch had enough confidence in himself. He believed that even without Xianyuan clan and Xianyuanli, he would still be able to cultivate a mighty army of great Yan that would be more invincible and invincible in the coming years. Gu Jiao felt that he was overconfident. The Jin and Liang kingdoms were ambitious, and they had been waiting for the right time to annex the great Yan. Originally, they would take action after the great Yan kingdom's 3 years of internal strife. But now, the internal strife had been stopped in advance. They had waited patiently for 3 years during the internal strife, waiting until the great Yan kingdom's military power was reduced to a thin layer. But now, the great Yan kingdom had a strong and powerful army. So, the Jin and Liang kingdoms would not be so stupid to send their troops now. While they were talking, the carriage arrived at Duken's mansion. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng brought Sheng Wanyan and Yan Shanjun straight to Feng's courtyard. Today's weather was hot again. All the adults were staying indoors to enjoy the cool air and avoid the heat. Only the 2 little kids were shoveling sand in the courtyard while staring at the scorching sun. It was the sand pile that Gu Xiaoshan went to get. The 2 squatted next to the sand pile, using the mini shovels that Gu Xiaoshan made for them to dig the sand. After they finished digging, they put the sand into a mini wooden bucket nearby. The 2 were sweating profusely and enjoying themselves. From time to time, they would exchange a few words in childish language. The 2 of them looked so innocent that it made people happy to see them. Except for the old father, Yan Shanjun. "You little brat, don't get so close to my daughter, both of your heads have bumped together. And don't hold her hand casually. I'll help you," little Jing Kong said to the young princess. "Okay." The young princess happily handed over her small spatula to him. The 2 grabbed the small shovel and shoveled the sand together. "Forget it, one more person to take care of my daughter." "No." From today onwards, he would raise his daughter by himself. Yan Shanjun strode over and squeezed himself between the 2 little kids with his huge body. Little Jing Kong looked at the strange uncle who suddenly broke in with a confused look. The young princess was still in a daze as she exclaimed, "Daddy. You're back." Yan Shanjun smiled, "Yes." "Huh? Teacher? You're back too." The young princess decisively put down the small shovel and rushed to Gu Jiao like a little chick. Yan Shanjun stretched out his arms and hugged her. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1059782887. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Little Jing Kong was a polite child, especially to his classmates' father. He felt his old father's embarrassment and thought, should I give him a hug? Hello, Light Shua's father. In the end, he chose to shake his little hand very seriously. He could only give Jiao Jiao a hug. Yan Shanjun, who was not comforted, the little princess introduced her father to Gu Jiao, and then introduced her friends and teacher to her father. Yan Shanjun then knew that this little girl was his daughter's teacher. What does she teach you? Killing people? In the palace, he saw this little girl like a killing god, shooting down the Han family's henchmen with 1 arrow, 2 arrows, and 2 arrows. This little girl was simply a born archer. Writing. The little princess said in a cute voice, young Master Xiao is my equestrian teacher. Yan Shanjun secretly sighed in relief. Equestrian skills, fortunately. Gu Jiao touched her little head, next time, I'll teach you archery. Yan Shanjuan's body shook, his mind inexplicably flashed with the bloody scene of his dear daughter drawing her bow and shooting an arrow through the enemy's head. His little lady, don't become like that. The two little people went to play happily again. A certain little lady had no intention of sticking to her father. Yan Shanjun felt a deep sense of helplessness. He just went out for a trip, how come his daughter is not his anymore? Gu Jiao glanced at Yan Shanjun and stepped back to her room. When she walked past Yan Shanjun, she stuck out her little chest. She signaled with her eyes that the seniority was equal. Shang Guanyan also straightened her back and walked in front of him. Humph, the seniority is higher. This is what it means to raise the seniority of the whole family by one's own strength. The speechless Yan Shanjun, Gu Jiao first went to the side of Long Yi, wanting to see the injury of Long Yi. She remembered that before leaving, she had repeatedly warned Long Yi not to move randomly. She also didn't know whether he was obedient or not. If by any chance he moved the bandage and gauze, then the wound would easily get infected. But the moment she stepped into the room, the corner of her mouth fiercely twitched. She saw that Long Yi was still maintaining the posture she had seen before she had left, half-twisted his body, one hand in front of his body, and the other hand was raised high above his head. He was motionless as if he wanted to spike the ball. Long Yi, what are you doing? She walked over and asked. Long Yi still didn't move, but his eyeballs moved a bit. As if to say, hey, I didn't move. Gu Jiao covered her eyes. Was that what she meant? You were so disobedient in the past, why did you only listen to this sentence? Gu Jiao faintly felt that Long Yi was waiting for her to praise him. So strange, why did I read this feeling from his eyes? Gu Jiao looked at the gauze wrapped around his arm and waist, and decided to praise him. Long Yi is really great, really obedient. Okay, you can move now. Always standing like this, isn't he afraid of muscle stiffness and cramping? Before she finished sighing, Long Yi stopped his posture and took out a box of charcoal. Obedient Long Yi should be rewarded, and now, it was time for Long Yi to use the charcoal. Gu Jiao, falling into a pit is still okay. The Crown Prince and Madame Han were handed over to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's Chancellor personally tried the case of the fake monarch. Mother and son were imprisoned in different torture rooms. At first, both of them were very stubborn, but if the Supreme Court's Chancellor didn't even have this little bit of means, then he would have sat on the throne in vain. The Crown Prince was a tough nut to crack, but he also had a weak spot, and his weak spot was his mansion's little daughter who was only 2 years old. In order to extort a confession, the Supreme Court's Chancellor didn't hesitate to bring his little daughter, and let him look at her through the door, then took her to the next room. Next door, his little daughter's frightened cry came, and the Crown Prince suddenly panicked. Stop. Stop for this Emperor. She is the Princess of Great Yin. You can't treat her like this. The Supreme Court's Chancellor coldly said, committing such a monstrous crime, do you think you can still be a prince? Your crime is more serious than Shang Guanyan's that year. You are not as favored as her, and your whole family will be demoted to commoners. Father, Wuwa, I'm scared. Father, I'm scared. Next door, his little daughter's cry was heart-wrenching, and the Crown Prince's willpower was completely defeated. His hands firmly pulled his sleeves, and with red eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, don't hurt her. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Next door, Gu Qingfeng rubbed his throat that was almost smoking. Imitating a child's voice was really too difficult. In fact, it was not that similar. But separated by a wall, the crown prince's mind was in a mess, and his head was hot, so the crown prince didn't quite hear it. The crown prince confessed his crime. This time, the palace coup had little to do with him. He didn't know the Han family's plan in advance. His biggest mistake was refusing to believe that the emperor in the palace was fake, but he didn't have time to cause substantial harm. He also didn't know that the Han family led troops to encircle and suppress the emperor. His main crime was to frame the real imperial grandson, Xianxia. The Supreme Court's chancellor recorded while setting off stormy waves in his heart. Who would have thought that the imperial grandson would have such an inside story? Where is the real imperial grandson? Who is Shang Guanqing's real identity? The Supreme Court's chancellor asked. The crown prince lightly said, "You have to ask Shang Guanyan about this emperor doesn't know. How could he waste his energy on a fake imperial grandson? As for Xiaoheng, that kid suddenly disappeared from Xingdu, and he couldn't be found even with a lantern." The Supreme Court's chancellor continued to interrogate, "Who did you instruct? The Han family?" The crown prince clenched his fist. Nangong family. Duke Gonggua's mansion. Gu Jiao, who was holding the brush until her hands were soft, leaned on the table and breathed heavily. Long Yi was resting. He went to look for a new charcoal pencil. Xiaoheng walked into the room with a plate of freshly cut melons and fruits. Seeing Gu Jiao leaning on the table, he walked over and pinched her face. "Tired?" Gu Jiao, "Oh, no." Her hands were sore. "Eat something." Xiaoheng said, "It's not too cold, the sweetness is just right." Gu Jiao sat up straight and used a skewer to pick up a small piece of honeydew melon, but she didn't hurry to eat, rather paused. Xiaoheng asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao said, "I was thinking about a dream I had a few days ago." Xiaoheng curiously asked, "Oh? What did you dream about?" Gu Jiao thought for a bit, and decided not to hide it from him. "I dreamed that Han family used the fake emperor's hand to start civil strife. The 10 great clans killed each other, and Han family and Nangong family who originally belonged to the crown prince's camp also fought each other." Xiaoheng deeply looked at her, and understood that she saw the future in her dream again. No wonder she knew that the emperor was replaced. Xiaoheng muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "The crown prince needs Han family and Nangong family. He wants to balance the relationship between the two clans, but Han family and Han family desire to be the strongest. From this point of view, Han family and Nangong family are on opposite sides." Gu Jiao nodded her head, "So it's not strange for them to fight." "Then who won in the end?" Xiaoheng asked. Gu Jiao shook her head, "No one won. In that civil war, there was no true winner. Han family thought that they could control the situation, but they did not know that the counterattack of the great clans was much more unreasonable than she had imagined. All of the clans suffered heavy losses, and the Han family and Nangong family, the two most powerful military clans, fought fiercely. Jin and Liang took advantage of the situation. Gu Jiao looked at the 2 largest pieces of honeydew on the plate, but now, the situation may change. Han family and Nangong family were both going to be punished. They had a common enemy and did not have the energy to fight among themselves, so it was very likely that they would temporarily work together to fight against the outside world. Gu Jiao's guess was confirmed in the middle of the night. Steward Jing heard the news that night from outside. The Han family refused to hand over the commander's seal, and took a group of elite soldiers to kill their way out of the west gate. An hour later, the people of Nangong family also led their soldiers out of Xingdu. Over the years, the great clans had infiltrated many of their trusted subordinates into the military camp. Thus, a considerable portion of the soldiers listened to the orders of the clans themselves. After the 2 great clans killed their way out of Xingdu, they gathered the soldiers of the various military camps outside Xingdu and advanced through the night to the border. They also stationed a lot of soldiers at the border. It was no longer important whether the crown prince and the Han family fell into the hands of the monarch. If the Han family wanted to survive, they could just rebel. What the Xianyuan family did not accomplish in the past, the Han family would complete it now. Coincidentally, the Nangong family also thought the same. Gu Jiao looked at the twinkling stars in the sky. is civil war still inevitable? The invasion of Jin and Liang, in the dream, it was the 11 great clans that were fighting each other. But now, it was the 9 great clans that were ordered to suppress the Han and Nangong families. Gu Jiao muttered to herself, what will the Nangong and Han families do when they have nowhere to go? Xiao Heng looked up at the endless night sky. They will open the gate to the border and drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Digression, the third night watch is here. Is there a monthly ticket for me to sneak in? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428286/10597296. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. Xiao Heng's guess was confirmed in the following days. In the middle of August, news came from Tianshan Pass that the Jin army was heading east. 2 days later, news came from Yanmen Pass that the Liang army was heading east. The Han family and the Nangong family were still on the way and wouldn't reach the border so soon. They should have contacted the border guards through their trusted subordinates. Tianshan Pass was defended by the Han clan's forces, while Yanmen Pass was defended by the Nangong clan's forces. Although there were other generals, the main generals were the trusted aides of these two clans. As soon as the secret report arrived, the two clans' forces quickly swept away the obstacles and took control of the situation at the border. When the news reached Chengdu, the monarch was so angry that he smashed the inkstone in the imperial study. The eunuchs and maids in the room were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Zhang Dequan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Who would have thought that after capturing Madame Han and imprisoning the crown prince, the two families would join hands to rebel? They were much more arrogant than the Xianyuan family in the past. The Xianyuan family didn't rebel because they were afraid of being arrested. They knew about the secret agreement between the monarch and the Jin and Liang countries, so they decided to rebel. At that time, only the monarch, Shan Yuanli, and Zhang Dequan were in the imperial study. Zhang Dequan still felt enlightened when he recalled Shan Yuanli's words of righteous indignation. Shan Yuanli said, "Shangguan Jingyang, do you really think that the Xianyuan family is your biggest threat? In order to get rid of the Xianyuan family, you don't hesitate to ask a tiger for its skin. One day, you will regret it." After 16 years, Shan Yuanli's words finally came true. The ambitions of the Jin and Liang countries could no longer be hidden. However, the Yan kingdom didn't have the million soldiers of the Xianyuan family. What could they use to fight against the two great countries, not to mention that the Han family and the Nangong family had taken away almost half of their troops? How could they fight this war? What chance did they have of winning? If Shan Yuanli was still alive, and all the men of the Xianyuan family were still alive, they might have been able to win the war with fewer troops. However, they had all died in battle. Ever since Xianxia revealed her true face, the monarch had not spent a single day without regret. Regardless of whether it was internal or external troubles, as long as the Xianyuan family was present, there would not be so many demons and monsters. He was afraid that the Xianyuan family was so powerful that he wanted to exterminate the entire Xianyuan family for a prophecy. But in the end, Great Yan's empire still fell into a precarious situation. The king took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "I still have the army, the Wang clan and the Mu clan, and the Black Wind cavalry. I might not lose." Report. Outside the imperial study, the anxious voice of a spy suddenly came in with a report. "Announce it," the monarch said seriously. Zhang Dequan summoned the spy into the imperial study. However, there was more than one spy. "Reporting to your majesty, there's an urgent report from Blue Snow Pass. The Qin nation's army is advancing toward the east. Your majesty, the spies have discovered the Zhao army. Reporting to your majesty, the Qishui Pass has discovered the Zhao country's army. Out of the 6 countries in the world, 5 of them were marching towards the Yan kingdom. This was no longer just the invasion of Jin and Liang. Even the other 3 countries were taking advantage of the situation to take a bite of the Yan kingdom's fat meat. If it was in the past, Zhao, Chen, and Zhao naturally would not have the courage. But now, the news of Jin and Liang sending troops to the Yan kingdom had already shaken the world. The good news of the Han clan and Nangong clan's defection did not escape the eyes of the spies of the other countries. If they did not take a share of the soup now, when would they? The monarch's blood and qi surged. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fainted on the ground. Zhang Dequan hurriedly invited the imperial physician and asked someone to invite Gu Jiao, Shang Wanyan, and Xiaoheng into the imperial palace. To be honest, the development of the matter was indeed somewhat unexpected. Originally, they thought that by stopping the Han clan, they could stop a civil war. Without the consumption of the civil war, Jin and Liang would not easily confront the Yan kingdom head-on. Who would have thought that the Han clan and Nangong clan would join hands to rebel? Not only did they bring about civil strife, but they also directly knocked open all the border checkpoints of the Yan kingdom, turning the invasion of the 2 countries into a plundering of the 5 countries. In the dream, Zhao, Chen, and Zhao did not participate in the carving up of the Yan kingdom. Because at that time, the Yan kingdom was only a shell, and Jin and Liang could easily take it. Now, the Yan kingdom had strong soldiers and strong horses. Losing was inevitable, but it was bound to be a fierce battle. They had no time to care about the Yan kingdom's eastern region. The situation is even more serious than in the dream. Gu Jiao had so many prophetic dreams, but this was the one that was the most out of her control. Would everyone still go to the ending in the dream? The carriage arrived at the imperial palace. The monarch had just experienced a small stroke and was rescued by the imperial physician in time. He looked very haggard, as if he had aged more than 10 years in a day. He was lying on the bright yellow dragon bed, and his breath was drifting. He tasted the taste of regret and also the bitter fruit of retribution. Gu Jiao checked his body. There was no danger to his life, but his body could not be as agile as before in a short period of time. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng could see that he had something to say to Shang Guanyin. The 2 turned and walked out. Zhang Dequan also left with the palace people. Only the father and daughter were left in the huge bedchamber. Shang Guanyin stood in front of the dragon bed, looked at the old and weak monarch lightly, and asked, "Do you regret it?" The monarch's lips twitched twice, and a trace of regret flashed in his turbid eyes. But he was stubborn on the surface, unwilling to admit that he was frivolous. But in fact, he had long regretted it. It was just that he did not expect that he would regret it so thoroughly. It was not the Xianyuan clan who took away the destiny of the Yan kingdom, but himself. He destroyed the Xianyuan clan and destroyed the strongest barrier of the Yan kingdom. The Yan kingdom became a fish on the chopping board, and even the Xia kingdom raised the butcher knife in their hand. He recalled countless times in his heart, if the Xianyuan clan was still there, who would dare to invade? Save, save, he opened his mouth, trying to say something. He just had a stroke, so his voice was small and unclear. "Do you want me to save the Yan kingdom?" Shang Guanyin said lightly, "I won't promise you. Sex, life." What he said was to save his life and quickly escape. The Yan kingdom was going to die. The Yan kingdom's princess would not end up like this. Leave with the 2 children and never come back. The Yan kingdom's monarch looked at the direction of the door, which was half open. From his angle, he could not see Xiaoheng, only Xiaoheng's shadow on the ground. He opened his mouth with difficulty, but in the end, he did not call out that name. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng squatted on the ground. Xiaoheng broke a branch and drew a map of the 6 countries. Xiaoheng pointed at the map with the branch and said, "The Yan kingdom is in the middle. To the north is the ice field, and to the south is the Red River. The west borders the Jin kingdom and the Liang kingdom, and these 3 countries form a triangle." Gu Jiao understood. That's why the Jin kingdom tried to rope in the Liang kingdom to prevent the Liang kingdom and the Yan kingdom from becoming allies. Xiaoheng nodded. "That's right. What about the east?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng pointed at 2 small circles on the map with the branch and said, "To the east are the Qin kingdom and the Zhao kingdom. The Qin kingdom is in the northeast, the Zhao kingdom is in the southeast, and the Zhao kingdom is the furthest. We have to go around the Chen kingdom to reach it. Gu Jiao asked. The Tianshan Pass blocking the Jin kingdom is guarded by the Han family, and the Yan Gate Pass blocking the Liang kingdom is guarded by the Nangong family. What about the Chen kingdom and the Zhao kingdom? Xiaoheng said that Xianxia Pass is guarded by the Mu family to prevent the Chen kingdom's cavalry from invading. The Red River Pass is guarded by the Wang family to prevent the Zhao kingdom's navy from invading. If the Zhao kingdom wants to attack the Yan kingdom, the best way is to go around the Chen kingdom and go through the Chongping Pass in the ice field. The pass is guarded by the local army. Gu Jiao paused. The Zhao kingdom is the furthest. They can't get here so quickly. Xiaoheng looked at the map and said, judging from the distance and marching speed, the fastest is the Jin kingdom and the Liang kingdom's army, followed by the Zhao kingdom's navy, and then the Chen kingdom's cavalry. Gu Jiao asked again, who is leading the army in the Zhao kingdom? Xiaoheng pondered and said, to cross the Red River, they need the protection of the navy. If there are no accidents, it will be my father, Marquis Xianping. Gu Jiao was speechless. Should they fight or not? What about the Chen kingdom? Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng thought for a while and said, although there is no definite news from the Chen kingdom suffered a defeat last year. In order to boost the morale of the army, the Yuan Tang will lead the army. As for who would lead the army in the Zhao kingdom, Xiaoheng wasn't sure. He didn't know much about the Zhao kingdom. But he was sure that the Yan kingdom couldn't fight against 5 countries at the same time. Gu Jiao asked curiously, the Yuan Tang and the emperor of the Zhao kingdom don't know that we are in the Yan kingdom. If they know that we are going to fight, will they still fight? Xiaoheng looked at her and asked, you will fight? Gu Jiao squatted and drew circles on the ground. She said casually, I am the commander of the Black Wind Battalion. I will fight, right? The commander of the Black Wind Battalion could quit at any time if she wanted to. Xiaoheng opened his mouth and said, it's not all for you and the Jing Kong. Gu Jiao understood what he wanted to say. She looked up at the endless sky and said, I just feel that I should do this. Digression, I'm a bit stuck. Please read it in the afternoon. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1059560888. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. While the two were talking, Shang Guanyan came out of the bedroom. Shang Guanyan frowned and pursed her thin lips. Xiaoheng threw away the branch in his hand, pulled Gu Jiao to stand up, and asked Shang Guanyan, what did the emperor say? Shang Guanyan frowned and said, he told us to run away quickly. If he didn't say that, she would have run away with the children. But if he really told her to run away, she didn't want to run away. Sure enough, the human heart is the strangest thing in the world. We can't escape. Xiaoheng said. With the ambition of Jin and Liang, the great Yan royal family and the descendants of Xianyuan can't escape. As long as the great Yan's mountains and rivers are trampled, there is only one ending waiting for them. Shang Guanyan nodded her head, you go back to the Duke's mansion first, I'll summon the ministers to discuss the affairs of the imperial court. The emperor had a stroke, and the border was in chaos. It's really a double whammy. But no matter what, they have no way out. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng took the carriage back to the Duke's mansion. The news from the imperial court had already spread throughout the entire residence. Steward Jing scolded the Han clan and Nangong clan, and also ridiculed the various countries that harbored evil intentions. Of course, he didn't forget to greet the monarch who acted on his own accord. A room full of people gathered in the lobby. The old chancellor whispered beside Empress Dowager Zhuang, why did our emperor come to join in the fun? Isn't he a benevolent emperor? With my understanding of him, it's good if others don't attack him. He won't take the initiative to start a war. He's not that courageous. The country he's fighting is not a small country like the Qin country, but the most powerful Yan country among the three countries. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly snorted. At first glance, it's not his idea. It must be someone who urged him. The old chancellor thoughtfully said, who urged him? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, if it's not Marquis Xianping, then it's Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan was more likely. The old chancellor was at his wit's end and said, Aheng is the eldest grandson of the emperor of Dayan, Jiao Jiao is the adopted son of the duke's manor. If they really fought, it would be very awkward. Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at him. Was this a question of whether it was awkward or not? The old chancellor coughed lightly. Then, what do you plan to do? What was she going to do? If it were up to her, she would have brought the children back to Zhao country immediately, far away from the Yan country. But that was impossible. From the moment the children stepped into the Yan kingdom, their fate was already tied to the Yan kingdom. She only hoped that Zhao Jiao would not go to war again. There were so many famous generals in the great Yan clan, so there was no need for a girl to go on an expedition, right? But when Gu Jiao went to find Black Wind King as soon as she entered the courtyard, Empress Dowager Zhuang understood that she was going to the battlefield again. Empress Dowager Zhuang silently returned to her room. Ah, Zhuang, the old chancellor glanced at Dukan and second master Jing on the wheelchair across from him and smiled, excuse me for a moment. He chased over to Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in front of the window, looking at the crabapple tree in the courtyard. The old chancellor asked, what are you doing? You left without saying a word. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not speak. The old chancellor sighed, things have not reached that point yet, right? Don't first. She is only 16. Empress Dowager Zhuang spoke. The old chancellor was startled. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered her eyes and took out a new pouch from her wide sleeve. There are still 2 months before she turns 17. Last year, she was at war for her birthday, and this year, she is at war again. 15 or 16 years old was the age of innocence. She should be in her boudoir and receive the protection of her parents, but she had already gone to war twice. Jiao Jiao had never had a good day's rest. She thought that she had been tired enough in this life, but seeing Jiao Jiao, she felt that she was not tired enough. If she was a bit more tired, would she be able to share a bit more of Jiao Jiao's burden? Great aunt. Gu Jiao's voice came from the door. She knocked on the door, can I come in? Empress Dowager Zhuang put away the pouch and said in a normal tone, come in. Gu Jiao pushed open the door and entered. Looking at the old chancellor, she said, oh, great uncle is also here. The old chancellor calmly glanced at Zhuang Jins, who no longer had any trace of melancholy. Smiling, he asked Gu Jiao, is there something you need? Gu Jiao said, it's nothing much, it's just that, the situation in Yen is not too good. Aheng and I discussed it a bit and decided to find someone to escort you back to Zhao first. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, even if you did not say it, we were planning to leave. After staying for so long, we are already tired of it. The Han family and the Nangong family's defection completely disrupted their original plans. The 10 great families and Dayan's ruler were no longer the enemies in front of them. The armies of the 5 countries were. The old chancellor understood Zhuang Jins. She definitely would not abandon Gu Jiao. The reason that she wanted to leave was because she had a reason that she had to leave. He very quickly thought through the crux of the matter and said to Gu Jiao, your great-aunt's meaning is that we should quickly set out and do our best to reach Qishui Pass before Zhao launches their attack. Don't let the 2 countries really start fighting. Jin and Liang countries had no way of stopping them, but Zhao, Chen and Zhao countries could still fight for them. Regardless of who the general of Zhao country was, he and Zhuang Jins could stop them. As for Qin country, Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng discussed it and decided that Xiaoheng would go and negotiate with Yuan Tang. Xiaoheng would bring Gu Jiao's handwritten letter and the golden seal of the Yan Emperor's grandson. In fact, it was most appropriate to let Gu Jiao handle this matter. After all, Yuan Tang had a relationship with Gu Jiao. Yuan Tang had told Gu Jiao more than once that the future crown prince of Qin country owed her a favor and would return it to her in the future, However, they might not necessarily meet Yuan Tang this time. Secondly, Gu Jiao had a more important task to do. Yuan Tang knew Xiaoheng and was led out of the capital by Xiaoheng. Therefore, Xiaoheng was the second best choice. Xiaoheng's purpose was not only to stop Qin country from going to war with Yan country, but also to use Qin country's forces to stop Zhao country, which was taking a detour. It was not an easy task, but if they could not stop the two countries, once the eastern border of the Yan kingdom was breached, the morale of the western border would plummet, and the war with the Jin state and the Liang state would be even more difficult. After confirming the plans of both sides, Xiaoheng went to the imperial palace and told Shang Guanyan the plan. Shang Guanyan had a fierce discussion with the military ministers of various aristocratic families for the whole night and finally finalized all the plans. Xiaoheng would go to Xianxia Pass in the northeast as the Yan emperor's grandson and negotiate with Qin country's army. Wang Su would lead an army to escort him. Dukan would go to Qishui Pass in the southeast as the Yan emperor's envoy to negotiate with Zhao country's army. The Feng family's patriarch, Feng Wuxiu, would lead an army to escort him. The reason why the young Feng Wuxiu was chosen was because he had a powerful elder brother, Taoist priest Qing Feng. Granddad and son-in-law would be arranged in the accompanying team. Next was the choice of the western border. Tianshan Pass and Yanmen Pass were both in the western border of Yan country. The Black Wind cavalry could reach there in 15 days, while the infantry and supplies needed 1 month. In other words, it was likely to be September when they arrived there. Outside the throne room, Shang Guanyan looked at the west in a daze. It's already very cold in Tianshan Pass in September. Let the soldiers wear warm clothes. Xiaoheng looked at her deeply. What are you going to do? Shang Guanyan whispered, I'm going to ask for another imperial edict. The odds of winning this war were too small. The morale of the soldiers of Yan country was not high. If they wanted to win, they needed the emperor to go to war to boost their morale. However, the emperor was old and had just caught a cold. Obviously, it was not suitable for him to travel far. On the same day, the emperor issued an imperial edict, conferring the third princess Shang Guanyan as the crown princess of Yan country. She would go to war on behalf of the emperor and take command of the western border. Accompanying her were 50,000 Black Wind cavalry and 120,000 imperial troops. This was all the troops that Xingdu could deploy at present. The rest of the troops were either taken away by the Han family and the Nangong family, or they were guarding the borders and different cities. They could not be easily mobilized. In the Guigong mansion, Gu Jiao was trying on the armor for the Black Wind King. He also had his own armor. The previous one was left in the Han family. This one was made by Guigong, and Gu Qingfeng came over and curled his lips. Our military strength is not even half of theirs. How are we going to fight? He didn't realize that he used the word we. Gu Jiao adjusted the Black Wind King's armor and said, we'll fight as we should. Gu Qingfeng was about to say something when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Chongqing at the door. Big brother. Gu Chongqing's body had significantly improved. His spirit looked good. He had a long sword hanging on his waist and a bag on his back. It looked like he was going to go on a long journey. Gu Chongqing looked at his sister and said, such a dangerous thing, do you plan to go alone? Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, you have a more important mission. The army in the west was set to leave on the 20th of August. On the night before departure, Gu Jiao decided to go to the royal advisor hall. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Xiaoheng standing in front of her door. What's the matter? She asked in a daze. Xiaoheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he stopped. If there's anything you want to say, just say it, Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng lowered his eyes and handed over the 2 boxes in his hands. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng was somewhat embarrassed. He took a deep breath and said, the box on top is your birthday present from last year. It was prepared long ago. You went to the frontier in a hurry, so I didn't have time to give it to you. This time, I probably won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you, so I'll give you the present first. Gu Jiao opened the box. Last year's birthday present was a golden charcoal pencil. The outer shell was made of pure gold, and there was a rotating one inside that could change the charcoal core. Wow, it was the ancient version of an automatic pencil. This year's birthday present was a small booklet with gold foil and a pair of hairpins. Speaking of which, her booklet was indeed almost used up. It was not strange to give a pen and booklet, but it was rare to see a hairpin. Sure enough, she had grown up. Her gift-giving was not like stepping on a landmine like before. Gu Jiao's fingertips gently touched the white jade hairpin. I like it very much. Thank you. Xiaoheng saw that she cherished it very much, and he knew that he had finally given the right gift this time. He secretly sighed and said, were you going to go out just now? You go first. Oh, okay. Gu Jiao turned around and put away the brocade box, then stepped out of the room. Looking at her departing figure, Xiaoheng calmed himself down. He suppressed the nervousness in his eyes and called out to her, Gu Jiao, Jiao, when you come back, let's get married. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him with a confused expression. Didn't we already get married? Xiaoheng smiled gently. It's not Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's mother, it's Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao. I want to marry you, in the name of Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao's lips curved slightly. Okay. When I come back, I'll marry you. Digression. Oh, good morning. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels can be read for free. There are novels with connotations that you can't find on the internet here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1059555022. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. Com Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. The novel was updated more quickly. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found online. When Gu Jiao came out of Feng's courtyard, she caught a glimpse of a little figure peeking out from behind a big tree. Gu Jiao walked over. Jing Kong? Little Jing Kong was stunned for a moment, then he scratched his head and walked out. Ah, I was discovered. Gu Jiao touched his little head. Were you waiting for me? Yes, yes. Little Jing Kong hesitated for a moment, then nodded seriously. He raised his tender little face and looked at Gu Jiao with his big blinking eyes. His thick and curly eyelashes made him look like a little eyelash fairy. Jiao Jiao, are you going to war again? He asked reluctantly, why do you always have to go to war? Gu Jiao didn't know how to answer this question. She knelt down on one knee in front of him and suddenly realized that little Jing Kong had grown taller. In the past, she could easily see the top of his head from this position, but now they were really at eye level. I can watch you grow up. That's great. Gu Jiao picked up a leaf that had fallen on his shoulder and said softly, everyone has their own things to do. It's their duty to save the dying and heal the injured, to protect the country and the people. Little Jing Kong didn't quite understand. He thought for a moment, then clenched his little fists and said, then my responsibility must be to protect Jiao Jiao. I want to learn martial arts. I want to grow up. I'll go to war in the future. I don't need to go to Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao touched his little head and said with a smile, war is not fun. Little Jing Kong frowned and said, but war is very tiring. I don't want Jiao Jiao to suffer. Gu Jiao said, it's not tiring for me. Little Jing Kong couldn't bear to part with her, so he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. Gu Jiao hugged him for a long time before coaxing him back to his room to sleep. After the little fellow fell asleep, Gu Jiao took the carriage to the state preceptor hall. In the purple bamboo forest, the imperial tutor was sitting in the central room playing chess. The crown prince and the house of Han had fallen from power, and the matter of the fake monarch had come to light. Naturally, the Imperial Advisor Hall was cleared of any wrongdoing and the lockdown was lifted. Old Mr. Meng had already left. The Imperial Preceptor was playing chess with himself. The disciple who was originally on duty went to do something, and Yi Qing sat on the side, respectfully waiting for the master's orders. I'm not playing anymore. The state preceptor suddenly put the chess piece back into the box. Yi Qing hurriedly moved over and sorted the black and white chess pieces, and then packed the chessboard. At this moment, Yuhi's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Master, Lord Xiao is here. Let him in," the imperial tutor said. Gu Jiao entered the bamboo hut. It was already late at night. Feather fans and colored glass lamps were hung in the corridor. The transparency of this colored glass was almost the same as the glass in his previous life. At first glance, he could tell that it was far superior to the craftsmanship of the Liang kingdom. "When did you put it up? It's so beautiful," Gu Jiao said. "I put it up for the moon festival." Yi Qing invited Gu Jiao into the hut. It's usually hung up until the end of the month. The moon festival, also known as the Mid-Autumn Festival, was a tradition of the Great Yin to admire the moon and hang up lanterns. Gu Jiao sat down across from the imperial tutor. "The state preceptor must have gone through a lot to come down to the mortal world, yet you still celebrate this kind of folk festival." The state preceptor speechlessly glanced at her. "Play a game of chess with me." He decided not to bicker with her. "Sure. Seeing that I've misunderstood you for so long, I'll play with you." Yi Qing took out the chessboard that was finally tidied up, rearranged it, and went to make a pot of fruit tea. The fruit tea had its own fruity fragrance, but it wasn't too sweet. It was very suitable for Gu Jiao's taste. "You play black," the state preceptor said. "Okay." Gu Jiao didn't refuse. She played black first. She put a piece on the small eye in the upper right corner of the chessboard. The state preceptor looked at this piece and was in a trance for a moment. "Why aren't you playing?" Gu Jiao blinked and asked. "Don't tell me you don't know how to play?" "Who said I don't know how to play?" The state preceptor coldly picked up a white piece and put it on the chessboard. "I'm here to get the small medicine box," Gu Jiao said. "By the way, I want to say goodbye to you." During this time, Gu Chongqing had been hiding in the intensive care unit to secretly practice the pirated Death Warrior's secret manual. Gu Jiao turned a blind eye and kept the small medicine box in the secret room. Now that Gu Chongqing had left, she should also take the small medicine box to battle. The state preceptor snorted, "You still came to say goodbye to me, how rare." Gu Jiao put down a black piece. "Why don't you clarify?" The state preceptor's hand that was holding the piece paused. This question came out of nowhere, and Yi Qing was confused. However, the state preceptor understood what Gu Jiao was referring to after a short moment of thought. "There's no need," he said. The tragedy of the Xianyuan family had already happened. It wasn't something that could be exchanged for the lives of so many members of the Xianyuan family just by saying that it wasn't him who leaked the news. Moreover, it was indeed his oversight that year. He actually allowed a spy from the Jin country to infiltrate the state preceptor hall and become his most trusted disciple. The state preceptor didn't ask how she knew the truth. After putting down a piece, he calmly said, "Tianshan Pass and Yanmen Pass aren't far apart. The armies of the Jin and Liang countries might have the opportunity to meet each other. You should be careful of Jin country's Gong Sunyu and Liang country's Chufeiping. Both of them are divine generals with illustrious military achievements." In the dream, the 7 sons of Xianyuan, Taoist Qing Feng, and Mu Qingchen all fell at the hands of Gong Sunyu. As for Chufeiping, he was also a tough nut to crack. He was the one who led the army to encircle the Black Wind cavalry that was trapped in Mount Liang. The Black Wind cavalry fought to the last man before finally dying under the rain of arrows from the Chu family army. Even if the state preceptor didn't say anything, she would still pay special attention to them. Since the state preceptor said it, it meant that he was sincerely thinking for her. "I will pay attention," Gu Jiao said. The state preceptor was used to seeing her choking people half to death. Now that she was suddenly so obedient, he didn't know what to do. "You lost." Gu Jiao looked at the chessboard and said. Yi Qing was slightly stunned, and stretched his neck to look at the chessboard. The state preceptor really did lose. Yi Qing was even more shocked. Master's chess skills were very exquisite. He was unrivaled under Elder Meng, yet he actually lost to Xiao Lulang. From the situation on the chessboard, there was no such thing as master giving way. Therefore, Xiao Liulang's chess skills were really exquisite. Yi Qing looked at his master again. Master's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of surprise, as if it was something expected. "Master." Could it be that he played chess with Xiao Lulang? Or could it be that Master learned about Xiao Lulang's chess skills from Elder Meng? Yi Qing was more and more unable to understand the relationship between his master and Xiao Lulang. Sometimes, he would have the illusion that they had known each other for a long time. Gu Jiao stood up. Okay, the chess game is over. I should go. The safety of Xingdu, I'll have to trouble the State Preceptor Hall. The State Preceptor calmly said, okay. This was her third purpose for coming to the State Preceptor Hall. She wanted the State Preceptor to promise to protect Xingdu. Everyone had left, and Xingdu had become an empty shell. The State Preceptor and Xian Yuanli were good friends, and the State Preceptor Hall was created by the Lord of Shadows of the Xian Yuan family. No one could tell how loyal the State Preceptor was to the monarch. Therefore, Gu Jiao needed his personal guarantee. The State Preceptor looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. I will guard Xingdu and wait for your return. Gu Jiao waved her finger coolly and stepped into the boundless night. The autumn wind blew into the purple bamboo forest, and the glazed lanterns under the corridor gently rotated and swayed. In the study, the portrait of the general wearing black armor and holding a red tasseled spear was blown open with a snap. But this time, the person in the portrait had a face. After coming out of the State Preceptor Hall, Gu Jiao went back to the Duke's mansion. She had to go to the barracks after packing her things. She would set off with the army tomorrow morning. Dukan was waiting for her at the door of Feng's courtyard. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were also peeking at her in the room. Dukan came to say goodbye to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was going to the battlefield, so he had to leave. On the surface, he was going to negotiate, but in fact, he was going to cover for his great-aunt and son-in-law, and also meet Xiao Heng's biological father. He had to see what kind of person his future in-laws were. He had heard from Gu Qingfeng that Xiao Heng married her under another person's identity, so strictly speaking, this marriage was not valid. As for their marriage, the two families had to carefully discuss it. The two did not say too many words of farewell. Gu Jiao told him some things to pay attention to during his rehabilitation, and he also told Gu Jiao to take care of herself. Gu Jiao said, I will. I'm still waiting to see you stand up. Dukan's eyes flashed with a smile. He wrote on the armrest, I will. I will definitely stand up and send you off in a glorious way. So, you must come back safely. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan did not want to leave. The two little men said that they wanted to stay in Xingdu and return to Zhao country together after Gu Jiao won the war. Gu Jiao did not agree. If I leave, your brother-in-law will leave, and great-aunt and son-in-law will also leave. Who will take care of you? Not to mention Madame Nan and Master Lu, it's not easy for them to come. We can't trouble them anymore. Gu Yan said, we can take care of ourselves. Gu Xiaoshan did not listen to his sister for the first time. Yes. We are adults. Gu Jiao pinched their faces. Adults? You haven't even grown hair yet. Humph, Gu Yan said, I'm only half a day younger than you. Gu Jiao made up her mind. The three little men must go back to Zhao country with her great-aunt and son-in-law. Gu Yan said with a depressed face, it's okay if you don't let us stay, but at least take this. Then, he took out a box and put it on the table. And mine. Gu Xiaoshan also took out his own. These were the hidden weapons that Master Lu made for them. Last time, they secretly put them next to Gu Jiao's pillow, and Gu Jiao put them back. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and looked at the two. You two even learned how to negotiate. Who taught you the art of speech? If they had asked her to accept this at the beginning, she would not have agreed. But the two of them first made an even more outrageous request. In comparison, this small request was very insignificant. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows and snorted. No one taught them. They are self-taught. They are gifted. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. It seemed that these days, the two of them eavesdropped on us doing bad things. They learned all these little tricks. In the end, Gu Jiao accepted it. Because this was the only way they could feel a little relieved. After tidying up, Gu Jiao went to her great-aunt's room one last time. Her great-aunt was asleep. Gu Jiao did not wake her up. She walked over and gently put a jar of pickled candied fruit on the table. Then she went to the bed and whispered in her great-aunt's ear, you can only eat 3 candied fruits a day. You can't eat more. When you finish eating all of them, I will come back. The night in August was a little cold. Gu Jiao pulled the quilt over her great aunt and tiptoed out of the room. The armor made a sound of friction. She quickly pressed it down and looked back at her great aunt. She sighed and closed the door. In the darkness, Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were red. She shed a tear and closed her eyes as if nothing had happened. At 3 in the morning, the Black Wind camp began to break camp. 50,000 cavalrymen were about to embark on the journey to the west. The imperial edict to set out had only been issued 3 days ago, but Gu Jiao had given the order 10 days in advance to prepare to break camp. Thus, everything had already been prepared. Among all the troops, the Black Wind camp was the most unhurried and orderly. Gu Jiao came to her tent. Teacher Hu had been waiting for a long time. When he saw her, Teacher Hu walked over with small steps. The weather had turned cold, but he still did not throw away the cattail leaf fan in his hand. He bowed and said, "Your Excellency, the 6 commanders have just come to report that the 3 main camps have been assembled and are waiting for your orders." Gu Jiao said, "Take me to see them." Teacher Hu hurriedly said, "Yes." All the training grounds were occupied by horses and cavalrymen. The vanguard camp had 10,000 soldiers, the assault camp had 25,000, and the reserve camp had 15,000. The reserve camp was mainly responsible for supplies, logistics, medical treatment, and backup Black Wind cavalrymen. Due to the disparity in military strength, even some Black Wind cavalrymen under 3 years old were brought along. The youngest one was only 2.5 years old. When the horse trainer saw Gu Jiao walk over, his face darkened. It was obvious that he disliked this arrangement. Teacher Hu coughed and explained, "We have no choice. There are too many supplies. In order to ensure the combat strength of the adult horses, the provisions have to be pulled by these young horses." 2.5 years old horses were already able to work. However, this was not ordinary work. It was a journey of thousands of miles, full of unknown dangers. They might not be able to come back after going. The baby horses were very excited and jumped behind the horse king. They were young and did not know what was waiting for them. Gu Jiao took a deep look at the ponies jumping around and said, "Leave the ponies under the age of 3. The horse king was speechless. The horse trainer looked at Gu Jiao in astonishment. Gu Jiao did not seem to notice his gaze. She patted the horse king's neck and turned to patrol the other camps. She could feel that everyone was looking at her with unfamiliar eyes. Even though she had taken the position of commander, she was still not truly accepted by them. They listened to her orders not because they respected her, but because it was their duty to follow orders. When Gu Jiao finished her patrol, it was already 5 in the morning. After entering autumn, the night was not so bad, but the sky was still dark. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King stood in the wind. She patted the armor on the Black Wind King's horse and asked softly, "Are you ready, boss?" The 16-year-old Black Wind King's aura was fully unleashed. The war horses on the training ground felt the Black Wind King's fighting spirit. It was as if they were summoned with endless fighting spirit. Their eyes and breathing were different. The cavalrymen looked at their mounts in astonishment. Such a situation had never happened before. However, this was not the most shocking thing. They saw the newly appointed Commander Xiao take something from the Black Wind King's saddle and reach out to Teacher Hu. "Give me the flagpole," Gu Jiao said. Hey. Yes. Teacher Hu hurriedly brought the empty flagpole over with both hands. "Madam, here. You mentioned it to me last time. I have already prepared it." He did not understand why Madam wanted the flagpole. Wasn't the Great Yan Kingdom's flag already carried by the vanguard camp? In the next second, Gu Jiao unfolded the cloth in her hand with a snap. No, that was not a cloth, it was a flag. It was white with black edges, and in the middle was an eagle soaring in the sky. "Eagle, it's the eagle flag." Someone in the cavalry camp could not help but exclaim. The eagle flag was originally the insignia of the Black Wind camp. Later, it gradually became the insignia of the entire Xianxia family. The eagle flag also became the commander's flag of the Xianxia family. Ever since the Xianxia family was destroyed, the eagle flag was also destroyed. Gu Jiao put the flag on the flagpole and held it with both hands. she nimbly mounted the horse. She did not say anything unnecessary. She only carried the Xianyuan family's commander's flag with a determined gaze. The old subordinates of the Xianyuan family all had tears in their eyes. A 60-year-old general sitting on the back of a horse suddenly burst into tears. Wenrencheng, it's time to leave. What are you looking at? Outside the reserve camp, a soldier reminded Wenrencheng, who was staring blankly. Wenrencheng did not reply. He stared blankly at the youth on the back of a horse. The youth's shoulders were still very young, but he was resolutely carrying the Xianyuan family's commander's flag. He was carrying a heavy burden that should not be carried at his age. He was going to protect the country that the Xianyuan family had protected with their blood. What was he doing? Wenrencheng, what are you doing? Wenrencheng, stand up. Don't lose to me. I am only 16. If you lose to me, you will lose face. Wenrencheng, I, Xianyuansheng, do not like anyone. You better not fail to live up to my trust. Wenrencheng, do you have eyes or not? The arrow is already at your head. Don't you know how to dodge? Wenrencheng, kill your way out, don't die here. Wenrencheng's memories swept through his mind. He could not differentiate between Xianyuansheng and the youth on the horse. The Xianyuan family's commander's flag fluttered in the wind under the sunlight. Gu Jiao sternly said, "All Black Wind cavalry, listen to my orders. We will follow the crown princess to attack the enemy. We do not know the dangers of this trip. We do not know if you will live or die. If you do not want to go, you can stay. I will not punish you." No one would stay. Gu Jiao retracted her gaze and raised the commander's flag. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Let's go. Digression, this part was a bit difficult to write. Khan Ka was bald from head to toe. He could not sleep to the point of doubting his life. 2 monthly tickets to cheer me on. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1059349093. HTML Genius will remember this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The sky was still dark and the east was gray. It seemed that today was going to be a cloudy day. Chengdu had suddenly cooled down after entering autumn. Although it wasn't a bad thing, for the people of Chengdu who were used to the hot summer, there was an indescribable strangeness. The army was setting out today, and the weather was like this. It didn't seem like a good sign. Many people thought pessimistically. In a shabby alley outside Chengdu, Li Shan didn't sleep for the entire night. He sat in a daze for an entire night, holding an iron plate that was almost worn flat in his hand. It was not until he heard the sound of someone turning over in the next room that he put away the iron plate, lifted the curtain, and went to the kitchen. He cooked a pot of millet porridge for Li Shan's mother, steamed a few steamed buns, and boiled 2 eggs. Since the last time the people in the barracks sent him his retirement pay and related compensation, he had repaid his family's debt. He still had some money left. So he didn't need to be as tight as before. He couldn't bear to eat the eggs, so he brought them all to Li Shan's mother. When he arrived at Li Shan's mother's room, she was already up. She was dressed neatly, her hair was combed and shiny, and she even put on her wedding hairpin. "Mother, he wasn't used to Li Shan's mother suddenly being dressed so formally. Li Shan's mother smiled and said, "Sit down and eat." "Okay." Li Shan sat down beside Li Shan's mother and handed her a spoon. He took her other hand and let her touch the porridge bowl. Li Shan's mother laughed and said, "Okay, it's not like I can't eat." Li Shan peeled 2 boiled eggs for his mother. Li Shan's mother skillfully took one and put it in his bowl. You eat too. Don't just eat me. I've already eaten, Li Shan said. Mother's eyes are blind, not her heart, Li Shan's mother said. Li Shan opened his mouth. Mother. Li Shan's mother smiled sadly. I've already packed your things. After breakfast, you can leave. Li Shan was stunned. He turned his head and looked around his mother's room. Sure enough, he saw a bundle on the bed. He was astonished. Mother, you, Li Du's mother smiled and said, when you were cooking, I went to your room to clean up. Did you see if I left anything behind? Don't wait until we leave the city. We won't be able to get it even if we want to. Li Shan took a steamed bun and said. I didn't say I was going out of the city. Mrs. Li said, you can fool your mother, but can you fool yourself? Ever since your friend from the barracks came, you've been taking out that iron plate every day to look at it. Mother can't see it, but mother can touch it. The edges and corners of the iron plate are almost flattened by your touch. The last sentence was obviously an exaggeration, but every time Motherly went to his room, she could feel the lingering warmth of the metal pendant. Once or twice was a coincidence, but after a while, it meant that he was constantly taking out the metal pendant to reminisce about it. Motherly sighed. Mother isn't someone who doesn't know what's going on outside. Mother has heard that the Han family has fallen, and the Black Wind Cavalry has changed owners. To be able to return your retirement money, it should be a wise master. Son, you should go. We can't let the bastards of Jean and Liang bully us. Li Shan's heart skipped a beat. He looked at his mother and said, Mother. Mrs. Li blamed herself and said, Mother has been holding you back all these years. Mother didn't go to school and can't read many words, but Mother remembers what you said before you joined the army. You said you wanted to serve the imperial court and be the bravest general of Great Yin. If it wasn't for Mother, you would have done it long ago. Li Shan hurriedly shook his head and said, No, Mother, Mrs. Li patted the back of his hand and said, Okay, don't say any more. If you continue, we won't be able to make it in time. Hurry up and eat. Don't worry about Mother, Mother can take care of herself. Mother, go, son, do what you should do. Li Shan took a bite of the steamed bun. His throat was swollen and his eyes were dry. He tried his best to hold back his tears. No one could understand the struggle in his heart. This was his mother who gave birth to him and raised him. His father passed away early, and it was his mother who painstakingly raised him. But in the end, he couldn't fulfill his filial duties in front of his mother. Mother! He knelt on the ground with a plop, his forehead touching the ground as he heavily kowtowed 3 times. His tears dripped onto the ground with a resounding sound. Your son is unfilial. Your son can't repay Mother's kindness in raising me. He didn't know if he could come back alive from the border. Just pretend that you didn't give birth to this unfilial son. In the next life, I will be your son again. Crane Restaurant. Zhao Dengfeng was called to the kitchen to cook before the sun rose. Ever since Gu Jiao forcefully bought his restaurant, he was forced to be a cook. Every day, he was either cutting or cooking, and today was no exception. But today, he was particularly absent-minded. The Han family and the Namgong family openly rebelled and fled to the border. They colluded with the Jin and Liang kingdoms and opened the border gate. Even the crown princess, a woman, had to go to war on behalf of the emperor. The crown princess's martial arts had been crippled long ago. And she was no different from an ordinary person. No, there was still something different. An ordinary person's back would not be pierced with a few iron nails. All the troops that could be mobilized in Chengdu were gathering at the West City Gate. Mount Hill Town also sent a troop over. The deputy general of that troop was a frequent customer of Crane Restaurant. He was a guy who was full of nonsense and liked to brag and flatter. He had a lot of debts at Crane Restaurant and never had the intention to pay them back. Letting this kind of person go to war, wouldn't it be sending the rebels to their deaths? The more Zhao Dengfeng thought about it, the angrier he got. His kitchen knife swished. Beside him, Chef Xing noticed that something was wrong. He frowned and asked, Hey! Chef Zhao, why are you so angry? Who offended you? Don't break your knife. Zhao Dengfeng said angrily, It's none of your business. Chef Xing was shocked by his raised kitchen knife. Thinking that this guy had killed people before, he didn't dare to argue with him. He rolled his eyes and walked away. The messy sound of horse hooves came from the street. Why was it messy? Actually, to an ordinary person, it sounded quite orderly. But Zhao Dengfeng was a cavalryman from the Black Wind camp. He would despise even a horse's hooves. How did you lead your soldiers? How did you train your horses? With this kind of riding skill, the formation will be messed up before the battle. Chop chop chop, I'll chop, I'll chop, I'll chop 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 chop, chop your grandpa, I won't chop anymore. Zhao Dengfeng smashed the kitchen knife on the chopping board and turned to leave. At the West City Gate, the monarch led the civil and military officials to send the soldiers off. Earlier, there was a rumor among the people that the monarch was scared out of his wits and suffered a stroke on the spot because of the invasion of Jin and Liang. This news was a fatal blow to the morale and the people's hearts. It was originally a war with a slim chance of victory. If even the monarch of a country was scared out of his wits, then the great Yan kingdom would really be destroyed. But today, all the people saw the emperor in high spirits. The emperor showed up and used his actions to tell the whole world that the monarch of the great Yan kingdom was not scared out of his wits. Instead, he was filled with endless fighting spirit. The old monarch reappeared the great Yan kingdom's eagle flag and reignited the almost extinguished confidence of the people. Maybe this war could really be won. Must win. After watching the crown princess and Gu Jiao lead the army out of the West City Gate, Xiaoheng, who was behind the crowd, said to Long Yi beside him, "We should also set off." Long Yi held a box of charcoal pencil and stared blankly for a long time until he could no longer see the back view of Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng and his Greytance group all went east. After leaving Liaozhou, both sides separated into two groups. Xiaoheng, Long Yi, and Wang Su's army often went to the northeast Blue Snow Pass. As for Ongwa Duke, his Greytance group as well as Feng Wuxiu's army, they went to the southeast Red Water Pass. Taoist priest Qing Feng also followed. After Sheng Guanyan and Gu Jiao's group left Xingdu, the first news they received from the border was from Yuzhou, which was 100 miles away. At that time, they had just set up camp outside a village. The kind-hearted villagers invited them to live in the village, but Sheng Guanyan refused. Sheng Guanyan sat in her tent. On her left side was the general of infantry, Wang Man. He was Wang Su's uncle and was a veteran. Wang family was not a military aristocratic family. In Wang Man's generation, he was the only one who learned martial arts. And in Wang Su's generation, only Wang Su inherited his martial arts. But in those years, Wang Man had followed Xianyuanli to battle and had the experience of fighting against the armies of Jin and Liang. Therefore, the monarch suggested to bring this person and conferred him the title of General Jianwei. He was the highest-ranking general in the camp. He had many military merits and was rather conceited. He almost didn't look at anyone other than the crown princess, especially the youngest Gu Jiao. On his other side sat General Wei Junting of the archery camp. He was 38 years old this year. On the right side of Sheng Guanyan were Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen was the personal bodyguard of the crown princess. He was mainly responsible for the safety of the crown princess and had no official position in the camp. Gu Qingfeng didn't come for the time being. Before the monarch recovered, he had to play the role of the monarch and stay in Xingdu to stabilize the morale of the army and the people. Sheng Guanyan said, "Just now, I sent an urgent secret letter. Everyone has read it. I don't know what everyone thinks about it." Wang Man said angrily, "Humph. The Nangong family has gone too far. They actually used the name of justice to fool the people at the border. It's really shameless. There were not many wars in Xingdu. Most of the things about the Xianyuan family were heard. But the border had experienced countless wars. Everyone saw how the Xianyuan family fought to the death to protect the people at the border. After the Xianyuan family was exterminated, the border was filled with whales. The Nangong family took advantage of this. After coming to the border, they first announced that the monarch had exterminated the Xianyuan family because of a prophecy, and then lied that they had just received the news. It turned out that they had been deceived by the monarch all these years. They wanted to avenge the Xianyuan family. What's more, they claimed that there were still people alive in the Xianyuan family and that they were protecting them in the dark. They were willing to fight for the descendants of the Xianyuan family. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, They wanted to choose a real monarch for the great Yan kingdom. The people were persuaded. They opened the city gate and directly welcomed the Nangong family's army into the city. Many of the guards in the city were former subordinates of the Xianyuan family. Since they were here to avenge the Xianyuan family, everyone was on the same side. The Nangong family took over Chuyang City in the Yanmen Pass almost effortlessly. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1059145660. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile version website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. Nangong family used the state preceptor Hall's prophecy to clear the obstacles for themselves. She had to say, this trick seemed to be nothing new, but it was very useful. In ancient times, to revolt, the safest operation was to borrow the name of heaven. The husband is the boat, and the people are the water. The water can carry the boat, but it can also overturn it. Never underestimate the power of the people's hearts. Shang Guanyan's eyes passed the old General Wang man and fell on Wei Junting's face. What does General Wei think? Wei Junting said with a dignified look, Nangong family has seized a wave of opportunity. If this continues, we will lose more cities. It's easy for them to take it, but it will be difficult for us to take it back. The border cities were carefully designed to prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. They were easy to defend and difficult to attack. In addition, Nangong family's army was waiting for the exhausted, so their combat power would be better. Shang Guanyan looked at Gu Jiao again. Commander Xiao, what do you think? Gu Jiao looked at the map on the table and pointed to the west of Yanmen Pass. The Liang country's garrison has advanced 100 feet to the border. They have already crossed the border. The reason why they haven't broken through Yanmen Pass is because their military strength is not strong enough. They are the same as us. The Imperial Army is on the way. We must seize the opportunity and recapture Chuyang before the Liang country's Imperial Army arrives at the border. Shang Guanyan nodded in agreement. Wang Man disdainfully snorted, a child is a child. Who can't think of such a simple method? Why do you think I didn't say it? Gu Jiao seriously thought for a moment. Are you afraid? Ignorant brat. Wang Man slammed his palm on the table and leaped up. Wei Junting hurriedly got up and stopped him. General Wang. General Wang. Calm down. Calm down. Shang Guanyan looked at Wang Man and said, General Wang, do you want to use force in front of this one? You dare to scare my daughter-in-law, you're tired of living. Wei Junting continued to be the peacemaker. Commander Xiao and Great General Wang are just joking. Great General Wang is a magnanimous person, please don't bicker with the younger generation. Humph. Because the crown princess was present, Wang Man was given a way out, but he still reluctantly came down. The two of them sat back on their cushions. Shang Guanyan knew Gu Jiao very well. She knew that Gu Jiao would not talk nonsense. Since she proposed it, it meant that she already had a plan in mind. However, what Wang Man said was not wrong. This plan did not work. Shang Guanyan pointed to the map and said, we are now in this place. If we rush to Chuyang City, it will take us a month. If we force our way, it will take us more than 20 days. The Liang Kingdom's army is not that far from the border. They will arrive in less than 20 days. Gu Jiao said, according to the speed of the whole army, we can't catch up, but the Black Wind Cavalry can. The Black Wind Cavalry will only need half a month to reach Chuyang. Shang Guanyan was slightly surprised. You want to force the army? The cavalry's speed was faster than the infantry, but in order to ensure the horses' combat power, they can't ride too fast. If they rush, it will take at least 20 days, half a month. It will overdraft the horses' physical strength. No, we still have to force the army. Gu Jiao pointed to the map and said, if we pass through the mountain range in Liuzhou, it will be a straight line. We can reach Xianxia County. Wang Man was dissatisfied. That mountain range is very dangerous. So far, no army has ever passed through it. I passed through it. Gu Jiao said in her heart. In her dream, the Xianyuan army paid a great price to pass through that mountain range. This time, she knew how to avoid those dangers. Wang Man cupped his hands and said, Your Highness the Crown Princess. This is not a trivial matter. I don't care what means he used to become the Black Wind Cavalry's commander, but war is not a child's play. He can't just take it for granted and let the entire Black Wind Battalion be buried in his hands. After all, the Black Wind Battalion was their most powerful force. If this kid doesn't know how to command, then let someone else take command. Don't waste such a good military resource. Shang Guanyan turned her head and looked at Gu Jiao. Are you sure? Mu Qingchen's eyes slightly moved. He heard the crown princess's trust in Gu Jiao. This made him puzzled. I'm sure. Gu Jiao said with certainty. Shang Guanyan nodded. That's good. Wang Man's face changed. Your Highness the Crown Princess. Shang Guanyan said, This one has made up her mind. General Wang, you don't need to persuade me. This one will bear all the consequences. At this point, even if Wang Man wanted to stop her, he couldn't pull out his sword and force the Crown Princess to change her mind. Humph. He stood up, with one hand behind his back, and the other hand patted his thigh back and forth twice to vent his dissatisfaction. Then, with a cold face, he left. Gu Jiao stared at him. You're simply treating the battlefield as a child's play. Xiao Lulang is like this, and the Crown Princess is also like this. I really don't know why His Majesty sent a woman to fight on his behalf. Is there no prince in the royal family? Li Wang, Su Wang, and Wang, which one of them is not better than a crippled Crown Princess? Wang Man said this after he left the tent. But the people in the tent had good hearing. Wei Junting smiled awkwardly. Shang Guanyan's expression didn't change much. She said to Wei Junting, You can leave. This one has something to say to Commander Xiao. Yes, this one will take his leave. Wei Junting got up and saluted, then turned and left the tent. Mu Qingchen also got up. Shang Guanyan said, Mu Qingchen, you stay. This one also has something to tell you. Half an hour later, Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao came out of Shang Guanyan's tent. At this time, the sky was completely dark. The soldiers made a fire and made dinner. After eating, they rested and patrolled. The two walked on the path in the middle of the tent. Teacher who greeted them, Darren. Have you had dinner? This one left some steamed buns for you. I've eaten. Gu Jiao said, Leave it here. I'll eat it tomorrow morning. Teacher who was stunned, Yes. How can I let you eat it? Can't I eat it myself? Mu Qingchen frowned and looked at Gu Jiao. I really don't understand you. Gu Jiao glanced at him strangely. You don't need to understand me. Mu Qingchen was choked by her words. Fortunately, he was used to it. While walking side by side with her, he said, I apologize to you about Nangongli. Although the fact that Nangong family colluded with the crown prince and framed the real imperial grandson was not announced to the world, as the legitimate son of one of the 10 great families, he had heard a little about it. However, he didn't know that the real imperial grandson was Xiaoheng and Shang Guanqing. Gu Jiao, oh. Mu Qingchen said with shame, Did you kill Nangongli because you found out his conspiracy? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Because of this matter, I misunderstood you as a person with ulterior motives. It's my fault. In fact, Gu Jiao didn't care about his misunderstanding, but he apologized so sincerely that if she didn't say anything, he would keep apologizing. Gu Jiao scratched her head, I forgive you. Mu Qingchen smiled and stopped to look at her, then, are we still friends? Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment, rolled her eyes, and reluctantly said, Yes? What do you mean by yes? Mu Qingchen was startled. Gu Jiao spread her hands and said, I'm your boss now. You can't overstep your superiors and subordinates. You have to stick to your duty. Mu Qingchen, Shang Guanyan was worried about her dear daughter-in-law, so she sent Mu Qingchen, who was supposed to protect her, to Gu Jiao's side. She asked him to go with Gu Jiao to attack Xuyang City. Gu Jiao was the commander. He was her follower. Gu Jiao imitated Wang Man's official gait and strode forward. With one hand behind her back, the other hand impatiently patted her thigh back and forth twice. Humph. She didn't even let out a humph. Mu Qingchen. Before dawn the next day, Gu Jiao ordered all the Black Wind cavalry to break camp. Shang Guanyan originally insisted on going with Gu Jiao, but was rejected by Gu Jiao. Shang Guanyan's back was pierced with 8 vertebral screws, so she had to wear armor when going out. The rapid march of the cavalry would drag her down. In addition, as the crown princess, she could collect more local troops along the way. Even if she didn't have enough troops, she could at least buy more provisions. This was going to be a tough battle, so the provisions must be provided. 3 days before the Black Wind cavalry set out, the weather was fine. On the 4th day, the army encountered a sudden autumn rain. Fortunately, Gu Jiao knew how to observe the weather and arranged for everyone to take shelter from the rain in advance. On the 11th day, the Black Wind cavalry arrived at the foot of the Looting Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in Liuzhou. The map was useless here. Because no one had entered this mountain range, naturally there was no detailed map. Everyone was on standby. Along the way, their impression of Gu Jiao had changed, but they still had a lot of reservations. In the past, the Han family's commanders were more beautiful than Gu Jiao, but in the end, what happened? The Han family rebelled. They admitted that the redisplay of the Xianyuan family's commander flag was really exciting. But they had been disappointed too many times, so they had already calmed down from the initial excitement. Perhaps, this was just a way to boost morale. Who would really fight for the Xianyuan family? Even the Nangong family was using the Xianyuan family's name for their own benefit. Everyone looked at this new commander, waiting for him to continue his nonsense. They wanted to see if this little commander would be so anxious that he would cry if he was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Mu Qingchen looked around and whispered that, "They don't seem to trust you." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." Gu Jiao said to Mu Qingchen, "We have 3 days to pass through the mountain range. After that, the army will rest for a day. We won't stop in Feng County and will directly attack the city." 3 days, is it enough? Mu Qingchen looked at the endless mountain range and thought that they might not be able to walk out in 13 days. No wonder the cavalry didn't trust him. Even he felt that it was difficult enough. Gu Jiao said, "Whether it's enough or not, we'll know when we get there." "Boss, let's go." The forest was filled with the howls of wild beasts. The horses could instinctively sense the danger in the forest. However, just like how Gu Jiao trusted the Black Wind King wholeheartedly, the Black Wind King also trusted his companions without reservation. The Black Wind King raised his front hooves and jumped over the 6 feet wide ditch easily. He stepped into the dense forest without looking back. Digression, Black Wind Cavalry Baby 1, boss is leaving. Black Wind Cavalry Baby 2, then, shall we go too? The cavalry who didn't want to go. You may not believe me, but my horse has its own thoughts. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428626/1059134331. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. The cavalrymen didn't want to go, but their mounts all wanted to follow the Black Wind King. Horses were very sensitive animals. Otherwise, they wouldn't sleep standing up all year round. Changes in the environment had a great impact on horses. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary horses. They were the strongest and bravest Black Wind cavalrymen of the 6 nations. They had received the most rigorous obstacle training in the military camp. This width wasn't difficult for them. They could basically cross it with a run-up. However, some of the 3-year-old ponies hadn't been trained enough and couldn't adapt to this complicated environment. The ponies at the end of the line were hesitant to move forward. Under the repeated instructions of the horse trainer, a pony finally jumped. However, it wasn't confident enough and didn't use its full strength. Only its front hooves landed on the opposite side. It panicked. The Black Wind King turned back and jumped into the ditch. It used its head to push the pony down. The little Black Wind cavalrymen at the back seemed to have found something to rely on. They also gathered their courage and jumped. The Black Wind King guarded the ditch and sent them over one by one. When all the little Black Wind cavalrymen had crossed the ditch, the Black Wind King came out of the ditch full of mud and brambles. Its legs were scratched a few times by the brambles. Gu Jiao treated its wounds and continued on the road. The 3 camps marched in the order of the vanguard, assault, and reserve camps. Wenren Chong was from the reserve camp. He rode his horse and walked at the back of the line. As he walked, he used a charcoal pencil to record the terrain and route in the forest. "Hey, give me some water." Zhao Dengfeng rode his horse to his side and stretched out his hand. "No." Wenren Chong didn't even raise his head. "You." Zhao Dengfeng glared at him and turned to the cavalryman on the other side. Li Shen ignored him and urged his horse to go to the front. Zhao Dengfeng gritted his teeth. "Aren't you all small soldiers? You're ignoring me?" When Gu Jiao wanted to put the 3 of them in important positions, they were either not in the barracks or did not return to the barracks. Now, they had returned to the barracks, but they were starting from small soldiers. Gu Jiao took the lead and led the way. Teacher Hu and Mu Qingchen followed behind her under the scorching sun. Gu Jiao suddenly stopped and looked around. Mu Qingchen asked, "What are you looking for?" "Little stream." Gu Jiao said, "There should be a stream nearby. If we follow the stream upstream, we'll be able to cross the mountain range." After a pause, she said, "Go and catch a deer. I want it alive. Don't hurt it." It was not difficult to catch a deer, but it was not easy to not injure it at all. Mu Qingchen fell to the ground and was covered in dirt before he finally managed to bring a deer back. Gu Jiao licked the salt for the deer for a while and then let it go. Gu Jiao patted Black Wind King's neck and said, "Boss, follow it." He had to follow the deer stealthily and not scare it away. The Black Wind King lightened his steps and followed the deer's aura from afar. Not long after, he arrived at a small stream. The deer was drinking with its head lowered. Gu Jiao brought the large group over and walked along the stream. From time to time, she would pick 2 wild fruits or 2 stalks of medicinal herbs. The whole army was waiting for the little commander to get lost and cry. They imagined the little commander's appearance. "Ah! What should we do? What should we do? I can't find the way. We're doomed. It's dark. The wolves are coming. I'm so scared. Snakes. There are poisonous snakes on the trees." In reality, they saw the appearance of a certain commander. She knocked out a tiger with one punch, grabbed a poisonous snake and used it as a rope. She rode Black Wind King and drove away the wolves with a torch. She led them safely through the swamp and successfully avoided the miasma forest. Even the most experienced soldier did not have her ability to survive in the forest. Gu Jiao found a suitable open space near the stream. "Alright, we'll camp here tonight. Qingfugue, Zhao Lei, you 2 take turns to keep watch tonight." Qingfugue and Zhao Lei were the left and right commanders of the vanguard. The 2 of them cupped their hands and replied, "Yes." Gu Jiao said again, "Also, tell the others not to light a fire." The 2 of them replied again, "Yes." Since they could not light a fire, they could only eat the cold pancakes. The temperature difference in the western part of Great Yen was huge. In order to prevent the food from going bad, the cooks baked the pancakes until they were dry and hard. After a few bites, their cheeks were sore. When they swallowed, they could feel something hard scraping their throats. Everyone drank the cold water from the stream and scraped the hard biscuits from their throats. No one complained, and no one wasted any of their food. Gu Jiao sat by the stream. She ate the same food as the soldiers. However, the soldiers huddled together and did not get close to her. She looked a little lonely. Everyone looked at the skinny and immature figure. For some reason, they suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. The Black Wind Cavalry finally reached the upstream after 2 days. There was a wide river here. At the end of the river was a waterfall that was hundreds of feet high. The closer to the waterfall, the narrower and shallower the river was, making it easier to cross. However, the river was a little turbulent today. If they were not careful, they could be washed down by the current. "Boss." Gu Jiao pulled the reins. "Can we cross?" The Black Wind King took a few steps back. Its muscles suddenly tightened, and it jumped into the water. The water was not deep at this time. It only reached its knees. It calmly walked across. The rest of the Black Wind Cavalry also jumped into the river one after another. Under the comfort of the cavalry, they passed through the turbulent river safely. However, no one expected that when it was the last few Black Wind Cavalry's turn, the current suddenly became more turbulent. A huge wave came and washed a Black Wind Cavalry that was dragging the rations down. The Black Wind King dashed out and bit on the reins. The Black Wind King tried its best to withstand the turbulent river. It used all its strength to pull the Black Wind Cavalry up bit by bit. Both horses came ashore. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Although the Black Wind Cavalry's life was saved, the rations on its back fell down. It lowered its head in disappointment. The Black Wind King rubbed its wet head against the Black Wind Cavalry's, as if it was comforting it silently. The army continued to move forward. This small episode did not affect the army too much, except for the Black Wind Cavalry. After losing its rations, it listlessly followed at the back of the army. It was not until Gu Jiao put the herbs she picked along the way on its back that it cheered up again. It took them 2 days to go up the mountain. It was much faster to go down the mountain. They only took 1 day to reach the foot of the mountain. Mu Qingchen sighed in amazement. It really only took 3 days. Traveling consumed a lot of energy. All the soldiers and horses were very tired. However, they only had 1 day to rest. After tomorrow, they had to prepare for the siege. Midnight. The Black Wind Cavalry scout that Gu Jiao sent out returned. At this moment, Gu Jiao was sitting under a tree, discussing the siege plan with the 6 commanders. Mu Qingchen was also there. "Speak." Gu Jiao looked at the scout and said. The scout cupped his hands and said, "Commander, there is good news and bad news." Gu Jiao was holding a tree branch with a map in her hand. She looked at him and said, "Tell me the bad news first." The scout said, "The bad news is that we lost 3 more cities. 2 of them surrendered to the Han family and the Nangong family. The last city was taken by the Jin Kingdom's army." Gu Jiao scratched the Yen Gate Pass with the tree branch and said, "The Jin Kingdom's army has entered. So, Tianshan Pass is completely lost." The scout said sadly, "Yes." "What's the good news?" Gu Jiao asked. The scout said, "The good news is that Xuyang City doesn't have much provisions left. 2 counties are transporting provisions for Xuyang City. They are expected to arrive at the north and east gates of Xuyang City tomorrow night." They were worried about how to attack Xuyang City. After all, the city walls were strong and easy to defend but difficult to attack. Moreover, they were led by cavalry and didn't have the chariots and supplies of infantry. This made breaking the city gate difficult. The news that the scouts had gathered was indeed timely. Qing Fugue said, "We can rob them of their provisions. Without provisions, they can only starve in the city. They will definitely come out to take back the provisions. That will be our chance." Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, you are right." However, if the provisions arrived tomorrow night, it meant that their attack plan had to be brought forward. 2 hours later, the scout went to check the whereabouts of the provisions again. He brought back news that they were transporting provisions overnight. This conveyed 2 signals. First, Xuyang City's provisions were in urgent need. They couldn't even last a day. Second, they would arrive at Xuyang City by noon tomorrow at the latest. The attack plan had to be brought forward by half a day. This was a huge challenge for the Black Wind Cavalry, who had been rushing for more than 10 days, especially after crossing mountains for 3 days. "How many soldiers do they have?" Gu Jiao asked. The scout said, 5,000 each. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, do they have a lot of provisions? They actually sent 5,000 soldiers. She had 50,000 Black Wind cavalry, including the supplies and war horses, so the actual fighting force was 20,000. The other side had 10,000 soldiers, so it didn't sound like a big problem. The key point was that robbing the provisions was only the first step. In order to take back the provisions, the Nangong Kingdom's army would come out of the city. That was an army of 80,000, they had to fight continuously without recovering their strength. With 20,000 soldiers against an army of 100,000, it was simply like striking a stone with an egg. The scout asked worriedly, Sir, are we going to fight? Gu Jiao clenched her fists. Her eyes were cold. Fight. Pass down the order. Rest well tonight. There is no need to wake up early tomorrow. In the afternoon, follow me to attack the city. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1058932009. HTML Genius remembered this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. Crazy, crazy, crazy. He's really crazy. Zhao Dengfeng went into Wenren Chong's tent and kicked the sleeping Wenren Chong. Wake up. The young commander is crazy. If he's crazy, then he's crazy. Wenren Chong impatiently turned over and continued to sleep. Zhao Dengfeng was stunned. No, what's wrong with you? You've been forging iron for more than 10 years and you've become stupid. I say, the young commander is crazy. He's going to attack the city tomorrow afternoon. And he's going to fight 2 battles, can you believe it? How many soldiers do we have? How many soldiers does Xuyang City have? How tired are we from rushing all the way here? How can we fight them? It's not like we haven't fought them before. Wenren Chong said lightly. Zhao Dengfeng was stunned for a long time before he realized that he was referring to the battle many years ago. Xianxia used 20,000 cavalry to defeat 80,000 Jin soldiers. It was about the same as their current strength. The problem was that the Jin army had rushed thousands of miles to attack. The Jin army had exhausted their strength, but they were the ones waiting for the exhausted soldiers. Whether it was their strength or their morale, they were at their peak. Looking at the current situation, how could they compare to the Black Wind cavalry of the past? Was this new commander better than Shan Yuanli, or was everyone stronger than the morale of the past? If Great Commander Shan Yuan was still here, we might have a chance of winning, but our young commander, TSK. Zhao Dengfeng was not optimistic. Why did I come here? I'm also crazy. I came here to die. I thought I could fight a few more battles and kill a few more Jin and Liang dogs. But now, I was killed by the Nangong army before I even faced them. Why am I so unlucky? Wenren Chong was annoyed by his noise. He had more contact with Gu Jiao and knew that this young commander was not as weak as she looked. But to be honest, he didn't dare to have too much hope for tomorrow's battle. Was this what it meant to die before the battle? Gu Jiao's mental fortitude was very strong. Even if tomorrow was a fierce battle with almost no chance of victory, she still fell asleep immediately. He had a dreamless night. In the morning, she called the 6 commanders to the tree and gave them detailed instructions about the battle plan. Mu Qingchen and Advisor who were also there. Advisor who was in charge of recording the information. These files had to be reported to the imperial court. Gu Jiao used a branch to draw a simple map on the ground. Then, she pointed at a small triangle and said, "This is our current position. There are 2 groups of provisions approaching Xuyang City. They are coming from the north gate and the east gate. We are closer to the north city gate. I went to check the terrain just now. There is a canyon suitable for an ambush along the way. In a while, I will personally lead 1,000 cavalrymen to rob the rations outside the northern city gate. After that, I will return here and we will ambush the Nangong family's army. In addition, in order to disperse their forces, someone must also rob the provisions at the east gate. When the Nangong family's army arrives, don't fight them head-on. Pretend to be defeated and lead them in a roundabout way. The further the better. By the time they realize that they have been lured away, it will be too late to reinforce the canyon. I have a grudge with the Nangong family. I killed Nangong Li. As long as I appear, they will definitely send their main forces to chase after me. Therefore, I need to reserve 18,000 troops at the canyon. Only 2,000 troops can be sent to the east gate. This is a difficult and dangerous task. Even if they use more than half of their forces to chase after me, there will be at least 10,000 troops left. Once you are caught, you will be completely annihilated. I hope all of you can understand this point. Vanguard Battalion's Left Commander Qing Fugue cupped his fist and said, "Commander Xiao, this subordinate is willing to lead the troops to the east gate." Vanguard Battalion's Right Commander Zhao Lei also cupped his fist and said, "This subordinate should go. This subordinate's mother is from Xuyang City. This subordinate has lived in Xuyang City for a period of time. This subordinate is more familiar with the terrain here." Gu Jiao looked at Zhao Lei and said seriously, "All right, I will leave the provisions at the east gate to you. Go and gather the troops." Zhao Lei got up and left. Gu Jiao then told the rest of the people about the ambush location and the specific arrangements. She also asked Qing Fugue to gather 2,000 cavalrymen from the Vanguard Battalion to rob the provisions with her. After everyone left, Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao, "I will go with you." "No, you and Zhao Lei will rob the provisions at the east gate," Gu Jiao said. She paused and looked at him calmly. "After you get the provisions, kill Zhao Lei." Mu Qingchen was startled. Gu Jiao said, "He is a spy." In the dream, the Black Wind camp's whereabouts were leaked by Zhao Lei. When they were crossing the mountains in Lu province, they were surrounded by the Jin and Liang armies and paid a heavy price. This time, it was Zhao Lei who passed the information to the Nangong family. That was why the Nangong family knew in advance that they were coming to Xuyang City. The Nangong family purposely arranged for people to send the provisions as bait. They wanted to lure them to attack when they were exhausted. The reason why they didn't attack them directly was because they were backed by the forest. Once they retreated into the forest, it would be hard to say whose hunting ground it was. Therefore, they had to think of a way to lure the Black Wind cavalry who were good at fighting in the forest. As for why they divided the provisions into two groups, it was because the Nangong family thought highly of her. They hoped that they could lure away half of the Black Wind cavalry and kill her more easily. Unfortunately, she didn't plan to divide the troops equally. Once Zhao Lei met the Nangong family, he would immediately tell the Nangong family the truth and work with the Nangong family to eliminate the 2,000 Black Wind cavalry. Mu Qingchen was puzzled. "Why don't you kill him now?" Gu Jiao said, "Take Zhao Lei to rob the provisions. Those soldiers won't fight the Black Wind cavalry head-on. They will pretend to fight for a while and then run away. This will reduce the casualties of the Black Wind cavalry. Also, you can get some information from Zhao Lei on the way. He thinks that you are a dying man, so he won't be stingy to say a few words." Mu Qingchen didn't know what to say. "Who taught you all this?" Gu Jiao put one hand behind her back and patted her thigh with the other hand. She said arrogantly, "I learned it all by myself. I'm very talented." Mu Qingchen was speechless. In the afternoon, Zhao Lei led 2,000 soldiers to the east gate. Mu Qingchen followed him. Gu Jiao and Qing Fugue led the other 2,000 soldiers to the north gate. The remaining 16,000 soldiers were led by Li Jin and Tong Zhong to set up an ambush in the canyon that Gu Jiao mentioned. "Why are we not involved?" Zhao Dangfeng sat outside the tent and looked at the sky in boredom. Wan Renchong found a well-lit place to sit down and repair his armor. Li Shen was sharpening his knife. He and Zhao Dangfeng were now soldiers in the reserve camp. They were responsible for cooking. Zhao Dangfeng was anxious when he saw the two of them resigned to their fate. He spat out the dog's tail grass in his mouth and said, "Can you two be more promising? One of you wants your head and the other wants your life. Men should die. Why are you hiding in the rear camp?" The blacksmiths continued to forge and sharpen their knives, but no one paid any attention to him. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao led 2,000 armored cavalry and rushed all the way to the open space of the White Horse Slope to intercept the army provisions that were being sent to Xuyang City. Although the soldiers transporting the provisions wore the armor of the local government, they were actually the army of the Nangong family. Gu Jiao was also surprised by the general who led the soldiers to escort the provisions. It was the third master of the Nangong family, Nangong Li's younger brother, Nangong Zhe. There were not many rumors about Nangong Zhe in Chengdu. He had been guarding the border with the army. Gu Jiao had seen his portrait in the Imperial Preceptor Hall. He was more handsome and strong than in the portrait. His skin had been tanned into a bronze color by the scorching sun at the border. His bright eyes looked at Gu Jiao with a smile that was not a smile, revealing a bit of undisguised ridicule. "You are the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry?" His eyes fell on the birthmark on Gu Jiao's left face. This feature was too obvious. No one would mistake it. Gu Jiao was wearing a red battle suit and black armor. She sat proudly on the back of the Black Wind King's horse. Her young face was somewhat immature, but her eyes revealed a calmness that did not match her age. "Are you the one who killed my second brother?" Nangong Zhe asked with a sneer. "Yes, it's me," Gu Jiao admitted frankly. Nangong Zhe did not expect her to admit it so readily. He was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "My eldest brother actually died in the hands of a brat. Like you. What a shame to the Nangong family. Originally, I did not want to go through so much trouble, but they all told me to be careful of you and insisted on transporting some provisions to lure you out. Fourth brother and I both moved out. Looks like I was lucky." As he spoke, he looked behind Gu Jiao and said with disdain, "Unfortunately, only 2,000 people were lured here. Should we say that we did not plan well, or should we say that you are extremely daring? You only have 2,000 people and you dare to rob my 5,000 soldiers. But it doesn't matter. Once we capture you, your Black Wind Cavalry will naturally come to rescue you like moths to a flame." Gu Jiao said calmly, "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. If we capture you, we will be able to attract the 80,000-strong army of your Nangong clan." Ha ha ha. Nangong Zhe was about to faint from her laughter. "I have lived for more than 30 years and I have never heard such an arrogant tone. Your Black Wind Cavalry only has 20,000 soldiers and you dare to fight my 80,000 soldiers? I think you are scared out of your wits." His gaze landed on Gu Jiao's armor. "Do you really think that by wearing Xian Yuanli's armor, you can become the second Xian Yuanli? You're still far from him." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the long sword hanging on the saddle and pointed it at Gu Jiao. "Leave this person to me. Kill the rest." The 5,000-strong army surged towards Gu Jiao and the Black Wind Cavalry like a tidal wave. Cheng Fugue pulled out his sword. "Brothers! Kill them." In an instant, the weapons clashed and the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Gu Jiao looked at Nangong Zhe, who had risen into the air and slashed at her. Her young face was expressionless, and she was terrifyingly calm. Nangong Zhe, who was charging towards her, frowned. Gu Jiao pulled out the red tasseled spear on her back and said word by word, "The first battle must see blood." Digression: are there any more monthly votes? Can I vote for Jiao Jiao? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1058925553. HTML Genius remembers this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. The white cloth on the red tasseled spear was removed by Gu Jiao and it flew into the wind. The spearhead shone with a cold light under the hot sun. The red tasseled spear that was identified as a whip was like the blood from the enemy's heart. It was a shocking red. Nan Gong's sword directly chopped down on Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear, creating a crisp sound of collision. His sword was a treasured sword made of black iron. It was incomparably sharp and indestructible. Not to mention a red tasseled spear, even if it was a piece of pig iron, he would be able to split it in half. But what shocked Nan Gongza was that the ugly red tasseled spear was actually unharmed. Did it withstand my sword? No, it should be that this brat blocked his killing move. He used a large amount of qinggong and internal energy to complete this move. He saw the scene of Gu Jiao pulling out her spear to block, but he didn't care. This was because he had absolute confidence that he could break Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear and slash her body. Nan Gongza was above Gu Jiao's head and forcefully pressed down on the long sword in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at him calmly. She suddenly leaned back and raised her left leg, kicking towards Nan Gongza's head. Nan Gongza held his sword in his right hand and was facing off against Gu Jiao. He could only use his left hand to block, but this position was extremely awkward. In addition, his left hand wasn't his dominant hand, so he didn't have enough strength. His entire body was kicked out by Gu Jiao. Nan Gongza almost fell under the hooves of the Black-Wind cavalry. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself in time. His long sword touched the ground and he used the momentum to flip and stabilize himself in the chaos. His left arm that blocked Gu Jiao's kick began to feel slightly numb. This brat's strength was terrifying, and what was with the red tasseled spear in his hand? Why? Did it look a little familiar? Where did you get your red tasseled spear? Nan Gongzhe asked coldly. As he spoke, a soldier from the Nangong family was kicked to the ground by a Black-Wind cavalry. Seeing that his throat was about to be pierced by the Black-Wind cavalry's spear, he swung his sword at the Black-Wind cavalry. Clang! Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear blocked his sword. The cavalryman was slightly startled, but his movements were not affected. It was as if they had cooperated thousands of times before. Under Gu Jiao's protection, he stabbed the Nangong rebel to death. Don't say that we are all from the Great Yin Kingdom. Rebels are rebels. It is the mission of the Black-Wind cavalry to purge the rebels. Nan Gongzhe did not care about his soldiers as much as Gu Jiao did for the Black-Wind cavalry. If they died, so be it. They still had more soldiers, however, this made him even more curious about Gu Jiao. How could he be so gifted at such a young age? Gu Jiao did not intend to talk nonsense with Nan Gongzhe. Nan Gongzhe recognized that the armor she was wearing was Shan Yuanli's armor, but he did not recognize that her red tasseled spear was Shan Yuanli's weapon. She was not good at martial arts and was blind. She had been a spy in the Shan Yuan army for so many years. Gu Jiao stepped on the stirrups and jumped onto the horse's back. She turned in the air and slammed her spear down heavily at Nan Gongzhe. Nan Gongzhe's pupils shrank. The 7 styles of Shan Yuan. This was the Shan Yuan family's spear technique the youth was holding. Shan Yuanli's red tasseled spear, how could it be? Who are you? He swung his sword to block the red tasseled spear above his head. He held the sword hilt with one hand and the blade with the other. He used all his internal energy to block the youth's attack. Gu Jiao immediately followed up with a second strike at lightning speed. With a crisp crack, Nan Gongzhe's black iron sword was broken by the youth's red tasseled spear. Nan Gongzhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Jiao did not give Nan Gongzhe any time to catch his breath. She quickly stabbed her spear again. Behind her, Cheng Fugui was forced down from his horse by a rebel from the Nangong family in order to save his companions. The rebel cut his left shoulder with a sword. Damn you! He turned his head and stabbed the rebel with his spear. As soon as the rebels fell, even more rebels surged forward. Kill their horses! Someone in the rebel army shouted, and everyone changed their direction of attack. They didn't want to fight the cavalry head-on, but instead, they slashed at the Black-Wind cavalry that they were riding. The Shanyuan Steel Cavalry was the bravest war horse in the Six Nations. They were trained to protect their masters and did not care about their own safety. As long as the cavalry did not stop, they would continue to fight. They would not retreat because of swords and sabers, and would not cower because of injuries. Qing Fugui watched as the Black Wind cavalry fell one after another. His eyes were bloodshot. Damn it! How dare you kill our mounts? Give me your life. The battle between two armies was not a duel between individuals. Everyone was killing each other, and people could be injured or killed at any time. The Black Wind cavalry was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. Any small victory that was bought with a huge price or sacrifice would be considered a failure. Gu Jiao had to end the battle as soon as possible. Nan Gongzhe, who had lost his weapon, got on his horse and took a spear from a Black Wind cavalry. Gu Jiao deftly flicked his spear away. The Black Wind King raised his front hooves and charged towards Nan Gongzhe's horse with a murderous aura. Nan Gongzhe's warhorse was so frightened that it fled. Its entire body stood upright. Nan Gongzhe cursed angrily and fell from the horse's back. He rolled a few times and coincidentally saw a long sword in front of him. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly reached out to pick it up. Gu Jiao's spear pierced over and nailed his palm to the dusty ground. Gu Jiao said, "I said that the first battle must see blood. The blood of the traitors shall be used to pay tribute to the dead souls of the Xianyuan family." Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and pressed it down. Ah! Nan Gongzhe let out a shrill cry. After tasting the blood of the traitors, the red-tasseled spear seemed to shine even brighter. Endless fighting spirit reverberated throughout the battlefield. The morale of the Black Wind cavalry was greatly boosted. Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear and kicked Nan Gongzhe unconscious. On the battlefield, it was not individual strength that mattered, but teamwork. Although Nan Gongzhe's martial arts were not as good as An Hun's, he was not weak in a real battle. If Nan Gongzhe had not targeted Gu Jiao so much today and had wholeheartedly led the rebel army to arrange the troops, he would not have lost so thoroughly. Of course, Gu Jiao's age made it easy for people to underestimate her. Who would have thought that a teenager could defeat the fierce general of the Nangong family? After Nan Gongzhe was captured alive by Gu Jiao, the rebel army's morale was in chaos. The Black Wind cavalry took advantage of the victory and killed almost all of the rebel army. Gu Jiao asked Qing Fugui to keep a few of them alive. "Go and tell the head of the Nangong family that I, Xiao Lulang, am here. I'm the one who killed his second son, Nangong Li. Now, I've captured his third son, Nangongzhe. If he wants to redeem his son, use Chuyang City as an exchange. Otherwise, I'll chop off his son's head and hang it on the Black Wind camp's flagpole." When they thought of that inspiring scene, all of the Black Wind cavalry raised their weapons. Kill! 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 Their shouts shook the heavens and the clouds. The few remaining rebel soldiers were so frightened by this monstrous aura that they trembled all over, their faces filled with fear. Gu Jiao waved her spear and said seriously, "Also, if the Nangong family does not surrender, I'll attack Chuyang City and kill every single one of them." Report. Report. In the governor's mansion, the head of the Nangong family was sitting in the parlor and playing with his grandson. When he heard the soldier's anxious voice, he asked the servant to carry his 3-year-old grandson away and summoned the soldier. "When?" the head of the Nangong family asked with a sullen face. He was a little unhappy that his family's happiness with his grandson was interrupted. The soldier knelt on one knee and said anxiously, "Governor, the third master, has been captured." The head of the Nangong family's eyes turned cold. He pressed his palm on the armrest and stood up. "What did you say? Who has been captured? Who has captured him?" The soldier cupped his hands and said, "The third master has been captured by Xiao Lulang from the Black Wind camp. Xiao Lulang said that if you want to redeem the third master, use Chuyang City as an exchange. He also said. The head of the Nangong family gripped the armrest tightly and said through gritted teeth, "What else did he say?" The soldier said in fear, "He also said that if the governor doesn't surrender, he will attack the city and kill all the people of the Nangong family." The head of the Nangong family slapped the chair. "Bastard! Father!" The eldest son, Nangong Qing, quickly walked into the parlor. "I just came from the city tower. I heard that the third brother has been captured." The head of the Nangong family was so angry that his whole body trembled. "Xiao Lulang, it's that Xiao Lulang again." Nangong Qing was shocked. "It's him?" The head of the Nangong family suppressed his anger and closed his eyes. I told him to bring more soldiers, but he didn't listen. Nangongqing didn't reply. Actually, it was impossible to bring more soldiers. The mission of the third brother and the fourth brother was to lure the Black Wind camp out of the mountain. If the third brother and the fourth brother had brought more soldiers, the cavalry of the Black Wind camp wouldn't have come out of the mountain to rob the provisions. Moreover, their target was Xiao Lulang. Whether it was the third brother or the fourth brother, they would capture him alive if they could. If they couldn't, they would kill him. Nangongqing frowned. I didn't expect this Xiao Lulang to be so powerful. The first day he appeared, the third brother fell into his hands. I wonder how the fourth brother is doing? The head of the Nangong family said, your fourth brother didn't encounter Xiao Lulang, so he should be fine for now. You should think about how to save your third brother. Grandfather. A woman in red armor walked in with a solemn expression. She cupped her hands and bowed to the head of the Nangong family and Nangongqing. Grandfather, uncle, please allow me to bring the soldiers to save my father. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize her. She was Nangong Jing, the daughter of the third branch of the Nangong family who wanted to drag fifth master Han down at the cost of her own reputation during the selection of the Black Wind camp's commander. As the daughter of a general, Nangong Jing was also quite skilled in martial arts. Grandfather. I'll go too. I want to take revenge for my father. Nangong Li's youngest son, Nangong Lin, also rushed in with a murderous aura. Nangongqing said in a deep voice, stop fooling around. Go back to your rooms. Even your father wasn't a match for Xiao Lulang. Do you really think you can take advantage of him? Nangongqing and the head of the Nangong family were a little angry at the mention of this. They already knew that this Xiao Lulang was a fake. He wasn't 19 years old. From his appearance, he was only 16 or 17 years old. However, he was already so capable. Before Xiao Lulang appeared, the Nangong family had always been proud of their juniors. They thought that they were young and capable, and that their achievements in the future would definitely be greater than their elders. However, after Xiao Lulang appeared, their children suddenly weren't as good. Was the difference between people that big? Leave, the head of the Nangong family said in a deep voice. Now that they were in troubled times, it was inevitable that the head of the Nangong family's temper was more irritable than before. Nangong Lin and Nangong Jing were stunned by the scolding. They looked at each other and left unwillingly. Nangongqing consoled him, Father, please calm down first. I'll think of a way to save third brother. The head of the Nangong family said bitterly, this person is ruthless. Your third brother will definitely suffer a lot in his hands. Nangongqing thought for a while and said, Father, I think there's still room for negotiation. He didn't kill third brother and wants to negotiate with us. It's obvious that he doesn't have enough troops to fight against our army in the city. Why don't we beat him at his own game and call Xiao Lulang to Chuyang City in the name of negotiation and wait for an opportunity to kill him? The head of the Nangong family said coldly, how do you know that you're not inviting a wolf into the house? Xiao Lulang is so cunning. Once he enters the city and incites the people in the name of the Xianyuan army, the consequences will be unimaginable. We'll kill him outside the city. Go and call Chang Wei here. Nangongqing asked, Father, you want General Chang Wei to fight against Xiao Lulang? The head of the Nangong family said coldly, Chang Wei is the most capable subordinate of the Nangong family. He's skilled in martial arts and is brave and good at fighting. Over the years, there have been many wars at the border, but he hasn't lost even once. Ask him to bring all the troops in the city. He must kill all the Black Wind cavalry. Although the Black Wind cavalry only had 20,000 soldiers, it was the most powerful army in the Great Yan dynasty. It was also the first army that the Xianyuan family established. The Xianyuan family relied on the Black Wind cavalry to dominate the 6 states. Later on, they slowly built their own archery unit, infantry unit, and chariot unit. In order to extinguish the fighting spirit of the 3 armies, they must first eliminate the Black Wind cavalry. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that you can't find on the internet are available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1058704447. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available. Here, in Feng County, on the official road that was used to transport the provisions, there had just been a battle. Thick blood mist filled the entire open space. Qing Fugui's arm was hanging with gauze, directing the soldiers who were not injured to count the provisions. Probably because the city was really short of provisions, so the provisions this time were all real. This was a great harvest. This was an unprecedented war, and it would not end easily. It was always right to stock up more provisions. It was not good to stay here for a long time. Gu Jiao took 4 medical officers to treat the injuries of the injured soldiers. Bear with it for a while, Gu Jiao said to a soldier whose arm was dislocated. The soldier nodded. Gu Jiao put his arm back in place. Then she took gauze from the small medicine box and wrapped it around his neck. Just like Qing Fugui, his arm was hung around his neck. After that, Gu Jiao treated the next soldier. She pulled out the sword, disinfected, stopped bleeding, stitched up, and put gauze on the wound. After counting the provisions, the soldiers rested on the spot to recover their strength. But Gu Jiao could not rest. There were no hospital beds here. All the soldiers were lying on the ground. She could only kneel and treat everyone. The cold hard armor rubbed her knees. She knelt in front of a wounded soldier covered in blood. This wounded soldier was very young. He had just joined the army this year. His family was poor. In order to treat his grandfather's illness, he joined the army. He had the talent to be a soldier. Qing Fugui took him back to the Black Wind camp. My leg. He looked at his injured and swollen leg. His eyes suddenly had tears of fear. This was the first time he went to the battlefield. It was also the first time he faced serious injury and death. It won't be crippled. It will be cured, Gu Jiao said to him. Really? He asked with a choked voice. Gu Jiao said, yes, really. But you have to be obedient. Don't make noise. Don't cry. He stopped his tears in a second, fearing that he wouldn't be able to recover if he cried too much. Gu Jiao took out the anesthetic and applied local anesthesia on him. Then, she used a scalpel to cut open his skin and used a pair of tweezers to pick out the broken sword fragments bit by bit. The wounded soldier did not dare to look at Gu Jiao's movements. He turned his head away and closed his eyes tightly. The rest of the cavalry couldn't help but look over. To be honest, the new commander-in-chief's performance today was somewhat beyond their expectations. Nangongzhe was famous for being a fierce general at the border. He had personally led the troops to escort the rations and waited for the Black Wind cavalry to jump in. At that moment, they were actually very worried that this little commander would drag them down. At that time, they thought, little commander, can you go play for a while? Wait until we've robbed all the provisions, then you can come back and claim the credit, okay? They had the mood of an adult coaxing a child, hoping that the little commander would not come out and cause trouble. Who knew that the little commander would be so fierce, nailing Nangongze's palm to the ground with a spear? At that moment, they all had goosebumps all over their bodies. This feeling was like, you thought you had a cat, but in the blink of an eye, it turned out to be a little cheetah, and it even bit the big-tailed wolf that you were afraid of to death. A cavalry soldier whispered to the squad leader beside him, that, I almost got hit by the sword just now, but the little commander blocked it for me. If it wasn't for the little commander's spear, he was afraid that his injuries would be worse than Gooden's. Gooden was the name of the wounded soldier. The cavalry soldier secretly sized up Gu Jiao as he continued to whisper, Squad leader, don't you think the little commander is quite powerful? The squad leader was about to say something when Gu Jiao seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Everyone quickly averted their gazes. Some looked up at the sky, while others scratched their feet. When Gu Jiao went to treat the wounds of the wounded soldiers, everyone's eyes fell on her again. Gu Jiao had already gone to treat the next wounded soldier. This wounded soldier had fainted. After being saved by Gu Jiao, he saw Gu Jiao holding a syringe in her hand and screamed in fright. Gu Jiao pricked his buttocks with the needle. Disobedient. Humph. There was a deep and sealed wound on his body. Gu Jiao gave him a tetanus shot. Everyone stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. Did the little commander snort just now? When the little commander was fierce, why did she look a little cute? At this moment, Gu Jiao ran out of blood-staunching powder. She took a new bottle from the small medicine box, but when she tore it open, her nose itched and she sneezed. Achoo! Her small body trembled, and the white powder splashed on her face. She stared dumbfoundedly at the blood-staunching powder that was half gone. She was in so much pain that her expression cracked. Damn! Someone couldn't help but cry out. Everyone clutched their hearts. They couldn't take it anymore. The little commander was a little too cute. The Nangong family's rebel army could attack at any time, so they could only treat them urgently. They had to wait until they reached a safe place to put them on drips. After Gu Jiao and the medical officers finished treating all the wounds, the 2,000 soldiers set off back to the canyon. The cavalry was very curious about what had happened just now. A few of them were brave enough to call out to a medical officer. The leader of the cavalry asked, "The little commander knows medicine? Did you guys teach her?" The medical officer smiled and said, "You're wrong. Our medical skills were taught by Lord Xiao." What? The cavalry was dumbfounded. The medical officer marched with the troops. He had seen how Gu Jiao was treated in the Black Wind camp during this period. She was so young and had such a heavy responsibility, but she was still ostracized by a group of men. But the cavalry couldn't be blamed. The previous commanders of the Han family had bitterly disappointed them. However, this newly appointed commander was different from the Han family. The medical officer explained, "We're lacking in the treatment of external injuries. Every day after you rest, Lord Xiao will call us to his tent and teach us how to treat external injuries, including how to use the medicine and tools he gave us." There's actually such a thing. A cavalry muttered, "I've seen it once or twice when I was patrolling. I thought the little commander was afraid of death and always asked the medical officer to check his pulse." The medical officer smiled and said, "Lord Zhao's medical skills are brilliant. We can't compare to him. They trained in the Black Wind camp all day, so they didn't know that Gu Jiao had treated the crown princess." Another cavalry said in surprise, "So our little commander not only knows how to fight, but also knows how to treat people. He used us. He didn't even realize that he had used a nickname that belonged to his own people." The others didn't seem to find anything wrong with this nickname. "Why aren't we leaving?" Gu Jiao looked back at the people who were still whispering behind. Everyone quickly straightened their expressions and urged their horses to follow. Gu Jiao had chosen a place to set up camp before she left. It was at the foot of a mountain 3 miles away from the canyon, backed by a small forest. The reserve camp had already moved here. The tents were set up and dinner was ready. Gu Jiao let the injured soldiers return to their tents to recuperate. The injured Black Wind cavalry were also taken away for treatment. As for the food they robbed, it was handed over to Zhang Shiyong and Zhou Ren, the 2 commanders of the reserve camp. Li Jin and Tong Zhong of the assault camp came to Gu Jiao's tent and reported the situation of the ambush in the canyon. "Very good." Gu Jiao nodded. "Have the soldiers eaten dinner?" "Yes," Li Jin said. Gu Jiao said, "Once it gets dark, the Nangong family's rebel army will take action. Everyone must be prepared for battle." "Yes." The 2 men cupped their fists in response. "Milord, who is this person?" Advisor Hu ran over anxiously. He looked at Nangongze who was tied up and thrown on the ground. "Rebel army?" "Nangongze." Gu Jiao said. Advisor Hu was shocked. "Nangong? Nangongze? The 3rd master of the Nangong family?" Milord, you captured him?" "We kept him as bait." Gu Jiao clapped her hands and no longer cared about Nangongze on the ground. Instead, she looked at Li Jin and Tong Zhong. Based on your understanding of the Nangong family, who will they send to lead the troops? Tonight? Li Jin thought for a moment and said, Chang Wei. Tong Zhong said, either Chang Wei or Nangong Sitsi. Gu Jiao said, Nangong Sitsi has gone to deliver another batch of food. Mu Qingchen is leading them in a roundabout way. They won't be able to come tonight. She was talking about Mu Qingchen, not Zhao Lei. Logically speaking, Zhao Lei was the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Mu Qingchen did not have an official position. Zhao Lei should be the one leading them in a roundabout way. However, she was close to Mu Qingchen. The two of them thought that she was just talking about Mu Qingchen out of habit and did not take it to heart. That leaves only Chang Wei. Tong Zhong's expression suddenly turned serious. If it's Chang Wei, we'll be in trouble. He's harder to deal with than Nangong Sitsi. He's a real fierce general. Gu Jiao said casually, we'll know if he's fierce or not after the battle. Night fell. Chang Wei was dressed in armor. He led an army of 80,000 soldiers out of Xuyang City and headed toward Feng County in the east. This army was well equipped. There were archers, cavalry, infantry, and heavy chariots. It was obvious that they were going to fight the Black Wind Cavalry to the death. Chang Wei was born in a poor family. He became a fierce general on the border with his strength. He was very experienced in battle. He had his own way of dealing with the invincible Black Wind Cavalry. When the army was 3 miles away from the valley, Chang Wei called for them to stop. General? His deputy general looked at him in confusion. Chang Wei looked at the valley in the night. It was like the mouth of a giant beast. He said calmly, they will definitely set up an ambush in the valley. The deputy general looked at the valley that reached into the clouds. He said, it's indeed a good place to set up an ambush. General, what do you plan to do? Chang Wei said, take a group of people and feign an attack. Force them to attack. When they've used up all their ambushes, retreat. I have a plan. Digression, Jiao Jiao, for every cause, there must be an effect. Your brilliant plan is me. JPG. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1058690008. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more fully. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. At dusk, the entire Black Wind camp entered a state of preparation. They packed up and set off. Nangongze was tied to a wooden stake in the camp. He woke up an hour ago. He thought he would be tortured, but he wasn't. The men left him alone after they tied him up. His injured palm was wrapped in gauze. The wound must have been treated because there wasn't a lot of blood seeping out. He frowned deeply as he watched the cavalrymen come and go and fight in front of him. He was tied very close to the Black Wind camp's commander's tent. With his hearing, he could hear the conversation inside. He knew there would be a fierce battle tonight and knew what the Black Wind camp had prepared. If he could tell Nangong Jun the Black Wind camp's battle plan, he would be able to take down the Black Wind camp effortlessly. Unfortunately, that kid tied him up with iron chains. He couldn't break free at all. He tried to lure the cavalry over and coax them to take him to see the Black Wind camp's commander. That way, he could find a chance to escape. But he shouted so many times that the horsemen who came and went in front of him seemed to be deaf. Damn it! Nangongze gritted his teeth. He had to find a way to leave this place. He couldn't let the Black Wind camp use him to threaten Nangong Jun. Just as he was racking his brains for a way to escape, he saw Gu Jiao come out of her tent with a helmet. He hurriedly said, Xiao Luling. What trick are you playing this time? Do you think you can make my father surrender to you by capturing me? I'm warning you, you better give up. My father will never bow down to you for me. Gu Jiao said to advisor who followed her out, remember to put more water and cook it slowly. Advisor who nodded. Yes, I'll remember. Zhang Shiyong. Gu Jiao called the reserve camp's left commander who came back with a newly hunted animal. There's no time to dry a few baskets of herbs. Find a few people to roast them. Yes, Zhang Shiyong replied. Gu Jiao called a few more people over and gave them instructions one by one. She only walked over unhurriedly when Nangongzhe's face was as black as charcoal. Hugging her helmet, she looked down at Nangongzhe, who was in a sorry state, and asked, "What's the matter?" Nangongzhe hated the feeling of looking up at him, but if he did not look at him, it would seem that he was afraid of him. Nangongzhe looked up and said coldly, "You won't succeed. My father won't exchange the entire Ziyang city for me." Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Jiao's calm reaction made Nangongzhe even angrier. He was obviously a brat who was still wet behind the ears, but no matter what he did, he was so calm. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Also, you won't succeed. You only have 20,000 cavalrymen, while my Nangong family has 80,000 soldiers. Your little tricks are nothing in the face of an 80,000 strong army. Xiao Lulang, it's not too late for you to regret. Send me back obediently. Kowtow to my father 3 times and pledge allegiance to the Nangong family. Maybe we can spare your life. Are you done?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him fearlessly. "You're not very eloquent." After saying that, she walked away with a little disdain. The army was ready to set off, and the medical officers followed with medicinal herbs and fragrances. People would constantly get injured during a war, so the presence of medical officers was very necessary. The huge camp was emptied in an instant, leaving only the soldiers of the reserve camp and the injured soldiers who were transported back from the front line in the afternoon. Nangongzhe stopped looking around and frowned in confusion. Xiao Lulang had really left. He didn't bring her along. This was too strange. If he was Xiao Lulang, what would he do when the two armies were facing each other? He would use him, the legitimate son of the Nangong family, as a shield so that the Nangong army would not dare to act recklessly. Could it be, he's thinking that if he loses, he'll use me as a last resort? No, I can't let Xiao Lulang succeed. I must escape. The sky became gloomier and gloomier until it was completely dark. On the mountain peaks on the east and west sides of the canyon, the Black Wind Camp's cavalry, who were almost one with the night, lay in ambush. Li Jin was lying on the edge of a rock on the east peak, closely watching the movements below the canyon. On the west peak opposite him, Tong Zhong was also constantly vigilant. Behind the two of them were the cavalry in their respective positions. Everyone was ready to deal with the Nangong army that could appear at any time. Li Jin pressed his ear to the ground. Suddenly, he felt a vibration on the slope of the mountain. Someone was coming, to be exact, a large group of people was coming. Li Jin blew a cuckoo's call, and Tong Zhong responded with 2 cuckoo's calls. Both sides reached a tacit agreement and raised their right hands together. The sound of horse hooves approached from afar, mixed with the sound of armor rubbing against each other. In the silent mountain range, it sounded like a battle. The moon was good tonight. The armor reflected the cold light, and the sound of horse hooves echoed in the valley. They were close to the canyon. 10 zhang, 7 zhang, 5 zhang, Li Jin suddenly pressed down with his hand, drop. The 20 cavalry behind him used the wooden sticks in their hands to pry open the huge rocks one by one. The rocks rolled down from the craggy mountain, creating a thunderous sound. The Nangong army that had charged into the canyon was smashed by the rocks, and their formation was instantly disrupted. Wails of pain intertwined. Tong Zhong was not willing to be outdone. He suddenly lit the trench behind him, released the arrows. The Black Wind Camp had the highest requirements for their soldiers, and their training was also the most comprehensive. Not only were they good at fighting on horseback, they were also good at fighting infantry, archery, and formations. Their arrowheads were dipped in kerosene, and after they were lit in the trench, the scorching flames covered the sky as they shot towards the rebel army in the canyon. The rebel army did not have any strength to fight back, and fell down in a clatter. The vice-general was stunned. Even though he knew that they were here to die, he did not expect them to die so quickly. Xiao, an arrow flew over, and the vice general quickly leaned back to dodge it. The arrow flew past his nose. The tip of his nose was still hot from the kerosene, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, but he could not retreat. He gripped the reins tightly and pulled out the sword at his waist. Charge! Kill them all. The space on the mountain was limited, so it was impossible for everyone to hide up there. The Black Wind Camp's main force must be hiding in front of the canyon. As long as they charged over, they would be able to fight them. Large rocks and logs kept rolling down from the peak of the canyon, and the kerosene arrows burned the entire canyon. When the Nangong army charged through the canyon, they had already lost more than half of their forces. The vice general's heart was bleeding. Even if they wanted to die, they did not want to die so many. Fortunately, they had already charged through the canyon. Now, as long as they fought with the enemy, they would stop the ambush on the mountain to avoid hurting their own people. On the other side of the canyon, Qingfugui saw that the Nangong army had already charged through the canyon. He tore off the bandage on his arm, pulled the reins, and pulled out his sword. Brothers, kill! The Black Wind Camp's cavalry were like a surging tide as they charged towards the Nangong army with killing intent. Horses were timid by nature and were easily frightened. To train a horse into a proper warhorse was an extremely difficult task. To train a horse into a Black Wind rider, other than the Xianyuan family, there was no other family that could do it. The Nangong family had also trained many good horses at the border. However, first of all, they were not as good as the Black Wind cavalry, and second of all, there was a big gap in terms of training tactics. The Black Wind cavalry were called the death soldiers of the horse for a reason. The vice general was already unable to remain calm. After exchanging blows with the enemy, he quickly gave the order to retreat. Qingfugui excitedly shouted, "Brothers! Charge! Kill them all! Don't let the rebels escape!" In terms of the speed of a war horse, who could outrun the Black Wind cavalry, fortunately, General Chang Wei was already prepared. Fire! The vice general shouted, and the rebels under his command all took out something and threw it on the ground. Then, the vice general pulled out a kerosene arrow from the corpse of a rebel and threw it at those things. A series of shocking explosions could be heard. The black gunpowder blew up the valley into a land of thick smoke. Due to the limitations of the formula and manufacturing method, the explosive power of the black gunpowder was not very strong. It was mainly used in conjunction with sleeping gas and knockout drugs. Qingfugui quickly pulled on the reins. Stop! Stop! Be careful! There are knockout drugs. This incident bought precious time for the vice general and the others. They managed to rush back to where the Nangong army was. The Black Wind cavalry chased after them relentlessly. Everyone could clearly hear Qingfugui's cursing. Chang Wei saw that there were less than 500 people left and frowned. He never underestimated the enemy, but the strength of the Black Wind cavalry was still beyond his imagination. However, this was the end. After tonight, there would be no more Black Wind cavalry. After the last rebel stepped into the safe zone, Chang Wei ordered the soldiers on both sides of the road, "Rise." The gloved soldiers on both sides each pulled a few transparent threads in their hands. With a whoosh, they ran to the opposite side and tied the transparent threads to the already nailed iron pillars on both sides. The pillars were also wrapped in the same cloth as the silver thread gloves. If Gu Jiao was here, it would not be difficult for her to recognize that this was the snowfield silk that appeared in the Yin Kingdom's palace. It was extremely sharp and could cut through anything. However, it couldn't see anything. When the Black Wind cavalry charged over, only pieces of meat would be left. On the other hand, they would pretend to be strong and let the elites swing their swords to make the Black Wind cavalry think that they were cut by the sword energy. This was the highest level of the art of confusing the enemy. The Black Wind cavalry who did not know the truth would keep charging forward, trying their best to kill the elites. However, even when the last cavalry fell, no one would understand that there were no elites. What killed was the invisible snow domain heavenly silkworm silk. Charge! Brothers! Charge! Kill these traitors! Qingfugui's voice reverberated throughout the entire road. The Black Wind cavalry followed him without hesitation. The deputy general rode on his horse and stood beside his general. Looking at the cavalry of the Black Wind Battalion, he coldly curled his lips and said, "General, you really are a genius. They have fallen into our trap." Qing Fugui urged his horse forward. His eyes shone with the excitement of killing the enemy. "I see it. The Nangong clan's rebel army is right in front. Brothers, charge." Chang Wei did not even bat an eyelid. Only pieces of meat could break through the snowfield silk. He did not need to instruct the archers to prepare, nor did he need to instruct the cavalry and infantry to listen to his orders. He only needed to make a hand gesture and let the elites start to pretend. That's right, the elites must stand high enough and be eye-catching enough for all the Black Wind cavalry to see. "Go up to the top of the pillar," he said. More than 10 elites used their qinggong and leaped onto the wooden pillar. Qing Fugui led his subordinates closer. They were turning a corner. Their figures were hidden by the slope in front of them. When they rushed out of the slope and onto the road, the hunt began. 3, 2, 1. The lieutenant counted silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1. He counted silently again. He looked at the pitch-black slope with a dumbfounded expression. "Can't you turn a corner and come out? Why are you still nowhere to be seen?" "Wait a minute." The sound of horse hooves was also gone. "General?" The lieutenant looked at Chang Wei strangely. He could not understand what was going on. Soon Takashi frowned. Just a moment ago, they were so noisy that their heads were about to split open. How did they suddenly disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye? Did something happen behind the slope when they turned the corner? But it shouldn't be to the extent of suddenly, no. Something is wrong. Chang Wei turned around abruptly and looked at the Nangong clan's army behind him. Woo, a bugle horn suddenly sounded from behind the Nangong clan's army. It was like the opening of a huge battle in the dark night. Following that, someone beat the war drum. Dong. Dong. Dong, every sound was like a roar from hell. The bugle horn sounded, the war drum beat, and the sound of horse hooves approached in unison. Even the sound of armor rubbing against each other was completely in sync. In the dark night, the flying eagle flag of the Xianxia family fluttered in the wind. The wind that came from the valley was like a dragon's roar, causing one's heart to tremble. The 20,000 Xianxia steel cavalry wore black armor and helmets. Even their horses were covered in black armor. Chang Wei's gaze was fixed on the young man leading the Xianxia steel cavalry. With just one look, Chang Wei recognized the young man from the Xianxia family. It was not based on his appearance, nor his identity. It was based on the young man's murderous aura and wolf-like nature. Chang Wei instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The young man pulled down the iron mask on his helmet, revealing only a pair of calm eyes. "Attack!" All the Xianxia steel cavalry raised their hands and pulled down the cold masks on their helmets in unison. The hunt has begun. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. https://www. zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1058470089. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com. Pen Fun Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The shock and impact of this scene was extremely great. The dark mass of Black Wind cavalry was like boiling molten iron as they charged towards the 80,000 rebels of the Nangong family. There was a formation when an army fought. Usually, the archers and chariots would be at the front. When charging, the cavalry would be at the front while the infantry would be at the back. Soon Takashi's main battlefield was near the canyon, so the Nangong cavalry and chariots were naturally arranged there. According to the original plan, as long as the Black Wind cavalry encountered the snowfield silk, they would not have to do anything. The problem was, he was not sure if the lieutenant could successfully lure the Black Wind Cavalry over. If the lieutenant and the cavalry were killed in the canyon, the Black Wind Cavalry would be waiting for them to attack the canyon. Then, the snowfield silk would not be of any use. Just in case, he still made this the main battlefield. This arrangement opened the door for the Black Wind Cavalry and welcomed them to harvest their heads. Cavalry and infantry were not on the same level. Moreover, they were facing the most powerful Black Wind Cavalry of the Six Nations. Soon Takashi did not need to look to know how many soldiers he would lose. Soon Takashi looked coldly at the lieutenant beside him. Didn't you see that they did not have many soldiers when you fought with them? The lieutenant was speechless. He was overwhelmed by the Black Wind Cavalry's aura in the canyon and was scared out of his wits. He only wanted to leave as soon as possible, fearing that he would die in the hands of the Black Wind Cavalry. He did not have the time to count how many soldiers they had. He waved his arm and pointed at the quiet hill. It's their commander. He's shouting too loudly. My head is buzzing. This was one of the reasons. Chingfugue used his own strength to shout out the aura of thousands of soldiers and horses. It made people feel that he had all the Black Wind Cavalry behind him. Soon Takashi gritted his teeth. You haven't even seen the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. How can you be sure that all the Black Wind Cavalry are there? He was stunned by Chingfugue's shouting. At this point, soon Takashi could not tell that he had fallen into a trap. The ambush in the canyon was just a diversion. In fact, the main force of the Black Wind Cavalry had already circled to the back of the Nangong army. The commander shouted and scolded, creating such a huge commotion to distract them so that they wouldn't notice the main force of the Black Wind Cavalry approaching from the other side. How did they come up with the idea of going around to the rear? Were they not afraid that the Black Wind Cavalry would be swallowed whole by the Nangong family's army? Unless, the Black Wind Cavalry had already expected that they would not be able to pass through. Soon Takashi looked at the faintly discernible snowfield heavenly silkworm silk in front of him. Then, he looked at the Black Wind Battalion cavalrymen who suddenly hid behind the hill and stopped advancing. A bold guess suddenly formed in his mind. That young man had guessed that he would use this move, but how was that possible? Even the head of the Nangong family did not know that he had the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk. Who was this young man, and why did he know him so well? There was no time to think about this. Screams of agony could be heard from the back. The Black Wind Cavalry was killing people as if they were taking candy out of a bag. If this continued, the army would be defeated. Find someone to dismantle the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk, he ordered his deputy general. This thing was not that easy to dismantle. It was impervious to fire, water, and weapons. In order to prevent it from slipping off, it was tied in a dead knot. Those wooden pillars were also specially made. This was what it meant to have a circle around the place. Soon Takashi was having a headache. He could only order his deputy general to dismantle it. He wanted to go around the sides and kill the Black Wind Cavalry who were hiding behind the hill, but he had chosen the best place to do so. There were lakes on both sides. How could he go around them? Should he dive? Soon Takashi endured the waves of dizziness and coldly pulled out his long sword. All cavalrymen, follow me to battle. Chariots, get ready. Archers, follow me. Chariots with archers were a good way to deal with cavalrymen. However, the chariots were too slow. He had to fight with the Black Wind Cavalry first. Soon Takashi took the lead and led the Nangong family's cavalrymen to pass through the infantry camp. The Nangong family's army was not weak. They had always followed the Xianxia family's training method. However, this advantage was useless against the real Xianxia family's army. The strength of the Xianxia family's army was engraved in their bones. When the flying eagle flag fluttered in the wind, the heat wave that rolled through their chests was enough to burn their organs. Soon Takashi's participation allowed the Nangong family to regain some of their backbone. The defeated army gradually recovered under his command. However, this was still not enough to stop the Black Wind Cavalry from killing. The invincible Black Wind Cavalry was like a giant beast from the abyss. They were also like Azuras from hell. No rebel army could escape from their butcher's knife. Soon Takashi watched as his soldiers fell one by one. His eyes were bloodshot. On the other side, the deputy general was ordering a few soldiers to dismantle the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk. Weapons would not work. With one slash, the sword would break into two. Burning it with fire would not work either. He tried to cut the wooden pillar. However, the wooden pillar was harder than iron. It did not budge even after he cut it with his sword. Finally, the deputy general had an idea. Dig. Dig out the pillar for me. Swoosh, an arrow flew over and struck one of the Nangong soldiers, causing him to fall to the ground. The deputy general's eyes trembled. He quickly looked over and saw Qingfu, Li Jin, and Tong Zhong leading a large group of cavalry to shoot arrows at them. Whenever one came close to the pillar, they would shoot one. If two came close, they would shoot both. The deputy general raised a shield to block himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are you bullying us because we don't have archers?" F***ck, they really didn't, they were taken away by General Tsun Takashi. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. A moment of carelessness could lead to irreversible consequences. This was not to say that Tsun Takashi's ability to see the entire situation was not enough. It was just that Gu Jiao's appearance was the biggest variable in this battle. Tsun Takashi had seen countless people, but he had never fought with such an enemy. The other party seemed to be very familiar with his style, but he knew nothing about him. He originally thought that the other party was just a martial arts prodigy. Who would have thought that the other party was a talented commander? Tsun Takashi's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the young man who had killed countless Nangong soldiers. The young man was too ferocious. No one dared to get close to him. However, no one could escape from his hunt. Tsun Takashi led the cavalry to surround Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao saw so many people charging at her, but there was no fear in her eyes. She grabbed the reins with one hand and the red-tasseled spear with the other. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Go! Black Wind King's aura was fully unleashed. He sped up and charged into the Nangong army's cavalry formation. The Nangong family's war horses were frightened by Black Wind King. The cavalry formation that took a lot of effort to charge over was instantly scattered. Gu Jiao and Black Wind King chased after their prey. However, this was not the scariest thing. Tsun Takashi wanted to kill Gu Jiao a few times, but he was stopped by the Black Wind cavalry. Then, he discovered something unbelievable. These Black Wind cavalry looked like they were killing their own people. However, they were in an organized and planned way to drive the Nangong army toward the canyon. They surrounded the Nangong army, causing the frightened soldiers to have nowhere to run. They could only retreat with all their might. However, the result of retreating was, Tsun Takashi turned around and looked at the Nangong soldiers who were charging forward recklessly. Stop. All of you, stop. Unfortunately, it was too late. The rebels who did not know what was going on ran toward the snow domain heavenly silk. That was supposed to be used against the Black Wind cavalry. Why? Why did it end up on our own people? Tsun Takashi let out a beast-like roar. Gu Jiao raised her spear and killed a rebel who tried to ambush Black Wind King. The situation looked good, but only she knew that. Everyone's stamina was reaching its limit. Although it was not obvious, the Black Wind cavalry's casualties would increase if they continued to fight. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. Boss. Black Wind King understood. It followed Gu Jiao's direction and galloped toward General Tsun Takashi. It was also running out of stamina. Everyone had been traveling for so many days. Not only were the people exhausted, but the horses were also exhausted. All the Black Wind cavalry gave it their all. They did not care about their lives or their internal injuries. On the side, some Black Wind cavalry had already fallen to the ground. They had fallen from exhaustion. Tsun Takashi swung his sword at a Black Wind cavalry warhorse. Gu Jiao raised her spear, and with a king's sound, she blocked his ferocious sword. Tsun Takashi turned around and met the young man's cold and calm eyes. The young man said calmly, "Your opponent is me." Tsun Takashi made a feint and stabbed his sword at Gu Jiao's heart. His attack was almost a sneak attack. To be honest, he was embarrassed to use such a sneak attack on a junior. However, the situation was critical. If they did not take the head of the Black Wind cavalry's commander, the Nangong army would really lose this battle. Gu Jiao was hit by his sword. His eyes lit up, He knew that no one would be able to dodge this attack, however, in the next second, his expression froze. Why couldn't it pierce through? Fifth Master Han's sword could not pierce through my armor. Your sword, can it be sharper than his? Gu Jiao looked at him calmly. Under his dumbfounded gaze, she raised her red-tasseled spear and pierced through his hard armor, stabbing him in the chest. Digression, today, Fong Fongzai also wants monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1058464404. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. General Chang Wei. One of the Nangong rebel soldiers who witnessed this scene cried out. The Black Wind Battalion soldiers took the chance to shout out. General Chang Wei is dead. General Chang Wei was killed by the Black Wind Battalion's commander. Brothers! Their ever-victorious general has died at the hands of their commander. Everyone charge! Kill these traitors! The Black Wind Battalion soldiers' morale continued to rise. Even though everyone was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, they clenched their teeth tightly, not letting the Nangong rebel soldiers see any signs of exhaustion. The surrounding Nangong rebel soldiers witnessed Chang Wei being assassinated with their own eyes. Even if they couldn't see it from afar, it didn't matter because Gu Jiao directly stabbed the person with his spear, hanging him high in the air. This is your General Chang Wei. He has already died at my hands. The young man's immature voice was full of murderous intent, and it reverberated in the noisy battlefield. General Chang Wei had never been defeated before, but now he was defeated at the hands of a fledgling youth. The youth's armor reflected the silvery white moonlight. Everyone was dazed for a moment, as if a new war god was born after Shen Yuanli. The Nangong rebel army's morale was already low, and General Chang Wei's defeat was the last straw that broke the camel's back. In front of them was the Shenyuan steel cavalry, behind them was the snow-filled silk wall that could cut through people. Some soldiers were terrified and jumped into the lake in panic. But the moment they jumped in, Cheng Fugui and the others' arrows shot over like soul-stealing arrows. In just a few breaths of time, the lake's surface was covered in blood. The huge battlefield had completely turned into a slaughterhouse for the Black Wind Battalion. Every Nangong rebel army was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What was even more tragic was that they had no leader, their morale was low, and they had already lost the will to fight. They could only wait for death in despair. Brothers! Even if we die, we must drag someone down with us. Let these Black Wind cavalry die with us. How daring was this guy, however, Gu Jiao would not give them the chance to drag the Black Wind cavalry down with them. Gu Jiao said sternly, those who surrender will be spared. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. These words were undoubtedly the only way out for the rebel army in their despair. One of them threw away the weapon in his hand. Then, there was a second one. After a short while, a third one appeared. Either surrender or die. Who would be willing to die? Gu Jiao ordered the cavalry at the side, seize their chariots. The night wasn't over yet. In the city lord's mansion, the Nangong family head was about to rest when an urgent report came from outside the courtyard. City lord, bad news, bad news. Nangong family head frowned. He put on his outer robe and walked out of the house. Looking at the scout who had fallen into the courtyard, he asked in a deep voice, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Where are the rules? The scout looked at Patriarch Nangong with tears in his eyes. City lord. General Chang Wei. General Chang Wei. Patriarch Nangong's eyes darkened. What happened to General Chang Wei? The scout wiped his tears and said in a choked voice, General Changwei was killed by the Black Wind Camp's commander. What? Patriarch Nangong's expression changed. He was stunned for a while before he rejected the scout. Are you mistaken? How could General Changwei die in the hands of a brat? These words were a little boastful. Was that brat an ordinary brat? He killed Nangong Li and captured Nangong Zai alive. What was so strange about General Changwei dying in his hands? However, the scout knew that Patriarch Nangong was not referring to the strength of a one-on-one battle. After all, this was a war. The Nangong family had the absolute advantage in terms of military strength. How could they lose so easily? Furthermore, General Changwei claimed that he knew how to deal with the Black Wind cavalry. The scout said anxiously, City Lord, I'm not mistaken. This is true. Xiao Lulang killed General Changwei and tens of thousands of soldiers were captured. Xiao Lulang stole our chariots and is rushing towards our east gate. City Lord. Let me escort you to leave. Patriarch Nangong said coldly, Bastard. Who wants to leave? The scout tried his best to persuade him, City Lord. Xuyang City's military strength has been mobilized. There are only 3,000 soldiers left in the city. They are no match for 20,000 cavalry. Where there is life, there is hope. City Lord. Leave this place tonight. Patriarch Nangong clenched his fist and the veins on his forehead popped out. Where is fourth brother? Fourth brother had 5,000 cavalry. If he could rush back from the north gate, it would be possible to stop the Black Wind cavalry with the advantage of Xuyang City being easy to defend and hard to attack. They would not be able to stop them for long. In another 3 days, the Liang Kingdom's army would break through the Yen Gate Pass and head straight for Xuyang City. At that time, they would cooperate with the Liang Kingdom's army and kill the Black Wind cavalry. Woo, a muffled sound of a horn came from the distant horizon. The silent Xuyang City seemed to have been torn apart. Xuyang City was shrouded in an endless war. The scout cried, It's too late, City Lord. Fourth Master can't make it back. We can't wait any longer. Let's run. The patrolling rebel army on the East City Tower heard the sound of the horn and the sound of the charging war drum. The dark mass of cavalry seemed to have broken through the mountains and rivers. In the darkness of the night, they were like the army of King Yama, bringing with them an unstoppable murderous aura. The rebel army on the tower was so frightened that they fell to the ground. It's the Black Wind cavalry. The Black Wind cavalry has come to attack the city. The Black Wind cavalry has come to attack the city, they knew very well. How many people were left in the city? They could not defend it. Xuyang City could not be defended. Gu Jiao raised her hand and looked coldly at the towering tower. Archers, get ready. Chariots, attack. The cavalrymen pushed the chariots toward the city gate tower. The iron spikes on the chariots slammed into the thick city gate again and again. Every sound of the impact was like a landslide, causing the defenders to be in a state of panic and fear. A leader of the rebel army shouted, Release the arrows. Shoot them to death. Arrows covered the sky and the earth as they rained down on the chariots. The cavalry beside the chariots were already prepared. They raised their shields and formed an impenetrable iron dome. Some of the arrows pierced through the gaps between his fingers. Damn. One of the cavalry saw an arrow piercing through his fingers. He was so frightened that his buttocks tightened. Catapults. The leader of the rebel army shouted again. However, before the catapults could be pushed out, Gu Jiao shot an arrow through the head of the rebel army leader. A great battle was about to break out. However, all of a sudden, the rebel army on the tower retreated. Gu Jiao vaguely heard something about the lord of the city summoning the soldiers. Not long after, a scout from the Black Wind Battalion came over. He stopped in front of Gu Jiao and saluted. Commander, the people of the Nangong family have escaped from the South City Gate. Qing Fugui looked at the tower that had suddenly quieted down and said, No wonder they stopped fighting. They want to escort the people of the Nangong family out. Gu Jiao was not too surprised. The Nangong family abandoning the city and escaping was part of the plan. They had dragged their tired bodies to the city in the middle of the night. They did not really want to fight the last of the Nangong family's rebel army head-on. Although the rebel army did not have many people in the city, they had the advantage in terms of battle conditions. More importantly, the Black Wind Battalion could not fight anymore. They were already at the end of their rope. The drums, horns, and siege were all just a bluff. If the Nangong family had been a little more courageous and fought them to the death, the outcome would have been very different. Attacking the city right after the battle with Tsun Takashi's 80,000 men was not just a show for the Nangong family. It was also a show for the captives. Don't think that we can't fight anymore. As long as you guys are alive, the Black Wind cavalry will never fall. This was a very risky move. The slightest carelessness could cause the entire army to be annihilated. But if they did not do this, when 4th Master Nangong's army returned to the city, they would have to endure another terrifying battle and pay a huge price. Fortunately, she won the bet. Gu Jiao looked up at the endless sky and secretly sighed in relief. She said firmly, "Everyone can rest now. Have the reserve battalion come and break the city gate. Be careful of any unexpected changes." The scout excitedly replied, "Yes." Bang, a cavalryman fell off his horse. Soon, his horse also fell down beside him. This was not an isolated phenomenon. Gu Jiao did not need to turn around to know that a large number of people had fallen behind her. Everyone could not hold on any longer. However, until she said that it was time to rest, everyone maintained their fighting posture. Gu Jiao dragged her tired body down from her horse. Only now did she feel the soreness all over her body. Even her legs did not feel like they were hers. The red tasseled spear was covered in blood. She did not know if it was hers or the enemy's. She patted Black Wind King's neck. Black Wind King, who was also exhausted, lowered his head in tacit understanding. One person and one horse leaned their foreheads against each other, panting slightly. They won the battle. The Black Wind cavalry won a battle that was almost impossible to win. They did not disappoint and took Chuyang before the Liang army arrived. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/10582560. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. The gates of Chuyang City were too sturdy. Ordinary chariots couldn't break them open. Li Shan and Zhao Dengfeng led a group of garrison soldiers to the south gate. There, the gate was open because the Nangong family had just escaped. Li Shan and Zhao Dengfeng entered from the south gate and crossed half the city to reach the east gate. More than 20 people worked together to slowly turn the gate capstan. When they opened the city gates and were about to welcome their Black Wind cavalry into the city, what they saw was an empty space outside the city gates. Countless cavalrymen and war horses were all over the place. Some fell asleep on the spot, while others fainted. War horses were highly vigilant and usually slept standing up, but now they were falling down in droves. This battle was truly too difficult to fight. The cavalry soldiers of the reserve camp all had tears in their eyes. As the reserve force, they didn't participate in this battle with the vanguard and assault camps. They enjoyed the victory that their companions sacrificed their lives for, but they didn't feel good about it. If they could, they also wanted to go into battle. They didn't want their companions to be so tired. Don't just stand there. Can't you see that the young commander is still busy? Li Shan looked in the direction of Gu Jiao and said. Gu Jiao didn't rest. She was helping the medical officers treat the injured soldiers. On the way here, they met Qing Fugui, Li Jin, Tong Zhong, and the others. They learned some of the details of the battle from them. This young commander was always at the front of the troops. Wherever there was danger, he would rush there. He had killed the most enemies, but he was clearly the youngest. Zhao Dengfeng opened his mouth. He isn't tired? How could he not be tired? If the battle at the city gate was included, she had participated in all 3 battles today. Not only that, she was the only one who was treating the wounded while the other cavalrymen were recuperating. Li Shan said with a complicated expression, he's the one who overdrew the most. Zhao Dengfeng said in a daze. It's good to be young. The 2 commanders of the reserve battalion asked Gu Jiao for instructions on how to deal with the captives and the wounded soldiers near the canyon. Gu Jiao paused for a moment, then said, lock the captives in the barracks in the city. Bring the wounded soldiers here. After all, these captives had served the Nangong family before, so it was hard to say whether they would retaliate or not. Gu Jiao had considered taking them in, but for the time being, she couldn't risk letting them participate in an important battle. Of course, Gu Jiao could also kill them. Killing prisoners of war was a common practice throughout history, but Gu Jiao did not do so. The right commander of the reserve camp, Zhou Ren, asked, then, what about their injured soldiers? Gu Jiao said, let their medical officer treat him. Hearing this, Zhou Ren and Zhang Shiyong were sure that Gu Jiao really didn't want to make things difficult for these rebel captives. The young commander was so ruthless when he killed the rebels that they thought he was a bloodthirsty person. On the way here, they thought that the prisoners of war would most likely not survive. The 2 of them exchanged a look, and they were both surprised. But the 2 of them still answered, yes. There were quite a lot of people in the reserve battalion, almost 1/3 of the military strength. But fortunately, there was such a large proportion, or they wouldn't have been able to complete the various post-war arrangements. These soldiers knew how to fight, but they wouldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Zhang Shiyong led a group of soldiers to escort the captives, and Li Shan and Zhao Dengfeng followed. Zhou Ren led another group of soldiers to the canyon to transport the wounded soldiers. In addition, Zhou Ren arranged for Wenren Chong to bring the logistical forces that had set up camp near the mountain into the city. While the entire reserve battalion was dealing with the aftermath, a total of 2 major events happened. First, Nangong Zhe had escaped. He had broken the bones in his hand in order to escape from the narrow iron chain and ascend to the heavens. Second, Sun Takashi wasn't dead. He was still breathing. It was discovered by the Black Wind Camp's cavalrymen who were transporting the corpses. His breathing was too weak. If not for the cavalrymen's extraordinary hearing, it would have been difficult to detect Sun Takashi's weak breathing in the noisy scene. There were many wounded among the captives, and they were usually handed over to their own medical officers. But Sun Takashi's identity was special, and Zhou Ren wasn't sure if he should be given the chance to treat him. So, Zhou Ren sent soldiers to ask for Gu Jiao's opinion. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and said, bring him here. The cavalryman was stunned. Yes. He walked a few steps, scratched his head, and mustered up his courage to say to Gu Jiao, Commander, Sun Takashi, has a very high reputation in the army. You, better, Gu Jiao understood what he meant. He was worried that Sun Takashi might harm her if he survived. Gu Jiao nodded. I know. Go ahead. It was a kind gesture. Her impression of Sun Takashi came from the dream of the 3-year civil war. The Han family wanted to become the next Xianyuan family, so they launched a plan to eliminate the other aristocratic families. The aristocratic families killed each other, and the Nangong family and the Han family killed each other the most. Among them, Sun Takashi was the bravest general against the Han family. When he fought against the Han family, he used the snowfield silk and killed almost all of the Han family's cavalry. In that civil war, she didn't fight against Sun Takashi because he was too annoying. He made the Han family suffer, and in the end, he was assassinated by an Hun. His snowfield heavenly silkworm silk had also fallen into the hands of the Han family. This time, she did plan to use the valley as the main battlefield, but when she heard from Li Jin and Tong Zhong that the general leading the troops might be Sun Takashi, she immediately changed her plan. She also reminded Qing Fugue that if the enemy pretended to retreat, he mustn't go over the hill and get close to the road with lakes on both sides. If she was Sun Takashi and wanted to use the snowfield silk to deal with the Black Wind cavalry, that was the best place to set up an ambush. The Black Wind cavalry was very efficient. When Sun Takashi was dragged over on a cart, the tents for the wounded soldiers were already set up. Gu Jiao had just finished an operation and said to the cavalry at the door, bring him in. Two cavalry from the reserve camp carried Tsun Takashi, who was covered in blood, into the tent and placed him on a foldable bamboo bed. The tent was filled with luminous pearls to illuminate the place. Other than that, there were also many oil lamps and candles. Gu Jiao even used the small flashlight in the small medical box. Tsun Takashi's armor was removed by Zhou Ren before he came. Gu Jiao used a pair of scissors to open his shirt, exposing the wound on his left chest. Gu Jiao raised his sterilized hand and put on a glove. He looked at the unconscious Tsun Takashi and said, "I rarely fail when killing people. I wonder if this is fate." Gu Jiao came out after the operation and heard Teacher Hu was waiting at the door, reporting that Mu Qingchen had returned. Zhao Lei seems to have died in battle. Teacher Hu sighed. Young Master Mu didn't say what happened. Why don't you ask him yourself? As he spoke, he thought of something and his eyebrows twitched. No. Master. You're so tired. Why don't you take a nap first? It won't be too late to ask him when you wake up. Gu Jiao walked away. Teacher Hu looked at the thin figure inside as he rubbed his chest. In the beginning, he followed the young commander because he wanted to climb up the social ladder. But why did he feel so different now? Teacher Hu looked at the sky in confusion. He's not my son. Why should I be worried? Mu Qingchen stood far away. He stood alone by the side of the road and held on to a big tree to retch. He had vomited everything he could. Now, only the feeling of nausea was left. Gu Jiao came behind him and glanced at him calmly. It's your first time killing someone. Are you not used to it? Mu. Qingchen heard Gu Jiao's voice and suppressed the urge to retch. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said while panting, I killed 5 people. Zhao Lei didn't die in his hands. He had never killed anyone before, so he couldn't get over it. He plotted to make Zhao Lei fall off his horse and die under the hooves of the Nangong Sitsi. However, he didn't expect that the Nangong family's 5,000 soldiers were not that easy to get rid of. Mu Qingchen said with difficulty, you said that we don't have to fight, but you knew that there would be a fight. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and said calmly, I just told you to quit while you're ahead and run away. I didn't say that there wouldn't be a fight and that no one would die. How are your casualties? Mu Qingchen said in a low voice, more than 10 cavalrymen were injured. Because he didn't want to kill at first, one of the Black Wind Battalion's cavalrymen was seriously injured by the Nangong family's rebels in order to protect him. It's good that you're all back, Gu Jiao said sincerely. Mu Qingchen didn't feel good about it. He felt disgusted when he thought of killing people. Did you feel like this when you killed someone for the first time? He asked. I don't remember, Gu Jiao said, I killed too many people. Mu Qingchen looked at her in surprise. Gu Jiao didn't explain. She turned around and walked back. As she walked, she said, you'd better get used to it. There won't be such easy missions for you to practice. The Jin Kingdom's army has broken through Tianshan Pass, and the Liang Kingdom's army will arrive at Yanmen Pass in 3 days. Mu Qingchen, the real battle has begun. Digression, Marquis Xianping, it's so lonely to be invincible, Princess Xinyang, get lost, Marquis Xianping, okay, get lost and play with your son. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet, https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/10582447 HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second, www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. At 5 o'clock, all the Blackwind cavalry who were resting on the ground outside the city had woken up. They lined up neatly and stood against the wind. No matter how tired or exhausted they were, Once the army was reorganized, they would be able to quickly enter a state of combat readiness. Gu Jiao, who had been busy the whole night and hadn't rested, was riding on the back of the Black Wind King. His red armor was like fire, and the black armor was like a blade. Even the howling wind couldn't blow away the killing intent and fighting spirit of this young man. After yesterday's battle, everyone looked at this young commander in a new light. Whether or not they could trust him with their loyalty was another matter, but they could trust him with their backs. On the battlefield, he was the king. Gu Jiao held the reins with one hand and her helmet with the other. She looked at all the Black Wind cavalry calmly and said, "The 10th and 9th rules of the army." Everyone straightened their backs and recited with a magnanimous expression on their faces. Stealing people's belongings and taking people's heads for their own benefit. Taking people's heads for their own merit. This is called a pirate army. Those who break this rule will be beheaded. Wherever you go, you abuse the people. If you force, separate, women, this is called a traitor army. Those who break this rule will be beheaded. Gu Jiao said, "Very good. You are the soldiers of the Great Yin. Xuyang City belongs to the Great Yin. Remember the mission on your shoulders. Don't hurt the people in the city in any way." After saying that, she looked at the Great Yin flag and the Xianyuan flying eagle flag raised high in the cavalry's hands. Enter the city. Nearly 50,000 people entered the city. It was still early, and the people in the city were still resting. The Black Wind cavalry's hooves were very light, and the soldiers tried to minimize the sound of armor rubbing against each other. Even so, when they were halfway through the journey, the people in the city got up early and started to work. When they saw the Black Wind cavalry, they were so scared that they froze on the spot. In the market, a peddler carrying mountain goods whispered to his companion, "I told you that I heard someone ramming the gate last night. You didn't believe me. Look, didn't they break in?" All the people kept quiet out of fear. The difference between the Black Wind cavalry and the Nangong army was obvious. Firstly, their aura was different. Secondly, their armor and warhorses were vastly different. Not to mention that one of the banners in front of the troops was different. Gu Jiao took the lead and walked at the front. She put on her helmet, but didn't put down her mask. Her young and tender face was exposed, along with the birthmark on her left cheek. The commoners were terrified. The Black Wind King was the king of warhorses, and its aura was unapproachable. The strange-looking man and his ferocious-looking warhorse made some children cry on the spot. The child's mother hurriedly covered the child's mouth, afraid that the little god of death would be unhappy and kill her son. Gu Jiao didn't mind and continued to ride the Black Wind King forward. Bang, he didn't know who had closed the windows. Bang, then, someone closed the door. The commoners on the street seemed to have finally come to their senses. They carried their children and pushed their stalls, and the lively street was suddenly empty. Advisor who was riding behind Gu Jiao, opened his mouth. "My lady, we don't seem to be very popular. We are the ones who cleaned up the rebels and saved the people of Xuyang City. Shouldn't the commoners line the streets to welcome us?" Gu Jiao said calmly, "In their eyes, we are the rebels." Advisor who, a 1-year-old child was placed in a basket next to a vegetable stall. The adults didn't see the basket fall, and the little guy didn't cry either. He used his hands and feet to crawl out of the basket. As he crawled, he arrived at the official road. Qing Fugui was walking at the front of the troops. He hurriedly stepped out, dismounted, and picked up the child. Qing Fugui didn't look fierce, but he had been in a battle. His face was bruised and swollen, and he looked quite fierce and scary. The little guy burst into tears and stretched out his hand towards his parents who were not far away. His parents were shocked. They rushed into the house and closed the door without saying a word. Qing Fugui was confused. "You don't want your child anymore?" The little guy wailed loudly. His cries were heart-wrenching and soul-stirring. He didn't forget to use his invincible little chubby hand to pull Qing Fugui's ear. Qing Fugui cried out in pain, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." In the end, Mu Qingchen came over on his horse. He dismounted and came to Qing Fugui's side. "Give him to me." The little guy stopped crying as soon as he was in his arms. He was very obedient, and his little fat hand was very quiet. He was indeed a handsome uncle who could even coax a young princess. Mu Qingchen walked over with the little guy in his arms and gently knocked on the door. The couple looked out through the crack of the door. If it were Qing Fugui, they would be too scared to open the door. Mu Qingchen didn't have much murderous aura, so even if he was wearing armor, he still gave people a sense of elegance and refinement. The couple boldly opened the door. Mu Qingchen returned the child to them. Be careful in the future, he reminded them. The couple looked at the handsome young man in front of them in a daze. Ah, yes, yes, Mu Qingchen turned and left, returning to the team with Qing Fugui. Looking at the unscathed child in their arms, the couple couldn't believe it. The news of Xuyang City being recaptured spread to Tianshan Pass, which was hundreds of miles away. In the mansion of Linfeng City, Old Master Han and his descendants gathered together. After listening to the spy's report, the atmosphere in the parlor was a bit solemn. Old Master Han's eldest son, Han Ye's father, Han Lei, said with emotion, "I didn't expect the Imperial Army to arrive so soon." The silver-haired fifth Master Han sat opposite Han Lei. He said, "The main force hasn't arrived yet. Only the Black Wind Cavalry has arrived." Han Lei glanced at his brother. "That's what I meant. The Black Wind Cavalry is also the Imperial Army." In the past, the Han family had never been so hostile. However, when the war started, everyone was on high alert. Naturally, their emotions fluctuated more than before. Fifth Master Han didn't care about his brother's tone. He only said lightly, 50,000 Black Wind Cavalry, less than 20,000 of them. Even so, they still managed to take down Xuyang City, which was guarded by 80,000 soldiers. Han Lei said coldly, "That was Xiao Liulong's trick." Fifth Master Han said, "All is fair in war. Even Chang Wei fell. I don't know what our Han family's chances of winning are." Han Lei frowned. "Fifth brother, you're praising others too much. You're diminishing our own morale." Fifth Master Han said lightly, "If it was you, would you be able to lead the Black Wind Cavalry and defeat Chang Wei's 80,000 soldiers?" Han Lei choked. After a while, he mumbled, "That's because the Black Wind Cavalry is powerful." He took advantage of the situation. Speaking of which, the Black Wind Cavalry was trained by our Han family. The Imperial Court is really shameless. They stole our soldiers and killed our people. Fifth Master Han said calmly, "Have you forgotten? We also took it from the Xianyuan family." Third Master Han was a good-for-nothing. He didn't care about war. He looked at his eldest brother and his fifth brother. He didn't know who to support. Old Master Han stomped his walking stick. "All right, both of you, stop arguing. Just one Xiao Lulang and you're already in such a mess. You've really brought shame to the Han family." The Black Wind Cavalry was the strongest army in the Yan Kingdom. It wasn't easy to deal with them. In addition, the Nangong family was careless and underestimated the enemy. That's why they fell into Xiao Liulong's trap. This guy is indeed quite capable. However, his forces are limited. It won't be easy to defend Xuyang City. The Imperial Court's army will arrive in about 10 days. However, the Liang Kingdom's army will break through the Yan Gate Pass in 3 days. The main general of the Liang Kingdom's army is Chu Feiping. He's a famous divine general. He used to be as famous as Shan Yuanqing. Xiao Lulang will be dealt with by him. After the Black Wind Cavalry entered Xuyang City, Gu Jiao didn't stay in the city lord's residence. Instead, she stayed in the barracks with the soldiers. Mu Qingchen was sent out as a woman's friend to spread the news that the Black Wind Cavalry was a righteous army. Gu Jiao sat in the barracks. She looked at the small wooden tokens on the sand table. Each wooden token represented 1,000 soldiers. They were stationed at the various strongholds in the city. It's still not enough. She rubbed her chin. Once the Liang Kingdom's army attacked, 10 to 20,000 cavalry would not be enough. Especially since the Liang Kingdom's manufacturing industry was very advanced. Their siege chariots were very powerful. They were 3 times more powerful than the Yan Kingdom's chariots. They also used ladders to climb up the city walls. They could pull people up directly. The advantage of cavalry was in attacking the city. It was rare to use cavalry to defend the city. If the Black Wind Cavalry was able to display all their advantages in the battle against the 80,000-strong army of the Nangong family, then the following battle against the Liang Kingdom's army would no longer be the Black Wind Cavalry's home ground. It would be an even more difficult battle. Digression: the third watch is here, please give me a monthly vote. The original article came from Baidu Encyclopedia. Han Xian's Military Rules 17 Forbidden Laws 54 Strikes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10581826. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online here. Gu Jiao was too tired. As she thought about it, her eyelids drooped and she fell asleep on the small table in front of her. The curtain of her tent was open for ventilation, and there were 2 cavalrymen guarding the door. A cavalryman of the vanguard passed by and inadvertently glanced inside. Then he paused. Then, 2 more, 3 more, 4 more. Gu Jiao didn't know that the door was crowded with curious heads. The young commander is drooling. The young commander is frowning, he's wrinkling his nose. Lower your voice. Gu Jiao was lying on the table, her tender cheeks were squashed. Her mouth was slightly open, and crystal clear saliva flowed out. After learning from Wang Man for so many days, Gu Jiao, who had finally learned the essence of it, had no idea that her image as an official had completely collapsed one day. Hey, don't push me, I can't see. A cavalryman muttered. He was almost squeezed out. There were more and more onlookers. Everyone wanted to see the young commander sleep. Speaking of which, it was strange. They were all grown men, so why would they like to look at another grown man? In terms of appearance, Mu Qingchen was more handsome. After all, he was the first young master of Xingdu. But they didn't like to stare at Mu Qingchen. What's going on? What's going on? Advisor who had just come out of the kitchen, was shocked when he saw the door was surrounded by people. He thought that something big had happened in the commander's tent. He asked. But no one paid attention to him. He poked the cavalryman at the back of the line. Hey, what's going on? The cavalryman didn't look back and pushed his hand away. Don't be noisy. Go away. Advisor whose eyes widened and he gasped. What did this brat say? Who should go away? I'm your uncle who? I'm no longer that nameless and unappreciated advisor. I'm Chief Commander Zhao's most important confidant. I've followed His Excellency everywhere and fought everywhere, my status is very high. Advisor who was furious. He raised his hand, jumped up, and slapped the back of the cavalryman's head. How dare you? The cavalryman turned around and saw that it was Advisor who. He shrunk his neck and pinched his companion's butt. His companion slapped his hand away. What are you doing? I'm looking at the young commander. Cough cough. He coughed heavily. All the cavalrymen turned around and glared at him. They lowered their voices and said in unison, shut up. He woke up the little commander, then, they saw Advisor who with a gloomy face. Everyone stood there awkwardly for 3 seconds before they scattered like a swarm of bees, unable to catch any of them. Advisor who gritted his teeth in anger. A bunch of brats. He stormed into the tent angrily. When he saw Gu Jiao lying on the table, he couldn't help but cover his heart. It can't be, right? What kind of immortal commander was this? It was too cute. Gu Jiao slept until the afternoon. Advisor who let down the curtain of the tent. Perhaps the group of brats would see the little commander's squeaky face again. After Gu Jiao woke up, she wiped the corners of her mouth without batting an eyelid, as if nothing had happened. If I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Advisor who smiled embarrassedly. Sir, it's still early. Do you want to rest for a while? No. Gu Jiao rubbed her sore neck. How's the situation in the city? Advisor Hu said, everything is fine. Don't worry, sir. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked, Xuyang City has a governor, right? Advisor Hu had already gathered all this information. He said, the old city lord was from the Nangong family. After the head of the Nangong family came, he became the city lord himself. When he left, he took the old city lord with him. Gu Jiao nodded. We have to find a new governor to restore order in the city. Advisor Hu hurriedly said, I'll keep an eye on it. Oh, by the way, sir, when you were resting just now, the medical officer from the casualty barracks came and said that Chang Wei has woken up. Gu Jiao was surprised. Oh, that's fast. His vitality is not bad. I'll go take a look. Looking at his skinny figure, Advisor Hu couldn't help but blurt out, eat before you go. It was the tone of an elder scolding his own child. Gu Jiao, who had already stood up, looked at Advisor Hu strangely. Advisor Hu realized what he had said in a moment of desperation. He was so scared that he trembled and lowered his head. I meant, you haven't eaten anything for the whole day. Chang Wei isn't worried. He won't die anytime soon anyway. Sir, why don't you go after dinner? Don't punish me, don't punish me. It wasn't easy for me to make a name for myself. Don't make me sit on the bench again. Oh, okay. Gu Jiao sat back down on the cushion. Advisor Hu clutched his chest in shock. He almost thought that he was going to die. Gu Jiao's meal was simple. There were 2 steamed buns and a plate of pickled vegetables. Today, they had slaughtered pigs in the reserve barracks and made braised pork with cabbage for the soldiers. Advisor Hu also left a bowl for Gu Jiao. War consumed a lot of energy, so did his appetite. Gu Jiao swept away all the food on the table. Advisor Hu was stunned. Gu Jiao went to the casualty barracks. Chang Wei's situation was special. There was a possibility that he would counterattack. He was placed in a separate casualty barracks and was guarded by 2 Black Wind cavalry. When Gu Jiao went in, a medical officer's attendant was feeding him porridge. He turned his face away in refusal. The attendant was put in a difficult position. You may leave, Gu Jiao said to the attendant. Yes. The attendant put down the bowl and left. Gu Jiao came to the bedside and looked at Chang Wei indifferently. You woke up quite quickly. Chang Wei turned around and looked coldly at Gu Jiao. His pale lips spoke in a weak but powerful voice. Kill me if you want. Don't even think about anything else. Gu Jiao put his hands behind his back and raised his eyebrows. I'm curious. Why are you so loyal to the Nangong family? They are rebels. Don't you care? Chang Wei said coldly, don't talk nonsense here. We don't know who the rebels are yet. The king is heartless. There's no need for us to serve him. King, oh king, look at the sins you've committed. Gu Jiao said, the king is heartless, but does the Nangong family have any morals? How much do you know about the Xianyuan family? Yes, the king wanted to kill the Xianyuan family. The king wants to get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. It's not worth serving him. But do you think the Nangong family is a good thing? If the Nangong family didn't work with the Han family to betray the Xianyuan family, how could the imperial court destroy the Xianyuan family with their measly military strength? Chang Wei said sarcastically, do you think I'll believe you just because you're spouting nonsense? Gu Jiao said again, I'll only ask you one thing. If the Nangong family betrayed the country, are you still willing to serve them? Chang Wei looked away. That's none of your business. It was an evasive action. It seemed that the only reason Chang Wei served the Nangong family was because he was grateful to the Nangong family for recognizing his worth. The rest was because he was dissatisfied with the king's cruelty. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of betraying the country. He also didn't know that the Nangong family had plans to collude with the country of Liang. It was too late to look for evidence now. She only had 3 days to make Chang Wei believe her. If Tsun Takashi was still unwilling to fight the enemy with her after 3 days, then Xuyang City would most likely be lost. South of the country of Yin, Duke An and his great-aunt wanted to reach Chishui Pass as soon as possible. After leaving Hu City, they chose to travel by sea. Wang Su followed them. They boarded the Navy warship at the Yamen port. If the journey went smoothly, they would reach Chishui Pass within 5 days. His great-aunt was obviously dissatisfied with the progress. She was worried sick about Jiao Jiao. She didn't know how much hardship she had to go through, how many battles she had to fight, how much blood she had to shed, and how many injuries she had to suffer. "Is there a shortcut?" she asked. The old chancellor asked in the language of the Yan kingdom. Wang Su already knew that they were the distinguished guests of the duke's public house. He cupped his hands politely and said, "There is, but it's a bit risky. That place doesn't belong to the sea area of the Yan kingdom. We almost never go there." His great-aunt glanced at him. The old chancellor immediately understood and continued to ask Wang Su in the language of the Yan kingdom, "How fast can we go there?" 2 days, Wang Su said. "We'll go there," his great-aunt said decisively. Wang Su looked at Dukan, who was opposite him. Dukan wrote, "Agreed." He was worried. That Gu Jiaojiao had the same feeling as his great-aunt. 3 days was nothing in a peaceful area, but in the border where the flames of war were spreading, it was the life and death of tens of thousands. Dukan was the imperial envoy. Wang Su had no choice but to listen to him on important matters. He said unwillingly, "But if something happens on the way, don't regret it." Wang Su's jinx came true in the afternoon when they took the shortcut. Their 3 warships were surrounded by a group of pirates. The pirates were all tall and strong. They were incomparably brave. The military forces on the warships were almost powerless in the hands of these valiant pirates. Finally, the pirates broke through the blockade of the warships and stepped onto the warship that Dukan and the others were on. The pirate leader raised the machete in his hand. "Brothers, go. Kill all their men. Snatch all their women. Capture all their children." This person was 7 feet tall. He had a strong body and a strong aura. He wore a small cloth over his right eye. Everyone thought of the pirate One-Eyed Dragon at the same time. He didn't make a move himself. However, one of his subordinates was very fast and had very high martial arts. He knocked down 2 or 3 people with one punch. Not long after, all the guards on Class A were thrown into the sea. Wang Su pulled out his long sword and slashed at the back of the little pirate. Who would have thought that before he could even touch the little pirate's hair, the little pirate would turn around and fiercely stomp down. Stepping on him, Wang Su lay on the deck and vomited blood. Even pirates have such high martial arts now? The little pirate took care of all the guards. The pirate leader raised the corner of his beautiful lips and came to Wang Su without restraint. He said in the language of the Yan kingdom that he wasn't very familiar with: "Robbery. Gold, hand it over." The little pirate stepped on Wang Su's face expressionlessly. Wang Su gritted his teeth and said, "I won't hand it over, even if I die. You're quite stubborn." The pirate leader faintly pointed to the room where his great-aunt and the others were. He said arrogantly, "Then I can only kill them all." As soon as he said that, a small round head poked out from the room. The owner of the small head looked at the pirate leader and blinked her big eyes. "Little chicken monkey." Digression: Little chicken monkey, do you have monthly tickets? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1058022150. HTML genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet can be found here. This little chick monkey was simply a demon's voice. A certain one-eyed pirate leader's body trembled. It can't be. How could it be this guy? Also, how could he still be recognized when he was already armed to this extent? You've got the wrong person. The one-eyed pirate leader refused to admit it. He turned around and strode towards the guardrail. He wanted to get off the ship. Once the news of him robbing his own people reached his son's ears, his son would be angry with him. He hooked his finger at the little pirate and said, "Retreat." Little Jing Kong ran out and said, "Eh? Little chick monkey, why are you leaving?" The one-eyed pirate quickened his pace and strode forward, adhering to the principle of "it's not my fault if I'm not caught." Who would have thought that at this moment, the little pirate's marbles would fall out and clatter at his feet? He stepped on it and fell face first onto the ground. "My waist, Chong Jing, can't you not cheat your master for a day?" Chong Jing looked at Marquis Xianping with disdain. He picked up the marbles on the deck and rubbed them on Marquis Xianping's trousers. Then, he put the clean marbles back into his brocade pouch. "Brother Chong Jing." Little Jing Kong came to Chong Jing's side, raised his little head and stretched out his little fist. "Long time no see." Jing Kong, long time no see." Chong Jing nodded and stretched out his hand to punch little Jing Kong. Wang Su was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Do you know each other? What dialect are you speaking? Why can't I understand?" Little Jing Kong was an ordinary little language genius. He switched seamlessly to the Zhao language, so of course, Wang Su couldn't understand. However, the people in the room understood. The old chancellor walked out with a sullen face. "Marquis Xianping, how dare you leave your position as a marquis and become a pirate on the sea?" He even said something like "kill all their men, steal all their women, and catch all their children." Listen, is this something that a marquis of a country can say? He was a living pirate. Is this what you got from suppressing the bandits at sea last year? Instead of learning the good stuff, why did he learn the words of these bastards? Marquis Xianping had already calmed down and he slowly climbed up from the ground. He dusted his sleeves in a dignified and elegant manner and smiled. "Chancellor Hua, long time no see, how have you been?" The old chancellor interrupted his words and continued on his behalf, "It's just pretending to be a pirate to test the military strength of our warship. However, it seems like this military strength isn't enough. I still have to go out personally to escort you." Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched. "No wonder you're a storyteller. How did you manage to guess such an excellent line?" Marquis Xianping hurriedly changed the topic. "Speaking of which, why are you on the Yan Kingdom's ship? You are the chancellor of Zhao country. It is not appropriate for you to appear together with the officials of Yan country." He. His ability to play the blame game has improved. "Unfortunately, Marquis Xianping, the person you are facing this time is not me." The old chancellor stepped to the side. From the side room, Empress Dowager Zhuang walked out majestically. Marquis Xianping's gaze trembled. He looked at the old chancellor and then looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. "No way, the two of you eloped." The old chancellor exploded on the spot. "It's not what you think." Marquis Xianping looked at him strangely. "If it's not, then it's not. Why are you so agitated?" The old chancellor raised his hand and tidied up his lapel. Am I agitated? Aren't you the one who ruined the Empress Dowager's reputation?" Marquis Xianping squinted his eyes. "Granduncle?" The old chancellor replied instantly. "What?" Marquis Xianping, he. Wang Su didn't understand the language of Zhao country. He only saw them talking back and forth and didn't know what they were talking about. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Marquis Xianping deeply. "Come with me." Marquis Xianping followed the Empress Dowager into the side room. Wang Su supported himself on the deck and stood up. He looked at the little pirate who was skilled in martial arts and then looked at the big pirate who seemed to listen to the Empress Dowager. He felt a throbbing pain in his chest. What kind of people were these? If he had known, he wouldn't have exchanged missions with the Feng family's kid. He should have followed the emperor's grandson to Chen country. Chong Jing and little Jing Kong stayed on the deck to play marbles. Marquis Xianping followed the Empress Dowager into the side room for discussion. There were two familiar faces sitting inside, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen. Madame Nan and Master Lu had some private matters to attend to in Xingdu, so they didn't come back with them. There was also an unfamiliar man in a wheelchair. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshen didn't speak. They knew that Marquis Anguo was proficient in 6 languages. No matter what they said, they would be exposed. They simply didn't greet Marquis Xianping and just looked at him with their eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, we're all on the same side. There's no need to be restrained. This is Marquis Xianping of Zhao Country. She introduced him to Marquis Anhua and then said to Marquis Xianping, Marquis Anhua of Yan Country, Jiao Jiao's adoptive father. His daughter-in-law had an adoptive father in Yan Country. Marquis Xianping instantly became polite. He smiled and said, Marquis Anhua, I've heard a lot about you. Marquis Anhua wrote in Zhao Country's language on the armrest, Marquis Xianping, I've heard a lot about you. He really heard a lot about you. 20 years ago, this guy was on the beauty list of the 6 countries. Who didn't know you? You can even write backwards. Marquis Xianping admired him. Sit down. Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Marquis Xianping sat down. He looked at Gu Shaoshun and said, you've grown taller. Then he looked at Gu Yan and asked, have you recovered? His essence, energy, and spirit were all different. Gu Yan said with pride, I've recovered. My sister cured me. Marquis Xianping nodded and said, my daughter-in-law is amazing. Don't be so fast. She's not your daughter-in-law yet. If it weren't for the occasion, Marquis Anhua would have written this sentence on the armrest. However, there were priorities. Now was not the time to care about love. Gu Jiao's life was the key. The purpose of his expedition to the east was to negotiate peace with Zhao Country. To be able to see Zhao Country's generals ahead of time was a rare opportunity for him. My identity, you must have guessed a bit. Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Marquis Anhua. Marquis Anhua looked at Marquis Xianping. He dipped his finger in water and wrote on the armrest, Zhao Country, Empress Dowager Zhuang. Along the way, he had a few guesses. He only confirmed it just now. To be able to make Marquis Xianping bow, other than the Emperor of Dezhou, there was only the Empress Dowager Regent. Empress Dowager Zhuang also introduced the old Chancellor, his surname is Hua. He is the Chancellor of Zhao Country's Imperial College. He had heard a bit about Zhao Country. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Chancellor Hua were mortal enemies. Even if a knife fell from the sky, the two would not mix. Thus, Marquis Anhua really did not guess that the other party was the old Chancellor. Empress Dowager Zhuang said faintly, next, let's talk business. I'll keep it short. The reason we came to Yan Country was because we were worried about the children. Marquis Xianping looked around. Aheng is not on the boat. Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Where did he go? Marquis Xianping asked. He went to Chen Country. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, don't be in a rush to ask. Let me finish speaking. You left the military camp without permission. This is a crime of dereliction of duty. Pretending to be a pirate and kidnapping the Empress Dowager is a crime of offending your superior. Marquis Xianping rubbed his hands and said with a smile, I didn't know it was you, right? We're family. Give me some face. Empress Dowager Zhuang said in a low voice, I cannot look into your matter, but the matter of Jiao Jiao, do you want to care about it? Marquis Xianping said with a smile that was not a smile, oh, what happened to that girl? Empress Dowager Zhuang saw his appearance and knew that he really did not know what happened in Yan Country. He could not be blamed. But when she thought of the abyss of suffering in Jiao Jiao, this guy still had the mind to rob at sea. She really wanted to give him a big slap. Empress Dowager Zhuang suppressed her anger and said seriously, she was surrounded by the rebel army of Dian and the army of Jin and Liang. She will not be able to hold on for much longer. Marquis Xianping's smile became cold. His eyes gradually became dangerous. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed, many things happened in between. In a moment, Chancellor Hua will explain everything to you. In short, you came to attack Dian this time. You are not attacking anyone else. You are attacking Aheng and Jiao Jiao. Marquis Xianping? Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him and said with a calm expression, also, I should congratulate you. Your son is still alive. The one that Princess Xianxia gave birth to. Marquis Xianping again? Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored Marquis Xianping's shock and asked, who are you going south with this time? Without waiting for Marquis Xianping to speak, a certain Grand Marshal's devilish laughter came from the deck. Ha 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 ha. Old Zhao. Today, we robbed another fat fish. Our army's pay has increased again. This method of raking in soldiers' pay is not bad. Later, we will help De Yen in the name of suppressing the bandits. We will have them pay us a bit more for suppressing the bandits. We will gain both fame and fortune. Ha 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 ha. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan looked sympathetically at the door, the unlucky guy who had fallen without even making an appearance. The two silently counted in their hearts, 1, 2, 3, the burly Tang Yushan boldly and decisively walked into the room. He laughed loudly 3 times, but on the 4th time, he suddenly choked. Then, he could no longer laugh. Digression, Empress Dowager Zhuang, how did you lead my Grand Marshal astray like this? Marquis Xianping, cough, maybe it's talent. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1058016445. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. I'm in the wrong place. Tang Yuashan turned and walked out. His reaction was the same as when Marquis Xianping was caught. It was obvious that he had been led astray by Marquis Xianping recently. They used to be political enemies. One was loyal to the Empress Dowager and the other to the Emperor. Nobody knew when they suddenly shook hands and made peace. Maybe it was because the Empress Dowager and the Emperor had buried the hatchet. But the two of you can make peace with each other, but why are you colluding with each other? Was there such a big difference? It was not surprising that Marquis Xianping did such a thing. He was not a serious person. He was the most shameless person in the world. Of course, he was also the most good-looking person. The problem was that Tang Yuashan was not like that. He was the supreme marshal of the army. If he had behaved like Marquis Xianping, Empress Dowager Zhuang would have driven him as far away as possible. Tang Yuashan and Marquis Xianping were dressed in the same way. Even the essence of one-eyed dragon was gone. The difference was that Marquis Xianping covered his right eye and he covered his left. In addition, Marquis Xianping was dressed as an unruly and handsome pirate. Tang Yuashan was only unruly. Seeing Tang Yuashan, Marquis Xianping remembered that he had not taken off his eye mask. He hurriedly took it off. Once he did, his appearance was revealed. Dukan finally understood who Shang Guanqing looked like. It seemed that not only the appearance, but also the character, was exactly like him. Marquis Xianping turned his head and smiled calmly. Old Tang, come here. Come here, my ass, why didn't you say that the Empress Dowager was in there? It's all your fault. I said to rob the merchant ship, but you had to rob the warship of the government. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him coldly. Tang Yuashan's heart skipped a beat. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, Tang Yuashan, you are bold. Who is the fat fish? Tell me. Tang Yuashan was not as eloquent as Marquis Xianping. His voice was stuck in his throat. He was puzzled. Why was it that when he and Marquis Xianping robbed Great Yan's warship, they could rob Empress Dowager Zhuang? The old chancellor was also there. There were also 2 faces that he seemed to have seen before but wasn't sure about. There was also an unfamiliar man sitting in a wheelchair. Wow, could it be that the Empress Dowager was kidnapped by the people of the Great Yan, and he was the one who did it? You're thinking too much. There isn't. Empress Dowager Zhuang hit the nail on the head. Tang Yuashan lowered his head and cupped his hands pitifully. Greetings, Your Majesty. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Tang Yuashan glanced at Dukan listlessly. Who is he? This man looked the weakest in the room, but his aura was the strongest after Empress Dowager Zhuang and Marquis Xianping. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not in the mood to introduce them to him one by one. Marquis Xianping was very happy to share Empress Dowager Zhuang's worries. Marquis Xianping introduced him with a smile. This is Dukan of the Great Yan, my in-law. Tang Yuashan was confused. I haven't seen you for a while. How come you robbed your in-law? Marquis Xianping was speechless. After they got to know each other, Tang Yuashan asked the two little guys about them. When he learned that they were the little girl's younger brothers, he generously took out 2 jadeite and golden balls and gave them to play with. Gu Yan didn't take them. Tang Yuashan didn't realize what Tang Ming had done to Gu Xiaoshan until Gu Yan took Gu Yan out of the room. You would never know how painful it was until you hit your own feet with a brick. Now that it hit him, he had mixed feelings. Of course, the most important thing now was how to reinforce Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's situation was too difficult. Although they were rushing east, the battle reports from the west were constantly sent by pigeons. They already knew that Gu Jiao led the Black Wind Battalion to take Xuyang City alone. Xuyang City was the fortress of Yanmen Pass, where 80,000 rebels of the Nangong family were stationed. Thinking of the huge gap in strength and the fact that Gu Jiao went thousands of miles to fight, Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart was full of anxiety. This was much more difficult than attacking the Qin kingdom and the remnants of the previous dynasty in the Zhao kingdom. Fortunately, Gu Jiao only acted secretly at that time. There were many main combatants, including Tang Yuashan, Marquis Ding and Gu Chao, Gu Chongqing, and the generals at the border. The people also lined the streets to welcome her. It was a battle of unity between the people and the people. Right now, her Jiao was facing a besieged situation. The old chancellor told the two of them about all the things that happened in the Yan kingdom, including the reason why the children went to the Yan kingdom was to treat Gu Yan's illness, Xiao Heng's identity and Xiao Qing who was still alive. After that, he also talked about Gu Jiao's various encounters in Xingdu. To be exact, it was a mess. With her own strength, she caused a stir in the whole circle, killed Nangongli, and stirred up the water in the pool of Xingdu. Marquis Xianping and Tang Yuashan listened and nodded with pride. She is so good at stirring up trouble. She is indeed my son, brother, and daughter-in-law, brother. The old chancellor was speechless. The amount of information was too much for them to digest. But it didn't matter. A woman's heart was a cupboard that piled everything together. A man's heart was a drawer that could store different things and emotions without affecting each other. It was the same for them to digest it one by one on the way. Tang Yuashan cleared his throat and decisively betrayed his friend for glory. Empress Dowager, in fact, we are not the only ones here. Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned. Who else? Marquis Xianping and Tang Yuashan were already shocking enough. She really couldn't think of any big shot in the Zhao kingdom who was capable enough or strong enough to mix with these two people. A huge pirate ship was docked on the sea a mile away. Under the mast with the sail closed, a mighty and cold figure stood. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the sea with majestic eyes. His gray hair was blown by the sea wind. Suddenly, a small boat came into his sight. The boat was very fast and soon came to the warship. He didn't mean to put down the rope ladder, and the people on the boat were not in a hurry. They easily jumped onto the tall warship with Qin Gong. Old Gu. Tang Yuashan strode toward him and patted him on the shoulder. I asked you to come with me, but you didn't. You missed a good show. The old marquis glanced at Tang Yuashan lightly. Take your hand away. In terms of official position, Tang Yuashan was above him. But this time, His Majesty appointed him as the main general in the south. If there was a war, Tang Yuashan had to listen to him. He didn't want to participate in the robbery of Tang Yuashan and Marquis Xianping, but he wouldn't strictly forbid it. First of all, with Marquis Xianping's virtue, he absolutely couldn't forbid it. Second, there were no fish in the clear water. After so many years of ups and downs in the officialdom, the only thing he could do was to keep his nature unchanged. But if he couldn't tolerate any sand in the bottom of his eyes and dealt with people he saw, it was either he killed them all or they killed him. He wouldn't be so upright and outspoken. He came here to watch the two and make sure they didn't go too far. For now, it seemed to be working well. The two were restrained and didn't make too much trouble. Marquis Xianping smiled. Old monkey. The old marquis's heart skipped a beat for no reason. What trouble did you make this time? What trouble can I make? Marquis Xianping spread out his hands. I just robbed Empress Dowager. The old Marquis staggered and almost fell into the sea. He looked at Marquis Xianping in disbelief. What did you say? Empress Dowager, she. Tang Yuashan added, not only Empress Dowager, but also your precious grandson. But you may not be able to see him. We have a new task and have to set off immediately to reinforce the Yan dynasty's cavalry. I forgot to mention, it's your granddaughter. The old Marquis frowned. Tang Yuashan had been completely led astray by Marquis Xianping. He didn't mind watching the fun. What? Do you still want to pretend that you don't know? Gu Jiao had been away for a long time. Many things had happened in the Zhao kingdom, including various legends and rumors about her. Of course, the old Marquis didn't care about these. Even when Gu Jiao was conferred as the protector of the country, the emperor tried to cover her little identity in front of the old Marquis. However, Marquis Gu held Gu Xiaobao and lectured him, saying things like, don't learn from your sister when you grow up. You think you're so great just because you know a little martial arts and know how to fight, you bully her father every day, and so on. The old Marquis, who went to visit Gu Xiaobao, heard these words. When the old Marquis asked, Gu Jiao's horse fell off the horse. She knew martial arts, and this alone couldn't escape. In addition, there were all kinds of masks in her room that the old Marquis was familiar with. Yaosher didn't have time to hide, so it was confirmed. The old Marquis said coldly, I don't have such a rebellious granddaughter. A girl should act like a girl. How could she play with swords and spears all day long? She even fooled him, her biological grandfather, and went to the Yan dynasty to be a cavalry. It was unreasonable. Tang Yuashan looked at Marquis Xianping, old Xiao, he won't go. Marquis Xianping casually rolled up his sleeves, okay, then let's go. Tang Yuashan nodded. The next second, they raised their hands together, one on each side, and blocked the old Marquis's arms. The old Marquis was suddenly dragged back, and he glared at them, what are you doing? Marquis Xianping smiled, we're going to the border. Digression, Marquis, I definitely didn't want to come, Gu Jiao, oh. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1057964888. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. In the wounded barracks of Xuyang City, Gu Jiao had just finished distributing the anti-inflammatory medicine and wound balm to the medical officers. Based on the experience of several battles, the demand for these two herbs was huge. The small medicine box provided a considerable amount of them. Before they came, the state preceptor hall also gave them a large number of self-made pills and ointments. On the way here, Gu Jiao also collected a lot of herbs. The 30 medical officers were very busy in the wounded barracks. Although they didn't directly participate in the battle, in fact, they were at the rear of the battlefield. A steady stream of wounded soldiers was sent there. Like all the cavalrymen, they had experienced a very tiring day and night. Some medical officers couldn't stand it anymore and fell asleep on the ground. Some of them lay on the table and closed their eyes. The medical officers who could barely stand it had huge dark circles under their eyes. They changed the dressing of the wounded soldiers, examined them, and operated on them. Go to the city and summon some doctors. After coming out of the wounded barracks, Gu Jiao ordered Advisor Hu replied, yes. The military barracks were very efficient places. Some things couldn't be done in the local government office in 10 days or half a month. In the military barracks, orders must be carried out and results must be carried out. On the first night, Advisor Hu went to the city to summon more than 30 doctors. In addition, the new mayor of the city was decided. His surname was Qian and his name was Wang. He had been the local governor. He was upright, but he wasn't a trusted follower of the Nangong family. Therefore, he hadn't been valued. The Nangong family didn't take him with them when they abandoned the city. Gu Jiao temporarily appointed him as the new mayor of Xuyang City. At about 9 o'clock, Mu Qingchen dragged his tired body back to the barracks. He thought that it would be easy without killing people. He didn't expect that dealing with a group of people, mostly women and children, would be very tiring. His throat was on fire. Gu Jiao leaned against a big tree at the entrance of the barracks. She looked at him with her arms crossed. "Well done, Director Mu. Let's continue tomorrow." "What, master?" Mu Qingchen asked in a hoarse voice. "Yes, director." The director of the Women's Federation and the director of the subdistrict office, Gu Jiao added in her heart. She looked at him with bright eyes. "It's okay. You can go and rest. The way you look at me always makes me feel like something bad is going to happen." However, Mu Qingchen was too tired. He couldn't care less about what Gu Jiao was thinking. He returned to his tent with a gloomy face and immediately fell asleep. For the past 2 days, Gu Jiao did not issue any orders, only allowing the soldiers to recuperate and rest. On the night of the second day, she called the 6 commanders and Mu Qingchen into her tent to discuss with them how to deal with the enemy. A sand table was placed on the table in the center of the tent. On the sand table, there were small wooden plates that represented the military strength and the city. Gu Jiao pointed to a valley at the border of the 2 countries. "This is the Swallow Gate Pass." Originally, there was a camp set up in the valley, and there was a checkpoint. In order to facilitate the invasion of the Liang Kingdom's army, the Nangong clan removed the checkpoint, and the defensive measures of the camp were all destroyed. This place could no longer be defended. Therefore, Xuyang City became the first barrier to stop the Liang Kingdom's army. "No matter what, we have to defend Xuyang City." Everyone agreed with the young commander's words. Qing Fugui's arm was hanging on his neck with gauze. He gritted his teeth. The Nangong clan's children have no assholes. How could they do such a despicable thing like betraying the country? Don't let me catch them again. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. Li Jin was the calmest among them. He looked at the sand table and pondered for a while before asking, "They will arrive at the Swallow Gate Pass tomorrow." "That's right." Gu Jiao said, "However, they are the same as us. After a long journey, their army is tired. They won't attack the city immediately. They will rest for at least a day. This is our opportunity." Li Jin asked, "Commander, you mean," Gu Jiao said, "we can't just sit and wait for death? The most optimistic situation is that Chang Wei is willing to take the tens of thousands of captives in the city to fight the enemy with us. The worst result is that the city is on fire." Qing Fugui frowned. "Will Chang Wei take the opportunity to rebel?" Li Jin said, "We can't rule out this possibility." Qing Fugui hurriedly said, "Why don't we just kill him?" Everyone looked at Gu Jiao. They also felt that Chang Wei was a huge threat. It was better to kill him to prevent future troubles. Gu Jiao said seriously, "If it really comes to that and we need to fight with the entire army, I will definitely kill him before we go." Hearing Gu Jiao's words, everyone was relieved. Everyone saw how fierce the young commander was on the battlefield. He would never go back on his words and be soft-hearted. Li Jin said again, "Commander, you said that we can't just sit and wait. Do you already have a plan?" Gu Jiao said, "The Imperial army will arrive in more than 10 days. We have to delay the attack of the Liang Kingdom's army." Zhang Shiyong, the left commander of the reserve camp, slapped his thigh and said, "I know. Burn their food." Zhou Ren, the right commander of the reserve camp, glared at him, "Why do you only know how to burn their food? Who will burn it? You?" Zhang Shiyong puffed out his chest and said, "I will go. You are all fighting at the front line, but I can only guard the captives in the reserve camp. I have long wanted to fight with them." Gu Jiao picked up a small wooden tablet and inserted it in the north of Xuyang City. She said, "This is the new city. It just took the initiative to surrender to the Nangong family a few days ago. After the Nangong family left Xuyang City, they should have gone to this place. There are not many guards in the new city. If the Liang Kingdom's food is burned, they will definitely go to the new city to plunder the food. whether the Nangong family cooperates or is forced to pay tribute, they will not use the food. Li Jin had an epiphany and said with a serious expression, they will oppress the people and rob them of their wealth. Gu Jiao nodded. Zhang Shiyong also understood. He scratched his head and said, it seems that we can't burn the Liang Kingdom's food for the time being. But if we don't burn the food, how can we delay their attack? Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the sand table, destroy their siege weapons. The Liang Kingdom's war chariots were very powerful, and the scaling ladders were very fast. But if these important weapons were gone, what would they use to attack the city? Pry with knives? Crawl with their hands? Of course, they could go to the new city to borrow the weapons from the Nangong family, or reassemble new weapons. But the former was not powerful enough, and the latter would take too long. In short, it was not good for the Liang Kingdom's siege plan. Qing Fugui praised, wonderful. I have only heard of burning food, but this is the first time I have heard of destroying weapons. The main reason was that weapons were not easy to destroy. They burned slowly and could not be cut. Often, they would alert the enemy before they could be cut twice. But now they had a secret weapon that could destroy weapons, Snow Domain Heavenly Silk, which could definitely cut them without leaving a trace. There were a total of 5 pieces of Snow Domain Heavenly Silk, 1 for each person. Including the scouts, there were a total of 11 people. This was a suicide squad. Because it was too dangerous, there was a possibility that they would not be able to return at any time. I'll go. Qing Fugui stood up and said. Gu Jiao looked at his hanging arm, you guys won't go tonight. Zhou Ren, Zhang Shiyong, you go and call Wenren Chong, Zhao Dengfeng, and Li Shen. Then, Gu Jiao picked a few cavalrymen who were good at lightness skill and were not injured in the battle. I'll go too. When she came out of the tent, she met Mu Qingchen who was walking toward her. Gu Jiao looked past Mu Qingchen and fell on Teacher who was behind him. Teacher who touched his nose, great madam. Her Highness the Crown Princess ordered young Master Mu to protect Her Highness. The truth was that he was worried about Her Highness, so he secretly called Mu Qingchen. No matter how he looked at it, Mu Qingchen's kung fu was the best among these people. He was reliable to block the knife. Okay. Gu Jiao did not refuse. However, before Gu Jiao left, she called someone else. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and looked at Sun Takashi who was lying on the bed. I see that you're recovering well. It's time for you to go out and exercise. Sun Takashi turned around, I won't work for you. Gu Jiao spread her hands, you don't have to work for me, but I can't feed so many rebels for free. Food is very precious. Why don't I kill 180 of them a day and save some food for my cavalrymen? Sun Takashi looked at her coldly, you're despicable. Gu Jiao smiled faintly, you're the most familiar with the terrain of Swallow Gate. You lead the way. If you don't, I'll kill your men right now. Soon. Takashi knew that he was facing a young man who killed without batting an eyelid. Using his conscience to wake him up and using his reputation to restrain him would not work. In the end, Sun Takashi gritted his teeth and endured the pain from his wound as he accepted Gu Jiao's threat. I want my own horse. Give it to him. Gu Jiao said. Zhou Ren ordered his men to bring his warhorse over. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes as she watched Sun Takashi get on the horse. Sun Takashi had just undergone surgery and he could still be so fierce. In order to reduce the sound of their armor rubbing against each other and to better conceal themselves, they all changed into night clothes. Then, a group of people spurred their horses out of the Chuyang city, and went all the way to the Yanmen Pass in the west. According to the report from their scouts, the Liang Kingdom's army would be stationed in the valley outside Swallow Gate. Their horses could not get too close, otherwise, the sound of the horses' hooves would reach the camp. The horses can't go any further. Sun Takashi pulled on the reins when they reached a mountain range. They got off their horses. Sun Takashi tied his horse under a big tree. Seeing that Gu Jiao and the others were not moving, he said with a strange expression, tie the horses, or they'll run away. Cavalry? Don't you know this? Gu Jiao nodded and said seriously, but the Black Wind cavalry doesn't need to be tied. They were very disciplined and never ran around. Sun Takashi. Why did his face suddenly hurt? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that you can't find on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1057788868. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. That sentence was not the most fatal. Gu Jiao shrugged and said, "Actually, it's fine if you don't tie it up. The Black Wind King will keep an eye on your horse and not let it run around." His own horse had to be tied up to prevent it from getting lost, but other people's horses could not only discipline themselves, but they could also discipline other people, other horses. Soon Takashi felt a blow to his soul. He did not want to talk to this kid anymore. Soon Takashi walked forward with a dark expression. Gu Jiao followed behind him with his head held high. Mu Qingchen cautiously observed the surroundings and also strode forward to catch up. Soon Takashi snorted. "Kid, aren't you afraid that I'll set you up?" Gu Jiao said casually, "If I don't go back, the tens of thousands of captives in Xuyang City will all die with me. You can calculate that yourself." Soon Takashi gritted his teeth. "How can you be so cruel at such a young age?" Gu Jiao smiled faintly. "Thanks for the compliment." Soon Takashi almost choked on his words. Generals often had bad tempers. This was a double-edged sword. It could stimulate their combat power and fighting spirit on the battlefield. The downside was that they would be easily angered off the battlefield. Soon Takashi was heavily injured. For the sake of his own life, Soon Takashi decided not to talk to him anymore. The group went around a hill and came to a narrow stream. In front of them was the valley where the two countries intersected. The Liang Kingdom's army had set up camp here. They had obviously just arrived and were still tidying up the place. "We'll go after they sleep," Soon Takashi said. "Okay," Gu Jiao replied. Soon Takashi realized that he had used the tone of a general. This cruel kid did not seem to think that there was anything wrong with being ordered around by a captive. He did not get angry or refute. The group lay in the grass behind the rocks. It was late autumn in the 9th month of the lunar calendar. The night wind at the border was chilly. It made their hands and feet feel cold. The ground was cold as well. Mu Qingchen subconsciously touched the back of Gu Jiao's hand and whispered, "Why is it so cold? Is it cold?" Gu Jiao didn't feel it. Mu Qingchen wanted to take off his outer robe and give it to her, but he was wearing night clothes. "They're asleep," Gu Jiao suddenly said. Mu Qingchen looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the last group of soldiers from the state of Liang had also entered the tent. Only 100 soldiers were left to patrol in different places. After observing for a while, they had a rough idea of the patrolling route. Seizing a wrong peak, a group of people sneaked into the camp of the Liang army. Their weapons were in the supply camp at the back of the camp, and so were their provisions. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was a good time to burn the provisions, but unfortunately, they couldn't. Gu Jiao gestured to the 10 people. Mu Qingchen and the others understood and took out a pair of silver-threaded gloves and put them on. Soon Takashi's mouth twitched when he saw that these people had taken away all his gloves. Gu Jiao took out 5 brocade pouches made of special materials. Each of the pouches contained a long strand of snowfield silk. After distributing the brocade pouches, the group began to move. The scouts and Soon Takashi were responsible for keeping an eye on the patrolling army. For them who had the snowfield silk, it was not difficult to cut the chariots and ladders. However, the key was to prevent the remaining parts from falling to the ground. Wenren Chong was good at this. He pointed at a few parts and said, "Cut here. The chariots won't fall apart on the spot." Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen each pulled one end of the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk. Mu Qingjin used his qin gong to leap to the other side of the war chariot. The two exchanged a look and cut off the silk. It was silent, as if he was cutting the body of a cake. It was extremely smooth. Gu Jiao exclaimed, "Wow." Her obsessive-compulsive disorder was cured. Gu Jiao had a lot of fun. No, the mission was going smoothly. Someone is coming. Let's retreat. Soon Takashi said in a low voice. Gu Jiao smacked her lips. I didn't cut much. Everyone was dumbfounded. There were so many chariots and ladders, but we only cut a little. Some people didn't even have time to cut them, but you took all of them. Let's go. Mu Qingchen leaped over with his lightness skill and returned the snowfield silk to her. Gu Jiao said, "Oh." She slowly put it away and cut another part of the chariot when no one was paying attention. Mu Qingchen was speechless. When Daoyang's soldiers patrolled, they had already left. Among these people, only Gu Jiao didn't know Qinggong. Mu Qingchen held her soft and slender waist and brought her back and forth between the various large tents. Soon Takashi was injured and could not use lightness skill. Li Shan and Zhao Dengfeng took turns to carry him. When they passed by a tent with a dim oil lamp, Gu Jiao suddenly patted Mu Qingchen's arm and signaled him to stop. Mu Qingchen gently landed on the grass. What is it? He asked with his eyes. Gu Jiao pointed at a tent about 10 meters away. I saw someone go in. The others also stopped beside them. They hid in the dark and looked at the tent that Gu Jiao pointed at. Gu Jiao thought for a while and gestured to the others to leave first. She, Mu Qingchen, Li Shen, and Zhao Dengfeng stayed behind. Although they were unwilling to leave, it was a military order. Zhao Dengfeng, Wen Renchong, and the others quietly disappeared into the night. Gu Jiao and the others approached the tent. They hid behind the tent. Gu Jiao and the other two put their ears to the tent wall. Li Shen was responsible for keeping an eye on the surroundings. Men's voices came from the tent. They were speaking the language of the Yan Kingdom, but one of them was not very fluent. The one who was not fluent said, "Is this your sincerity? The king of the Yan Kingdom is trying to capture you. Without the protection of the Liang Kingdom, you will soon become his prisoners." Everyone understood. One was a general of the Liang Kingdom, and the other was a rebel army of the Yan Kingdom. It was either the Han clan or the Nangong clan. Obviously, the latter was more likely. I want to see your General Chu. The others did not recognize the voice, but soon Takashi recognized it immediately. It was the fourth son of the Nangong clan, Nangong Ju. Nangong Zai and Nangong Ju were guarding the border all year round, so soon Takashi was very familiar with them. The general of the Liang Kingdom said, "General Chu is tired from the journey. He has already rested." Gu Jiao translated, "Your position is not high enough. Talking to me is already a gift to you." Nangong Ju's aura was tinged with anger, but it was quickly suppressed. Do you really think the Black Wind Camp is so easy to deal with? I am not afraid to tell you that with your military strength, without the help of the Nangong clan, you will definitely be defeated by Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao clenched her small fist. Mysterious energy. I am so awesome, so, he really is from the Nangong clan. Gu Jiao looked at Sun Takashi sympathetically. No wonder his face turned so ugly. Look, this is the Yan Kingdom's lord you are loyal to, colluding with the traitor of the Liang Kingdom. The general of the Liang Kingdom said arrogantly, "Don't try to scare me. You lost because you are not capable. Do you think that the Liang Kingdom's army is as useless as the remnants of the Nangong clan? If that General Tsun Takashi comes to the Liang Kingdom, we won't even let him be a chili arch." Gu Jiao nodded with praise. Wonderful. Go on, you are an ally tonight. The general of the Liang Kingdom said calmly, "The Liang Kingdom has no need to cooperate with the Nangong clan." Nangong Ju said with cold sweat, "Aren't you just bullying us because we have lost our military strength?" But as far as I know, General Tsun Takashi of the Nangong clan is not dead. He was only captured and is being treated in Xuyang City. There are nearly 60,000 soldiers in Xuyang City. As long as Tsun Takashi leads them to cooperate with you, the Liang Kingdom's plan to attack the city will be twice the result with half the effort. Gu Jiao looked at Tsun Takashi sympathetically again. Soon Takashi looked calm on the surface, but the blood seeping out of his chest betrayed his emotions. The general of the Liang kingdom seemed to be interested in this proposal, but he held back his bargaining chip and tried his best to negotiate. Soon Takashi deserves to die, but he is not dead. How can you be sure that he did not join the Black Wind camp? Nangongju said with certainty, Soon Takashi will not betray the Nangong clan. The general of the Liang kingdom smiled. Oh? Nangongju said sarcastically, he came from a poor family. When my father met him, he was begging on the street. It was my father who picked him up, took him in, and let him join the army. He is stubborn, and inflexible. But fortunately, he is loyal to the Nangong clan. He can be said to be the most loyal dog of the Nangong clan. Wherever the Nangong clan points, he will bite. Even if his body is broken, he will not hesitate. Gu Jiao almost rushed forward to give Nangongju flowers. Well said, tonight's friendly army belongs to you. If it was in the past, Nangongju would not say such arrogant words in front of outsiders. But now, he was angered by the arrogant attitude of the general of the Liang kingdom. He needed to look down on others to regain his dignity and show that he was superior. Unfortunately, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Outside the tent, soon Takashi's face turned completely green. Digression, gulp gulp, we are all allies, let's have a drink. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10577834. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. On the way back, Soon Takashi did not say a word. Wenren Chong and Zhao Dengfeng saw Soon Takashi's expression and kept signaling Li Shen with their eyes. Li Shen could not say anything in front of Soon Takashi, so he could only ignore his companion's eyes. The group arrived at the hill where the war horses were parked. The untethered Black Wind cavalry was standing there perfectly fine. On the other hand, Soon Takashi's war horse's rope was broken. However, under Black Wind King's suppression, it did not dare to go anywhere. A wild beast came here, Gu Jiao said as he looked at the footprints on the ground. Being untethered had its benefits. The Black Wind cavalry could fight together. If they were tied up, they would only be bitten to death by the wild beasts. Are you hurt? Gu Jiao patted Black Wind King's neck and asked. Black Wind King raised his head and snorted. It seemed like he was fine. 11 Black Wind cavalry was not a joke. Even if it was a wolf, it would have been driven away. Soon Takashi's horse was a little frightened, but Black Wind King had already calmed it down. In the past, everyone only saw Black Wind King's power as a ruler. However, this time, everyone felt another side of Black Wind King, a side that had never been seen in Hanya's hands. The group leaped onto their horses. Gu Jiao sighed and said, "Don't be so dejected. Maybe he doesn't really think that way. He's just saying it out of anger." This was the right way to persuade him. The more he persuaded, the angrier he got. Soon Takashi snorted coldly. He whipped his horse and charged into the night. Zhao Dengfeng finally could not help but ask, what happened? Was he beaten up by someone? Li Shen did not speak much. He ignored Zhao Dengfeng. Mu Qingchen was not familiar with Zhao Dengfeng, so he did not speak either. Zhao Dengfeng then looked at the junior commander. The junior commander sighed exaggeratedly. Sigh, he was beaten up by scum. His heart is broken. Zhao Dengfeng. Everyone, Zhao Dengfeng and the rest chased after Soon Takashi. What if he wanted to escape? Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao brought up the rear. The two walked at a moderate pace. Mu Qingchen said, I can't guess who the general of the Liang kingdom is, but the one from the Nangong clan seems to be the fourth son, Nangongju. Gu Jiao said, yeah, I think it's him too. He said, my father brought Sun Takashi back. That father should be the head of the Nangong family. The head of the Nangong family had a total of 4 sons, and Nangongqing was the eldest. His martial arts were not proficient, so the Nangong family would not allow him to take the risk to come here in the middle of the night. The second son, Nangongli, was dead, but the third son, Nangongzhe, didn't sound like that. Right now, only his fourth son, Nangongju, still had full combat power. Mu Qingchen asked, should we kill him? Gu Jiao glanced at him. Are you used to killing people now? Mu Qingchen lowered his eyes and said, you have to get used to it. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. As expected of young Master Qingchen, he improved rapidly. Gu Jiao said, he won't come out tonight, so we can't kill him. Let's wait for the duel. After the group returned to the barracks in Xuyang City, Sun Takashi went straight to his camp for wounded soldiers. The medical officer felt a gust of wind blow past him, and he immediately woke up from his sleep. He shuddered and looked at Sun Takashi, who had almost smashed himself onto the bed, and then looked at the junior commander outside. He quickly walked out and asked, Commander, is he okay? Gu Jiao said, he's fine. Don't worry about him, and don't ask too much. Just use the medicine as usual. Yes, the medical officer replied. Everyone returned to their own tents, and the medical officer went to take care of the other patients. Sun Takashi lay alone on the bed with a thick mattress, and his body was cold. He came from a poor family. When my father met him, he was begging on the street. He's stubborn, self-opinionated, and inflexible. He's the most loyal dog that our Nangong family has raised. As long as Sun Takashi leads them to work with you from the inside, your plan to attack the city will be twice the result with half the effort. Just because you're useless and lost, you think that our Liang army is as useless as your Nangong family's remaining soldiers? If that General Sun Takashi comes to our Liang, we won't even let him be a chili arch. Sun Takashi clenched his fists bit by bit, and his body trembled violently. His wounds burst open, and blood seeped out from the bandages, dyeing his entire shirt red. The Liang army only discovered the abnormality of the military equipment the next morning. It was drizzling at the border, and a few soldiers from the supply camp went to wipe the rainwater off the chariots. As soon as they touched the chariots collapsed with a boom. The few of them were stunned. The huge commotion alerted the deputy general of the supply camp. The deputy general checked the rest of the chariots, and without exception, all of them collapsed. Not only that, but the ladders they used to climb up the city walls were also broken into pieces. This was a major accident in the barracks. The deputy general of the supply camp immediately reported to the few generals. When Chu Feiping came to the scene, he touched the smooth cut on the chariot with his fingertips, and his eyes turned cold. Snow Domain Heavenly Silk. The general next to him said, General, this, Chu Feiping said indifferently, looks like someone came here last night. The general immediately knelt down on one knee. I've failed in my duty. Chu Feiping looked at the direction of Xuyang City. Nangongju is right, the Black Wind cavalry of Great Yan is not easy to deal with. The plan to attack the city will have to be postponed. Tell the Nangong family that I agree to their conditions. After losing their military equipment, the Liang army spent a total of 8 days to transport new ladders and chariots from other cities. This was another huge amount of manpower and material resources, and it also slightly shook the morale of the army. But it didn't matter, the Great Yan was surrounded by wolves, and the Liang was not the only enemy. The other 5 kingdoms were also crazily nibbling on this fat piece of meat. Sooner or later, the Great Yan would fall completely. On the 18th of September, in the evening, the west wind was strong. General Song Kai of the Liang led 20,000 vanguard soldiers and launched the first wave of attack toward the west gate of Xuyang City. Last night, Chong Wei received an order from the Nangong family. As the Nangong family had taken root in Xuyang City for a long time, naturally, they still had spies in the city. One of them disguised himself as a food delivery vendor and sneaked into the military camp, then came to the tent where Chong Wei was recuperating. He showed Chong Wei a token hidden in his sleeve, then said, Clan Master has given an order, if the Liang army is going to attack the city later, you are to command your men to charge out and annihilate the Black Wind Battalion. Chang Wei responded calmly, so Clan Master is asking me to help the enemy and commit treason? The vendor said, the Emperor of Great Yin is heartless, and this is a strategy to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Of course, Clan Master will not commit treason. Once we take down the Black Wind Battalion, Clan Master will ask you to lead the army and drive the Liang army out of Great Yan's border. Chang Wei lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, is that so? The vendor smiled and said, of course, Clan Master is wholeheartedly serving the people of Great Yin, and his sincerity can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Since Clan Master has entrusted General Chang with such an important task, it not only shows his trust in General Chang, but also his high regard for General Chang. General Chang, please don't disappoint Clan Master. After all, you are the most trusted retainer of Nangong Clan. Chang Wei looked at the vendor with a serious face, Clan Master. Is that how you see me? Don't you think that I'm just a lackey of Nangong Clan? The vendor sighed, why would General Chang think so? Did you hear some rumors? General Chang, you have been brought back to the border by Clan Master for many years, but have you ever seen Clan Master do anything to betray the people? Yes, it's wrong to abandon the city and flee, but this is also for the sake of the big picture. Don't forget who saved your life back then. Without Clan Master, you can't be ungrateful. After the vendor left, Chang Wei went to the place where the prisoners of war were kept for the first time. They were stripped of their armors and weapons, but not a single one of them suffered any form of abuse. They ate whatever the Black Wind cavalry ate, not a single meal was left out. The wounded soldiers were all treated in time, and the bodies of the dead soldiers were not damaged. They were all sewn up by a corner, so that they could be buried with dignity. The iron plates were also kept with Teacher Hu. Chang Wei went to Teacher Hu and asked for the iron plates of the soldiers back. When everyone saw Chang Wei again, it was when the Liang Kingdom's army arrived at the city. Chang Wei stood on the city gate tower in the west wind, wearing a shining armor and holding a big bow in his hand. In front of the Liang army's camp, Song Kai slowly rode his horse to the front of the army. He stood on the empty battlefield and looked up at Chang Wei, who was on the city tower. He smiled and said in the Yan language that was not very authentic, you must be General Chang Wei. It seems like we don't have to fight this battle anymore. The Nangong family has already taken back Xuyang City. Before he could finish, Chang Wei drew his bow and shot an arrow through his shoulder. The huge force threw Song Kai off the horse's back. Song Kai screamed and fell heavily to the ground. He clutched his injured arm and looked at Sun Takashi in disbelief. You with the surname Chang? Are you crazy? Chang Wei waved his hand and hundreds of archers appeared on the city gate tower. They drew their bows and aimed at the Liang Kingdom's army. These people were not the Black Wind cavalry of Xingdu, they were the Nangong clan's army. Chang Wei looked at Song Kai coldly and said, didn't you say that our Xuyang city's army is useless? How does it feel to be shot by a useless person like me? When did I say that? Song Kai's pupils shrank. Yes, he did say that. In front of Nangong Ju, he mocked the Nangong clan's army that lost to the Black Wind cavalry as a bunch of useless people. How did Chang Wei know? Did Nangong Ju tell him? No, that's impossible. Nangong Ju would not do that. Could it be? Song Kai's eyes turned cold. You were the one who destroyed the military equipment that night. Chang Wei did not explain that he was not the one who did it. There was no point in talking nonsense with such a person. Chang Wei sneered. My strength is indeed not good, but it's more than enough to deal with you, you bastards from Liang Kingdom. Now, open your eyes wide and watch how we, this bunch of useless people, chase you out of Liang Kingdom's borders. Song Kai endured the pain coming from his arm as an ominous premonition surged in his heart. What is this guy trying to do? Sun Takashi looked down at the Liang Kingdom's army and said, archers, fire. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that you can't find online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964289642826/1057591114 HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more fully. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. Arrows that blotted out the sky pierced through the sky, emitting soul-shaking whistles. With an unstoppable momentum, they interweaved into a dense rain of arrows in the sky. After the first row of archers finished shooting, they quickly retreated and reloaded. The archers in the back row stepped forward from the gap and mercilessly shot the arrows in their hands. A total of 3 rows of archers cooperated well. Not only did they have no gaps in their attacks, but they also allowed their arm strength to recover fully. The rain of arrows fell into the frontmost camp of the Liang army. The Liang army hurriedly raised their shields to defend. However, the shields could only block one side. They could block the front but not the front. The arrows came from different angles, but there would always be one that could enter the gap and hit the body of the Liang army. After the first round of arrows was shot, dozens of people from the Liang army fell. Soon Takashi continued to attack. The archers pulled their bows until sparks flew. The terrifying sound of the arrows piercing through the air resounded throughout the city tower. For a moment, the Liang army screamed and wailed. After 3 rounds of attack, the number of people in the Liang army who were shot had reached 100. For the Liang army that had 20,000 vanguard troops, the sacrifice of 100 people might not be a big deal. However, if it happened in a flash, it would be a very serious situation. Especially when the enemy did not lose a single soldier. They only wasted some arrows. Song Kai felt the pressure from the Ziyang army. What was going on? Wasn't Sun Takashi the confidant of the Nangong family? Why did he start a war with the Liang army? Could it be that the Nangong family was pretending to ask for peace that night, but in fact, it was to attract their attention so that Sun Takashi could destroy the military equipment? Had the Nangong family been toying with the Liang army from the beginning? Song Kai narrowed his cold eyes. No matter what, since Sun Takashi dared to start a war with the Liang army, then he could not blame them for turning hostile. He broke the arrow on his shoulder and shouted. He used his internal energy to send out his voice clearly. Everyone, do not panic. Listen to my orders. Vanguard left camp, get into formation. Flying crane formation. The flying crane formation was a formation created by the divine general of the Liang kingdom, Chu Feiping. It used the shield as the sky to form a defensive formation. Because it looked like a flying crane from above, it got its name. A single shield could only cover a limited area, but when all the shields were put together, they formed an impenetrable iron roof. The front was also blocked by the shields. There was nowhere for the arrow to hit. However, if they thought that this was all Sun Takashi had up his sleeves, they would be too naive. Catapults. Sun Takashi ordered. The archers retreated to the side in a well-trained manner, and the catapults were quickly pushed to the edge of the city tower by the soldiers. They loaded the stones, pressed them down, and fired. Their movements were neat and orderly. Some of the generals of the Black Wind Battalion were also present. Ching Fugui's mouth was wide open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. These soldiers. Not bad. Back then, when the Black Wind cavalry killed them all, he thought that these rebels were useless. Gu Jiao said, it's just a matter of specialization. They might not be a match for us in close combat, but when it comes to defending the city, they are kings. Xuyang City was impregnable. Not only were the city walls and city gates sturdy, but the defensive tactics were also impenetrable. If Zhao Kingdom had such a force in Yuelu City, it would not have been so difficult to defend the city. Gu Jiao was relieved when he saw this. Although the Liang Kingdom's army had a large number of soldiers, as long as the city gates were not opened and the city tower did not collapse, they would not be able to break through Sun Takashi's defense. 2 hours later, the Liang Kingdom's army had lost nearly 1,000 soldiers. The general's order came from the rear. Song Kai gritted his teeth unwillingly and retreated. In the first wave of attack, they did not even get close to the city walls. Although they used the catapults a few times, Sun Takashi's attack was too fierce. They could not get close to the catapults, and they wasted more than 10 heavy stones. The Liang Kingdom's army rested for 4 hours, and they launched the second wave of attack at night. This time, they came prepared. They used extremely sturdy shields to push the chariots dozens of feet forward. Their catapults finally worked and caused some damage to the soldiers on the city tower. Soon Takashi used the black gunpowder. The Yan Kingdom did not have a large amount of saltpeter mines, so the raw materials for the black gunpowder were very limited. It was difficult to use it for military purposes. Soon Takashi used all his trump cards. The explosive power was not enough, so he used knockout drugs to make up for it. The Liang Kingdom's army was pushed back again. Song Kai's face was covered in dirt. He was so angry that he was about to explode. He dragged his injured arm and rode on his horse. He pulled out his sword and pointed at the city tower. "Chong! Come down and fight me if you have the guts. What kind of man are you if you keep hiding on the city tower?" Soon Takashi only replied with 2 words. "Release the arrows." Song Kai was only able to avoid being turned into a hedgehog by sacrificing himself to protect him. In the middle of the night, Song Kai did not give up and launched a sneak attack. However, he was defeated by Tsun Takashi, who had already seen through everything. The first day, a perfect defense, the soldiers were quite happy. The confidence that was destroyed by the Black Wind cavalry seemed to have recovered. Everyone was in high spirits. They were the Nangong family's soldiers after all. The reason why they obeyed Tsun Takashi was because the Nangong family had always thought highly of him. Now that the Nangong family was not in the city, Tsun Takashi had become the backbone. Naturally, they would listen to whatever he said. Tsun Takashi came down from the city tower and saw Gu Jiao by the roadside. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned her right shoulder lazily on the city wall. "Well done, old Chong." Tsun Takashi glanced at her coldly and said, "I'm not that close to you. Also, I'm doing this for the people in the city. I'm not working with you." Gu Jiao shrugged. "It doesn't matter. As long as you don't work with the Liang Kingdom." She raised her hand and yawned. "It's getting late. I'm going to rest. I'll leave the defense of the city to General Chong." Tsun Takashi frowned as he watched her leave. In the end, he did not stop her and went to the temporary casualty camp to visit the soldiers who were injured today. When he went in, the Nangong family's medical officer told him that a few soldiers who were seriously injured were saved by the Black Wind Cavalry's junior commander. He was busy in the casualty camp for as long as the battle on the city tower ended. He only left when it was over. "Got it," Tsun Takashi said. In the next 3 days, the Liang Kingdom's army launched more than 10 attacks at the western city gate. Tsun Takashi blocked all of them with great skill. There were provisions that Gu Jiao stole from Nangongze in the city. It would not be a problem for them to fight for another 10 days to half a month. Moreover, they did not have to hold on for that long. The 120,000 soldiers from the imperial court would arrive in 5 days at the earliest and 7 days at the latest. The situation in Xuyang City was good. However, just as everyone was waiting for victory with joy, an accident happened. The northern city gate collapsed. It was not attacked by the Liang Kingdom's army. It was destroyed by a Nangong family's confidant who was hiding in the city. He used gunpowder to blow up the door from the inside. The confidant was a soldier in the army. He was guarding the northern city gate. It was his turn to be on duty that night. No one expected him to do such a thing. The moment the northern city gate collapsed, everyone rushed forward to capture him. However, he had already ignited the signal of fireworks. "What's that?" In the military camp, Ching Fugue looked at the fireworks in the night sky. "It's so beautiful." Li Jin frowned and said, "It's coming from the north of the city." Tong Zhong was puzzled. "Did something happen at the northern city gate?" Li Jin said, "I don't know what this signal means. Quickly send someone to check it out." They did not know what it meant. However, Tsun Takashi knew very well that this was a signal that the city gate had been breached. The Liang Kingdom's army was outside the western city. Who breached the northern city gate? Could it be there was a spy? Tsun Takashi's heart skipped a beat. Gu Jiao was bandaging the wounds of the injured soldiers in the barracks. When she heard the commotion outside, she quickly went up the city gate tower and asked Sun Takashi, what happened? Sun Takashi said with a serious expression, the northern city gate has been breached. Gu Jiao was puzzled. Breached? No army is heading to the northern city gate. Sun Takashi judged based on his past experience. Yes, no. So, the situation might be more serious. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier at the side pointed at the Liang Kingdom's army camp and shouted, they've retreated. Gu Jiao looked and her eyes turned cold. They're not retreating. They're heading to the northern city gate. The Liang Kingdom's army was about to attack the northern city gate. Gu Jiao and Sun Takashi rushed downstairs. Gu Jiao whistled and the Black Wind King galloped over. Gu Jiao took a big step forward and nimbly mounted the horse. Sun Takashi called for a deputy general and put him in charge of the defense of the western city gate. He rode his horse and chased after Gu Jiao to the northern city gate. When the two of them were halfway there, they met the soldier who came to report. The soldier cupped his hands and said, General Chang, bad news. The northern city gate has fallen. Sun Takashi said, speak clearly. The soldier said, that bastard Zhang Damon destroyed the door mortar while he was on duty. The door mortar was equivalent to the door binder of the modern world. Without it, the door could not be fixed. The door mortar of Xuyang City was made of stone and was integrated with the entire city gate. Once it was destroyed, it was impossible to repair it. They could only build a new one. However, that was not something that could be done in a day or two. Sun Takashi realized the seriousness of the situation. They could deal with the Liang Kingdom's army because they had the advantage of the city wall. If the Liang Kingdom's army took the opportunity to enter the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. The soldiers at the other three city gates could not be withdrawn because their enemies were not only the Liang Kingdom's army but also the Han family and Jin Kingdom. Therefore, there were less than 20,000 soldiers who could go to the western city gate to fight. Gu Jiao said calmly, General Chang, go back and guard the western city gate. Leave the northern city gate to the Black Wind Cavalry. Sun Takashi opened his mouth. But, Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and looked at the northern city. From now on, the Black Wind Cavalry's flesh and blood will be the gate of the northern city. Digression, she rubbed her small hands and wanted to ask for a wave of monthly votes for the Black Wind Cavalry. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1057575504. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Gu Jiao and Black Wind King returned to the barracks. In fact, the Black Wind Cavalry had already heard the news that the North Gate had been destroyed. The entire army was already prepared and ready to go. The soldiers and their horses were all equipped with armor, and each one of them held a spear or a sword in their hand. They stood on the West Wind's biting cold training ground. Gu Jiao didn't ask who was the leader. Perhaps she didn't need to ask. They didn't fight for the military uniform. Instead, they had to fight for honor, for their country, and for the common people. After donning the military uniform, as long as they were still alive, no one could step on the rivers of the Great Yan dynasty. To be honest, when Mu Qingchen saw this scene, he was also very shocked. He had been with the army for more than a month. He always thought that he knew enough about the soldiers of the Great Yan dynasty. But in the end, his knowledge was still too superficial. What kind of feelings could be sacrificed to this extent? Gu Jiao sat on the back of the Black Wind King's horse. Looking at the majestic Black Wind Cavalry, she said with a solemn expression, very good. Vanguard Battalion, Assault Battalion, follow me to battle. Garrison Battalion, get ready to fight. Mu Qingqian's heart skipped a beat. Even the Garrison Battalion was going to fight. Zhou Ren and Zhang Shiyong heard this and their hearts surged. They finally had a chance to go to the battlefield, but in the next second, their arms that were waving in the air froze. They were not afraid of death. But if even they were going to fight, it meant that the situation had deteriorated to an inestimable extent. This battle might be the battle of the Black Wind Cavalry survival. Gu Jiao looked at the reserve battalion. I hope you won't be needed. If they were needed, then the Vanguard Battalion and Assault Battalion would all be killed. In the dream of war, the Liang Kingdom and the Black Wind Cavalry did fight a fierce battle. The Black Wind Cavalry, which was depleted by the Civil War, had less than 20,000 soldiers left. They were surrounded by the Liang Kingdom's army in the mountains of Mount Ming. They were completely wiped out. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and urged the horse to walk on the deserted street. This time, could she change the fate of the Black Wind Cavalry? Mu Qingqian urged his horse to keep up with her. Every city gate in Xuyang City has 3 gates, but one of them is broken. Gu Jiao said, no, all 3 channels are broken. The innermost gate had its mortar blown off. There was another gate and a secret door. The rebels had also destroyed the corresponding slots. Are all 3 gates broken? No wonder they couldn't hold on. Mu Qingqian frowned. Snow Domain Heavenly Silkworm Silk. Gu Jiao said plainly, no, Chu vaping his gloves that can deal with the Snow Domain's Heavenly Silkworm Silk. Mu Qingqian took a deep look at her. You seem to know a lot about the Liang Kingdom. Sort of. Gu Jiao did not explain. Her ears twitched as she looked in the direction of the North City Gate. We have to speed up. They're almost here. She tightened her grip on the horse's belly, and Black Wind King sensed her command. It leaped forward and galloped forward. Mu Qingqian was about to follow when a courageous citizen opened the door and walked out. Young Master Mu, are we going to war? Mu Qingqian held the reins tightly. In order not to block the army behind, he hurriedly urged his horse to move to the side. He said to the citizen who had heard his preaching before, yes, the Liang Kingdom's army is invading. The North City Gate has been destroyed by the remnants of the Nangong family. Now, Lord Xiao is leading the Black Wind Cavalry to the North City Gate to meet the enemy. As he spoke, he looked at the citizens who stuck their heads out to look at him. He pursed his lips and said, everyone, go back quickly. Don't come out if there's nothing important. The citizens said worriedly, then Xuyang City. Mu Qingqian looked at the young man who was leading the army and said seriously, you have to believe in Lord Xiao. He will definitely protect Xuyang City. Sigh, he's still a child, an old man sighed while leaning on his walking stick. Everyone was silent. Yes. The young commander of the Black Wind Battalion was said to be a teenager. At such a young age, he was already going to fight the enemy. It was laughable that they had once suspected him of being a rebel. But which rebel in the world would use his own flesh and blood to protect the lives of the citizens in the face of life and death? When the tens of thousands of Liang Kingdom's army arrived at the North City Gate, the Black Wind Cavalry had already lined up neatly to welcome them. The 2 sides were separated by 10 feet, which happened to be within the effective shooting range of the archers. The shields and archers of both sides were already in position. The battle was about to begin. Gu Jiao took the lead and stood at the front of the Black Wind Cavalry. She was wearing her battle suit and armor, while the Black Wind King was also wearing a black helmet and armor. 1 person and 1 horse stood under the vast sky. Standing in front of the majestic army, they were as small as a grain of sand in the vast ocean. However, it was the 16-year-old warhorse and the 16-year-old youth who led the Black Wind Cavalry fearlessly in front of the Liang Kingdom's army. Kid, you're Xiao Lulang, the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? I heard you're very powerful. In front of the camp of the state of Liang, a burly general of the state of Liang, holding a mace, urged his horse forward a few steps. He looked at Gu Jiao with his nose in the air. Do you dare to fight with me? A one-on-one, this was also a way for the 2 armies to start a war. Mu Qingqian urged his horse to Gu Jiao's side. He's called Pan Long. He's a fierce general under Chu Feiping. I once followed my grandfather to the Liang Kingdom and saw him in the main hall. This person has a violent temperament and is extremely cruel. The prisoners of war who fall into his hands usually don't have a good ending. This was a euphemism. Pan Long was famous for torturing prisoners of war in the army. After the war, it was not uncommon for him to burn, kill, rob, and humiliate innocent women. His subordinates also did the same. However, this person was indeed brave, so he was somewhat valued. Li Jin cupped his fist and said, "Commander, let me go and meet him." Gu Jiao looked in Pan Long's direction. Okay. Li Jin's weapon was a spear. He held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. He urged his horse to rush towards Pan Long. Pan Long saw this and frowned in dissatisfaction. He raised the mace in his hand. "I want to beat that brat. Not some random shrimp soldier or crab general. Get out of my way." He also urged his horse to rush towards Li Jin. The moment he finished speaking, he raised the spiked mace in his hand and fiercely swung it towards Li Jin's head. Li Jin didn't have time or something else. He didn't have a shield and directly stabbed his spear towards Pan Long's heart. The two horses brushed past each other. The entire battlefield was silent. Only the whistling of the wind and the whistling of the horses' hooves could be heard. Li Jin's horse circled around and stopped just in time. The Liang Kingdom's army looked at Pan Long's back. The next second, Pan Long's body tilted and his eyes stared blankly as he fell into a pool of blood. Li Jin looked in the direction of the Liang Kingdom's army and said arrogantly, "Ah, so you Liang Kingdom's generals can't even beat our Black Wind cavalry." The Black Wind cavalry burst into loud cheers. The Liang Kingdom's army's expression became very ugly. They originally wanted to show their strength to the Black Wind cavalry, but who would have thought that they would be defeated in seconds? "Is there anyone else who wants to duel?" Li Jin asked coldly. "Young man, don't be too arrogant." An old general in his 50s rushed towards Li Jin with a treasured sword in his hand. His strength was above Pan Long's. When the blade slashed over, Li Jin clearly felt a strong pressure. Li Jin frowned and raised the shield in his hand. With a clang, the blade heavily hit the shield. Half of Li Jin's arm was numb. Mu Qingchen continued to introduce to Gu Jiao. Liang Kingdom's old general Qing participated in the crusade against the Yan Kingdom and fought against the Xianyuan family. He is one of the few generals who can last more than 100 moves against Xianyuan Li. Li Jin's chances of winning against him are not high. Li Jin was not even 30 this year and was a very young general. There was at least 20 years of experience between him and old General Qing. This was actually a bit of a bully. But Li Jin was also far more tenacious than people imagined. Old General Cheng's sword slashed at his shield again and again. His arm was already green, but he still did not have the slightest intention of yielding. Finally, he found an opportunity. He suddenly stabbed towards old General Cheng's thigh. In the Liang Kingdom's camp, a cold light flashed. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She suddenly picked up the longbow on the horse's back, drew an arrow, and shot it at the cold light. "Who is it?" Old General Qing blocked Li Jin's attack with his sword and turned his head to look. Beside the two of them, an arrow nailed a dagger to the ground. The arrow was shot by the Black Wind cavalry. As for the dagger, there was no need to talk about it. Old General Cheng's face was green as he asked his own camp, "Who did it?" Gu Jiao held the bow and said indifferently, "I thought it would be a fair duel." Unexpectedly, you Liang Kingdom's people are so shameless. Since that is the case, there is no need for a duel. Li Jin, return to the camp. Yes. Li Jin kept his spear and rode the Black Wind cavalry back to his camp. So close. Just now Li Jin seemed to have caught the Liang Kingdom's old general's flaw. In fact, the Liang Kingdom's old general had purposely lured him into the trap. It was really lucky that the Liang Kingdom's side did not see through it and thought that their old general was going to lose, so they took the opportunity to sneak attack Li Jin. And she just happened to use this as an excuse to end the duel between the two. The general who had sneak attacked just now walked out. It was Song Kai. He snorted and said, "Uncle Qing, why waste your time talking with them? Let's fight." Since things had come to this, there was indeed no face to continue fighting one-on-one. Old General Qing gave the order to charge. Gu Jiao raised her voice, "Black Wind cavalry, fight with all your might." The archers from both sides launched the first wave of attack. Under the protection of the archers, The first group of cavalry began to charge and break through the enemy lines. The Liang Kingdom's army had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. They were fighting a war of attrition. Even if they had to exhaust the Black Wind cavalry, they had to exhaust them to death. Moreover, the strength of their cavalry was not weak. There were many imperial death warriors mixed in. These death warriors did not fight with the ordinary Black Wind cavalry. They specialized in harvesting the heads of the generals. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the Black Wind cavalry's deputy generals fell. One of the death warriors stared at Qingfugue and kicked him off his horse. Just at this moment, a war horse did not have time to stop in time. Qingfugue's eyebrows twitched and he hurriedly rolled to avoid it. On the other side, Li Jin was also targeted by 2 death warriors. The 2 of them attacked from both sides and Li Jin's thigh was quickly injured. The death warrior slashed his sword towards Li Jin's head. Gu Jiao used her spear to deflect his sword. At the same time, the Black Wind King raised his horse's hoof and fiercely stomped on the death warrior's chest. The death warrior was caught off guard and was sent flying. He fell onto the hooves of another Black Wind cavalry. He raised his sword to chop off the hooves of the horse. Gu Jiao shot out her red-tasseled spear and mercilessly pierced through his heart. Gu Jiao urged her horse to pull out her red-tasseled spear. She turned around and shot out another spear. It directly pierced through the head of another death warrior. His brain splattered all over Qingfugue's face. Qingfugue's entire person was stunned. The death warriors of the Liang Kingdom all felt an incomparably terrifying aura. They who never knew what fear was suddenly felt a chill run down their spine. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the dangerous aura and saw a young man dressed in red clothes and profound armor staring at them calmly. It was this calmness that made people feel an inexplicable sense of danger. It was as if endless killing was as normal as breathing in the eyes of this youth. From the moment they were stared at by this youth, they were no longer the death warriors of the Liang Kingdom. They were just the prey chosen by the killing god. The death warriors fell one by one. The youth's eyes remained calm. In the camp of the Liang Kingdom's army, several generals who were witnessing this scene all frowned. A general in his early 30s who was holding a silver spear muttered, "What is going on? That kid. How is he so powerful? Is he really only 19 years old?" Beside him, a young swordsman crossed his arms and said, "It's fake. He is not even 19 years old. According to people who have seen him, he is at most 16 or 17 years old." The Silver Spear General said, "Then how is he able to kill without blinking?" This was truly killing without blinking. Even his emotions did not fluctuate at all. 20 death warriors, he killed half of them in an instant. This youth's strength was too terrifying. The Silver Spear General was talking when his eyes suddenly widened. "Eh? He is gone. Is he dead?" The young swordsman narrowed his eyes slightly. "Dead?" The Silver Spear General's pupils shrank. "Not good. He is coming this way." Gu Jiao said, "Left wing, cover him." "Yes." Tong Zhong immediately adjusted the battle formation and covered Gu Jiao to open a bloody path. Mu Qingchen covered Gu Jiao's right wing. When the generals of the Liang Kingdom noticed something strange, Gu Jiao had already arrived in front of their formation. "Stop him!" The Silver Spear General yelled. A row of soldiers with long swords swarmed toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. "Boss." Black Wind King mustered all his strength and leaped over everyone's heads. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a strong and fast horse. It was terrifying. Black Wind King galloped forward and knocked away all the soldiers in his way without fear of death. The young swordsman turned around and took a closer look. "Not good. He is heading toward father." Gu Jiao rode on the back of the horse, as if she had merged with Black Wind King's strength. She was invincible in the camp of the Liang Kingdom's army. In the dream about her ending, Jin Kong was killed by Chu Feiping. Chu Feiping killed the last of the Yan Kingdom's Black Wind cavalry. If she killed Chu Feiping, the tragedy of Jin Kong and the Black Wind cavalry would not happen again, right? Today's battle would be over, right? Stop him. Don't let him get close to the general. The Liang Kingdom's army was getting denser and denser. Black Wind King's gallop became more and more difficult. "Hang in there, boss, she was almost there." she saw the man in the carriage. She held onto the saddle with one hand and used the momentum to fly up, stabbing the carriage with her spear. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that you can't find on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1057374118. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. The spear pierced into the carriage and into the man's sleeve. Was he hurt or not? Gu Jiao frowned. In the next second, a figure quickly approached Gu Jiao's back. The speed was unbelievably fast. Gu Jiao pulled out the red tasseled spear and jumped forward. Black Wind King ran forward to catch Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rode on horseback and looked at the cold gleaming tip of her spear. There was no blood. She actually missed. This Chu Feiping really lived up to his name. No wonder he could kill Jing Kong, who was already a young immortal general. How dare you sneak attack my foster father? The one who spoke was the young swordsman who almost hurt Gu Jiao. His name was Zhaoan, and he was Chu Feiping's foster son. He had just turned 20 this year. He rode on his horse and looked at Gu Jiao and Black Wind King indifferently. He said arrogantly, "I don't want your spear. I only practice swordsmanship. However, I do like your horse. After I kill you, your horse will be mine." Black Wind King's murderous aura was overflowing. Zhaoan smiled faintly. "I like your temper." Gu Jiao said, "It's no use even if you like it. It's not yours." Zhaoan didn't want to fight with Gu Jiao. He flew up and raised his sword to stab at Gu Jiao. "It'll be mine if I steal it. Kid. Take this." Gu Jiao's spear swept out, changing from defense to offense, aiming straight for his waist. Zhaoan's eyes trembled. He quickly withdrew his killing move and dodged Gu Jiao's attack. Then, he raised his sword and chopped at Gu Jiao's head. He wanted to take the Black Wind King for himself, so naturally, he didn't want to hurt the Black Wind King. Therefore, he focused all his attacks on Gu Jiao's upper body. Gu Jiao vaguely felt that his moves were somewhat familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. It couldn't be in that dream. No, in the dream, Zhaoan didn't even have time to make a move. The two of them exchanged a few blows. Zhaoan's martial arts skills were higher than expected, but it wasn't too troublesome. Gu Jiao leaped up from the horse's back and did a somersault in the air. Then, with the red tasseled spear in hand, she viciously hacked down at Zhaoan. Zhaoan's sword was split in half on the spot. Zhaoan stared at the broken sword in his hand in disbelief. This? How is this possible? He was the youngest swordsman in the Liang Kingdom. Gu Jiao did not care whether he was a swordsman or a slut. She once again thrust her spear towards Zhaoan in a domineering manner. Someone in the carriage shot out a dart and it hit the tip of Gu Jiao's spear. The strong internal energy shook off the tip of the spear, but the internal energy did not stop there. Instead, it vibrated along the body of the red tasseled spear, causing Gu Jiao's arms to feel slightly numb. Her upper body was almost unable to exert any strength. However, if she thought that she could let Zhaoan go just like that, then she was too naive. Gu Jiao looked at the broken sword on the ground. She stepped on it and the sword was flipped over. Gu Jiao used the back of her foot to kick the sword fiercely. The blade of the sword flew towards Zhaoan's back. With a blood-curdling scream, Zhaoan was stabbed by the sword. And his body fell forward in front of the carriage. He spat out blood and struggled to reach out to the carriage. "Godfather," a faint male voice came from the carriage. "Are you still not going to make a move? If you continue to watch the battle, the alliance will fall apart." Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear in her hand tightly. Who was Chu Feiping talking to? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, three figures flew out from the tent at the back. This aura, this movement skill, and Hun had already been killed by Long Yi. Moreover, Hun could not have become three people. Then there was only one answer: these three were from the same sect as Hun and Long Yi. Gu Jiao finally understood why Zhao and swordsmanship looked so familiar. In fact, it was not a swordsmanship, but a movement skill used in battle. It was almost the same as Hun's. However, Zhaoan was not as strong as Hun. These three were different. Once they appeared, they gave Gu Jiao a deep sense of oppression. When she was in Zhao country, Gu Jiao judged experts as serious. Now, it was Hun. These three swordsmen were all close to Hun's strength. Although they were not stronger, if the three of them worked together, they would be stronger than Hun. The situation was a little troublesome. On the other side, the Black Wind Cavalry was also fighting with all their strength. The war drums were beating, and the sounds of killing shook the sky. The guards on the city tower watched as the Black Wind Cavalry bathed in blood for the people of Xuyang City, but they could not do anything. These dangers should have been borne by them, but now, the Black Wind Cavalry was shouldering all of them. At first, a considerable number of them were watching the battle with the mentality of taking revenge for the Black Wind Cavalry's sacrifice. However, as the battle continued, everyone was moved. Only when they had seen death, did they know how lucky they were. The Black Wind Cavalry fought with them and killed their companions. However, at the same time, the Black Wind Cavalry replaced them to fight. Blood flowed like a river from them to the Black Wind Cavalry. Another Black Wind Cavalry fell under the siege of the Liang country's army. A guard stepped forward and punched the city wall. Damn it. He turned his head and looked at the general beside him. General Ji. Let's go down and fight. Another guard gritted his teeth and said, yes. General Ji. There are too many soldiers in the Liang country's army. If this continues, the Black Wind Cavalry will not be able to hold on. General Ji clenched his fist and said sternly, everyone stay here and wait for orders. All the guards said in unison, General. General Ji said with a complicated expression, this is a military order. Did he not want to fight? Did he not want to drive the Liang country out of the Great Yan? He wanted to do that even in his dreams. However, they could not mess up the plan. They had to preserve their strength. Once their defense was reduced to a certain extent, the Han family and the Jin country's army would immediately attack Xuyang City. They were not afraid of death. They could not die. They could not be impulsive and let the Black Wind Cavalry sacrifice themselves in vain. Qin Fugui's eyes were red from killing. His body was already covered with cuts and bruises, but he forced himself not to fall. The attack was divided into 4 groups: left, right, middle, and rear. The first 3 groups were responsible for killing. Once a large number of Black Wind Cavalry fell, the rear group would immediately replace them. On the long street in the city, the soldiers of the garrison camp moved forward step by step. This meant that more and more of their comrades on the front line had lost their ability to fight. They were eager to fight, but they did not want to be the ones to die in such a situation. Everyone's eyes turned red when they saw their companions being carried back by the medical officers in one piece and covered in blood. The medical officers hurriedly carried the injured soldiers back to the nearby tents. The leading medical officer said, also, call a few more people. You two don't have to go. There were 2 unwritten rules in the 6 states: when 2 armies fought, 1 was not to kill the envoys, and 2 was not to kill the medical officers. Even so, being accidentally injured was still a common thing. The 2 medical officers who had slightly cut their arms said in unison, we are fine. The 2 of them indeed only had superficial wounds. Moreover, they did not have enough manpower, so the chief medical officer had to allow them to continue to the battlefield. Gu Jiao was surrounded by 3 swordsmen. Don't touch that horse. The man in the carriage said lightly. Don't worry, we will only kill him. The middle-aged man with a white face and no beard held a long sword. He looked at Gu Jiao and said, Kid, to let you know why you are going to die, I am Xianxia. These 2 are twins. One is called Li Qi, and the other is Li Quan. They were actually speaking the language of the Yan kingdom, but there were some accents from other countries. Gu Jiao looked at the 3 without fear. I am not interested in your names. Tell me where you are from. The middle-aged man took in Gu Jiao's reaction and suddenly felt some admiration. Kid, you have guts. If you want to be my disciple, I can make the decision to spare your life today. However, you will not be able to return to the Black Wind Cavalry. Gu Jiao said lightly, how about this? Kneel down and call me grandfather, and I will consider not taking your life. The middle-aged man's face darkened. You are about to die and you still dare to talk nonsense. Li Qi, Li Quan, no need to talk nonsense with him. Kill him. The twins held their swords and slashed at Gu Jiao. The twins had a better tacit understanding than ordinary people. In addition, their movement techniques were extremely fast, and every move was fatal. For a moment, it was difficult for Gu Jiao to use the Xianyuan family's spear techniques. The Black Wind King wanted to fight alongside Gu Jiao, but the middle-aged man stopped him. The Black Wind King did not say anything and charged at him. The man in the carriage slowly took a sip of tea. Remember, don't hurt it. How troublesome. The middle-aged man impatiently retracted his killing move and changed to dodging. The Black Wind King was more difficult to deal with than he thought. He could tell that the horse was an old one, but he did not understand how it could still release such explosive power and combat power. After dodging a few times, he got tired of dodging and called a group of soldiers. The soldiers formed a shield formation and trapped the Black Wind King in the middle. The Black Wind King's head was bleeding from the hard shields. Gu Jiao used the red tasseled spear to block the twins' swords and said to the Black Wind King, "Boss, don't move." The Black Wind King seemed to sense something and suddenly stopped moving. He stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. The middle-aged swordsman also joined the battle. Gu Jiao, who had only recovered half of her strength, was not a match for the three of them. Then, there was only one way. She did not completely lose her mind after losing control last time. Perhaps it was because she dealt with it quickly enough, or perhaps it was because the blood energy was not dense enough. Now, on the battlefield, the blood energy almost filled the air. Every pore of her body could feel the temptation of the blood energy. Perhaps, this would be an irreversible loss of control that would be more serious than any other time in the past. She would fight to the last drop of her strength. There was no way out. The Black Wind Cavalry fell one by one. The sacrifices were too great. She wanted to kill them all. She wanted to kill Chu Feiping and end this battle. The middle-aged man frowned at Gu Jiao. What is this kid trying to do? Is he dying? Li Qi of the twins asked. Li Quan sneered, I'll go kill him. Not good. Get out of the way. The middle-aged man shouted as he hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps. Unfortunately, his warning was a step too late. The youth threw something away and the aura around him suddenly increased. Li Quan's sword slashed at the youth's shoulder. The youth did not dodge and instead caught Li Quan's sword with his bare hands. The youth's eyes suddenly emitted a chilling murderous aura. The youth's finger snapped and broke Li Quan's sword. Li Quan's expression changed. He wanted to pull out his sword and escape, but the youth's spear pierced through his heart. This murderous aura. The middle-aged man's expression became serious. Little brother. Li Qi saw that his little brother had died under Gu Jiao's spear. His heart was filled with anger as he charged towards Gu Jiao. A complicated look flashed past the middle-aged man's eyes. He looked deeply at Gu Jiao and brandished his sword. Coordinating with Li Qi's attack, they attacked Gu Jiao from the front and back. Gu Jiao had no way to escape. Although one of the twins was missing, the combined strength of the two was still higher than in Hun. Gu Jiao had only lost control at 50% of her power. It was still quite difficult for her to deal with the two of them. After a few rounds, the three of them had suffered serious injuries. The other twin was the most seriously injured and had lost his ability to fight. The middle-aged man looked at his fallen twin and was even more puzzled. Even an Hun could not injure them to this extent. Actually, Gu Jiao's situation was not optimistic. She was exhausted. She had killed so many death warriors and then fought with Zhaoan. After that, it was the three of them. The middle-aged man held his bleeding chest and gritted his teeth as he looked at the carriage. Chu Feiping. If this goes on, we will all die. In the carriage, Chu Feiping sighed lightly. The three experts of the sword hut cannot deal with a 16 or 17-year-old kid. The strength of the sword hut is only so. The middle-aged man clenched his fists in humiliation. Chu Feiping. Chu Feiping's wide sleeves moved and he flashed out of the carriage. His figure was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao stabbed with her spear. She had clearly aimed. But did she miss again? Chu Feiping's strength was too terrifying. Chu Feiping looked coldly at the youth who was filled with killing intent. So what if he was a young god of death? He, Chu Feiping, was born to kill gods. Chu Feiping stretched out his hand and grabbed Gu Jiao's neck. He only needed to twist gently and his head would fall to the ground. Swoosh, an arrow pierced through the air like lightning. It made a whistling sound and hit Chu Feiping's wrist. He let go of his hand and flicked his sleeve to block the arrow. He did not expect the arrow to cut through his long sleeve. His eyes turned cold. Almost at the same time, a black-clothed youth descended from the sky. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he carried Gu Jiao away. Chu Feiping felt a strong killing intent coming from behind him. He coldly turned around and saw a large war chariot that had unknowingly arrived at the back of the army. On the war chariot, there was a muscular man dressed in silver armor. He was carrying a long blade and one of his feet was casually stepping on the war chariot's side. It was just a light step and did not make any sound, but it made people's hearts tremble. Chu Feiping frowned. The silver-armored man raised the long blade in his hand and arrogantly pointed it at Chu Feiping. Chu Feiping, touching my son. Son, have you asked my blade? Chu Feiping suspiciously asked, who are you? The silver-armored man waved his blade and domineeringly said, I am Zhao country's Marquis Xianping, Xiao Ji. Digression, the little chicken monkey is here. Do I have a monthly ticket? I really want to break through 5,000. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10573651. HTML Genius will remember this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Xiao Ji? Chu Feiping clenched his fists and furrowed his brows. He looked up at Marquis Xianping standing high on the chariot. The country of Zhao was only a lower country and could not enter the eyes of a higher country. However, Chu Feiping had heard of this name before. A man who was on the beauty rankings of the 6 countries had even pushed down the princess of the country of Liang. As a man, he did not pay attention to this kind of thing. However, his sister was an imperial concubine and he could hear her chatter every time he entered the palace. In addition, he heard that this person did not have a good reputation. He was arrogant and extremely shameless. Those who had fought with him all had headaches over this person. Chu Feiping formed an initial impression of Marquis Xianping based on the information he had heard in the past. That was, an embroidered pillow that liked to play tricks. As he thought about it, Chu Feiping did not feel much fear towards Marquis Xianping who came on the chariot. However, it was very strange. Didn't the army of the country of Zhao go to Qishui to attack the navy of the country of Yan? Why did Marquis Xianping come to Yan Gate Pass? Also, the chariot under his feet looked a bit familiar. Marquis Xianping, I stole it from the camp of the country of Liang in the valley. Chu Feiping temporarily put aside his doubts and looked lightly at Marquis Xianping. It seems that you recognize this general. Chu Feiping could speak the language of the country of Zhao. Marquis Xianping curled his lips. If you want to fight, you have to figure out which chicken you want to kill and which dog you want to kill. Chu Feiping's face darkened. Marquis Xianping, you are impudent. He was only a marquis of a lower country and dared to look down on him, a general of a higher country. Marquis Xianping looked down at him and pointed his long sword. He said arrogantly, "Who do you think you are to control whether this marquis is impudent or not?" Chu Feiping's status as a higher country was greatly challenged. To be honest, the relationship between the state of Liang and the state of Zhao was not too bad these years. The three major states all had their own tributes. For example, the state of Zhao tributes the state of Liang, the state of Zhao tributes the state of Yan, and the state of Chen tributes the state of Jin. Just last year, their country of Liang's prince Yu went on a diplomatic trip to the country of Zhao. It seemed that the negotiations went well. After Prince Yu returned to the capital, he put in a lot of good words for Zhao. Thinking of this, Chu Feiping temporarily suppressed the surging anger in his heart. Marquis Xianping, are you mistaken? The target you are attacking is the Dark Wind Cavalry of Great Yan, not the army of the state of Liang. Marquis Xianping curled his lips into a smile. I didn't make a mistake. The person I want to beat is you bastard. You. Chu Feiping was enraged. He was not a person who was easily angered. On the contrary, his temperament was very steady and calm. However, Marquis Xianping had the ability to anger people to the point that Buddha was born and Buddha ascended to the heavens. At this moment, the young man in black carried the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry onto the chariot. Chu Feiping's mind suddenly flashed with the words Marquis Xianping had just said, his son. Chu Feiping said coldly, Marquis Xianping, take off his helmet and look clearly. He is the commander of Great Yan's Black Wind Cavalry, not your son. If it was a misunderstanding caused by the wrong person, then there was no need. Marquis Xianping touched Gu Jiao's helmet again and again, causing Gu Jiao to roll her eyes at him. You're awake? He said with a smile. Chong Jing had already found the protective talisman she had thrown away and put it back on her. The killing intent in her body slowly calmed down. However, her exhausted body fell into a state of great weakness. Marquis Xianping played with her helmet like he was playing with a doll. Her face was dark and she did not want to say a word. This was definitely not an interaction between strangers. Chu Feiping's heart surged with an ominous premonition. Could it be that you, Marquis Xianping took back his dirty hand and looked at Chu Feiping. He pointed at Gu Jiao and said, what's his name? Chu Feiping, Xiao Lulang. Marquis Xianping's lips curled. What's mine? Xiao Ji, Xiao Lulang, Xiao Ji, yes, I heard that this little commander came from Zhao country. So, he and Marquis Xianping were really father and son? Hey! Are you done being arrogant up there? Can we not push it anymore? The chariot is very heavy. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind the chariot. Chu Feiping narrowed his eyes. There was someone else. Gu Jiao turned her eyes and glanced at Marquis Xianping from the corner of her eyes. So this is how you got your awesome entrance? Marquis Xianping coughed lightly. Okay. Let's stop here. Tang Yuashan shook the sweat off his forehead and used his qinggong. He jumped up with the Tang Bao and landed beside Marquis Xianping. He looked at Gu Jiao, who was supported by Chong Jing. Eh? You're badly hurt. Gu Jiao waved a finger to greet him. Hello, little henchman. Chu Feiping saw the big bow in Tang Yuashan's hand and knew that the arrow that pierced his sleeve was shot by this person. What a sharp archery! The bow in his hand was a 3-stone bow. Ordinary archers used 1-stone bows. Only some sharpshooters with amazing arm strength in the military camp used 2-stone bows. So, what kind of freak was this man to be able to draw a 3-stone bow? Tang Yuashan didn't notice Chu Feiping's look at him. He turned his head and looked behind the chariot. Hey, Gu. Why aren't you coming up? How long are you going to hide behind the chariot? Or do you want to push the chariot alone? Marquis Xianping gave Tang Yuashan a cold stare and used his qinggong to jump onto the chariot. Gu Jiao's eyes widened in an instant. At this moment, her mask was down, only revealing a pair of eyes that had regained their calmness. She blinked and somehow found the strength to pull out a small notebook and a charcoal pencil from her armor. She wrote crookedly, brother, long time no see. This action exhausted Gu Jiao's last bit of strength. After she finished writing, her head tilted, her hands dropped, and she fainted. Marquis Xianping's breath was stuck in his throat. Tang Yuashan checked Gu Jiao's breath. She was still breathing. He turned to Chu Feiping. This is the guy who hurt Xiaoya. Lu Lang? He has some skills. Who's going to fight him? Marquis Xianping had seen the fight from afar. This general of the Liang kingdom was extraordinary in martial arts. They must not underestimate him. Together. Marquis Xianping said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Kai arrived with a group of masters. It seems that we can't fight together. Tang Yuashan stretched his neck and drew the big bow in his hand. Leave these people to me. He occupied the commanding position and was perfect for shooting masters. Chongjing. Marquis Xianping gave the boy in black a look. Chongjing walked to Marquis Xianping and stuffed the unconscious Gu Jiao into his hands. Marquis Xianping trembled. What are you doing? I'm going to kill someone. Chongjing said expressionlessly. She pulled out the long sword on her back and stabbed at Chu Feiping. Marquis Xianping looked at Gu Jiao lying on his arms. His whole body stiffened. His arms were stretched out as if he couldn't wait to send her far away. Marquis Xianping. What? Take this girl away. He didn't care about this stinky girl. She didn't want to be the daughter of a marquis and came all the way to the Yan kingdom. She even learned to fight like a man. Now she had a taste of her own medicine. Did she think the battlefield was a good place? Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. She could lose her life at any time. With a loud bang, Chu Feiping and Chongjing began to fight fiercely. The commotion caused by their fight was so great that Chu Feiping sent a rock flying with a palm strike. The stone flew straight at Gu Jiao. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth. He held Gu Jiao with one hand and picked up the shield on the ground with the other to block the flying stone. Song Kai didn't stay idle either. Seeing the masters dying one by one under Tang Yuashan's arrows, he also sent out his own archers. The rain of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth as they came at them. Marquis Xianping knelt on one knee. He was very disgusted but had no choice but to use the shield to protect Gu Jiao in his arms. The arrows hit the hard shield. Fortunately, the shield was specially made in the Liang kingdom. It was incomparably strong and durable. If it were the shield of the Zhao kingdom, it would have been shot into a sieve. Even so, it wasn't easy for him to block so many arrows all by himself, okay? Marquis Xianping. You, do something. Marquis Xianping suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and saw that Marquis Xianping had circled behind him and was squatting on the ground to dodge the arrows. Marquis Xianping, can you be a little more shameless? Chu Feiping and Chongjing exchanged more than 10 moves but still couldn't finish off the young Chongjing. Chu Feiping unsheathed the sword at his waist. These days, there aren't many young people who can force me to use my sword. Kid, you and Xiao Lulang are the same. Both of you have made me look at you in a new light. Unfortunately, you are loyal to the wrong person. With your ability, if you are willing to pledge allegiance to me, I will give you a bright future. Chongjing thought for a while and said to Chu Feiping, dream on. Chu Feiping choked. This was the nonsense that little Jingkong had learned from soup porridge, and then it was learned by Chongjing. Chu Feiping said coldly, Kid, it seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Very well, this general will kill you first, then kill the rest of them. Next, this general is going to be serious. You better be careful. Chu Feiping's reputation was not undeserved. Back then, he was as famous as Gong Sunyu and Shan Yuansheng. He once challenged Shan Yuanli alone and successfully lasted more than 100 moves. Even Shan Yuanli couldn't help but praise his swordsmanship. Chongjing's swordsmanship was mainly fast, and his was known for its dominance. In the first move, Chongjing's arm was numb. In the second move, Chongjing's meridians were shattered. In the third move, Chongjing's weapons were all broken. Chongjing looked at Chu Feiping and then at the bare sword hilt in his hand. He frowned and rushed back to the chariot. I can't beat him. The rain of arrows had been suppressed by Tang Yuashan, so the chariot was safe for the time being. Stay here, Marquis Xianping said to Chongjing, then jumped off the chariot with his long saber. He held the long saber hilt and walked toward Chu Feiping step by step. The frivolous aura on his body was rapidly fading away, and in its place was an overbearing murderous aura that made people tremble in fear. If the junior commander of the Black Wind Battalion was said to be a young killing god, then the person in front of them was the king of the netherworld from the 9-tier purgatory. His entire aura changed. His footsteps silently stepped on the sand, but it also seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts. Everyone's heart sank. As he walked closer, the tip of his saber scratched the ground with a piercing sound. The dark clouds in the sky pressed down layer by layer, and the sky became gloomy. The west wind whistled, blowing sand and stones, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Marquis Xianping stopped 3 feet away from Chu Feiping. His long saber stabbed into the ground, sending 3 feet of stone flying. The surrounding Liang Bing's heart trembled. Even Tang Yueshan's expression changed. Xiao Luo, was he going to be serious? Ever since Marquis Xianping's waist was injured, no one had seen him fight. Some said that his martial arts had been crippled, while others said that he could never return to his former strength. Many masters had come and gone by his side, and Chang Jing was the one who had been with him the longest. Only Tang Yueshan knew that Marquis Xianping would not be crippled so easily. That was because Marquis Xianping was the #1 master in the underground arena. The world only knew of the beauty rankings of the 6 nations, but did not know that this guy had slaughtered the entire underground arena of the Great Yin. He did not have the chance to fight with Shan Yuanli, otherwise, he would have a place among the generals who were as famous as Shan Yuanqing. After so many years, Tang Yueshan was very excited to see Marquis Xianping fight again. He clutched his chest. My heart is beating faster because of a man. Marquis Xianping said calmly, I haven't fought personally for many years. Chu Feiping, you are very lucky. Chu Feiping looked at him with disdain. You have to hide behind your comrades when facing a rain of arrows. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me. Is that so? Marquis Xianping curled his right lip. I'll let you have 3 moves. I'll let you have 3 moves first. That's not necessary. I want to save face. Chu Feiping could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He waved his long sword and stabbed straight at Marquis Xianping's heart. A battle between masters did not require fancy moves. As long as it was fast, ruthless, and accurate enough, it would be a hit. Chu Feiping was very confident in his swordsmanship, but he did not expect his sword to slash past Marquis Xianping's waist. He missed. How was that possible? First move. Marquis Xianping said. Chu Feiping frowned and kicked at Marquis Xianping's lower body. While Marquis Xianping dodged in the air, Chu Feiping took his head with a backhand sword, but he missed again. Marquis Xianping moved his wrist and said casually, there is one more move. Chu Feiping said coldly, who asked you to let me have one move first? You can't hit me, so you're finding excuses for yourself. Good. Die. This move, Chu Feiping attacked Marquis Xianping's right arm. He had stabbed him. Just as Chu Feiping was about to celebrate his victory, Marquis Xianping's figure suddenly dodged. That sword naturally missed again. Chu Feiping found it unbelievable. Marquis Xianping held the saber in his hand. You have used your 3 moves. Now, it's my turn. Chu Feiping said sarcastically, don't try to be mysterious. It's impossible for you to kill me. Is that so? Marquis Xianping drew his saber and slashed at Chu Feiping, but Chu Feiping blocked it with his sword. Is this all you have? Isn't it too weak? Chu Feiping froze. Marquis Xianping's saber was a pair of sabers. At the instant Chu Feiping blocked it with his sword, Marquis Xianping quickly drew his other saber and stabbed Chu Feiping in the chest. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1057136696. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was also updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online here. Chu Feiping lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the long saber that had pierced his chest. He did not expect Xian Pingho to be so fast, nor did he expect that it was actually a pair of sabers. Tang Yuashan's heart raced. What the f***ck, actually, it wasn't too appropriate to call it one move. Strictly speaking, the 3 moves that Marquis Xian Pingho gave Chu Feiping should also be counted. Although he didn't seem to attack, he was actually observing. There was no such thing as a free reward in this world, and there was no such thing as an easy victory. It was all about tempering one's troops and preparing one's horses. From the moment Chang Jing and Chu Feiping exchanged blows, Xian Pingho began to observe and analyze Chu Feiping's moves. But that was from afar, and it was inevitable that he would miss out on some details. Thus, he allowed him to make 3 more moves, closely watching the details of every move he made. Although it seemed like he had only taken the initiative to attack once, he had already exchanged more than 100 blows with Chu Feiping in his mind when they were on the war chariot. Tang Yuashan said in admiration, "Old Xiao, you're amazing." Marquis Xian Pingho said very pertinently, "Chu Feiping is not weak. He lost so quickly because he underestimated his opponent." Tang Yuashan felt that what Marquis Xianping said was reasonable, but why did it sound so unbelievable when such humble words came from Marquis Xianping's mouth? Marquis Xianping sighed in all seriousness. If he wasn't so careless, he might have been able to last 1 more move against me. Tang Yuashan was speechless. You can only choose between your dignity and your life, right? Hiss, Marquis Xianping suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and bent down. He used one hand to support himself on the ground with the long saber and the other hand to support his waist. "Io, this Marquis waist," the corner of Tang Yuashan's mouth twitched. "Can you be more handsome than 3 seconds?" Marquis Xianping said bitterly. "What are you standing there for? Come down and help me up." Tang Yuashan pursed his lips and was about to jump down from the chariot when he saw Chu Feiping, who was lying in a pool of blood, pick up the sword on the ground and thrust it at Marquis Xianping's back. Marquis Xianping was tormented by his waist injury and was caught off guard. It was too late for Tang Yuashan to react. The long sword had already stabbed out. He turned pale with fright and shouted, "Old Xiao." Below the city wall, the Liang army and the Black Wind cavalry were still engaged in an intense battle. The left wing of the Black Wind cavalry suffered the heaviest casualties. Cavalry and war horses constantly fell, but new war horses and cavalry were constantly replenished. After Tang Zhong escorted Gu Jiao to the rear of the Liang Kingdom's army, he immediately rushed back, but he was still unable to turn the tide. He had been stabbed 3 times, twice in his left leg and once in his abdomen. Even his armor had been pierced through. Judging from the situation of the battle between the 2 armies, the Liang Kingdom's army had suffered more losses. However, the Liang Kingdom's army also had more people. Even if the ratio was 3 to 1, the Liang Kingdom's army would still be the last to survive. Tang Zhong swung his sword at another Liang soldier. Unfortunately, he had used up all his strength, and this sword strike did not cause any damage to his opponent. The other party only staggered for a moment before immediately charging at Tang Zhong. Tang Zhong did not have the strength to dodge this sword. He was very clear that he could not even pick up the sword. He was going to die. "Junior Commander. I may have to go first. I have misunderstood you in the past, please don't blame me. You have to live well and lead the Black Wind cavalry to win this battle. In the next life, we will fight side by side." Tang Zhong fell to the ground. However, the Liang Kingdom's soldier did not stab him. Mu Qingchen killed him with a single strike. Mu Qingchen helped Tang Zhong to his feet, and while protecting Tang Zhong, he fought his way out. The once spotless first young master of Xingdu was now covered in the blood of the enemy. Every move he made was a killing move. He did not give the enemy any chance to survive. In just a few days, the cruel battlefield had taught him a profound truth: mercy to the enemy was cruelty to the companions. Qing Fugui and Li Jin's situation wasn't very good either. Qing Fugui had been injured before, and although he had recovered, the strength in his left arm was still a lot weaker than before after 100 days of recovery. The middle army had already been fighting with the right wing. Qing Fugui and Li Jin were guarding each other. Qing Fugui gasped, "The vanguard can't hold on much longer. Li Jin swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "The vanguard can't hold on much longer. If the Liang Kingdom's army did not retreat, the Black Wind Cavalry would really be finished," Li Jin said. Junior commander went to assassinate the Liang Kingdom's general. "I hope she can succeed," Qing Fugue said, "but it has been so long." Qing Fugue did not finish his words, but the two of them knew. They saw with their own eyes that Tong Zhong escorted Gu Jiao to the back of the Liang Kingdom's army. It had been half an hour since then. It would not take that long to assassinate a person. Unless, junior commander was in trouble. Or even worse, the junior commander had been killed instead. The two of them clenched the spears in their hands. Thinking that the fierce and cute junior commander might die in the hands of the Liang Kingdom's bastards, their hearts burned with a raging fire. Kill these King bastards. While the two of them were fighting, a low bugle sounded from the back of the Liang Kingdom's army. This was the bugle call to attack. The Liang Kingdom's army was going to attack. Junior commander was killed. Woo, another bugle call sounded. Wait, no, this was not an attack. It was a retreat. The Liang Kingdom's army was retreating. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by a wild laughter, a man wearing the Yan Kingdom's armor rushed out from the Liang Kingdom's army with a bloody head in his hand. Chu Feiping's head is here. Your Liang Kingdom's general was killed. The Yan Kingdom's reinforcements are here. Bastards from the Liang Kingdom. Give me your life. It was Tang Yueshan. The Liang Kingdom's army was in chaos. They even panicked when they retreated. The Black Wind Cavalry, who were already at the end of their rope, suddenly became energetic. The Imperial Court's reinforcements were finally here. The Liang Kingdom's general was finally dead. The Liang Kingdom's army was leaderless. If they did not kill now, when would they? Qing Fugue shouted at the top of his lungs. He raised the spear in his hand and shouted, "Bastards from the Liang Kingdom killed so many of our Black Wind Cavalry. You want to escape? Not so easy. Brothers, charge for me. Kill them all." Since the Imperial Court's army was here, the garrison camp did not need to be a reserve force anymore. Li Jin ordered his subordinates, "Go and tell General Zhou and General Zhang that the garrison camp will join the battle. Kill the bastards from the Liang Kingdom." Yes. What followed was a full-scale revenge by the Black Wind Cavalry. Of the 80,000 Liang Kingdom's army that attacked the city, less than 30,000 managed to escape safely. However, when the Black Wind Cavalry reached the rear, they did not find any trace of the Imperial Court's army. There was only a chariot that was destroyed by the fleeing Liang Kingdom's army, and 3 dusty men sitting cross-legged on the roadside, old, middle-aged, and young. Next to the old man was their young commander, and next to the young man was a Liang Kingdom soldier of unknown identity. The Black Wind King was next to the young commander, sniffing the young commander's breath from time to time. The young commander was still alive, but unconscious. Along the way, the young commander was alert and vigilant. He did not even relax when he was sleeping. However, they did not know if it was an illusion, but at this moment, the young commander seemed to be sleeping very soundly beside these people. They did not have the heart to disturb him. After a while, one of the cavalrymen said weakly, What's going on? Aren't they Great Yan's reinforcements? Don't tell me the Great Yan's reinforcements that the lunatic was talking about are these guys? Ha 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 ha. It's so fun to kill them. Liang bastards. Don't run away. Keep fighting with your grandfather. Everyone was speechless. Ugh, that lunatic is here. Tang Yueshan jumped off his horse. He was riding a Black Wind Cavalry, and he felt so good. He looked at Marquis Xianpingho and the other two in confusion. Eh? Old Zhao. Old Gu. Chongjing. What happened to you guys? The 3 of them were expressionless and spat out a mouthful of dust. The Liang Kingdom's army had scattered and fled. There was a lot of dust on the roadside. The Liang soldier lying on the ground was Chu Feiping. The head in Tang Yueshan's hand was not Chu Feiping's head, but a Liang soldier's. It was so bloody that it could not be recognized. In addition, he was the one who blew the horn to retreat. Just now, Chu Feiping faked his death and attacked Marquis Xianpingho. To be honest, even Tang Yueshan thought that Marquis Xianpingho would not survive. No one expected that Marquis Xian Pinghe would strike Chu Feiping's sword with a frenzied saber. Marquis Xian Pinghe's murderous aura was like a rainbow. He stepped on Chu Feiping's bleeding chest. He looked at Chu Feiping coldly. His unfathomable eyes were like a bottomless abyss. Chu Feiping, you're not enough to sneak attack me. Tang Yueshan was sure that Marquis Xian Pinghe's waist injury was not faked. He was also sure that Marquis Xian Pinghe had let down his guard. He could only say that Marquis Xian Pinghe's reaction was so fast that it was beyond the limit of ordinary masters. He was able to fight his way from the underground arena of Zhao Kingdom to Yan Kingdom. He was the number one of the lower kingdoms and defeated the number one of the higher kingdoms. He did not rely on luck, but on his strength. However, he hid his real identity and appearance in the underground arena. The only time he lost his mask on the street was when the artist upstairs saw him. Since then, he set a precedent for men to be on the beauty list of the 6 kingdoms. Let him think. Who knocked off old Zhao's mask? It seemed to be a woman, called something Yen. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1057132449. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Mang Mountain, where the Imperial Army was stationed. The heavy rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, which destroyed the road ahead. The soldiers braved the rain for 2 days, but they still couldn't completely clear the road. In a tent lit by candles, a little palace maid dressed as a manservant, Huaner, came in with a plate of fresh wild fruits. Your Highness, this is the fruit that I just picked. Please have a taste. Shang Guanyan lightly said, I have no appetite, you can eat it yourself. But these are specially prepared for your Highness. This slave's hand is scratched, Huaner said while showing the wound on her hand. After getting along with each other these days, Huaner had already grasped the temperament of the crown princess. The crown princess was not blindly amenable to coaxing but not coercion. As long as she acted pitiful to her, it generally wouldn't be too difficult. Shang Guanyan looked at her red and swollen hand and sighed, put it on the table. Huaner happily put the fruit on the small table. Shang Guanyan picked up a red fruit and thought of the 3 children in different places. She didn't know how they were doing. Your Highness, General Wang wants to see you. A guard's voice came from outside the tent. Come in. Shang Guanyan said. Huaner sensibly pushed behind the screen and began to tidy up Shang Guanyan's clothes. Your Highness, Yi Qing wants to see you. Yi Qing's voice also came from outside the tent. Come in. Shang Guanyan said. Wang Man and Yi Qing entered the tent together. Yi Qing didn't go with the army. He was ordered by the state preceptor to transport medicinal materials to the front line. He set off a few days later because the Imperial Army was delayed by the heavy rain in Mang Mountain, which allowed him to catch up. Wang Man had always looked down on the charlatans of the state preceptor hall. He didn't look at Yi Qing at all. Yi Qing didn't care and respectfully saluted Shang Guanyan, Your Highness. Shang Guanyan looked at the two and said, Why did you come to see me? Yi Qing, as a junior, no matter what Wang Man's attitude was, he still abided by his duty and showed the etiquette of the state preceptor hall. He motioned for Wang Man to speak first. Wang Man didn't stand on ceremony with him. He straightened his back and said, I'm here to report to the crown princess that the road has been cleared. We can depart tomorrow morning. Shang Guanyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we can set off. The soldiers have worked hard. We have stayed here for a few days and delayed our journey to Chuyang. I wonder how the Black Wind Cavalry is doing? Before the heavy rain washed away the roads, the scouts sent back the news that the Black Wind Cavalry had taken back Xianxia City. However, what followed was the news that the Liang Kingdom's army was going to attack Xianxia City. Wang Man coldly snorted and said, "The Black Wind Cavalry is not good at defending a city. Moreover, we still have to defend against the tens of thousands of rebels in the city. In my humble opinion, Xianxia City will most likely fall." A child is a child, too soft-hearted. He should have killed all of the rebels when he captured them to prevent future troubles. What was the point of seizing it? If the Nangong family were to raise their arms, the rebels in the city would definitely cooperate with the Liang Kingdom's army. What a waste of the Black Wind Cavalry's military strength. They're all going to die in that brat's hands. Yi Qing coldly glanced at Wang Man. "General Wang, did you personally go to Xianxia City to see, or did you go to the battlefield? What you said is clear and logical. If Xianxia City is successfully defended, will you kneel down and call the Black Wind Cavalry's commander Big Brother?" Yi Qing has always had the image of a gentle senior brother. He treated people gently and politely, and rarely showed such a thorny side. In Shang Guanqing's words, "I can give you face, but you can't not know it in your heart." Wang Man opened his arms. If he can defend it, then why not let him be the great general of the West? Under normal circumstances, when the crown princess heard this, she should have come forward to stop it. "General Wang, what are you talking about? You are the most senior elder, and your experience in leading troops is unparalleled. The position of the great general is yours, how can you give it to a fledgling brat?" The reality is, the crown princess looked at Wang Man in surprise and helplessly said, "Since the great general said so, then, this one will be the witness." Wang Man. Shang Guanyan looked at Yi Qing again. "Yi Qing, why are you looking for me?" Yi Qing cupped his hands and said, "Originally, I wanted to say that if the road is blocked tomorrow, I will take a detour first, but it's okay now." Shang Guanyan nodded and looked at the rainy night outside the tent. "I really want to reach Xianxia City soon." Xianxia City. After a big battle, the North Gate was full of devastation. The city's defenders were cleaning up the mess at the scene. The medical officers and soldiers evacuated the wounded soldiers from the scene. At the city gate, a medical officer and a city's defender were carrying a wounded soldier covered with blood on a stretcher. Suddenly, the medical officer's footsteps stepped on the corpse on the ground. He staggered and the stretcher was tilted. Ah! The medical officer was shocked. This was a patient with a serious fracture. He couldn't fall again, otherwise, he would die. A large and powerful hand held the stretcher firmly. The defender looked up and respectfully said, "General Ji Pingchuan, the North Gate's defender." Thank you General Ji." The medical officer from Chengdu heard the defender call him General Ji, so he also called him General Ji. General Ji slightly nodded. "Are you okay?" "It's okay." The medical officer lifted the stretcher again and entered the North Gate with the soldiers. Not long after, another group of people came to the scene. Ji Pingchuan turned around and bowed to the leader, Lord Chong. Although they were both generals, the ranks of the two were not the same. Sun Takashi was the leader of all the defenders and the commander of the border. Sun Takashi dismounted from his horse and looked at the bloody scene. He frowned and asked, "What's the situation? How did the Liang Kingdom retreat?" Ji Pingchuan said, "The imperial court sent 4 reinforcements." 4? Sun Takashi was shocked. He wasn't surprised by the small number of reinforcements, but that they were able to make the 80,000-strong Liang Kingdom retreat. Ji Pingchuan explained, "They helped Commander Xiao to mess up the rear of the Liang Kingdom's army and cut off Chu Feiping's head. They even sounded the retreat horn without permission. The Liang Kingdom's army was in a panic when their commander was killed, so their morale dropped. It was really the Liang Kingdom's commander sounding the retreat horn, so they all retreated. The Black Wind Cavalry chased after them and killed many of their soldiers." Could it be done like that? What kind of shameless tactic was that? Sun Takashi didn't know what to say. The cowardly ones starved to death, while the bold ones were stuffed to death. What did it mean to fight a battle to the death? This was it. The success rate of this plan was less than 10%. If it was Sun Takashi, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Firstly, he couldn't kill Chu Feiping. Secondly, how did he come up with the idea of sounding the retreat horn? How's Commander Xiao? Soon Takashi asked. Ji Pingchuan said, he's injured, so he went back to the camp for treatment. In the commander's tent, Gu Jiao was lying unconscious on the cold and hard bed. The old duke and a medical officer were also in the tent. The medical officer didn't know the old duke. He only heard from the soldiers that he was a reinforcement sent by the imperial court. The medical officer went to remove Gu Jiao's armor. The old duke frowned. Wait. The medical officer was shocked by the stern voice. He quickly retracted his hand and asked in a daze, Sir, what's the matter? The old duke looked at Gu Jiao indifferently and asked in a deep voice, Is there a female medical officer? The medical officer said, Yes. The old duke didn't allow any refusal. Call the female medical officer to apply medicine on him. Ah? The medical officer was stunned. Why would a male medical officer need a female medical officer to treat him? The old duke's expression was frighteningly cold. The medical officer didn't know that he wasn't an official of the imperial court and thought that he was a trusted aide of the crown princess. He didn't dare to offend him, so he hurriedly called a female medical officer over. The female medical officer was also very puzzled as to why she was sent to take care of the young commander. Her medical skills weren't bad, but she had little experience and was a woman. It was very difficult for her to be put in an important position. When she entered the tent, the old duke came out. The female medical officer made a terrible assumption. But when she saw that the young commander was indeed unconscious and couldn't have done anything to any woman, she became even more puzzled. So why did you call me? The female medical officer was puzzled as she removed the young commander's armor. When she used a pair of scissors to cut open his blood-soaked clothes, she was completely stunned. Gu Jiao slept soundly and didn't wake up until the evening of the third day. When she opened her eyes, the female medical officer was changing the dressing on her arm. Her eyes subconsciously flashed a trace of cold vigilance. The female medical officer was so frightened that her hands trembled and the medicine fell. I've seen you before. You're the accompanying female medical officer. The vigilance in Gu Jiao's eyes dissipated. She sat up and said, How long have I been asleep? The female medical officer picked up the medicine and said in a frightened voice, 3 days. Gu Jiao said, It's been so long. How's the battle situation? The army of the Liang Kingdom has retreated. They suffered heavy casualties. They shouldn't attack the city in the short term. The female medical officer said and glanced at Gu Jiao's clothes. Young commander, you. Gu Jiao followed her gaze and looked down. Oh, her clothes were open. The wound on her chest had been treated and wrapped with thick gauze. It seemed that her identity as a female had been exposed. As if guessing Gu Jiao's thoughts, the female medical officer hurriedly said, I didn't tell anyone. The dignified old general forbade her to spread the news. He even said that if she dared to leak a word, he would kill her with a knife. Thinking of that person, the female medical officer's eyes lit up. Young commander, the old general has been guarding the door of the tent these days when you were in a coma. He didn't allow anyone to come in. I'll tell him that you're awake. As she spoke, she walked around the screen to the door of the tent. She lifted the curtain that the old general had thickened. However, she didn't see the old general. The female medical officer scratched her head. It's strange. He has been here for the past few days. Eh? Old Gu, are you going out? Tang Yuashan had just returned from a stroll on the black-winged horse when he saw the old duke dressed as a merchant. It seemed that he was going out. The old duke said, I'm going to Puching to inquire about the news. Puching was a city of the Great Yan that had been captured by the Jin state. It was less than 100 miles away from Xuyang City. It would take 2 days to get there on horseback. Tang Yuashan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Eh? You're finally willing to help? Didn't you say you didn't want to get involved? Don't blame me and old Xiao for dragging you here by force. The old duke took a few steps forward and looked at the bright moon in the gray sky. He said seriously, let's make it clear first. I'm not doing this for the Yan state or that girl. It's you two who acted on your own and got the Zhao state involved in the war between the Shen kingdoms. It's impossible to play it safe. The Jin state and the Liang state are on good terms with each other. The Jin state won't let the Zhao state go. We can only fight with our backs against the wall. After he finished, he didn't wait for Tang Yueshan's response and turned around. He saw that Tang Yueshan had already led the horse to the front. The old duke clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. So I've said so much for nothing? Since when did these two become so infuriating? Gu Jiao was seriously injured, but her recovery speed was amazing. After lying in bed for 3 days, she was fine. When everyone heard that the young commander had woken up, they were so happy that they couldn't wait to visit her in her tent. However, they were stopped by the medical officers. Gu Jiao called Advisor Hu and asked him about the casualties of the Black Wind Battalion. Advisor Hu sighed. We were all prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Thanks to your father, my father? Gu Jiao was confused for a long time before she remembered that she had seen Marquis Xianping before she fainted. The father advisor who mentioned should be Marquis Xianping. This was a fierce battle. Sacrifices were inevitable. However, compared to the total annihilation, most of the Black Wind Battalion's soldiers were saved. Advisor who said regretfully, Chengfu Gui, Li Jin, and Tong Zhong are seriously injured. They may not be able to participate in the following battles. What about Mu Qingchen? Gu Jiao asked. At the mention of this, Advisor Hu's expression turned serious. Young Master Mu's performance was very surprising. His growth speed was very fast, and he was no longer the pampered young master of an aristocratic family who would vomit after killing people. He was brave and decisive on the battlefield, killing countless soldiers of the Liang Kingdom and saving many of his Black Wind cavalry comrades. Chengfu Gui was also saved by him. He was also slightly injured, but it was not a big deal. Gu Jiao nodded secretly. Mu Qingchen had also become stronger. That was great. In that dream, Mu Qingchen did not encounter the Liang state. He directly faced the Jin state army. Because he could not bear to kill, he missed the opportunity to escape. He was surrounded by the Jin army and was shot dead by Gong Sunyu. Mu Qingchen would not be merciful now, would he? If he encountered such a predicament again, he would definitely be able to kill his way out. Gong Sunyu's arrow would not have a chance to hit him, right? His ending would also be rewritten, right? Gu Jiao washed up and dressed neatly. She went to see the Black Wind King first. The Black Wind King had been guarding outside her tent for the past few days. The horse trainer had treated the Black Wind King's injuries. Its head was wrapped in white gauze, making it look very pitiful. Gu Jiao touched its neck. The Black Wind King sniffed Gu Jiao's breath. Horses were very sensitive. They could tell whether a person's injuries were serious from their breath. I'm fine, Gu Jiao said. The Black Wind King was probably relieved. It slowly lay down on the ground. It was also very tired. However, it did not dare to rest until Gu Jiao woke up. It was just like how it did not dare to grow old before the battle was over. Gu Jiao stayed by its side and gently stroked its mane. She waited until it fell asleep before going to the tent next door. Her old father, Marquis Xianping, lived in this tent. When she lifted the curtain and entered, Marquis Xianping and Tang Yueshan were both there. Tang Yueshan was wiping his precious Tang family bow, while Marquis Xianping was sitting on a long bench. He looked like a bandit, domineering. In front of him was a man with disheveled hair and a disheveled face tied to a pillar with iron chains. The man glared at Marquis Xianping in front of him. He wanted to pounce on him and bite him. Kill me if you can. Marquis Xianping smiled casually and said, Why would I kill you? Do I look like a bloodthirsty person? I'm so kind that I can't even bear to kill an ant on the side of the road. How can I bear to kill you? A bug crawled over. Marquis Xianping did not even lift his eyelids. He stomped it to death. The man was speechless. Marquis Xianping smiled. The people outside all think that you're dead. Your subordinates are defeated. The morale of the Liang Kingdom has been destroyed. It's impossible for them to recover. Chu Feiping gritted his teeth and said angrily, What do you want? Marquis Xianping rubbed his hands. I've been a little short of money recently. I wonder what price the king of the Liang Kingdom will pay to redeem you. If the price is too low, it's not too late for me to kill you. Chu Feiping was speechless. Marquis Xianping looked up and saw Gu Jiao at the door. He smiled. "Oh, my son is here?" Gu Jiao stepped in and greeted Marquis Xianping and Tang Yueshan. "You're awake?" Tang Yueshan carefully put down his treasure and walked over to look at her. "You're the same as Chang Jing. You've recovered quite quickly." "Chang Jing is also injured?" Gu Jiao asked. Chang Jing had already fainted when she fought with Chu Feiping. Marquis Xianping looked at Chu Feiping and said lightly, "My meridians were shattered by this guy. It's just a minor injury." How could a shattered meridian be considered a minor injury? What kind of pervert was Chang Jing? Gu Jiao's gaze fell on Chu Feiping and she checked his meridians. So this guy was not beheaded. But it didn't matter. His dantian was destroyed and he would be a cripple when he returned. Gu Jiao asked, "Other than him, did you capture anyone else?" Marquis Xianping said slowly, "You mean those swordsmen? They're dead." Anyway, she already knew that Long Yi's master was the sword hut. In the future, she could investigate in this direction. Gu Jiao loosened her hand and asked Marquis Xianping, "You want to use him to negotiate with the Liang Kingdom?" Marquis Xianping, N. Gu Jiao suggested, "Then you'd better hide him first." Marquis Xianping, "Why?" Gu Jiao said, "The imperial army is about to arrive. Chu Feiping is also a bargaining chip for them to negotiate with the Liang Kingdom. You should be careful that they won't snatch Chu Feiping away." "Oh." Marquis Xianping laughed arrogantly, "In this world, no one can snatch things from this marquis." Outside the East City Gate, the imperial army arrived. Chang Wei led his subordinates out of the city to welcome them. The group of people knelt on one knee and saluted, "Welcome, Your Highness the Crown Princess." The dusty curtain of the carriage was lifted. Shang Guanyin, dressed in a crown princess robe, came down from the carriage with a dignified look. "Digression, Shang Guanyin, I heard that no one can snatch things from your hands." Marquis Xianping, "Who does Chu Feiping think he is? This small theater is only for entertainment, it doesn't represent the plot." Little chicken monkey. Don't be afraid. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1056911102. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. It was late, and there was only a thin moonlight at the city gate, but it was enough for Shang Guanyin to recognize that the people who came to pick her up were not Gu Jiao and the Black Wind Cavalry. She took 2 steps forward, stared at the man at the front of the line, and said, "Raise your head." "Yes." Soon Takashi raised his head and looked at the noblest woman in Great Yin. Shang Guanyin was tired, but there was no sign of tiredness between her brows. Her beautiful face was calm and dignified, and her behavior was dignified and decent. She exuded the aura of royalty. Soon Takashi only took a glance and quickly lowered his eyes. Shang Guanyin said unhurriedly, "You are General Tsun Takashi. When I was young, I saw you in the military camp of Xianyuan family." Soon Takashi didn't know if he should be flattered or feel guilty. He was now clear about the crimes of Nangong family, and as a confidant of Nangong family, even if he didn't directly participate in the persecution of Xianyuan family, he had indirectly helped the tyrant and committed a lot of crimes. Especially not long ago, he led his troops to fight Black Wind Cavalry, which was tantamount to a blatant betrayal of the imperial court. He didn't know how the crown princess would deal with him. He had thought it over. No matter what, he deserved to be punished, but his subordinates were just following orders, they were innocent. If necessary, he would use his life to atone for his crime. He only hoped that the crown princess would not vent her anger on the Ziyang garrison. Shang Guanyan took 2 more steps forward, reached out her hand, and bent down slightly to help him up. General Tsun Takashi, you have worked hard to defend the city. Please get up. Tsun Takashi was stunned. He looked at Shang Guanyan in disbelief. Her beautiful face didn't have the slightest cunning of playing politics. She was sincerely praising him. Although Shang Guanyan didn't know what happened in the city, but looking at Tsun Takashi's attitude, he didn't seem to be in cahoots with Nangong family. In other words, Tsun Takashi was very likely to have been taken in by her daughter-in-law. It would be best if they could make peace. Her dear daughter-in-law would be the one to suffer if she was attacked from both sides. Moreover, the war was imminent. No matter how serious Tsun Takashi and the rebel army's crimes were, it was not appropriate to punish them just like that. It was better to let them redeem themselves and serve the imperial court well. The generosity of the crown princess made the ugliness of the Nangong family even more apparent. Tsun Takashi felt even more guilty. He did not dare to stand up and knelt down on one knee again. Your Highness, I'm guilty. Shang Guanyan said softly, whether it's a crime or not, let's talk about it later. The ground is cold, you get up first, let your soldiers get up too. The words "the ground is cold" made the eyes of the soldiers turn sour. The officers and soldiers did not expect that the crown princess would still care about them. A strong emotion welled up in their hearts. This was not an era where people were judged by their appearance, but Shang Guanyan, as a woman, had a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. Men who did not know how to be brave would be willing to go through water and tread on fire for her. In addition, she had a noble status, a broad mind, and a heart that cherished the world. At this moment, everyone felt that the person they were waiting for was not Great Yan's crown princess, but their god. They were willing to fight for their god, even if the war was difficult, even if there were tens of thousands of people, they would still go forward. Wang Man dismounted from his horse and walked toward the city gate. His gaze fell on Tsun Takashi and the others, and he could not help but frown. Aren't you the rebels of the Nangong family? Where are the Black Wind Cavalry? Did they all die in the battle? These words were very unpleasant. What do you mean by rebels? The crown princess said that they were meritorious officials. They were the regular army of the imperial court, Tsun Takashi said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, so it's General Wang. The Black Wind Cavalry has set up camp in the city. Because we just won a battle a few days ago and inflicted heavy losses on the Liang family, this general boldly asked my brothers to rest in the camp. I will go out of the city to welcome the crown princess. His words were very clear. First, not only did the Black Wind Cavalry not die in the battle, but they also won a beautiful battle. Second, the Black Wind Cavalry had a very good relationship with the defending army. They could even call each other brothers. Third, he did not like people looking down on the Black Wind Cavalry. Although they were enemies in the beginning, the Black Wind Cavalry used their blood to win the respect of the defending army. This was the strongest military force of the Yin Kingdom, and they would not accept any rebuttal. Wang Man did not pay attention to the defense of the Black Wind Cavalry in his words for the time being. He was extremely shocked. Who did you say won the battle? What battle did they win? Tsun Takashi puffed up his chest and said solemnly and proudly, the North Gate was deliberately destroyed. The Black Wind Cavalry used their flesh and blood to build the city. 20,000 of them fought the 80,000 soldiers of the Liang family. Not only did they behead the Liang family's general Chu Feiping, but they also lost 50,000 soldiers of the Liang family. Wang Man's jaw almost dropped to the ground. What did you say? Chu Feiping is dead? Chu Feiping was the Liang family's divine general, the spiritual leader of the Liang family. With him around, there was no battle that they could not win. When Wang Man first heard that Chu Feiping was the commander of the army, even he felt that it was very troublesome. On the way here, Wang Man racked his brains to think of a way to deal with Chu Feiping. Who knew that before he could even use his fist, Chu Feiping's head fell to the ground? Impossible, no one can kill Chu Feiping, Shang Guanyan thought in her heart. Could it be Jiao Jiao? Except for her, no one should have the courage to behead Chu Feiping. But thinking of Chu Feiping's strength, Shang Guanyan broke into a cold sweat for Gu Jiao. She didn't know if she was injured. In the presence of outsiders, Shang Guanyan restrained her worry about Gu Jiao. She revealed a gratified smile. When I first came to Chuyang, I heard the good news. I'm very happy. If Imperial Father knows about it, he will definitely be very happy. This time, we were able to repel the Liang army, not only because of the Black Wind cavalry, but also because of General Chang's help in defending the city. Soon Takashi cupped his fist and said, "This humble subject is ashamed." This humble subject didn't help much in the battle against the Liang family's army at the North Gate. This humble subject doesn't dare to claim credit. However, the 4 experts sent by Her Highness the Crown Princess played an outstanding role in the battle. Our army is like a god. Shang Guanyan was slightly startled. I didn't send any experts to Tsuyang. This time, it was Tsun Takashi's turn to be surprised. Aren't they sent by Her Highness the Crown Princess? But they claim to be the Imperial Court's reinforcements. They also have a handwritten letter from Her Highness the Crown Princess. After saying that, Tsun Takashi took out a warm letter from his arms and raised it above his head to present it to Shang Guanyan. After presenting it, he suddenly felt that he was too abrupt. Shouldn't he give it to the palace maid? If a rough man like him touches something, won't it dirty the Crown Princess's hands? But which one is the palace maid? Huaner was standing next to the Crown Princess dressed like a little eunuch. No wonder he didn't recognize her. Shang Guanyan personally took the letter. Tsun Takashi was secretly relieved. At the same time, he was a little nervous and excited. The Crown Princess has an incomparable noble temperament, but she doesn't put on a high and mighty air. She is really an approachable Crown Princess. After Shang Guanyan opened the letter and read it, she was also confused. It's my handwriting, but I don't remember writing this letter. There's also my personal seal on it. What the hell is going on? Right, there's also this. It says that it's your keepsake. Tsun Takashi pulled out a token and handed it over to Her Highness the Crown Princess. Shang Guanyan held it in her hand and looked. Wasn't this the bank's token that she had given Xiaoheng before leaving? If there wasn't enough money for travel, take it to the bank to get some money. So it was like this, Aheng had come. Didn't Aheng go to Xianxia Pass to take care of the problems with the countries of Chen and Zhao? Could it be that Aheng had changed her plans and came to Chuyang to meet up with Jiao Jiao? This sort of possibility was not impossible. Tsun Takashi did not hear about the eldest grandson. Looking at it like this, Aheng had concealed her identity and came over. That's also true. The eldest grandson was on his way to Xianxia Pass. Of course, he could not openly appear in Chuyang City. Forget it, what was she blindly guessing for? When she saw Aheng in a bit, wouldn't everything be clear? Shang Guanyan was impatient to see her son. She could not wait to march over with the army. She sat in the carriage and said to Tsun Takashi, "This monarch remembers. There was such a thing. It's this monarch's trusted aide. Lead the way. This monarch wants to see them at the military camp." Yes. Tsun Takashi mounted his horse. Shang Guanyan opened the window and said to Wang Man, who was still immersed in the silence of Chu Fei Peng's death, "Great General Wang, I will leave the army to you. I will trouble you with leading the soldiers to the military camp to meet up with this monarch." Yes. Wang Man recovered and cupped his hands to comply. The carriage entered the city and quickly sped into the night. Shang Guanyan took a deep breath and squeezed her fingers. Faster, faster, even faster. She wanted to see her son. She was almost impatient. She had missed out on so many years in the past. Now, she cherished every day that she could see her son. The carriage stopped at the military camp. "This subordinate." Tsun Takashi spoke. "There's no need to report." Shang Guanyan got off her horse. She wanted to give her son a pleasant surprise. Which tent are they living in? They are all living next to the young commander. As Tsun Takashi led the way, he pointed at the tents in the middle and said, "There are 3 over there. There are 2 people living in the tent on the left. One of them is extremely handsome, while the other is an extremely powerful expert." Handsome? A very powerful expert? Were they not Aheng and Long Yi? An oil lamp was lit inside the tent, and the silhouette of a man could be seen from the tent. It seemed that he was reading at night. To be so diligent, it was definitely Aheng. Also, that perfect nose and the outline of his brow bone were clearly Aheng's. Shang Guanyan lifted her imperial dowager's robe and could not suppress the joy in her heart. Quickly walking over, she lifted the curtain. "Son." Just as she entered, she clearly saw the man inside the tent. The word son was immediately stuck in her throat. The newest chapter of this book has not been completed. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1056701117. HTML Genius, remember this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Xianxia blinked. Her first reaction was that she was mistaken. Her second reaction confirmed that the scene in front of her was real. She never expected to see this man in the Black Wind Cavalry's camp. Her son became her son's father. This was a bit shocking. Marquis Xianping's reaction was not much better than Xianxuan's. He also didn't think that after 20 years, he could see the woman he buried with his own hands again. The main reason was that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything before coming. There was no earth-shattering quarrel, no commotion. The reunion of the two was unexpectedly calm. Xianxuan looked at him in a daze and forgot to speak for a while. Marquis Xianping held the military deployment map in his hand, his thin lips tightly pursed. He didn't know what to say first. It was impossible to not recognize the other party. They had been together for so long, and they had a child. But with the passage of time, they were no longer young and inexperienced. He was no longer young and frivolous, but he was more restrained and calm of an adult man. She was no longer the slave girl who was locked in a cage and struggled like a little beast. She changed into a noble crown princess robe. Yes, she was Aheng's mother. Aheng was the eldest grandson of the great Yan emperor. Wasn't she the great Yan crown princess? If he didn't experience it himself, who could imagine that the slave girl he redeemed from the underground martial arts arena was a little phoenix in distress? Marquis Xianping's mood suddenly became a little complicated. Empress Dowager Zhuang must have done it deliberately. She deliberately didn't say that Xianxuan would come here, deliberately catching him off guard. The Empress Dowager was really ruthless. She took revenge for the disaster at sea. Marquis Xianping had always been shameless, but in this situation, he was actually a little. Forget it, it's good that she came. He wanted to ask her why she faked her death to escape and why she took away his son. That. Xianxuan took the lead to speak, but before she could finish, Tang Yushan rushed in. He lifted the curtain and laughed loudly. Old Xiao. Go out and do something. After staying in the military camp for so long, grass was about to grow on his buttocks. Once I'm done, I'll go to that Fengyue brothel for a drink. Didn't you say the girls there were pretty? Marquis Xianping, can you shut up? Tang Yushan slung his broadsword over his shoulder and said sternly, but I just heard that your old flame is coming. Don't let her find out that you've been drinking with girls. Women can be very scary when they're jealous. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Marquis Xianping, what else did you not say? Most importantly. Tang Yushan lowered his voice. You have to hide Chufaping well. Don't let your old flame find out. If someone else wants you, you can refuse, but if she wants you, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. Marquis Xianping, who had always been the one to sell others, had been sold off by Tang Yushan. Not even his underwear was left. There was a saying that the heavenly Tao was good at reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? After Tang Yushan finished speaking, he realized that the atmosphere in the tent was not right. He looked behind the curtain and saw the crown princess in a royal blue python robe. Tang Yushan was stunned for 3 seconds. Someone seems to be calling me. I'll leave first. After that, Marshal Tang, who had poked the hornet's nest, decisively withdrew from the scene of the large-scale social death. The atmosphere in the tent was even weirder than before. Shang Guanyan originally wanted to apologize for leaving without saying goodbye that year, but her eyes suddenly became dangerous. Do a job? Are you going to rob the people of Yan Dynasty? And sleep with the girls of Yan Dynasty? It's said that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Xiao Ji, you really made me look at you with new eyes. Marquis Xianping was wronged. After coming to Cuyang, he had never said anything about going to the city to rob people. Going to the brothel was even more nonsense. He didn't even remember saying that the girls in Fengyue brothel were pretty. War was a matter of life and death. Who would have the time to think about that kind of thing? Don't listen to old Tang. Marquis Xianping said with a headache. I didn't think so. It's him who wants to go. Shang Guanyan, oh, whether you go or not, what does it have to do with me? You and I just gave birth to a son. Don't expect me to keep thinking about you all these years? Marquis Xianping. This seems to be my line. In the end, Shang Guanyan was the crown princess. She didn't indulge in love affairs. What, my son's father is going to visit the brothel, so I, as an old flame, have to drink a jar of vinegar and so on. In her heart, her son was first, and the country was second. Men were fleeting clouds. Shang Guanyan grasped the key point. Using the essence of her great aunt's palace intrigue, the villain attacked first. What's the matter with Chu Feiping? Listening to your companion's tone, he doesn't seem to be dead. Xiao Ji, oh Xiao Ji, I've been feeling indebted to you all these years. It turns out that you're just deliberately scheming against me. Marquis Xianping was stunned. What kind of trick was this? It was a bit difficult for him to deal with. After thinking about it, it was all Tang Yueshan's fault. He gritted his teeth and held his forehead. Tang Yueshan, why didn't I kill you in the first place? Gu Jiao went to the wounded barracks to visit Qing Fugui and the others. She told them to take care of their injuries and then went to Mu Qingchen's tent. However, Mu Qingchen was not in his own tent. She heard from the cavalry that he went to the periphery of the camp to practice swordsmanship. He once felt uncomfortable when he killed someone for the first time. He held the trunk of a tree and retched. Now, he was still under the big tree. He was no longer troubled by killing people. Instead, he was working hard on how to kill more enemies. He stabbed out with his sword again and again, practicing his killing moves that would hit the target in one hit. His white robe could be a warm jade, but it could also be a murderous blade. Gu Jiao didn't disturb him. She quietly watched for a while and then turned to leave. The imperial army was still in the city and hadn't arrived at the barracks for the time being. Gu Jiao didn't know that Shang Guanyan had come to the barracks. When she passed by Tang Yueshan's tent, she heard the sound of movement inside. It was so late. What was Tang Yueshan doing? Puzzled, she walked over and lifted the curtain to take a look inside. She saw Tang Yueshan hurriedly packing up his things. She asked, "Where are you going?" "It's only been a few days." "Are you going to leave?" Tang Yueshan grabbed a few bottles of medicine and some dry food and put them in a bag. "I'm going to Puching to find old Gu and hide for a few days." Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him strangely. "Why do you want to hide?" Tang Yueshan was not afraid of losing face. He said bluntly, "I sold old Xiao. If I don't hide, old Xiao may kill me." Gu Jiao, while packing up, Tang Yueshan recounted what had happened in the tent. "It's not all my fault. I didn't know his old flame was coming. I thought his old flame was the crown prince's daughter, so she should make some noise when she comes to the camp. I didn't expect her to go to him as soon as she arrived. She didn't even let anyone inform him. It's obvious that she wants to." He didn't finish his sentence. Tang Yueshan could talk freely in front of Marquis Xianping, but Gu Jiao was a girl. He knew that he couldn't dirty her ears. Gu Jiao, oh, the crown princess is here. Then the imperial army should have entered the city. Gu Jiao didn't think too much about why she went to find Marquis Xianping instead of informing him. That was between the two of them. She wouldn't interfere. Gu Jiao touched her chin. The Liang Kingdom's army is weak. It's unlikely that they will fight back. The next step is to drive the Liang Kingdom's army out of Yanmen Pass and take back the new city occupied by the Nangong family. Xuyang City is safe for now. I'll go to Puching with you. Tang Yueshan asked, "You're going too? Don't you want to stay here?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm not needed here for now." The Black Wind Cavalry had just fought a big battle. They wouldn't fight again for a while. Gu Jiao said, "The information about poaching is very important. It's better if more people go." Tang Yueshan agreed with him on this point. Jin was the most profound country among the 6 countries. Their military strength and financial resources were far better than the Liang kingdom. They brought Gong Sunyu, who was much more difficult to deal with than Chu Feiping. "Okay, let's go find old Gu." By the way, he also wanted to see the scene of old Gu and the little girl recognizing each other. It must be wonderful. Tang Yueshan deliberately didn't tell Gu Jiao that her identity had been exposed to Gu Chao. He was waiting to see the good show between the two. Gu Jiao frowned and looked at him. "I feel that you're holding back something bad." "Was it that obvious?" Tang Yueshan said seriously, "I'm not." "Don't talk nonsense." Gu Jiao also went back to the tent to pack some medicinal materials and tools. She also took a first aid kit and a set of night clothes. At this time, Shang Guanyan was still in Marquis Xianping's tent. The candlelight was changed and couldn't illuminate her figure. Gu Jiao thought about it and didn't go in to disturb them. She went to tell advisor Hu and asked him to tell the crown princess and her father that she and old Tang were going to Puching to spy on the military situation. She estimated that they would return in 3 to 5 days. "Don't you want to go after seeing the crown princess?" Advisor Hu was thinking for Gu Jiao. This was a good opportunity to show her face in front of the crown princess. The crown princess would definitely remember his lord's merit. However, if his lord left Xuyang and the imperial army or the border guards also made military contributions, his lord's glory might be taken away. Advisor Hu was thinking too much. Commander Xiao was the crown princess's daughter-in-law. What merit could there be? Who could surpass Gu Jiao? "No, I'm leaving." Gu Jiao went to the tent. The Black Wind King had already woken up and was waiting for her energetically. In fact, Gu Jiao didn't intend to take the Black Wind King with her. She wanted it to rest for a few more days. However, the Black Wind King had already recovered and was ready for battle. It was determined to go with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao patted its neck and said, "Okay, let's go together." Tang Yueshan came over on his Black Wind horse. The Black Wind horse was the most powerful warhorse in the 6 countries. After riding it, no other warhorse could be compared to it. The Black Wind horse was so powerful. She wondered how the Black Wind King would feel when riding it. Tang Yueshan coughed softly and said, "Girl, let's make a deal. Let me ride your horse." Gu Jiao said, "Can you let me use your bow?" Tang Yueshan hurriedly protected the Tang bow on his back and said vigilantly, "Only the heir of the Tang family is qualified to touch the Tang bow. You can't." Gu Jiao ignored him and mounted her horse. The Black Wind King suddenly attacked Tang Yueshan's horse. It raised its front hooves, which scared the Black Wind horse so much that its hair stood on end. "Hey!" Tang Yueshan hurriedly bent down to tighten the reins and calm the frightened Black Wind horse. Gu Jiao elegantly raised her hand and touched the Tang bow on his back. "Here, I touched it." Tang Yueshan was speechless. One big and one small galloped into the night. They left Xuyang City in the middle of the night and headed in the direction of Pu City. Gu Jiao knew a shortcut that would take them to Puching before dawn. However, Puching was occupied by the Jin army. It was not easy to sneak in. The two of them had to disguise themselves, and so did the 2 horses. At least, they couldn't let people know that they were the powerful Black Wind King and Black Wind Horse. "Girl, will this really work?" In a forest near the city gate, Tang Yueshan was smearing mud on the 2 horses under Gu Jiao's command. Gu Jiao was busy combing the Black Wind King's mane. Of course, the messier the mane, the better. They had to look like they had escaped from a nearby city. Gu Jiao then disguised herself and Tang Yueshan. "Are they father and daughter?" Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, "They are young master and mute slave." Tang Yueshan was speechless. When everything was ready, the sun had risen. The battered and exhausted duo rode on the dirty and bleeding horses to the entrance of Pu City. Unlike Marquis Xianping, Tang Yueshan did not have a lover from the Yan kingdom. He could not speak the language of the Yan kingdom. Therefore, the mute slave was very suitable for him. There were already many people waiting in line at the city gate. Some of them were strong men captured by the Jin army from the surrounding areas. Some were villagers who sold vegetables and fodder for the Jin army. They were all selling the crops they had worked hard to grow at a very low price. There were also Jianghu people who were not afraid of death and returned to the city. Tang Yueshan whispered, "Isn't it a bit unbelievable that we escaped from another city? Who would escape to the Jin army's territory?" "Traitors," Gu Jiao said. How could this work? I am here to join the Jin army. My father is from the Yan kingdom and my mother is from the Liang kingdom. Just because the two countries were at war, they killed my mother cruelly. They want to kill me. They say I am a bastard of the Liang kingdom. I am not convinced." "Why?" At the city gate, a young man who was about to enter the city broke down and cried. Tang Yueshan's mouth twitched. Was this really true? When it was Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan's turn, Gu Jiao's purse suddenly fell. She was about to dismount from the horse to pick it up when a fair and clean hand picked up her purse and handed it to her. "Young man, you dropped something." It was a handsome young man. Gu Jiao took the purse. "Thank you." It was a birthday gift from her great-aunt before she left. She had been carrying it with her. The young man smiled. Among the group of people entering the city, the young man's clothes were so clean that people could not help but take a second look at him. Gu Jiao's eyes followed him. He came to a carriage and said through the window, "Young master, I didn't buy the candied haws you wanted to eat. The old lady didn't come out today." That was true. It meant that it was not the first time he came to buy candied haws. With the war going on, the old lady probably did not dare to come. However, this young man still insisted on waiting for her every day. The young man got into the carriage. The carriage slowly drove through the city gate. This person had nothing to do with her. Gu Jiao was about to look away. However, at this moment, a gust of wind blew and the curtain of the carriage window was lifted. Gu Jiao saw the incomparably handsome face in the carriage. Her eyes widened at once. "Husband, no," Xiaoheng went to Xianxia Pass. It was impossible for him to be here. That person was, digression, squatting for a wave of monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1056686643. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. What are you looking at? Tang Yueshan pulled Gu Jiao's sleeve, indicating the space in front of the horse. It's time to move forward. There was a large space in front of them, and the people in the line behind were impatient. Although they didn't want to enter the city, they can't earn more money if they enter later. It's better to finish early and go home to rest. Gu Jiao said, "Nothing, I'm just looking around." Black Wind King took a few steps forward. At this time, the carriage had successfully passed the checkpoint at the city gate. The reason why it was smooth was because Gu Jiao found that the guards seemed to know the owner of the carriage and let him in without checking. There is only one person in the world who looks like my husband. But wasn't he arranged by Shang Guanyan to take refuge in a safe place? In order to not let him slip out, Shang Guanyan gave the guards a strict order. Of course, Gu Jiao felt that Shang Guanyan may not know her son's character very well. Even Wang Su could be fooled like that. The strange thing was, why was he at the border? And he looked like he was doing well in Pu City? What's going on? She didn't think she was wrong, but she also didn't think that guy had a reason to appear in the Jin army's territory. Both situations were unreasonable. What are you muttering about? Tang Yuashan whispered, "You're so weird this early in the morning. Is it because the crown princess came and reminded you of your little husband?" The crown princess was Xiao Heng's mother. It was normal to think of her when seeing her. Gu Jiao turned to look at him. "How do you know that the crown princess is Xiao Heng's mother?" Tang Yuashan didn't hide it. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the old chancellor said it. Otherwise, who would dare to think about such a big secret? Speaking of which, old Xiao is really lucky. I also know that he saved the female slave from Yan country. Gu Jiao asked curiously, "How do you know?" Tang Yuashan blurted out, "I was there." Gu Jiao, Tang Yuashan's expression changed. "Oh no, I let it slip." Sigh, forget it, forget it. Since I've already leaked it, there's no harm in leaking more. Tang Yuashan heaved a long sigh. It's a little complicated. Do you think it was old Xiao who brought the crown princess back from the barracks? There are a few military prostitutes in the barracks, and one of them is an outstanding beauty. The subordinates don't dare to enjoy her for themselves, so the first thing they think of is to offer her to their boss? Needless to say, Gu Jiao did make such a guess. Actually, no. Tang Yuashan waved his hand. In fact, Xiaoji did not bring her back from the military camp. He brought her back from the underground dojo. At that time, the experts from the underground dojo from the 6 nations had gathered. Xiaoji was not the number one of the 6 nations. The number one of the 6 nations had taken a fancy to that female slave and wanted to snatch her away. The female slave asked for help from Xiaoji. Xiaoji was a hero who could not resist the charms of a beautiful woman, so he challenged the number one. The result was as one could imagine, the number one was beaten badly. At that time, Xiaoji was not as strong as he was later. The price he had to pay to defeat the number one of the 6 nations was huge. He always thought that Xiaoji had sent her away after playing with her. After all, Xiaoji had always been a man who walked among thousands of flowers, but not a single leaf stuck to him. Who would have thought that the two of them had a child? However, Xiaoji probably didn't know that when Shang Wanyan was locked in the cage of the underground dojo, she didn't casually ask him for help. As early as in the Great Yan Kingdom, Shang Wanyan had knocked off Xiaoji's mask. Shang Wanyan saw Xiaoji's face. He still remembered the little girl's stunned expression. My name is Yan. Who are you?" Xiaoji was seriously injured in the last duel. His 5 senses were damaged, so he didn't see or hear clearly. He didn't speak, just expressionlessly picked up the mask on the ground and put it on. Then, he walked away without looking back. The young girl Shang Wanyan stared at Xiaoji's back for a long time. "That look, it's the same as when I look at my sister-in-law." Tang Yuashan added in his heart. After listening to Tang Yuashan's words, Gu Jiao was surprised. It turns out that the number one of the underground dojo in the capital is Marquis Xianping. No wonder he was always elusive. Ever since his waist was injured, he had never gone to that place again. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked again. "Are you also in the underground dojo?" Tang Yuashan straightened his back. Cough, almost. "Gu Jiao, pay attention to your identity." Tang Yuashan's face darkened and his body bent. "Little. What was your rank?" Gu Jiao asked again. Tang Yuashan laughed. "I didn't participate in this boring duel." Gu Jiao squinted at him. "It seems that your rank is very low." "Hey! Do you have to look down on me like that?" I said I was too lazy to duel. If it weren't for the occasion, Tang Yuashan would have exploded on the spot. He made a gesture. The third. In the underground dojo of the Zhao Kingdom, only the top 3 were qualified to go to the Yan Kingdom. "Who's the second?" Gu Jiao asked. Tang Yuashan snorted. "Who else could it be? But I know who they are, but they don't know who I am. This is my ability, Gu Jiao, so Gu Chongqing defeated you to get the qualification to go to the Yan Kingdom." Tang Yuashan, "That's because I let him win. I knew he was Gu Chongqing." Gu Jiao curled her lips. "Hindsight." Tang Yuashan glared. "I'm telling the truth, in the end, Tang Yuashan didn't have the chance to prove himself because it was their turn. We came from Suyang City. My grandfather is a businessman of the Jin Kingdom. My whole family was imprisoned by them. It was not easy for me to escape. Please let me go to the city to seek refuge. Gu Jiao was just reciting the lines this time. She didn't show her excellent acting skills. The effect was unexpectedly good. My grandfather has been in the Yan Kingdom for decades. I was born and raised in Xuyang City. I don't speak the Jin language well. As Gu Jiao spoke, she took out a bag of silver and gave it to the guard. The two entered the city. It's not as strict as I thought. Is it because the Jin army is not disciplined and the defense is loose? Or is it because the Jin army is not afraid of spies in the city? Gu Jiao thought while looking at the scene in Puching. Pu City was a much larger and more prosperous city than Xuyang City. Its population was twice that of Xuyang City, and the amount of taxes it paid to the imperial court every year was 3 times that of Xuyang City. However, what Gu Jiao saw now was not what a large city should look like. The doors of the shops were closed, the streets were empty, and the signboards were torn to pieces by the Jin army. The city was bleeding. Let her go. You bastards. Let her go. Let her go. A woman's sobs and curses came from a shop not far away. She hugged the leg of a Jin soldier tightly. The soldier and his companion were dragging a beautiful and well-dressed little girl. The little girl was already half dizzy and had no strength to resist or cry. She could only let the 2 soldiers drag her into the alley. Judging from her clothes and jewelry, she was the daughter of a rich family. In the past, she was the center of attention. However, Puching had become the territory of the Jin army. Her identity and status were not worth mentioning. It had been like this since ancient times. Jin Jun kicked the woman away and dragged the little girl into the depths of the alley with his belt. Who knew how many of these things had happened in places that they had not seen? Gu Jiao held the reins tightly. She was very angry. These Jin soldiers really made her angry. War is like this. Tang Yuashan sighed and raised his hand to block her eyes. Okay, don't look. I will take care of it. Saying so, he dismounted and entered the alley. With his martial arts, it was easy for him to take care of the 2 Jin soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Jin soldiers died in his hands. He found a place to dispose of the bodies. The woman who had fainted woke up and ran into the alley to take her daughter away. The 2 were so scared that they forgot to thank him. When they reacted and wanted to kowtow to their benefactor, Tang Yuashan had already returned to his horse and left with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rode on the black-winged horse and walked on the deserted street. She said, the situation in Puching is worse than expected. When the Nangong family took over Xuyang City, they used the banner of killing the tyrant, restoring order, and stabilizing the country. Thus, they treated the people well. The Jin army did not have any fear. They were here to invade. The people of the Yan Kingdom were not people. They were resources that they could take away at will. We must end the war as soon as possible. She said seriously. Someone is coming. Tang Yuashan said. The 2 dismounted. A group of about 100 Jin soldiers walked towards them. The leader was a corporal. When the 2 passed by, the corporal just glanced at them. A poor young master and a servant, there was nothing to be concerned about. The corporal left with his men. After making sure they were far away, Tang Yuashan said, I have been here for so long and I still don't know where old Gu is. If I knew I would come, I would have asked him to give me a signal. Gu Jiao said indifferently, we will investigate ourselves. The investigation is secondary. The main thing is that I want to see you 2 betray each other. Tang Yuashan's strong desire to live made him suppress the words. Where are you going to investigate? He asked. The mayor's mansion. Gu Jiao said. Tang Yuashan almost choked. He thought that Gong Sun Yu probably lived in the mayor's mansion. There were many masters there. Even he did not dare to be so arrogant. You are really bold, nothing ventured, nothing gained. All the valuable information of the Jin army was in the mayor's mansion. Thus, even if the mayor's mansion was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, they had to go. You don't have to go. Gu Jiao said, this war has nothing to do with the Tang family. Xiaoheng was the son of Marquis Xianping. It was reasonable for him to help his son conquer the Yan Kingdom. Tang Yuashan did not have to risk his life. Tang Yuashan snorted coldly, "Who are you looking down on?" A girl dared to go, but he, the marshal, dared not. Seeing this, Gu Jiao did not say anything more. The two of them went to the mayor's mansion and found an empty courtyard to settle down the Black Wind King and the Black Wind Cavalry. "Why do I feel that you are so familiar with the border? Have you been here before?" "Kind of. She was killed in the Puching city in that chaotic battle. She was killed by a peacock feather sword. Her heart was pierced from the back. The owner of the sword was a very powerful swordsman. He was dressed in black and wore a bronze mask with fangs. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1056479093. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion mobile version website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. This war was 9 years earlier than the one in the dream, and many details had changed accordingly. For example, the Liang Kingdom's combat power was not as strong as in the dream. On one hand, the Yan Kingdom had become stronger, and on the other hand, the second fierce general of the Liang Kingdom was still on the way to being subdued. If the war really started 9 years later, they would have to deal with Chu Feiping and that fierce general. Therefore, the Jin Kingdom's military deployment would not be the same as 7 years later. This was also the reason why Gu Jiao had to come to spy on the military situation. Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear was too eye-catching, so she left it in the military camp in Xianxia City. Her weapon was the whip she took from Gu Chengfeng. Tang Yuashan's Tang Bao was not as low-key, but he could not bear to part with his treasure and insisted on carrying it with him. He could only wrap it in cloth. Fortunately, he was a warrior and mute slave, so it was not a big problem. Tang Yuashan checked the Tang Bao 800 times a day. After checking it again, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "Okay, let's go to the mayor's mansion and lie in ambush. We'll move when it's dark." When they were at the border of the Zhao Kingdom, the mayor's mansion was heavily guarded, but it was different here. Either Gong Sun Yu did not live in the mayor's mansion, or Gong Sun Yu had absolute confidence that no one could break in. The first point was quickly rejected. Because when they were lying in ambush in an empty grain store near the mayor's mansion, they saw a group of people coming out of the mansion's gate. There was a carriage and 20 guards on horseback accompanying them. Gu Jiao recognized the leader of the guards at a glance. Gong Sun Yu had 4 fierce generals under his command. They were Min Hongyi, the solitary swordsman, Jie Xingzhou, the Iron Fist, Zhu Zhangquang, and Lu Yi, who was good at hidden weapons and formations. This man was Min Hongyi, the solitary swordsman. Gu Jiao thought to herself. She did not expect Min Hongyi to be by Gong Sun Yu's side so early. She wondered if the other 3 had also been recruited by Gong Sun Yu. Aside from Gong Sun Yu, there was no one else who could make Min Hongyi willingly escort him. Gu Jiao used her fingertip to write on the dusty table, Gong Sun Yu. Although Tang Yuashan was surprised at how Gu Jiao came to this conclusion, he still held his breath. The person in the carriage did not emit any aura. If not for Gu Jiao's reminder, he would have thought that the person sitting inside was an ordinary person. This meant that Gong Sun Yu was already strong enough to restrain his aura. It was always harder to collect than to let go. For example, the appearance of Chong Jing was often accompanied by a very powerful and terrifying aura, but Long Yi was able to make people unable to sense his existence. The two of them had originally planned to follow Gong Sun Yu, but now they gave up on that idea. Tang Yuashan clearly understood how monstrous a person at this level was, and Gu Jiao had seen Gong Sun Yu in action before. Adding Min Hongyi to the mix, their chances of winning were not high. After Gong Sun Yu and his group left, the two of them waited for a while. When it was time to change shifts, they sneaked into the mansion. Before the two of them could get a firm footing, Gu Jiao discovered the second expert, the mighty King Kong Xianxia. No wonder he didn't send a large number of guards. Gong Sunyu himself was a peerless expert. With Min Hongyi and Xianxia, there was no assassin who could harm Gong Sunyu in the mansion. The two of them stuck close to the fake mountain wall. Tang Yuashan asked with his eyes, with that expert around, it's not easy for us to move. We'll be discovered. Gu Jiao frowned, if only he went out. Tang Yuashan, forgive me for being blunt, but you're too naive. Then, Xianxia heard a servant report something. It was probably something that happened in the military camp. He led a few of his personal guards and rode out of the mansion. Tang Yuashan was speechless. Little girl, what kind of luck do you have? There was no other freakishly strong expert in the mansion. The two of them carefully sneaked into Gong Sunyu's study. Wow, this Gong Sunyu really likes to collect weapons. Tang Yuashan looked at the room full of weapons and couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Jiao said calmly, every time Gong Sunyu kills an expert, he takes away their weapon. To others, these weapons were evidence of his crimes. But to Gong Sunyu, these weapons were medals that symbolized his path to becoming a powerful expert. Tang Yuashan felt a chill run down his spine. Killing people was one thing, but collecting the weapons of the dead? What was wrong with him? Found it. Gu Jiao said. What? Tang Yuashan put down the weapon in his hand and came over. He saw that Gu Jiao had already dug out the Jin Nation's military deployment map and a thick file. This should be the army's marching record. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, all the information about the Jin Nation's army is here. This was a very valuable clue, Tang Yuashan thought for a moment. Then, should we take it away? It was possible to take it away, but Gong Sunyu would discover that someone had been here. Then, the contents of the file and the military deployment map would be changed. There wouldn't be enough time to copy it. She could only memorize it. If she could read the Jin Nation's language, it would be much easier. Unfortunately, she didn't. She could only use her memory to memorize their shapes. In her previous life, she had trained in this skill in the organization. Her speed and accuracy were second only to the Godfather. However, she had never memorized such a large number of unfamiliar characters. Gu Jiao closed her eyes and focused all her attention on engraving the contents of the dossier into her mind. Tang Yuashan was dumbfounded. No way. You're capable of this? How could a person who had fought so many wars still have such a good brain? Was she trying to kill him? After memorizing the last character, Gu Jiao's head started to hurt like it was about to explode. Tang Yuashan saw that her face was pale and quickly asked, are you okay? Gu Jiao supported herself with one hand on the table and the other hand on her forehead. I overused my brain. I'll be fine after some rest. Tang Yuashan was an uneducated person. He thought that Gu Jiao was impressive for being able to memorize the contents of the file, but he didn't know how impressive she was. If the scholars of the imperial court were here, they would probably kneel down before Gu Jiao. Her brain power had long surpassed the limits of a normal person. Let's go. There's no more useful information here. Gu Jiao had just taken a step when her head started to hurt so badly that she almost fainted. Fortunately, Tang Yuashan was quick enough to catch her. So it's true that scholars are weak. Look at you. You haven't even finished 2 pages of the book. You're even weaker than if you had just fought a war. Tang Yuashan complained about Gu Jiao in disdain, but his actions were honest. He turned the bow in front of him and carried Gu Jiao on his back. At this moment, Gu Jiao was enduring the pain in her head, deepening the memory of those characters in her mind over and over again. She distracted herself a little and said to Tang Yuashan, I can't be interrupted. Okay. You remember what you said. Tang Yuashan decisively shut up and stopped talking to her. He carried Gu Jiao on his back and used his qinggong to leave the castellan mansion. As soon as they left, Xianxia came back. Tang Yuashan hid in the alley and watched the Jin soldiers riding away. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, what Tang Yuashan didn't expect was that when they went to get their horses, they were seen by 2 Jin soldiers who had just robbed the people in the city, even though they had escaped from the masters of the castellan mansion. They bumped into each other face to face. No one was allowed to come close to this area. Trespassers would be killed. The two Jin soldiers immediately became vigilant. One pulled out his sword to stop them, and the other blew a bone whistle to warn them. Tang Yueshan thought, it's over. It's all over now. Can you still ride a horse? Tang Yueshan turned to ask Gu Jiao, who was lying on his back. Gu Jiao calmed down and said, yes. Good. You'd better sit tight. Tang Yueshan put Gu Jiao on Black Wind King's horse and got on the horse himself. They might not be able to get out of the city tonight. Fortunately, Puching was so big that they could get rid of their pursuers and get a buffer. The Jin army was so strong that they had sent hundreds of soldiers just to catch two suspicious people. Tang Yueshan ran all the way and couldn't help but look back. He saw the black mass of soldiers chasing after him and Gu Jiao. His eyebrows twitched. Are you serious? It's just two people. Is there a need to send so many people? He looked at Gu Jiao, who was holding the reins tightly, and said, girl. There are too many of them. We'll be in trouble if they catch up with us. Yes, she couldn't let them catch up with her. She had a terrible headache and couldn't fight with all her strength. She pulled the reins. Boss, to the east. Shoot. Jin Jun's shout came from behind them. Then, arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot towards the two of them. Black Wind King turned to the right side of the alley and the Black Wind cavalry followed him. The arrows hit the wooden boards and wooden doors of the shops. One of the arrows missed Tang Yueshan's head by half an inch. Fortunately, the Black Wind cavalry turned quickly. Gu Jiao said, boss, keep going straight. They walked out of the city center and into the suburbs. There were more valleys and forests, so it was easy to hide. Black Wind King ran as fast as he could. Under his lead, the Black Wind cavalry also ran at a speed that was impossible for them. Tang Yueshan felt like he was flying. The first wave of Jin army had been left far behind. However, they used the whistle as a signal and the soldiers along the way kept coming to intercept them. The Black Wind King scattered one group after another, shaking off wave after wave of enemies. He took the lead and was fearless. When they entered a valley, the boat suddenly came out from a small path. This guy took a shortcut to chase after them. Tang Yueshan's temples twitched. Seeing that they were about to collide, the Black Wind King suddenly accelerated, raised its front hooves, and jumped over the head of the self-dismembering boat in a domineering manner. Xianxia's broadsword slashed across the air. Tang Yueshan's Black Wind cavalry also took advantage of his unprepared state and rushed past him. Xianxia tightened the reins and frowned at the horse that dodged his attack. He couldn't believe it. That warhorse was too outstanding. He really wanted to take it and give it to the Lord. Unfortunately, General, should we chase after them? A soldier asked. Xianxia looked at the two people disappearing into the valley and said, no, it's the Ghost Mountain. The Ghost Mountain was a forbidden area in Pu City. It was often haunted. It was said that no one who stepped on the Ghost Mountain came back alive. Suddenly, there was a rush of horse hooves behind them. Then, there was a rough man's laughter. Ha! Jiazhou Tian. It's just a small mountain. As the Lord's first general, you actually believe in ghosts? Jiaxingzhou's name was Zhou Tian. Jiaxingzhou turned around and frowned at him. Min Hongyi, didn't you go to the army camp with the Lord? Min Hongyi smiled arrogantly. I just came back. I heard that there were two powerful thieves in the city. Your men almost ran their horses to death but couldn't catch them. So, I came to help you. Although the two of them were Gong Senyu's confidants, they had always been fighting for the position of the first general. Jiaxingzhou ignored his sarcasm and said, they entered the Ghost Mountain. There's no way they can come out alive. Min Hongyi said sarcastically, I don't believe in this. I only want to see them if they're alive. If they're dead, I want to see their bodies. If you don't dare to chase after them, I will. Men. General Min. All the subordinates saluted with their fists. Min Hongyi shouted, follow me into the Ghost Mountain. Everyone answered in unison, yes. General Min. Min Hongyi smiled with satisfaction, then showed a proud look to Jiazhou Tian. Did you see that? These are the real men of the great Jin dynasty. Your subordinates only know how to do some sneaky things. When it comes to serious business, they're not reliable at all. Xianxia said calmly, don't speak too soon. Even the Lord hasn't thought of barging into the ghost mountain. Don't throw your men's lives away just because you're angry with me. Humph. If you want to be a bastard, be it yourself. I'm going to catch the assassins. With that, Min Hongyi led the 500 soldiers into Ghost Mountain valiantly. Gu Jiao and Tang Yuashan passed through the valley and entered a dense forest. The sky gradually darkened. Occasionally, the cawing of crows could be heard from above. Tang Yuashan sat on his horse and shivered. He looked around and whispered, "Girl, don't you feel that this place is eerie?" "No." Gu Jiao looked at the forest scenery around her. "It's very cool." This place gave her a very familiar feeling. "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Gu Jiao looked at Tang Yuashan strangely. Tang Yuashan snorted. "How is that possible?" "I'm..." Gu Jiao's eyes widened as she pointed behind Tang Yuashan. "Ah. There's a ghost." "Whoa." Tang Yuashan jumped onto Gu Jiao's horse. "Gu Jiao, Black Wind King, digression, so you're like this, old tame Shangguanqing, monthly votes. Don't I need to show off when I show up? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find online, https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1056455956. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. The novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here, Xianxia City. Shang Guanyan came out of the city lord's residence and got on the carriage to the military camp. It has been a day and a night since Gu Jiao left for Pu City. She wanted to see if Gu Jiao had come back. In addition, the day after tomorrow, the Imperial Army will attack the remnants of the Liang Kingdom's army. She wanted to go to the military camp to boost the morale of the army. Xianxia City has restored order. Although the panic of the war still shrouded the people's heads, when they thought of the great Yan's crown princess going to war on behalf of the emperor, the people were full of faith in the imperial family and the imperial court. The wheels of the carriage turned and the body of the carriage swayed. Shang Guanyan sat quietly in the carriage without saying a word. Huaner was enjoying the local customs of the border with interest. She had never been far away, so everything she saw was novel. "Your Highness, the biscuits they sell are very strange," Huaner said while looking at Shang Guanyan on the carriage seat. Shang Guanyan didn't hear her words and was still in a daze. Huaner slowly put down the curtain, leaving only a narrow gap for the light of the thousands of lights to come in. She hesitated for a moment and asked softly, "Your Highness, are you thinking about that man?" "Huh?" Shang Guanyan's consciousness returned. "What?" "That man, the father of His Highness Xianxia," Huaner said. As the crown princess's trusted maid, Huaner gradually won Shang Guanyan's trust. She knew the identity of Xiaoheng and Shang Guanqing, and also knew that the handsome man was the biological father of the two little princes. Shang Guanyan said, "What do I think of him for?" Huaner said, "You came out so fast that night, like, he fled in panic." Huaner held back these few words. Shang Guanyan murmured, "Fast? I feel like I talked to him a lot." Huaner said bluntly, "That's because you were avoiding him, so you felt that every sentence was very long. But in fact, you didn't even ask each other how they were doing these years." Huaner was simple, not stupid. As an outsider, she could see things more clearly than Shang Guanyan. That night, the two of them didn't know how to face each other. They were both dumbfounded. The crown princess was originally going to live in the barracks. The reason she moved into the city lord's mansion was to avoid that lord. Shang Guanyan lowered her eyes, lightly straightened her wide sleeves and said, "What's there to ask? It's already like this." Huaner was silent for a while and then asked, then, do you still like him? Shang Guanyin sat up straight, as if she was talking to Huaner, but also as if she was talking to herself. I am the crown princess of Great Yin, I will not fall in love with any man. When the carriage arrived at the military camp, Shang Guanyin first asked the guard at the gate and learned that Gu Jiao had not returned. She then went to the place where the soldiers were training. Huaner watched as her crown princess and that lord's tent walked further and further away. Shang Guanyin. But in the end, he couldn't avoid it. Marquis Xianping strode over. Shang Guanyin's expression paused, as if she was a little hesitant. Then, she continued to walk forward expressionlessly. Marquis Xianping caught up with her and blocked her way. He looked at her and narrowed his eyes. Shang Guanyin, are you hiding from this marquis? Shang Guanyin looked at the soldiers who were training in the night and calmly said, hiding from you? Don't think too highly of yourself. What do you have that makes this lord hide from you? Marquis Xianping's face was full of disbelief. Then why did you run away so fast that night? Shang Guanyin lightly said, who told you to be so annoying? Good, this marquis is annoying. Marquis Xianping put his hands behind his back and looked at her casually. As long as you tell this marquis where this marquis' son is, this marquis will never bother you again. Shang Guanyin snorted and said, didn't your son go to Xianxia Pass to negotiate with the Qin country's army? Marquis Xianping said, you know this marquis is not talking about this son. Shang Guanyin sneered and said, that's right, your Xiaoji is a romantic by nature. You have more than one son, Aheng. Marquis Xianping looked at her deeply and meaningfully said, Shang Guanyin, you aren't jealous, right? Shang Guanyin sternly said, this one is the crown princess. This one has a harem of 3,000 men. Would this one be jealous of you? That's good. Shang Guanyin coldly glared at him and walked forward with a cold expression. Marquis Xianping stepped to the side and stopped her. His eyes were a little solemn. It was very different from his previous unruly appearance. Where is Xiao Qing? Shang Guanyin turned her face and looked at the army in front of her. If you want to know the whereabouts of your son, use Chu Fei Ping in exchange. Marquis Xianping laughed. Chu Fei Peng, right? Okay, I'll give it to you. After that, his smile disappeared. Where is this marquis? Son? Shang Guanyin clenched her fingers and said with a dignified expression, Qing is in a villa near Xingdu. When the situation stabilizes, I will bring him back. Son of a bitch. On the other side, in Pu City's Ghost Mountain, Min Hong led his men to search in the forest. As a result, a group of men got lost. A soldier pointed to the knife mark on the big tree next to him. General Min. There is a mark we just made here. We went back to the original road. Min Hong frowned. People who lead troops to war have a good sense of direction, but they don't know what's wrong with this forest. The trees grow the same, the sun in the sky has set, and the moon and the stars haven't come out yet. It's really hard to tell the direction. Just by relying on their experience, it's reasonable to say that they can go out. But after walking for a while, they unexpectedly returned to the original place. Damn it, it's really strange. Whoosh, a soldier suddenly felt a shadow flashing by from the side. He quickly turned his head. Who is it? However, only a dark and quiet forest came into view. Old Five, what's wrong with you? His companion patted his arm in amusement. You're so nervous, your courage can't be that small, right? Another companion also smiled and said, yes, this place is called Ghost Mountain. Is there really a ghost? Even if there is such a thing, why should we be afraid of ghosts if we follow Mindarin? These words touched the bottom of Min Hong's heart. That's right, he, Min Hong, is not afraid of anything. He can kill the heavens and expel evil spirits. What bullshit Ghost Mountain? It's just a rumor made up by a group of cowardly rats. What is there to be afraid of? The strange feeling in Min Hong's heart was dispelled. He didn't know if his courage scared the world, but even the dark clouds above his head were blown away by the cold wind. The moment the moon came out, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They are back in the world of the living. Who would have thought that before they could finish their sigh of relief, a soldier behind the team screamed, Xiao Luo is gone. He was talking to me just now. Suddenly disappeared. Everyone's heart sank. Min Hongyi's eyes were cold as he gripped the saber at his waist. 5 people in a group, go together. The Jin soldiers put away their weapons and held each other's arms. This way, they would be safe. After all, 5 of them can't disappear at the same time. Hey, girl, how much longer do we have to walk? Tang Yuashan, who was scared half to death by the ghosts, calmly sat back on his horse. He said that he did that to protect her, not because he was scared. Soon. Gu Jiao said, there should be a cave up ahead. Let's take shelter there for the night. Gu Jiao's familiarity with the terrain of the border was outrageous. Tang Yuashan only thought that she had done her homework in advance and memorized all the maps. Tang Yuashan tightened his grip on the reins and sighed, speaking of which, we've been in Puching for a day, but we haven't seen old Gu. Where do you think he went? Could he have gone to the army camp? Gong Sunyu also went to the army camp today. Old Gu can't be so unlucky as to run into Gong Sunyu, right? Hey, girl, why aren't you saying anything? Can't you at least say something? Tang Yuashan turned his head to look at Gu Jiao bitterly, but all he saw was the empty forest. His voice was stuck in his throat. The forest began to fog. The moonlight above their heads could not be seen. Without a reference, one's sense of direction would weaken. Black Wind King was a brave horse, but it did not grow up in the forest. This was a very strange environment for Black Wind King. Gu Jiao found that they were separated earlier than Tang Yuashan, but she couldn't shout. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell whether Tang Yuashan or the Jin soldiers would come first. This place is a bit unusual. Gu Jiao looked around. She had no basis. It was just an intuition that she had trained in danger. Whoosh, a black shadow flashed behind her. Gu Jiao's ears twitched, but her expression did not change. She signaled Black Wind King to keep moving forward. Whoosh, another shadow flashed behind her. Gu Jiao did not stop. 1 person and 1 horse walked forward calmly. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The shadows seemed to be irritated. They flashed here and there, trying to make Gu Jiao fearful. Gu Jiao did not even lift her eyelids. Haha, the living people who came to our ghost mountain are so powerful. Look, he's not afraid. His horse is not afraid. I want to eat his horse. Silly, how can a horse taste good? I haven't smelled a living person in the netherworld for a long time. It's so fragrant. Tonight, the gates of hell will open, and the king of hell will come. We little ghosts can taste a living person. Haha, little ghosts, indeed. Gu Jiao did not seem to hear their conversation. She continued to walk deeper into the forest with Black Wind King. She hadn't even taken 2 steps when a large net suddenly fell from above her head. Gu Jiao pulled out the whip from her waist and lashed it in a certain direction in the night. The whip made a cracking sound in the air. Almost at the same time, a pale little figure was caught by Gu Jiao's whip. Gu Jiao tied him to the horse's back. When the net fell, Gu Jiao raised her hand and grabbed it, throwing it far away. This kind of small trick was barely enough to deal with Tang Yuashan, who was afraid of ghosts. She was not afraid of ghosts. Gu Jiao looked at the little black impermanence on her horse. She asked, "Who are you?" Whoosh, the other shadows in the forest scattered and disappeared without a trace. Little Black Impermanence had a long tongue in his mouth. He struggled to say, "I'm Black Impermanence. Don't you dare offend me. His Highness Ghost King will eat you." He was really called Black Impermanence. Gu Jiao flicked his forehead. Little Black Impermanence cried out, "Ouch." Gu Jiao chuckled, "Are ghosts afraid of pain?" Little Black Impermanence was speechless for a moment. He spat out his long tongue and said, "I'm still young. You're an adult. Your young energy is too strong. If you touch me, you'll burn my body. That's why I'm screaming." After he finished, he stuffed his tongue back in again. It was quite logical. Gu Jiao gave him a thumbs up in her heart. "How old are you?" Gu Jiao asked. 7. Little Black Impermanence regretted his words. He quickly changed his words, 700 years old. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. She said seriously, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, take me to see your king. It's the Ghost King." Little Black Impermanence pulled out his long tongue and said fiercely, the Ghost King of the underworld. He has supreme divine power. He can eat 100 living people like you. It's the same. Gu Jiao waved her hand, too. Hand over my companions. Little Black Impermanence said, we didn't catch your companions. Gu Jiao said indifferently, it seems like you want to choose the first option. Little Black Impermanence snorted, you're the one who doesn't have the right to see our Ghost King. Our Ghost King, he was halfway through his words when Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed him. He was so scared that he lost his voice and screamed. An arrow stuck close to the saddle and shot past the place where he had just been lying down. With a clang, it nailed itself into a large tree beside him. The arrow's tail left a shadow behind. It was obvious how strong it was. If it wasn't for Gu Jiao's quick reaction, Little Black Impermanence would have been turned into a human skewer. Little Black Impermanence was so scared that he lost his voice. Gu Jiao put him back on the saddle. She coldly looked at the group of people walking towards them. It was none other than the Jin army that had been chasing them all this time. What surprised Gu Jiao was that the leader wasn't Xianxia, but Min Hongyi. If it was Xianxia, she could still deal with him with words. However, Min Hongyi was just like Gong Sunyu. He was a war maniac through and through. Min Hongyi laughed wickedly, so you're in cahoots with these pretentious fellows. I was wondering why you guys didn't go anywhere. Why did you run here? Gu Jiao calmly met his sharp and oppressive gaze. She said, he has nothing to do with me. Let him go. Let him go so you can call for reinforcements? Do you think I'm stupid? Min Hongyi said coldly. He took a bow from his subordinate and shot an arrow at Little Black Impermanence in Gu Jiao's arms. The Black Wind King leaped forward and dodged the arrow. Min Hongyi shot another arrow, but it was sent flying by Gu Jiao's whip. Min Hongyi was furious. He threw the bow away and pulled out the broadsword at his waist. He said with a fierce gaze, fine, then I'll kill you with my own hands. He still underestimated me. Perhaps I could make use of this opportunity. Gu Jiao didn't move. She looked like she was scared silly by his aura. When Min Hongyi flew up, his long sword was about to land on Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao swung the whip in her hand and wrapped it around the hilt of his sword. She threw his longsword out fiercely. The longsword was in the air. Min Hongyi was also sent flying. Min Hongyi had indeed underestimated his opponent. This brat looked very young and didn't have any internal energy when he attacked. He had only used 10% of his internal energy. In the end, he was sent flying. Min Hongyi flew into a rage out of humiliation. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and used the tree trunk as a stepping stone to stabilize himself. He once again slashed at Gu Jiao with his longsword. This time, he didn't underestimate his opponent. Gu Jiao had to dodge. Otherwise, the force from their fight would hurt this child and Black Wind King. Sit tight. Gu Jiao jumped off her horse and took a few big steps forward. She wrapped her whip around Min Hongyi's waist. This brat's strength actually managed to tie me down. Min Hongyi frowned. He was surprised by the strength of Gu Jiao's arms. At the same time, he was very excited. Killing an opponent like this was more interesting, wasn't it? Min Hongyi smiled coldly. He changed the direction of his longsword and slashed at Gu Jiao's whip. The whip was cut in half. Gu Jiao took a few steps back due to inertia. 9 years later, she had the strength to kill Min Hongyi. But now, Min Hongyi was a big problem. Min Hongyi looked up to the sky and laughed. Brat, what else do you have? Gu Jiao said, I'm so powerful. Can you really bear to kill me? Min Hongyi was stunned. Gu Jiao said patiently, why don't you bring me back and give me to your Gong Sunyu? With my help, you can definitely compete with Xianxia. This brat was a rare talent. If he really, whoosh, Gu Jiao waved her hand and shot out the Tanghua needle in her hand. Min Hongyi was skilled in martial arts. Unfortunately, his brain wasn't as good as Xianxia's. No wonder he was always suppressed by Xianxia. Min Hongyi blocked with his longsword. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. A Tanghua needle hit his abdomen. There was poison on the needle. Min Hongyi hurriedly sealed the major acupoints on the wound to prevent the poison from spreading. Brat, you've really angered me. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to cut off your arms and break all the bones in your body. Then, I'm going to chop off your head. Wah, little black impermanence started crying. Min Hongyi was in a fit of anger. The child's crying annoyed him. He swung his longsword at little black impermanence's head. He was attacking head-on. No matter if Black Wind King attacked or retreated, little black impermanence would still be hit. How despicable. He didn't even let off a child. It was no wonder that Jing Kong chopped off his arms and legs. Gu Jiao's eyes flashed. She jumped and threw little black impermanence off the horse. She hugged little black impermanence and rolled on the ground a few times. Min Hongyi took the opportunity to swing his longsword a second time. His speed was so fast that Gu Jiao couldn't dodge at all. Was she going to die here? If Gu Jiao wanted to live, there was only one way. She had to throw the child out to block the attack. Gu Jiao didn't do that. Clang, something hit Min Hongyi's longsword. Min Hongyi's longsword was knocked aside. His entire arm went numb. Who's there? He turned his head and angrily stared into the darkness. In the fog, a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a ghost mask was sitting on a carriage carried by 18 wraiths. He was slowly approaching them. The gauze on the carriage danced in the night wind. In the eerie forest, there was an inexplicable aura of 100 ghosts walking at night. A slender hand was exposed under his wide sleeves. It rested lightly on the armrest. The joints were distinct and exquisite. However, it was too white, which added to the ghostly aura. At the front of the carriage stood two people dressed as black impermanence and white impermanence. A sudden gust of wind blew in the night, making the entire forest eerie. The Jin soldiers looked at each other and almost involuntarily took 2 steps back. Min Hongyi scolded disdainfully, "Who are you? Stop pretending to be a ghost in front of me." Pretending to be a ghost? The man's thin lips curled up. He held onto the armrest and stood up with a smile. It was just a simple stand-up, but the branches around him moved without any wind. It was as if the malicious ghosts on the trees were responding to him with fear and devotion. The Jin soldiers felt even more scared. They looked up at the dark branches above them. Was there really a ghost on the tree? It's bleeding. The tree is bleeding. One of the Jin soldiers shouted. The surrounding trees all began to bleed. The thick smell of blood filled the entire forest. This was not the end. The birds in the forest seemed to be unable to withstand the attack of the death aura. One by one, they fell down. In an instant, the ground was covered with bird corpses. One of the Jin soldiers fell to the ground in fright. Little black impermanence poked his head out of Gu Jiao's arms and pointed at Min Hongyi. He cried loudly, "Your Highness Ghost King. He's a bad person. He wants to kill me." He did not dare to run over. He was worried that Min Hongyi would kill him halfway. After he finished speaking, he shrank back into Gu Jiao's arms. What a cowardly little black impermanence. The man's dangerous gaze fell on Min Hongyi. Then he stepped forward and casually stepped on the guardrail of the carriage. A fierce and domineering aura suddenly erupted from his body. "Gu Jiao, why does this little aura seem a bit familiar? It reminds me of someone." The man said indifferently, "You dare to come to my territory and kill my subordinates. You've got guts. Trespassing on Ghost Mountain is already a capital offense. Now that you've committed an additional crime, why don't I skin you alive and make you into a human skin lantern?" The Jin army shuddered at the same time. This guy was too good at shaking the morale of the soldiers. They could not let him continue acting like a ghost, otherwise, before the battle even started, his subordinates would be scared off. Min Hongyi shouted, "Don't you try to bluff here. With just a few of you, do you think you can stop my 500-strong army?" "How many?" The man curled his lips and waved his wide sleeves. "Little ghosts, come out. Tonight, the gates of hell will open. All the living people are yours." As soon as he finished speaking, Min Hongyi sensed that something was wrong. He looked around and saw a large group of armored ghost soldiers on the trees, on the hills, and in the woods. Min Hongyi's expression changed. The man said coldly, 3,000 ghost soldiers. Kill them all. Leave none alive." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1056238886. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. The fog dissipated and the forest became pitch black. With the Ghost King's order, the surrounding ghost soldiers approached the Jin Nation army in the forest with the aura of death. The Jin army was not weak and could even be said to be very brave and good at fighting. The Jin dynasty was related to the Turks in history. The largest tribe took over the imperial power and exiled the other tribes that refused to submit. This was how the Turks came to be. The reason why the Turks were not recognized by the 6 states was more or less related to the Jin dynasty. The people of Jin Nation had a warlike bloodline in their bones. If they were on a regular battlefield, the 500 soldiers might be able to defeat 3 times their number. However, at this moment, the Jin Nation soldiers had long been scared silly by the various signs. The branches and leaves that moved without wind, the trees that were bleeding for no reason, the birds' corpses that fell to the ground after being swallowed by the aura of death. All of them made one's hair stand on end. Did they really come to the netherworld? Were these ghost soldiers that suddenly appeared malicious spirits that came out from the gates of hell? These ghost soldiers were not wearing brand new armors. Instead, their armors were broken. Many of them were covered in dust, rust, and dried bloodstains. But the more they were like this, the more they felt that this was a ghost army that had been destroyed on the battlefield. They could not forget the mission that they could not complete in the world of the living after falling to the netherworld. Thus, they did not drink the water of the river of forgetfulness, did not drink Granny Ming's soup, and did not cross the bridge of helplessness. Every night, they repeated the obsession before death. Kill the invaders, kill them all. One of the Jin soldiers could not take it anymore. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the fluffy and soft soil suddenly moved. A white skeleton claw emerged and grabbed the Jin soldier's ankle. This Jin soldier was scared out of his wits. He turned around and scrambled in the direction he came from. But before he could take a step, he was frightened by the skeleton claw that came out of the soil one after another. The gates of hell are open. There are really ghosts. Another Jin army soldier was so frightened that he collapsed. Emotions were contagious. When one person collapsed, there would be a second, then a third, a fourth, until the morale of the entire army collapsed. Scholars say, Confucius does not speak of strange forces, chaotic spirits. But the scholars also said that the gods were watching from above. They were the invaders of the Yan kingdom. The ghosts of the Yan kingdom's Jin soldiers would never let them go. Fighting with the living is not scary, because the living will die. However, the ghost soldiers were already dead. They could not afford to die again. The Jin army totally collapsed. Some cried, some fled. Only a third of them were fighting bravely. These soldiers were nothing in the face of the massive number of ghost soldiers, not to mention the fact that they were only calm on the surface, but their hearts had already collapsed. Gu Jiao and Black Impermanence sat under the tree. A skeletal claw broke through the ground and grabbed Gu Jiao's right ankle. Gu Jiao grunted and unceremoniously pulled out the skeletal claw. The skeleton that suddenly lost its hand. Are you polite? Oh, it's really the skeleton of a dead person. Gu Jiao took a look at it and with a click, she attached it to the skeleton on the ground. The skeleton, fine, I'll leave. When Min Hongyi saw his soldiers collapsing one by one, he was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped out. He had just observed that there were no 3,000 ghost soldiers in the forest. That fellow had just opened his mouth to attack the Jin army's morale, and these so-called skeletons. Min Hongyi slashed at a nearby skeleton claw that had emerged from the ground. Bang, the skeletal claw shattered into pieces. What followed was a painful howl from the ground. Here, how can a dead person be afraid of pain? They are just living people pretending to be ghosts. But even if he said that, he would not be able to pacify the fleeing soldiers. Right now, the only thing left was to kill the general of these ghost soldiers, the Ghost King, who was standing on top of the carriage and giving out orders. Once he chopped off the Ghost King's head, the scheme of these 3,000 ghost soldiers would be destroyed. Little Black Impermanence was a little clever ghost. When he saw that Min Hongyi was not paying attention to him, he took advantage of the fact that Min Hongyi was not paying attention to him and quietly crawled towards the carriage. He had just crawled a meter when Min Hongyi attacked the Ghost King. He knelt on the ground for 3 seconds before crawling back and continuing to hide behind Gu Jiao. He wanted to enjoy riches and honor with the Ghost King, but he did not want to live and die with the Ghost King. The man kept staring at Min Hongyi's movements. Seeing that he was about to attack him with a blade, the man's lips curled up and he opened his arms. His wide sleeves fluttered in the night. His body rose into the air and then he took a step back and disappeared. Min Hongyi was shocked. His breathing stagnated for a moment, and his meridians almost reversed, causing him to fall from the sky. What's going on? How could a living person just disappear right in front of him? It wasn't because his qigong was too good or his body movement was too fast. It was because he disappeared into thin air. Min Hongyi landed on the man's carriage. He did not know where the person who lifted the carriage had gone. The carriage did not fall because there was a wooden pillar supporting it. Min Hongyi coldly frowned and looked around vigilantly. He said provocatively, "I don't believe in heresy. Come out if you have the guts. You can beat me. I will recognize you as the Ghost Mountain's king." No one responded to him. Bullshit, Ghost King, he didn't fall for my provocation. Min Hongyi's eyes turned and saw Gu Jiao, who was about to leave with Little Black Impermanence. Min Hongyi clenched the large blade in his hand and said with a fierce look, "Since we're together, it's the same if I kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly charged towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's ears moved and she dodged to the side. Her right hand pushed Little Black Impermanence to the back and she kicked towards Min Hongyi's lower body. Min Hongyi jumped into the air and dodged her attack. His saber technique was very fast. Just as one move passed, another move came charging towards Gu Jiao. Damn it, he didn't have a weapon. Gu Jiao was forced to retreat. "Little brother. Here." Little Black Impermanence got a long sword from somewhere and threw it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao caught it and blocked the blade. She said to him, "I don't know how to use a sword." "Oh. Then this." Little Black Impermanence threw another long blade to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "I don't know either." "Meteor hammer, mace, dog beating stick, little brother, catch it." Gu Jiao caught the last weapon that was thrown at her. She turned her head and shot down, smashing Min Hongyi's long blade into the dusty ground. Min Hongyi was caught off guard by this sudden attack. His forearm was slightly numb. This young man clearly had no internal energy, but his spear technique was so overbearing, it reminded him of the Xianyuan family's spear technique. Wait, the Xianyuan family's spear technique? Gu Jiao had just used the 5th style of the 7 styles of Xianyuan. She could control the first 4 styles with ease. Although she practiced the last few styles diligently, she didn't use them much when attacking. Min Hongyi looked at Gu Jiao cautiously. "Kid. Who are you to the Xianyuan family?" Gu Jiao held the long spear and swept it across the air. She raised it diagonally behind her back and looked at him like a killing god. "I'm the one who wants your life." Min Hongyi's temple suddenly twitched. This gaze, Min Hongyi was only in his early 30s. He had come to the Yan kingdom more than 10 years ago. Although many years had passed, he still remembered the Xianyuan family clearly. This kid didn't look like anyone from the Xianyuan family, but his ruthlessness reminded him of the Xianyuan family's bloodthirst. Gu Jiao's strength was far inferior to Min Hongyi's when she didn't lose control. However, she didn't know why, but when she stood in this forest, she inexplicably felt a very familiar force. That was a little strange. Perhaps, it was the broken armor of the ghost soldiers. That was right, it was the broken armor. Gu Jiao was enlightened. Those people were wearing the armor of the dead Xianyuan family. Ghost Mountain. Ghost Mountain was the burial ground of the Xianyuan army. those brave soldiers who sacrificed themselves could never return to their hometown. Their souls were forever left at the border. Sorrow came from her heart. It wasn't her emotions. It was the souls of the thousands of Xianyuan soldiers. Gu Jiao held the long spear in her hand tightly and turned to look at the general of Jin Kingdom. Min Hongyi, give me your life. I'll use your life as a sacrifice to the thousands of Xianyuan soldiers. Min Hongyi felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his heart. My martial arts are obviously better than this kid's, but why do I feel uneasy? What's wrong with this kid's eyes? They seem calm, but there's an indescribable murderous aura in them. It must be an illusion. How can this kid have the confidence to kill me? Min Hongyi cleared his mind and once again swung his sword at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao used the last two moves and finally stabbed his right thigh at the seventh move. Min Hongyi couldn't believe that this kid actually broke through his attack and really stabbed his thigh with the long spear. Not only did Gu Jiao stab his thigh, but she also spun it for free. This kind of thing was new to him the first time, but he got used to it the second time. Min Hongyi was a warrior with great strength, and most of his strength came from his legs. With his legs injured, it meant that he couldn't use at least half of his moves and skills. However, his luck didn't seem to have run out. Just as Gu Jiao was about to quickly finish him off with another spear, a swordsman suddenly appeared in the forest. The swordsman was skilled in martial arts and had a strong sword aura. While Gu Jiao was focused on dealing with Min Hongyi, he suddenly jumped out and attacked. Little brother! Be careful! Little Black Impermanence clenched her fists and shouted. Oh no, her long spear had already pierced out. It was too late, the swordsman had chosen the moment when Gu Jiao couldn't split herself. At the critical moment, a whip lashed out and wrapped around Gu Jiao's soft waist, pulling Gu Jiao back violently. Gu Jiao disappeared just like that ghost king. His Highness, the swordsman landed beside Min Hongyi. He glanced at Min Hongyi, who was still alive and focused on observing the surroundings. This was a very experienced swordsman. He was confused for a moment and suddenly swept towards the direction where Gu Jiao disappeared. He slashed in the air. With a crashing sound, the black curtain that had merged with the darkness of the night was split open from the middle. Gu Jiao, the Ghost King, the black and white impermanence behind the scenes, and even the forest behind them were completely revealed. It is indeed a smokescreen. The swordsman snorted coldly. He didn't give them a chance to escape. He stepped on a tree branch and drew his sword to kill them. Gu Jiao could feel that his skills were almost on par with An Hun's. This was another member of An Hun's sect. It seemed that the Sword Hut not only colluded with the Liang Kingdom, but also with the Jin Kingdom. Or, the Sword Hut originally belonged to the Jin Kingdom. It was a very powerful force in the Jin Kingdom. There was going to be a fierce battle. She held her long spear and walked forward. The man calmly raised his hand and blocked her behind him. Step back. Gu Jiao looked at him with an extremely surprised gaze. The swordsman said coldly, Tonight, none of you can escape. His long sword was like a rainbow and fiercely slashed towards the man's head. Die. The man looked at him calmly without a trace of fear. His thin lips opened slightly and said, As you wish. The swordsman frowned. In the next second, the man raised the gun that was covered by his wide sleeves and aimed it at his chest. With one shot, he sent him flying. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. It was actually a gun. Its power was something that no flesh and blood or armor could withstand. No wonder he was so confident. This should be the first gun that she saw in this strange world. In fact, there were guns as early as the Southern Song dynasty. However, she came to a dynasty that didn't exist in history. It was hard to say when guns would be made. The advantage of a gun was its lethality, but its weakness was its poor accuracy. Its maximum range was longer than a bow and arrow. However, a powerful archer could shoot a willow tree from 100 steps away. A gun would not be able to be made from 50 steps away. Therefore, its effective range was very limited. Just now, the swordsman was too close and directly hit the muzzle of the gun. He didn't even need to aim. The swordsman fell into a pool of blood and died on the spot. The man put the gun on his shoulder and walked over in a domineering manner. He used one foot to flip over the dying swordsman. His eyes were filled with disdain. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you still want to go in. If you don't die, who will? He looked over the swordsman and casually said, Zay, you won't live. There is no point in interrogating you. Just wait for your death. Don't expect this ghost king to give you a quick death. There was more than one swordsman that came. The other took advantage of the fight and left with the injured Min Hongyi. Gu Jiao looked at the two figures that gradually disappeared into the night. She suddenly grabbed the rusty spear in her hand and threw it forward. The long spear pierced through the darkness of the night with an unstoppable sound, directly piercing through Min Hongyi's back and piercing through his heart. Ah, this mournful scream was the last sound that Min Hongyi left in the world. I said, your life, stay here. The Jin army was completely wiped out. Those who could be killed were killed and those who could be captured were captured. The ghost soldiers at the scene began to clean up the battlefield. The man also planned to go back. He carried the gun and glanced at Gu Jiao indifferently. It is reasonable to say that those who trespass on Ghost Mountain will die. Since you saved the people of the underworld, I will let you go. You can go. Don't come to Ghost Mountain again in the future. He brushed past Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao suddenly called out to him. Shang Guanqing. Digression, I won't stay up late today. I will write in the morning. Everyone, come and read in the afternoon. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826105603361. HTML Genius remembered the website address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. More novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. The man froze. The next second, he walked forward calmly. You've got the wrong person. Gu Jiao turned around, looked at his back without looking back, and said, your mother is here. The man's footsteps did not stop, and he continued to stride into the night. Gu Jiao continued, your mother is really here. The crown princess has gone to war on behalf of the emperor, and the imperial army has been stationed in Xuyang City. If she finds out that you're not good enough to stay outside Chengdu, but came to the border to be an outlaw, she'll beat you. The man clenched his fists and continued to walk forward. Gu Jiao said again, Yi Qing from the Imperial Preceptor Palace is also here. The man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his suppressed emotions burst out in an instant. He turned around and said angrily, ah. How did you recognize me? Gu Jiao blinked innocently and said, I didn't recognize you. I just tricked you. Shang Guanqing. Gu Jiao spread her hands. Well, in fact, a little. The way you appeared was exactly like your father's, and your 3,000 ghost soldiers. Did you know that your father had 3,000 ghost soldiers? How could you say that you weren't father and son? In addition, Gu Jiao noticed something strange after entering the forest, including the strange separation between her and Tang Yueshan. There should be some kind of array hidden in the forest. The art of Qi Duanjia was very similar to the unique skill of a certain imperial preceptor. More importantly, here, this. Gu Jiao raised her hand and opened her palm, revealing a token of the royal family of the Yan dynasty. Shang Guanqing looked at the medallion and then at his empty purse. He exploded again. When did you steal my medallion? I saved you out of kindness. But you're trying to steal from me. You're too heartless. Gu Jiao curled her lips. You look very easy to steal. I couldn't help it. Shang Guanqing was speechless. Shang Guanqing decided to teach this intruder a lesson. The authority of the Ghost King was not to be challenged. He spread out his arms and his body shook. The branches and leaves on the trees around him instantly moved without any wind. Tremble, intruder. Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She looked up and came to a big tree. She casually grabbed a rope and pulled it down. Ouch! The little ghost on the tree was pulled down. Xianxia did not give up easily. He slapped the big tree behind him, and the big tree began to bleed. Gu Jiao grunted. She raised her index finger and poked at a tree hole. The blood that was about to flow out, it can't flow out anymore. Xianxia was so angry that his whole body trembled. It seems that you want to force me to use my ultimate move. You mean this? Gu Jiao bent down and pulled out a white skeleton claw from the grass. A confused little ghost was hanging under the claw. The little ghost activated the mechanism in the claw. The skeleton claw scratched twice. Click, click. The scene fell into a dead silence. The little ghost saw that the situation was not good. It decisively gave up its the ghost claw, and ran away with its tail between its legs. Gu Jiao thought for a while and generously returned the ghost claw to Xianxia. Here you go. Xianxia was speechless. Xianxia gritted his teeth and grabbed the ghost claw. He threw it to the side. Little Black Impermanence, who was eavesdropping, was hit. It hugged the ghost claw and ran away without saying a word. Xianxia looked at Gu Jiao coldly. Who are you? Did the old man send you? The new disciple of the State Master Hall? I've never seen you before. It seems that you're really familiar with the State Master Hall. No wonder you've learned from the State Master Hall and look like half a time traveler. I'm your sister-in-law. Gu Jiao said, I'm the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. My surname is Xiao. When Xianxia heard that Xiao was the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, he didn't show a complicated expression. Gu Jiao inferred that he didn't know, or he didn't think much about it. Shang Wanyan didn't say whether Xiaoqing knew about his background or not. Gu Jiao thought that he didn't know. Naturally, she couldn't make a decision to expose it. Xianxia looked behind Gu Jiao. The Black Wind Cavalry also came? Gu Jiao said, they didn't come to Puqing City. They're in Xuyang. Xianxia, oh. Gu Jiao asked, who gave you the gun? Xianxia rolled his eyes. Can't I invent it myself? Gu Jiao looked at the gun in his hand. It's rusty. I'm afraid it's older than you. Xianxia domineeringly said, I don't care. I invented it. There was only a difference of one word. Rounded up, it was an invention. Oh. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at the people who were cleaning the battlefield in the forest. Then, those ghost soldiers and their armor were also invented by you? Xianxia said, I found the armor in the back mountain. This was the same as Gu Jiao's guess. This was the place where the Xianyuan army was buried. That was why there were so many broken Xianyuan armors. As for those ghost soldiers, Xianxia began to walk on the road he came from. As he walked, he said, some of them are bandits from the border. I subdued them. Gu Jiao followed him. After walking for a long time, she understood what he meant by some, because there were obviously some here. Behind the forest was a valley with 3 mountains behind it. A small river meandered through the valley. A small bridge connected the forest and a small village in the valley. The village was divided into 2 sides. One side was where the ghost soldiers lived, and the other side was where the villagers lived. This village was obviously newly built. The thatched houses were all new. The ghost soldiers returned triumphantly and removed their armor. The villagers lit bonfires in the open space. The adults were working, and the children were playing happily. In stark contrast to Pu City, where the flames of war spread, this was simply a paradise. Xianxia said lightly, these are the people of the city who suffered the flames of war, and the villagers whose villages were burned down. If the Jin army doesn't want to be human, let them be ghosts. No wonder he killed the Jin army without mercy. It turned out that he had seen the atrocities of the Jin army. Xianxia. Gu Jiao looked at him. What? He asked casually. Gu Jiao curved her lips. To praise you. I have imagined you countless times, but I didn't expect you to be like this. Although you were poisoned when you were young, causing your body to be weak, you have an intelligent mind and a kind and tenacious heart. In your limited life, you have created endless possibilities. You have saved many people's lives. Who wants your praise? Shang Wanqing turned his face away, his ears turning red. Gu Jiao looked at his red ears and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just like Xiao Heng, he would blush when praised. His Highness Ghost King is back. A villager heard the youth's light laughter and couldn't help but look over. He was not surprised to see Shang Wanqing bringing an unfamiliar youth back. Instead, he smiled and said, "Is there a newcomer joining us today?" He seemed very welcoming. Most of them had been at the end of their rope and had been welcomed here by their seniors. They also welcomed the newcomers. Shang Wanqing put his hands behind his back and glanced at Gu Jiao. He said to the male villager in his 40s, "No, he is just passing by and accidentally entered our forest. He will leave tomorrow." The villager was surprised. It's not safe outside. His subconscious reaction was not to question whether Gu Jiao would give out their hiding place, but to worry that Gu Jiao would be in danger outside. They were a group of kind and simple villagers. This little brother is very powerful. Little Black Impermanence rushed out, holding the ghost claw in his hand. "Where is your tongue?" the villager asked him. "Oh, I lost it." Little Black Impermanence ran away again. Gu Jiao looked at Shang Wanqing with a smile. Shang Wanqing put on a brave front and said, "Humph, I just need some manual labor. When the war is over, I'll make them all mine for me. Mine every day. Mine every day. Mine without sleeping. I will squeeze every last bit of value out of him." Hug, hug, hug. A toddler girl stumbled over and opened her little arms to be hugged. Shang Wanqing sighed helplessly, picked her up, and removed a black sesame seed from her mouth with his fingertips. "Little Ing, you secretly ate it again. You are not allowed to eat candy at night, understand?" Little Ing, who was 1.5 years old, sat on Shang Wanqing's arm and nestled in Shang Wanqing's arms. She lost her father in the war. She was too young to understand what it meant. But every night, she slept in Shang Wanqing's arms, as if she had found the sense of security that she had lost. Little Ing fell asleep in Shang Wanqing's arms. Her 10-year-old brother ran over and took her away. It had to be said that Shang Wanqing once again refreshed Gu Jiao's understanding. She thought he was an indecent guy, but after meeting him, the means he used to deal with the Jin army were really indecent. But behind this indecent set, there was compassion and gentleness for the common people. Shang Wanyan taught her son very well. Shang Wanqing said, "By the way, your companion fainted, not because we scared him, but because he knocked himself out." Tang Yuashan, who was afraid of ghosts, found that Gu Jiao was missing. He hurried to find her, but suddenly hit the black wall of traps. Shang Wanqing then said, "Our people brought him back. You can see him in a while. You rest in the village tonight, and I will send you out of the city tomorrow morning." The guy who bought the candied haws in the morning was really him. "Can I walk around?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes." Shang Wanqing looked at the north of the village. "Except for the mountain behind." "Why?" Gu Jiao was puzzled. Shang Wanqing's expression suddenly became a bit complicated. "Because, the real Ghost King lives there." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1055987753. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. The real Ghost King. Gu Jiao looked at Shang Wanqing with a puzzled face. She was surprised but not surprised. She expected that the Ghost King was fake, but she didn't expect that there was a real one in Ghost Mountain. Wait, the real Ghost King that he defined might not be the objective truth. Everything still needs to be verified. Gu Jiao asked, who is the real Ghost King? Shang Guanqing raised his chin and said, I don't know. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. I don't pry into the privacy of my friends. You can't stop pretending for a minute, right? If the Ghost King is really your friend, why didn't he come out to help? I bet a pack of spicy sticks that the Ghost King doesn't care about you. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at him with a serious face. Shang Guanqing and Gu Jiao looked at each other. His heart jumped, and he had the illusion that the size of his underwear was seen through. He trembled, coughed softly, and said seriously, okay, I don't make friends with just anyone. That old guy is not qualified to be my friend. Gu Jiao took a deep breath. Xiao Heng's brother, she couldn't beat him. After removing the exaggeration in Shang Guanqing's words, the information was, I've only met him once or twice. I'm not good enough, so he doesn't want to be my friend. Tell me what kind of person he is. Gu Jiao suddenly became interested in this Ghost King. Person? Shang Guanqing snorted, found a stone by the stream, sat down, and picked up a handful of foxtail grass. The laughter and noise behind them made people feel a temporary peace and beauty in the troubled world. Gu Jiao had been at the border for many days, but she hadn't felt this way for a long time. She sat down beside him. The two of them were separated by a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Shang Guanqing pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just snorted. Go on, Gu Jiao said. Well. Shang Guanqing frowned, as if he was considering his words. I don't think he's human. He's dead. At least, that's the feeling he gives me. He's surrounded by the aura of death, and his eyes don't look like a living person's. Gu Jiao asked, can you move? Can you talk? Is there a heartbeat and breathing? Yes, there is. Shang Guanqing answered concisely. Then it wasn't a dead person, it was a living person. Gu Jiao said, he sounds like a very strange guy. Shang Guanqing played with the green foxtail grass and said, it's a little strange, but he doesn't kill unarmed people. There were some people who mistakenly entered the back mountain, but he didn't hurt them. Instead, the mountain bandits ran to his territory and almost all of them died in his hands. It's all thanks to me stepping in. Alright, now you're calling yourself Little Master again. You sure have a lot of self-titles. Gu Jiao asked again, is that why you subdued those bandits and turned them into ghost soldiers? Shang Guanqing straightened his back. Sort of. I saved them from that person, and they were grateful to me for saving their lives. Gu Jiao glanced at him. There's also deterrence and blackmail, right? For example, you said that the Ghost King is your backer. If they dare to disobey, you'll let the Ghost King kill them? Shang Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief as if he was looking at a monster. No way, how do you know everything? Because I'm an ordinary little genius at solving cases. Gu Jiao said, so there's a big Ghost King in the back mountain, and you're the little Ghost King. Did you call yourself that? Shang Guanqing didn't deny it. He just lay down on the long stone, put one arm behind his head, and looked at the starry sky with a piece of green foxtail grass in his mouth. It's the old Ghost King. He's not young anymore. He said. The old Ghost King. Gu Jiao touched her chin thoughtfully. Hey. Shang Guanqing poked Gu Jiao with his jade-like slender finger. I finally remember what's strange about you. What? Gu Jiao turned her head to look at the guy lying flat on the rock. He was still wearing the mask that covered most of his face, not revealing his true appearance. However, his eyes were beautiful, very much like the almond eyes of Princess Xianxia. His lips were inherited from Marquis Xianping, the non-smiling Shi. Shang Guanqing said, I thought you were strange all the way here, but I didn't realize until just now. Since you recognized me as the eldest grandson of the emperor, why did you dare to call me by my name? Are the Black Wind Cavalry so arrogant now? Gu Jiao said, this isn't arrogance. Beating you up is. Gu Jiao grabbed his wrist. Shang Guanqing frowned subconsciously. What? Although you're a man, I'm not into men. He didn't like other people's touch, and he wasn't used to being too close to people. In this aspect, the two brothers were very similar to Xianxia. Gu Jiao finished taking his pulse and put his hand back. Shang Wanqing looked at her strangely. You know medicine? A little. Gu Jiao said, unfortunately, I can't cure the poison in your body. Shang Wanqing didn't show the slightest disappointment when he heard this answer. After all, he was poisoned with an incurable poison. Even the imperial preceptor couldn't cure him. There were no miracles for him. He only had 3 months left to live. Maybe even less. Do you feel uncomfortable? Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. Shang Wanqing was slightly startled. He thought of many possible reactions from Gu Jiao. Maybe she would sympathize with him, comfort him, or draw a big picture for him. But he never expected that it would be a simple, do you feel uncomfortable? It was like a kind of care from a family member. Shang Wanqing's nose suddenly felt a little sour. He didn't want Gu Jiao to see it, so he turned his back and hid his reddish eyes in the night. It's not too uncomfortable. The medicine given by the imperial preceptor can suppress the poison. It will only act up for 3 to 5 days every month. Shang Wanqing. Gu Jiao called him in a low voice. What now? He wiped his reddened eyes without leaving a trace, and his voice sounded calm and unperturbed. Gu Jiao pretended not to know that he was crying and said seriously, the Madame Nan I know is a master of poison in the Tang sect. She was going to return to Zhao country, but she happened to stay in Chengdu because of something. After the war, I'll take you to see her. Maybe she can cure the poison in your body. Oh. He had long given up hope, but he was too lazy to say his refusal over and over again. Otherwise, he would be persuaded not to refuse again. In any case, he might not be able to live to see the day he returned to Xing City. Gu Jiao asked him, will you go back to Ziyang with me tomorrow? Shang Wanqing said lightly, you go back first. Gu Jiao turned back to look at the only pure land in Pu City that had not been affected by the flames of war. She looked at the children running around, laughing and laughing. The villagers worked while talking and laughing. The ghost soldiers were wrestling and practicing martial arts in the open space in front of the door. She couldn't leave here. Shang Wanqing had collected his emotions, and the strangeness in his eyes had faded. He turned around and lay down again, biting the green foxtail, and said carelessly, don't tell my mother about what happened to me in Ghost Mountain. I'll go see her in a few days. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. I won't tell your mother. I'll only tell your father. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1055839295. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are available here, Pu City, in the middle of the night. Jia Xingzhou and the swordsman brought Min Hongyi's corpse back to the city lord's residence. Gu Jiao's silver spear had pierced Min Hongyi's heart, killing him on the spot. The swordsman pulled out the silver spear from his body and only brought his corpse out. His corpse was covered with a white cloth and carried into the reception hall of the city lord's residence. A man dressed in a silver brocade robe walked in. He was about 30 years old and had a cold face. His eyebrows were thick and high. When he was not angry, Shi gave people a sense of unapproachable sharpness. His appearance was on the handsome side, which occasionally weakened his fierceness. However, if one underestimated him because of this, one would die soon. He was the most warlike man in Jin. Min Hongyi was not worth mentioning compared to him. However, ordinary experts were not worthy of his attention. Fierce generals like Shan Yuanli and Shan Yuanqing were his ultimate targets. My lord. When Xianxia saw the person who came, he hurriedly turned around and bowed respectfully. Gongsun Yu had his own aura. He strode over to the corpse covered by the white cloth and gestured with his hand. Xianxia knelt on one knee and removed the white cloth covering the corpse's head, revealing Min Hongyi's bloodied face. Gongsun Yu's expression did not change at all. Xianxia pulled the white cloth down to his ankles, exposing all of Min Hongyi's injuries. The fatal wound was the spear in his chest. Apart from that, his abdomen was hit by a poisonous hidden weapon. His thigh was pierced by a spear and twisted. Xianxia did not go into detail about those minor wounds, but these were already shocking enough. Min Hongyi was an expert of Jin and the #1 swordsman under Gongsun Yu. His skills were profound, and even Xianxia could not guarantee that he could injure him to this extent. Gongsun Yu waved his finger. 2 guards walked forward and covered the corpse with the white cloth again. They then carried the corpse and the stretcher out. Gongsun Yu came to the main seat, lifted his cloak, and sat down. With a cold look in his eyes, he asked, "What exactly happened?" Only Gongsun Yu, Xianxia, and the surviving swordsman were left in the parlor. The swordsman was the first witness, so he should be the one to reply. However, Xianxia had been negligent this time, so he took a step forward and cupped his hands in apology. "Reporting to my lord, it's my fault. This subordinate shouldn't have stayed outside the Ghost Mountain to coordinate with Min Hong. If this subordinate had led the troops with him, perhaps such a tragedy wouldn't have happened." Gongsun Yu wasn't someone who cared about the process. He cared more about the outcome. In the end, Min Hongyi died. No matter how much they investigated Xingzhou's negligence, they couldn't make up for this loss. The boat was still useful. Then he would not dismiss Xingzhou. "How many came back?" he asked coldly. Xianxia braced himself and said, "1. Min Hongyi." And there was only a cold corpse. 500 of his men had been completely wiped out in the forest. Not even a single strand of hair had been brought out. The Ghost Mountain. Gongsun Yu clenched his fists and closed his eyes. The old divine general of the Great Jin died in the Ghost Mountain. The old divine general of the Great Jin was Gongsun Yu's grandfather. He had been a valiant warrior for most of his life, but he died in the Ghost Mountain in a battle more than 30 years ago. Even his corpse wasn't found. The person who killed his grandfather was the Lord of Shadows of the Yan Kingdom, the person who founded the Imperial Advisor Hall and the Xianyuan army. The royal family of the Great Jin and the Gongsun family spent more than 10 years to finally exterminate the henchmen of the Lord of Shadows. As for the forces founded by the Lord of Shadows, the Xianyuan army had already been destroyed. Now, only the Imperial Advisor Hall was left. When the day came when he led the army to attack Chengdu, he would personally burn down the Imperial Preceptor Palace. Gongsun Yu looked at the swordsman in front of him indifferently. "Elder Liu, I asked you to save people, but you only brought back a corpse. Has the sword hut lost its loyalty to the imperial court, or has it lost its former strength?" The swordsman who was addressed as Elder Liu said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Although I don't want to admit to the 2 points you mentioned, if you insist on thinking this way, I have nothing to say. This time, the sword hut has suffered heavy losses in the attack on the Great Jin. Elder He and 2 inner disciples died in Xuyang, while Elder Feng died in the Ghost Mountain to save Min Hongyi. I didn't even bring back Elder Feng's corpse." Gongsun Yu said bluntly, "It seems that the sword hut without Shirtian and An Hun is indeed deteriorating." Elder Liu smiled faintly and said sarcastically, "It's not that the situation is getting worse. It's just that the Yan Kingdom has a few very powerful masters. We underestimated their strength and didn't send more powerful swordsmen. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask General Gongsun why you don't even have clear information about the enemy. If you had told me earlier that they had such experts, I would have made other arrangements." Gongsun Yu clenched his fists. "Experts? They're just a bunch of bandits." He didn't like Elder Liu's sarcasm, but the sword hut's position in the Great Jin was very special. The little sister of the sword hut master was the imperial concubine of the Great Jin. Moreover, he still needed Elder Liu's help. Gongsun Yu looked at Xianxia. "How many defeated soldiers are there in the forest?" Xianxia thought to himself, "Why are you looking at me? I didn't enter the forest." He tactfully cast a pleading look at Elder Liu. Elder Lu said indifferently, no more than 500. This is the largest estimate. There should only be a little more than 300 soldiers. Gong Xianyu slapped the armrest. 300 soldiers and they dare to play tricks on the Ghost Mountain. This was a disgrace to the entire Great Jin army. 500 elite soldiers led by a mighty general of the Great Jin nation were actually defeated by 300 stragglers who had become bandits. Xianxia. Gong Xianyu's gaze was cold as he gripped the armrest tightly. Here. Xianxia cupped his fists. Gong Xianyu said, tomorrow morning, bring 20,000 soldiers and flatten the Ghost Mountain. Xianxia was stunned. Dispatching 20,000 soldiers to deal with 300 people was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But on second thought, he could understand the general's decision. The old great general died in the Ghost Mountain, causing the Great Jin army to suffer a great loss. They didn't dare to go to war with the Yan kingdom for more than 10 years. The Ghost Mountain was a place full of hatred for the general. He couldn't wait to raise the Ghost Mountain to the ground. He was venting his anger. He was using the plants, creatures, and soldiers of the Ghost Mountain to pay tribute to the old general's soul. Gong Xianyu's tone was calm, but the words he said made people shudder. Kill them all for this general. Don't leave even a rabbit. Xianxia knelt on one knee and put his fist on the ground. This subordinate accepts the order. Chu Yang. Shang Guanyan waited in the barracks for a whole day but didn't see Gu Jiao come back. She paced back and forth in Gu Jiao's tent. Huaner sat on the side and supported her head with one hand. She knocked on the table like a chicken pecking rice. She hurriedly stood up. This servant was wrong, go to the door again. Shang Guanyan said. Yes. Huaner lifted the curtain and went to the gate of the barracks. She carefully looked at the official road for a long time but didn't see half a person. She returned to the barracks and reported. Xiao Darren didn't come back. He hasn't come back yet? It's been a day and a night. Shang Guanyan covered her chest. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. Huaner comforted her. Xiao Darren is so clever. He will be fine. Xiao Darren. Outside the tent, teacher Hu's greeting suddenly came. Jiao Jiao came back. Without waiting for Huaner to open the curtain, Shang Guanyan walked over and opened the curtain. As a result, she only saw Marquis Xianping's face. Marquis Xianping was just passing by. Everyone in the tent knew that he was Commander Zhao's biological father, so they respectfully called him Xiao Darren. Shang Guanyan's face darkened. Why is it you again? Marquis Xianping, I'm just passing by. How can you blame me? Shang Guanyan ignored him. She was not a pestering person and would not throw a tantrum at a man. Marquis Xianping said with a smile that was not a smile. What? Do you miss this Marquis' son? Is Jiao Jiao your son? Shang Guanyan glared at him and turned to enter Gu Jiao's tent. Marquis Xianping helplessly touched the bridge of his nose. Women are really hard to understand. He shook his head and returned to his own tent. While walking, he muttered. Where did that surname Tang take this Marquis' son? Why hasn't he come back yet? There was no fun in the barracks. In addition, they were going to attack the Liang army tomorrow morning. In order to conserve energy, Marquis Xianping went to bed early. In the middle of the night, he dreamt in a daze. He dreamed of a thin boy with a face that was very similar to Aheng's, but it was not Aheng's face. He suddenly appeared in front of him and reached out to him. Somehow, he recognized that it was his and Qin Fengwan's son. He was happy and quickly walked toward him. Son. But just as he was about to reach out and touch him, a long sword suddenly appeared from the darkness and pierced his son's chest from behind. Rumble, the sky exploded with thunder, Marquis Xianping's body shook and woke up from the nightmare. His clothes were sticky, and he was obviously in a cold sweat. Why did he have this dream? Before he could see his son was, bad. Luck, his son was fine. After he finished the battle, he would take Xiaoqing back to see his mother. He had never seen Qin Fengwan so surprised in his life. He believed that he would see it soon. Ghost Mountain. It was late at night. The villagers and ghost soldiers who had been busy all day all returned to their houses. The lively village fell into silence. Xuyang City was stormy, but Puching City was the only city at night. Gu Jiao lay in the small hut that Shang Wanqing had arranged for her. She looked up at the starry sky through the window. Tomorrow will be another cool autumn day. Tang Yuashan lay in another room of the hut, snoring thunderously. The Black Wind King didn't lie down to rest. Instead, he led another Black Wind cavalry and waited quietly outside the hut with his eyes closed. Gu Jiao listened to the wind blowing from the mountains and admired the boundless moonlight. She felt peaceful in her heart. "Boss, we'll go back tomorrow," she said to the Black Wind King outside the window. The Black Wind King snorted in response. Then, it snored again, indicating that it was time for Gu Jiao to sleep. Seeing that Gu Jiao was still opening her big eyes, he simply stuck his head into the window and blocked the moonlight and the night. "Gu Jiao, fine. I'll just sleep." Gu Jiao turned over. Under the protection of the Black Wind King, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. My lord, my lord, my lord," Gu Jiao heard faint voices in her dream. Who was calling her? Gu Jiao couldn't sleep well. She turned over, fell off the bed, and hit the floor with a thud. Who? Tang Yuashan sat up in shock. He didn't feel any danger, so he hugged his big bow and fell asleep again. Gu Jiao fell quite hard this time. She had a dream just now. Someone was calling her in her dream, and there was more than one. Some called her my lord, and some called her, she didn't hear anything else. She woke up from the fall. The Black Wind King poked his head in. I'm fine. Gu Jiao stood up with a big bump on her head. With this fall, her drowsiness was completely gone. The moon was bright in the first half of the night, but the second half of the night was covered by dark clouds. It's going to rain soon. It was very stuffy in the hut. Gu Jiao came out to get some fresh air. She stood by the Black Wind King's side, admiring the mountain range that was dyed black by the night. Suddenly, her little head subconsciously looked towards the east. The Black Wind King happened to be standing on the east side. He pressed his head against hers. Don't look. Gu Jiao looked again. The Black Wind King pressed against her again. Gu Jiao jumped up and lay on the back of his horse. She kept looking. She blinked and said, Boss, shall we go to the back of the mountain? The Black Wind King, who couldn't control his naughty child, snorted helplessly. The Black Wind King carried Gu Jiao to the back of the mountain. There was a formation in the forest, and the ghost soldiers were on guard there. There were no ghost soldiers patrolling the village. The Black Wind King walked very softly, not waking any of the villagers. In order to prevent the villagers from entering the back of the mountain, Shang Wanqing ordered people to build a row of fences that were as tall as a person. The Black Wind King jumped over easily. Gu Jiao patted his mane and said proudly, Boss, you're awesome. The Black Wind King said, Don't flatter me. The Black Wind King and Gu Jiao arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gu Jiao got off the horse and looked at the dark mountain. She muttered, The back of the mountain is so big. Where is the Ghost King? Forget it, let's go in first. They went up the mountain and walked into a dense forest. This forest was rarely visited by people, and the vegetation was much more lush than in the front of the mountain. A venomous snake slithered down from the tree branch and flicked its dangerous tongue at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her hand and grabbed it. The poisonous snake. Gu Jiao had no interest in this kind of small poisonous snake, so she threw it away. The man and the horse went on for a while. Gu Jiao didn't think it would be so easy. Unexpectedly, she saw a graveyard as soon as she came out of the forest. At the top of the graveyard sat a motionless general, who was holding a long sword and wearing armor. He was as if he had been petrified. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand was shining coldly, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. At this moment, Gu Jiao finally understood what Shang Wanqing meant. Shang Wanqing was right. This person was really dead. There was no trace of a living person on his body. He believed from the bottom of his heart that he was dead. All that was left of him was a broken shell in the world, like a soulless zombie. The moon broke through the thick dark clouds and climbed into the night sky, sprinkling cold light on the graveyard and his body. His neck suddenly turned and slowly looked in the direction of Gu Jiao. Digression, little cuties, do you still have monthly tickets? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10558296. HTML Genius remembered the website address www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. A person and a horse stood at the entrance of the graveyard. Gu Jiao faced the moonlight and her whole face was exposed under the moonlight. It was a clean and lively face, in sharp contrast to the man's shriveled cheeks that were covered with dirt and blood. He was wearing a rusty armor and a rusty helmet. His whole body was spotless and shiny except for his 3-foot-long chest. His eyes were filled with an endless aura of death, like a bottomless black abyss. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, even Gu Jiao felt oppressed. This was a man that she didn't want to fight with. Because he was too strong. But sometimes, the more one was afraid of something, the more it would happen. Shang Guanqing once said that the Ghost King wouldn't hurt weak people. Gu Jiao didn't have any internal strength, so under normal circumstances, no one could detect that she knew martial arts. But obviously, this Ghost King was an exception. A sharp murderous aura burst out from his lifeless eyes, and then his slow body turned around. His agility seemed to have increased 100 times in an instant, his hands formed into claws, and he used his internal strength to grab and swing in the air. Gu Jiao only felt an invisible hand choking her throat, and then she was pulled up and thrown out. Gu Jiao's waist hit a big tree, and the crows on the branches were awakened. They fluttered their wings and fled their nests. The leaves rustled and fell. Gu Jiao fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy was so strong, no wonder Shang Guanqing called him the Ghost King. With this strength, even an Hun couldn't take advantage of him. The Ghost King's eyes fell on Gu Jiao again, and he paused. Maybe he was surprised that Gu Jiao didn't die. Of course I won't die so soon. Gu Jiao pushed herself up from the ground. If I had known that I would have to deal with such a troublesome fellow, I would have put on my armor. That wouldn't work either. The armor was too eye-catching. If he wore it, he wouldn't be able to enter Puqing City. The Ghost King struck Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao, who had finally managed to stand up, was once again beaten to the ground. She lay face down, looking very much like an injured little sad frog. Gu Jiao, at least let me hide. Gu Jiao stood up like a carp. His nose was bleeding, but he couldn't hide his imposing manner. This time, I won't let you hit me. Bang, smack, Gu Jiao was beaten to the ground again. Gu Jiao's face was buried in the ground. Her hands were tugging at the weeds on the ground. Her small body was trembling violently with anger. Damn it. I can't dodge it. Gu Jiao's body gradually emitted a terrifying murderous aura. You're the Ghost King, right? You've really angered me. Prepare to receive my wrath. Crack. The Ghost King moved quickly and appeared in front of Gu Jiao. He grabbed Gu Jiao's collar and lifted her up. Gu Jiao realized that the Ghost King's body was extremely tall and big. In front of him, it was no exaggeration to say that Gu Jiao was like a little chick. Let's make a deal. Do you need a little brother? I'll let you have old Tang. Tang Yuashan sneezed in his sleep. The Ghost King's murderous aura did not diminish. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and changed back to her female voice. Actually, I'm a little girl. The Ghost King was stunned. Very well, now's the time, I'll poke your eyes out. Gu Jiao clenched her fingers and poked at the Ghost King's death eye. 3 seconds later, Gu Jiao looked at her 2 fingers that were swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye and pursed her lips in grievance. The Ghost King blocked it in time with his Qingfeng sword. Gu Jiao actually forced the Ghost King to use his sword. Although it was in an extremely cunning way, it still attracted the Ghost King's attention. The Ghost King did not give Gu Jiao any chance to struggle, nor did he leave any leeway. He raised the Qingfeng sword in his hand and stabbed it towards Gu Jiao's abdomen. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the Black Wind King rushed over. It let out an excited cry and knocked Gu Jiao away. Gu Jiao, who was knocked into the tree, was speechless. The Black Wind King pounced on the Ghost King. The Ghost King raised his sword and was about to cut off the Black Wind King's head, but it stopped in midair. The Black Wind King circled around the Ghost King and neighed excitedly. It rubbed its head against the Ghost King from time to time. It did not look like a 16-year-old horse. Instead, it looked like an excited pony. Gu Jiao lay on the tree and looked at it in confusion. "What's going on, boss? You rushed over here without a care for your own safety. So it wasn't to save me, you knocked me away because I was in the way." The Black Wind King circled around the man who was either a general or a Ghost King. The whole graveyard was filled with its eager and excited hooves. There was also a whimper of grievance. The Ghost King's stiff body finally reacted. He raised his cracked and rough hand and gently placed it on the Black Wind King's head. The Black Wind King rubbed its head against his palm. "Shao." He opened his mouth. His vocal cords had already shrunk after not speaking for many years. The voice in his throat sounded like it came from an old bellows. It was hoarse, broken, and unpleasant to the ears. "Ah, you, Shao, ah, you, is this the Black Wind King's name?" The Black Wind King jumped up and down excitedly. At this moment, its childhood came back. Its life was complete. After it finished its excitement, it suddenly quieted down. It looked at the Ghost King, who did not look like a human anymore. It seemed to have realized something and let out a sad cry. Gu Jiao lay on the tree and began to analyze the current situation. This mountain was the burial place of the Xianxia family. She did not know why she came to this conclusion. In fact, based on the information she had, it was impossible to infer this point. "I seem to be very familiar with the Ghost Mountain," Gu Jiao murmured to herself. In the dream where she foresaw her ending, she did not have any interaction with the Ghost Mountain. After all, the war with the Liang state and the Jin state took place 9 years later. At that time, Shang Guanqing had already died of poison. The real Ghost Mountain King was also dead. In this life, many things were different. But I still can't explain why I feel familiar with the Ghost Mountain. I didn't come here in that dream. Gu Jiao could not figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Even she herself did not understand the secrets of her body. Gu Jiao jumped down from the tree. The Ghost King raised his sword at Gu Jiao. The Black Wind King blocked him. Under his sharp and vigilant gaze, he walked step by step to Gu Jiao and rubbed his head against Gu Jiao. This was the person he wanted to protect. She was on his side. The Ghost King's Qingfeng sword fell. Gu Jiao walked over. Since they were on the same side, Gu Jiao did not hold back. Gu Jiao raised her bleeding face and said in a mighty and domineering manner, "Let me introduce myself. I am Gu Jiao, a comrade who fought side by side with Boss. Yes, little Ayu. I am also the new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry." As soon as she finished speaking, the Ghost King swung his sword again. Gu Jiao was completely caught off guard. What was wrong with what she said this time? But she did not suffer those attacks for nothing. At least she dodged this attack. It seemed that the real battle was the best shortcut to improve one's strength. But she did not manage to dodge the second attack. The tip of the Ghost King's sword stopped an inch away from her throat. This was because the Ghost King held back. Otherwise, she would have already become a ghost under his sword. Too weak. He said very slowly, put away his sword, and left with the Black Wind King. "So you attacked just now to test whether I am qualified to be the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? You should have at least said hello in advance, hero. You almost scared me to death." Gu Jiao brushed the dirt off her clothes and followed. On his left was the Black Wind King, and on his right was Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao hesitated and asked, "Are you from the Xianxia family?" He ignored Gu Jiao. When he was not attacking, his movements and expression were very slow, as if it was very strenuous. Did he think that a dead person walked like this? He did not answer. Gu Jiao did not find it strange. This person had been isolated from the world for many years and had long forgotten how to communicate with others. But he could say the name of the Black Wind King when he was young, which meant that he did not lose his memory. Of course, it was not ruled out that the brain had forgotten under normal circumstances. No one could remember everything they had experienced. Gu Jiao turned to look at the hair under the helmet. It was gray hair. His age was that of a grandfather's. Excluding Shan Yuanqing and his brothers. It could not be Shan Yuanli. Shan Yuanli's body was personally brought back for burial by Dukan, so it could not be fake. Moreover, if Shan Yuanli was still alive, then he had no reason to not go back and guard here with an identity that was neither human nor ghost. Gu Jiao followed him and looked him up and down. Fortunately, he did not seem to mind Gu Jiao's inspection. Gu Jiao noticed that his breathing was not very stable. He should have suffered a very serious internal injury and had not recovered. Living was torture for him. She did not know why he held on until now. Was it just to guard the graveyard of the Shanyuan army? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found online here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1055603884. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. As Gu Jiao thought about this, she slowed down and fell slightly behind. She wasn't in a hurry to catch up. Instead, she looked up at him and the Black Wind King. There was no doubt that only the Shanyuan family could make the Black Wind King so excited. Therefore, regardless of whether he answered or not, Gu Jiao was so sure. As for who he was from the Shanyuan family, Gu Jiao had a vague guess in her heart, but she needed further confirmation. The Ghost King brought a person and a horse, or to be exact, the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao was just along the way. She was now the Black Wind King's little follower. After walking for a long time, they exited the forest and entered another forest. They even crossed a small stream and arrived at another mountain. Gu Jiao didn't understand where he wanted to take them, and she felt that he was going in circles. Gu Jiao voiced the doubt in her heart, "Where do you want to take us? Are we going to where you live? Tell me the direction, and I'll find it myself. I promise I won't go in circles." The Ghost King paused for a few seconds, probably thinking about how to say those words. Then he thought of something and said slowly, "Look at the scenery." He wanted to take little Ayu to see the scenery behind the mountain. Gu Jiao was speechless. "Can we not see the scenery?" Objection overruled. Gu Jiao was sleepy, so she rode on the Black Wind King's horse and fell asleep. When she woke up, she found that she was no longer in the forest, but in a spacious cave. The walls of the cave were covered with night pearls, illuminating the whole cave. The Black Wind King silently guarded her. As for the Ghost King of the Shanyuan family, he wasn't there. Gu Jiao thought that he went to guard the graveyard again, so she stood up and went out to look for him. As soon as she reached the door, she saw him sitting outside the cave in the same posture as he did at the graveyard. Gu Jiao saw that there was no repulsive murderous aura around him, so she walked over and sat down beside him. The Black Wind King also walked out silently, looking as if he was going to keep an eye on his little brat so that he wouldn't be bullied by his old master. Gu Jiao asked, "Well, can I take your pulse? That's how polite you are when talking to big shots." "I'm a doctor," Gu Jiao said. He did not refuse. Gu Jiao took his arm and placed 3 fingers on his wrist to check his pulse. His pulse is very strange. Injuries were inevitable. However, it seemed that he was not just injured. There was a pulse in his body that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was this pulse that allowed him to erupt with unfathomable strength. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and said to him, "Your face is dirty. Let me wipe it for you." Then she took out a handkerchief and tentatively put it close to his face. Seeing that he did not refuse, she felt relieved and wiped all the dirt off his face. When the weathered face was completely exposed in front of Gu Jiao's guess was confirmed. "I saw your portrait in the library of the State Master's palace. You are..." Gu Jiao called out his name. "Hey, hey, hey! Wake up! Where is that guy?" In the small hut, Tang Yuashan was shaken awake by Shang Guanqing. Tang Yuashan could understand a little of the language of the Yan kingdom, but he could not speak it well. What? He asked in the language of the Zhao kingdom. Shang Guanqing switched to the language of the Zhao kingdom in a second. "I ask you, where is your companion?" "Eh? Who are you?" Tang Yuashan fainted when he entered the forest and woke up just now. He had no idea what had happened and did not realize that he had met someone who could speak the language of the Zhao kingdom in the territory of the Yan kingdom. Alas, forget it. Shang Guanqing sighed, "I'd better look for him myself. That guy probably went to the back of the mountain." Tang Yuashan looked at Shang Guanqing's back and did not understand what he was talking about. "Hey, did you see my companion?" "A guy in cyan with a red birthmark on the left side of his face." Shang Guanqing waved his hand. "Maybe he went to the back of the mountain. I'm looking for him too." Hearing this, Tang Yuashan did not have time to sleep. He quickly sat up and followed Shang Guanqing with his precious bow and arrow. The night wind blew and Tang Yuashan woke up a little. They were in a small village in a valley, and the forest in front of them was the place where he and Gu Jiao were ambushed. "Little brother, may I ask what happened just now?" he asked politely. Shang Guanqing said, "You and your companion were saved by me. Unfortunately, your companion was not obedient. I told him not to go to the back of the mountain, but he sneaked there in the middle of the night." Tang Yuashan was relieved when he heard that Gu Jiao was fine. Sneaking to the back of the mountain was nothing. There was no place in the world that the girl did not dare to go. The more you told her not to go, the more she wanted to go. Next time, just tell her to go to the back of the mountain. She would be too lazy to go. Tang Yuashan complained in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to Shang Guanqing, who was wearing a mask, and said, "Little brother, you speak the language of the Zhao kingdom well. Are you also from the Zhao kingdom?" Outside the cave, Gu Jiao fixed her eyes on his face. He looked a little different from the middle-aged man in the portrait. He had experienced many vicissitudes of life, but his outline and strength of character were the same as before. Gu Jiao called him again. Probably because he had not heard this name for many years, he was in a trance. After a long time, he murmured, "Xian Yuan Qi." Gu Jiao told him with certainty, "Yes, you are Xian Yuan Qi." "Dead," he said. Gu Jiao nodded, "That's right. Xian Yuan Qi is dead, but there is a second Lord of Shadow in the world." Dark Shadow. Confusion appeared in his eyes for a moment. It seemed that he had been guarding the graveyard alone for too long. His mind was a little absent-minded. Although he did not lose his memory, many of his memories were faded and confused. Xian Yuanli was the Grand Marshal, and Xian Yuan Qi was the Grand General. Both of them were unyielding men of the Xian Yuan family. They were the existence that made Jin and Liang tremble with fear. It was really sad that he had fallen into this situation. Gu Jiao said softly, "It's okay. Think about it slowly." He really began to think about it carefully. During this time, Gu Jiao did not disturb him. Liachen had always believed that Long Yi had killed Xian Yuan Qi, but in fact, Xian Yuan Qi was not dead. Gu Jiao was very curious. What happened between Long Yi and Xian Yuan Qi back then? Also, why did he believe that he was dead? Why was he not willing to let his corpse be buried in the ground? He closed his eyes and completely entered a state of selflessness. Gu Jiao waved her hand in front of his eyes. No reaction. "If I sneak attack you now, can I succeed?" As Gu Jiao said, she stretched out 2 fingers and poked at his eyes. He did not dodge in any way. Gu Jiao's fingers stopped an inch in front of his eyes in time. "You're right. Forget it, think about it. No one will come to the back of the mountain anyway." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sneaky sound of footsteps on the path in front of him. Gu Jiao looked at Xianxia, who was meditating beside her, and motioned for the Black Wind King to stay here while she went over to take a look. This cave was remote. She had to pass through the narrow gap between the two cliffs in front of the open space and push through a patch of bushes and thorns to reach the path outside. When Gu Jiao walked out, she coincidentally bumped into the person who came. Tang Yuashan was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a figure, and his bow and arrow were fully drawn. Gu Jiao said, "It's me." Tang Yuashan was stunned and looked at Gu Jiao. "Ah, it's really you." Fortunately, I reacted quickly, or I would have been exposed. "Ah, why are you so rough with your words? We're kindred spirits." Shang Guanqing withdrew his gaze from Tang Yuashan and walked quickly to Gu Jiao. "You didn't meet the old ghost king, did you?" "Ah? What's with the blood on your face?" Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. "Oh, young man, I was too angry and had a nosebleed." She would never admit that she couldn't beat that guy. Without giving Shang Guanqing a chance to find a flaw, she continued, "Besides, I met the old ghost king." Shang Guanqing didn't believe it and firmly believed that the young man in front of him was bragging. With this guy's skills, the old ghost king would definitely regard him as an enemy and tear him apart. Shang Guanqing snorted, "Then tell me, where is the old ghost king?" "We just went to the graveyard, but he wasn't there." Shang Guanqing had been to the back of the mountain several times, and every time he met the other party in the graveyard. Gu Jiao said mischievously, "So you haven't been to the old ghost king's lair? Are you a close friend of the old ghost king?" Shang Guanqing was poked in his sore spot and said angrily, "He invited me several times. I just didn't have the time to go." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Oh." Shang Guanqing. On the way here, Tang Yuashan had learned from Shang Guanqing that there was a very powerful guy living in the back of the mountain. There seemed to be something wrong with his brain and he was very wary of martial arts practitioners. "I don't know who's more powerful, me or him." "Forget it, it's not convenient to fight with the two young ones here." Tang Yuashan said, "Let's leave here first." Gu Jiao looked at the two of them and said, "You two go first, I have something to do." Tang Yuashan asked, "You're not going back to Ziyang tomorrow morning?" "I might not be able to, let's wait." Gu Jiao wasn't sure how long Xianxia would meditate, so she could only pause and say, "Let's wait a few days first." She had an unusually strong intuition that she couldn't leave the ghost mountain, or she would never see Xianxia again and miss the answer she wanted forever. Shang Guanqing looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. "You're not really going to see the old ghost king, are you?" Gu Jiao said, "You don't have to worry about me, but on your side, Jia Xingzhou and the assassins of the Sword Hut have gone back. Based on my understanding of Gong Sunyu, he won't let it go. Early tomorrow morning, the Jin army will enter the mountain to suppress the bandits." Shang Guanqing snorted and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428626/10555894. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. More novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. What will come will come. It's useless to be afraid. From the first day they entered the Ghost Mountain, they knew that the war outside would spread here one day. They were not afraid of fighting. They would rather die than become the dogs of the Jin state. Shang Guanqing and Tang Yuashan returned to the village first. Gu Jiao went to guard Xianxia at the entrance of the cave. He had protected others for most of his life. This was probably the first time someone had protected him silently. Gu Jiao sat cross-legged next to him. She looked at him deeply and said softly, "You must remember soon, Xianxia." Tang Yuashan didn't go back to sleep after he returned. He stood at the entrance of the village with a big bow on his back, staring in the direction of the forest. When the sky was misty, a ghost soldier quickly came out of the forest and reported to Xianxia, the Jin state has sent out their troops. They're coming toward the ghost mountain. Xianxia asked, how many troops did they send? The ghost soldier opened his mouth and said reluctantly, 20,000. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and frowned. Obviously, this number was beyond his expectation. Gongsun had sent 20,000 regular troops to deal with the 300 bandits in the Ghost Mountain. He really thought highly of the Ghost Mountain. Tell them not to light any fires in the morning. Do everything according to the plan, Xianxia ordered. Yes. The ghost soldier quickly returned to the forest after receiving the order. Tang Yuashan entered his room and asked, is the Jin state army coming? Xianxia nodded. He didn't look as calm as last night. 20,000 troops, he said. Tang Yuashan's eyes trembled. What? 20,000? Is Gongsun crazy? He sent 20,000 troops to deal with the Ghost Mountain. Xianxia said, Gongsun's grandfather was buried in the Ghost Mountain. Maybe he has an unusual anger toward the Ghost Mountain. But you're right. He's crazy. Tang Yuashan asked, is there a retreat route? What's behind the mountain? Xianxia said seriously, it's a lake, a boundless lake. That meant that there was no way to withdraw. Tang Yuashan asked again, what about the east and west? Xianxia said, there's a lake after climbing over the mountain. There aren't enough boats in the village. Tang Yuashan sensed that the situation was not good. Then, Xianxia's expression suddenly relaxed. Don't worry too much. Ghost Mountain is not as weak as you think. Although 20,000 Jin soldiers are troublesome, they can still hide from them. We will be safe when the Imperial Court's forces come to take back Puching City. Tang Yuashan looked at him strangely. Half an hour later, Tang Yuashan realized that he was serious about hiding. He hit the stone bell at the entrance of the village 3 times. After a short while, the villagers came out of their houses one after another. They were all ready to go. Tang Yuashan's jaw dropped. Seriously? So fast? Xianxia enjoyed Tang Yuashan's expression package very much. He raised his eyebrows and said, I packed it up last night. Otherwise, why would the villagers not sleep when it was so late at night? Were they doing farm work? The moment the Jin army entered the mountain, he immediately started the emergency plan. Although it was a few days earlier than expected, it was not a big deal. Tang Yuashan said, I'll go to the front. Xianxia said, no, you're responsible for protecting the villagers. The ghost soldiers in front will withdraw soon. Ghost Mountain was not the home field during the day. Xianxia would not make unnecessary sacrifices if he could not win. Tang Yuashan looked at Xianxia in surprise. The boy had a charisma that made people trust him. He was so young, but he was calm, courageous, and resourceful, but not radical. Was it an illusion? Why did he suddenly think of old Xiao? There was a mechanism in the ancient well in the village. After it was opened, there would be a hole in the wall of the well. Xianxia arranged 2 ghost soldiers who were familiar with the secret passage to take the lead and then evacuated the villagers into the passage one by one. What shocked Tang Yuashan the most was that no one, from old man Kuei to the 3-year-old children, cried out in fear, nor did they show any signs of panic. Everyone obeyed Xianxua's arrangement. This was an unreserved trust. He thought of Marquis Xianping again. Although Marquis Xianping looked frivolous, wherever he went, the hearts of the people were stirred up. He used to blame it on Marquis Xianping's face, but this boy did not show his face at all. Xianxia looked back and interrupted his thoughts. It's your turn, Marshal Tang. Tang Yuashan was shocked. Wait. I didn't say I was the marshal. I only said my surname was Tang. Could it be that the last said it? Yes, it must be. This boy can't know me. Tang Yuashan and Xianxia also entered the passage in the ancient well. The entrance looked small, but it was not narrow. Tang Yuashan, who was middle-aged and fat, could crawl in it without feeling crowded. After crawling for 10 feet, the passage became higher and wider, and he could walk with his body bent. Are the ghost soldiers still behind? Tang Yuashan asked. Xianxia bent forward and walked in front. Yes, they'll be here soon. Tang Yueshan asked, then? Shang Guanqing said, then this passage will be sealed. This actually meant that they had given up on the village. But as long as they were alive, there was hope for them to rebuild their home. They walked underground for a long time. The passage became wider and wider as they walked. In the end, they could even walk upright. The candlesticks on the walls of the passage had been lit, and the light reflected on everyone's faces. Tang Yueshan followed at a moderate pace. He thought of something and asked, by the way, there was a passage in the forest where the battle took place yesterday, right? What if the Jin army found it? Shang Guanqing paused and sighed. Then it would be terrible. Xingzhou led 20,000 soldiers into the Ghost Mountain, accompanied by Elder Lu of the Sword Hut and 2 disciples who were good at martial arts. Xingzhou and his team rode horses, while the others walked. It was not that they were reluctant to send cavalry, but the terrain of the Ghost Mountain was not suitable for cavalry. You didn't find anything after searching for a long time? Xingzhou asked, Elder Lu, are you sure that the battle took place in this forest last night? Elder Lu said indifferently, I'm sure, and there must be traps and arrays in this forest. Xingzhou said, but we have searched for 2 hours and found nothing. General. A soldier lying on the ground suddenly shouted, we found a passage here. Xingzhou hurried over. When he reached the entrance of the passage, the soldier had already gone down. Not long after, the soldier came up with dust all over his face. He picked up a skeleton claw and said, there are passages down here, leading to different places. They must have been playing tricks down here. Xingzhou ordered his 2 deputies, take some people down there and search. Yes. Considering that the ghost soldiers were sinister and cunning, and that they could easily destroy Min Hongyi's 500 soldiers with only 300 soldiers, they took a lot of people down there. They made a major discovery in the passage. The skeletons that broke out of the ground, the bleeding trees, and the corpses of birds turned out to be traps inside, a bunch of guys playing tricks, Xingzhou said indifferently, it seems that it will be over soon. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a terrible explosion underground. The ground shook, and then there were screams coming from the passage one after another. Xingzhou's face changed, what happened? Answer me. Only screams. Answered him. So it's really tragic. Shang Guanqing said, once the self-destruction mechanism is activated, no one will be left alive. And it will cut off the passage to the village forever. Wow. Tang Yueshan was secretly amazed. What was the saying, reading 10,000 books was not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. This trip to the Yan Kingdom had broadened his horizons. It turned out that a war could be fought in this way. Tang Yueshan sincerely admired him. How did you think of digging so many tunnels? And set up such ingenious traps? Shang Guanqing said, it's not me. When I came to Ghost Mountain, there were already underground passages. I just figured out how to use those traps. According to the booklet stolen from the old Ghost King, he couldn't say this, otherwise how could he show off? The last ghost soldier also entered the passage, and the entrance of the well was completely blocked by the trap boulder. They walked for a while and came to a natural underground cave. The cave was big and long, and there was a stream gurgling through it. The villagers and ghost soldiers sat on the ground together. There was an inexhaustible water source here, and everyone had prepared enough dry food. It was not a problem to hide for a month. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Tang Yueshan wouldn't have believed that there was such a marvelous project in the world. What kind of god dug this? Why did he dig it? Tang Yueshan asked. Will the Jin army dig 3 feet underground? No, Shang Guanqing said. Shang Guanqing said, I put a boat on the lake of Dongshan Mountain and made some traces of our escape on the shore. They should think that we left by boat overnight. No wonder you told everyone not to make a fire in the morning. If they made a fire in the morning, the Jin army would know that they were still there last night. Then the boat on the lake couldn't have gone far. But if they escaped overnight, it was not strange that they couldn't see the boat on the lake. The little Ghost King's plan was really flawless. Old Xiao, I found a guy as cunning as you. When I take him back and take him as my godson, let's see if you can still show off in front of me in the future. Tang Yueshan said again, the back of the mountain. Shang Guanqing said, you've been there yourself. The Ghost King's lair is very hidden. The Jin army can't find it. That was true. Then the next step was to wait in the cave. They would wait for the Jin army to leave voluntarily, or the imperial court to attack and force them to leave. The latter was more likely. Old Xiao, we are trapped in Ghost Mountain. You must come quickly. Digression, Third Watch, please give me a wave of monthly votes. While the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/10555885. HTML Genius memorized the website address www.zhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile version reading website mzhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. After losing hundreds of men in the forest, Xianxia's expression became ugly. If it was said that he was following orders to suppress the bandits earlier, and not to avenge Menhongi, then right now, he really wanted to ferret out those cunning fellows and kill them one by one, daring to fool him, Xianxia. They were really tired of living. Later on, he increased his guard and brought in soldiers from the city who were proficient in divination. The 8 trigrams formation in the forest was broken and the army finally passed through this dangerous area and came to the entrance of the village. A small stream connected the valley to the village and the wooden bridge above it had been cut off. However, the river was not wide and it was not a problem to build a temporary wooden bridge. I'll have to trouble Elder Lu, Xianxia said. Elder Lu sat on the horse and turned his head, gesturing to the 2 disciples behind him. The 2 disciples understood and pulled out their swords from their waists. Then, they chopped down the 2 big trees at lightning speed and split them in half. Xianxia's deputy general called over a few capable soldiers and used ropes to tie the wood together. The curved parts were embedded in the mud and spears were used to fix the 2 sides to prevent the wooden bridge from flipping over. This process only took half an hour and could be said to be extremely fast. The Jin army's war horses could not cross such an unreliable, dangerous bridge and could not cross it like the Black Wind King. Xianxia and his men could only dismount and walk across the bridge. A deputy general said, I heard that the Yan country's Black Wind cavalry is very strong. Once we beat them, I'll capture the Black Wind King and give it to General Jia. Xianxia did not reply, but he was a little tempted. The Black Wind cavalry was the strongest cavalry of the 6 countries. Other than the cavalry's combat skills, their war horses were 1 in 10,000. Especially the Black Wind King, they were simply war gods among horses. When he was young, he once had the opportunity to witness Xianyuan Li's Black Wind King. He was so scared that he couldn't sleep for 3 days. Even now, when he thought about it, his heart still palpitated. Of course, he wouldn't be frightened by a horse anymore. But if he could conquer such a war god horse, it wouldn't be a disgrace to his reputation as a valiant general. I wonder if my lord is interested in the Black Wind King. If she is, then there's basically no chance for me. In just an instant, Xianxia had already planned the fate of the Black Wind King in his mind. The Jin army entered the village. The deputy general sighed, this village is not small. It can accommodate a few hundred people. He ordered his subordinates, you guys, search every house. Yes. The soldiers accepted the order and split into 2 teams. One team searched for the villagers' residence, while the other searched for the ghost soldiers' camp. The result was disappointing. Other than finding a few wild boars that they couldn't take away, they didn't even see a shadow of a person. Escaped? Xianxia frowned. He called over the 2 spies who stayed behind last night and asked, did you find anything last night? The first spy reported, replying to the general, the 2 of us were lying in ambush at the entrance of Ghost Mountain last night. We confirmed that no one came out of Ghost Mountain. Xianxia randomly entered a kitchen and reached his hand into the stove to feel it. It was cold. He ordered, check the other stoves. Yes. The soldiers checked one by one. None of the stoves had any temperature. With the current weather, if a fire was lit in the morning, the stove would still have some residual heat. Suddenly, another soldier walked over quickly. He cupped his fists and saluted, General. There's a discovery on the eastern mountain. Xianxia brought his subordinates to the location the deputy general mentioned. The Green Mountains were surrounded by sparkling water. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see. Ghost Mountain was surrounded by water on 3 sides. There was only one entrance, which was the southern mountain. At this moment, on the shore of the eastern mountain, everyone found a large number of footprints and traces of ships that had docked there. There were even some scattered items such as shoes and purses. There was also a small boat on the shore. The bottom of the boat was leaking. Judging from the new cut on the wooden planks, it was newly left behind. Combined with the evidence that there was no fire in the stove in the morning, everyone could not help but imagine the scene of the villagers escaping in the night. It was dark, they could not see the road, dropped things all over the ground, and even accidentally damaged the small boat. Everything was reasonable. There was no other explanation. If Min Hongyi was here, he would definitely lead the army to the other side of the lake to catch the villagers. However, Xianxia was not so simple. Zhongqing. He called his deputy general. Where is the other side of the lake? I have not been there either, Zhongqing said. He was a spy planted in Pu City by the Jin Kingdom. He was very familiar with the terrain of Pu City, except for Ghost Mountain, which was like a forbidden area. Xianxia said, repair the boat and send 2 people who know how to swim over to look for them. Yes. Regarding Xianxia's decision, Shang Guanqing had already predicted it. Shang Guanqing was not worried at all. This was because there was only a small boat here. It could only seat 2 to 3 people at most. The lake was very big. There were green mountains on both sides of the lake. At the end of the Green Mountains, there was a very steep waterfall. Those who had not been there would not be able to return. Of course, with Xianxia's intelligence, he would not only make one plan. As expected, Xianxia immediately instructed the remaining deputy general. You guys have to look around. You have to search every mountain. Pay attention to the hidden caves and entrances. Don't miss any clues. Everyone received the order and dispersed. Gu Jiao sat at the entrance of the cave. She already knew that the Jin army had entered the mountain. She also heard the sounds of Shang Guanqing leading the villagers to leave. At this moment, the Jin army was wantonly searching. She did not know if they would find any clues. 2 Jin soldiers pushed aside the bushes outside the crevice. From the outside, it looked like no one could enter the crevice. The 2 took out their swords and poked inside. Then, they left in disappointment. Wave after wave of Jin soldiers came, but they did not find the cave behind the crevice. There were trees and grass outside the cave. There was food and water inside the cave. There was no need to worry about starving. Gu Jiao glanced at Shan Yuanqi, who was still in a meditative state. Then, she continued to meditate and protect him. The Jin army's search lasted until evening. They had almost searched the entire Ghost Mountain but still found nothing. In a large cave with a gurgling stream, 300 ghost soldiers were stationed beside the stream. Behind them were more than 500 villagers from the village. A few ghost soldiers who had returned from the various passages reported the situation on the ground to Shang Guanqing. They seemed to have stopped searching. But Xianxia did not immediately give the order to retreat. He seems to be waiting for the Jin army who went to search the lake to return. Those 2 Jin soldiers were most likely killed. He won't be able to wait. Shang Guanqing nodded. If he can't wait, he only has 2 guesses. One is that they met with an accident. The other is that they were killed by us. Xianxia may guess the latter. There are no other boats here. He has to go to the city to transport them. Plus, he has to search the lake and the shore. This can delay him for a few more days. Then, he turned around and looked at the nervous villagers sitting on the ground. He said, "Don't be afraid. We are very safe now. If they can't find us, they will naturally believe that we have successfully moved." Then what? A villager asked. Then, the imperial court's army will attack us. It was Tang Yuashan who spoke. He walked forward and said to the villagers, whose eyes were full of hope, "Today, the imperial court's army is attacking the Liang army. After that, they will come to Pucheng to deal with the Jin army." Shang Guanqing translated. Everyone thought it was a dialect. Sure, you did not think much about it. The villager said excitedly, "So, we will all be saved?" Tang Yuashan said, "Of course. The imperial court's army will arrive in at most 5 days. Attacking the Liang army, capturing the Nangong family, and taking back the new city. With old Zhao's speed, 5 days was enough. Old Zhao's daughter-in-law was still here. If they did not arrive in 5 days, old Xiao would definitely guess that he and the girl were in trouble. He would definitely speed up the attack on Pucheng." Shang Guanqing repeated his words in the language of the Yan kingdom. "How do you know?" another villager asked. "I." Tang Yuashan opened his mouth, thinking about how to explain his identity. Shang Guanqing put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "He is Marshal Tang, who was sent by the imperial court." Everyone present was from the border and did not know much about the high-ranking officials of the imperial court. However, when they heard that it was the marshal, they immediately believed his words and rekindled their hope. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They all put their hearts back into their stomachs. Tang Yuashan said softly, "Isn't it a little bit?" Shang Guanqing raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't say which marshal or which imperial court he is." Tang Yuashan was speechless. He wanted to say something but suddenly noticed the movement above. He hurriedly put his finger to his lips and gestured for silence. The villagers were very cooperative. Even little Ling, who was more than a year old, covered her mouth with her little hand under her brother's signal. Little Ling was obedient. Little Ling did not speak. The cave suddenly became silent. "Okay, let's camp here tonight." They heard the voice of the Jin army. The border trade of Pucheng was developed. Before the outbreak of the war, there were many shops opened by the merchants of the Jin kingdom in the city. Basically, the people here could speak both the Jin kingdom and the Yan kingdom. The Jin army actually camped above them. It was a lucky hit. Shang Guanqing gestured and said, "Don't worry. Just keep quiet." Everyone nodded. It happened that it was late now. They should sleep. When they woke up, the Jin army should have left. "Don't sleep if you snore," Shang Guanqing whispered. Tang Yuashan just lay down with his bow and then sat up with a dark face. At night, everyone on the ground and underground fell asleep. Ghost Mountain fell into silence. Tang Yuashan did not dare to sleep too deeply. He found an open space with his bow and sat down. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes from time to time. In the middle of the night, he heard an unusual sound. It seemed to be a painful groan. He frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. With the light of the luminous pearls on the wall, he saw that it was a pregnant woman with a big belly who was groaning in pain. Tang Yuashan remembered that she was the mother of the little girl, Little Ling. Her husband was killed by the Jin army in Pucheng. She was rescued by Shang Guanqing and brought back to Ghost Mountain with her son and daughter. The ghost soldiers on duty were patrolling somewhere else. Tang Yuashan was the only one awake at the moment. Tang Yuashan looked at her in confusion. He did not understand what had happened to her. The next second, Tang Yuashan saw that she took out a dagger and cut her own neck with her teeth clenched. Tang Yuashan's heart skipped a beat. He flashed over and grabbed her wrist. He lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing?" The moment she took out the dagger, he almost thought that she was a spy. Who knew that she was going to commit suicide? The woman's surname was Zhang. She was soaked in cold sweat and her face was pale. Tang Yuashan vaguely realized something. He looked at her painful expression and her bulging belly. You're not going to give birth, are you? What's going on?" Shang Guanqing woke up from his sleep and walked over. He looked at the water stains under the woman's dress and frowned. He said calmly, "The water broke. The baby is going to be born." Mrs. Zhang was only 8 months pregnant. It was not the expected date. Maybe it was because of too much pressure that she gave birth prematurely. Mrs. Zhang endured a wave of terrible pain. She choked with tears in her eyes. "I can't give birth. I can't," Jean Jun was on the ground. Once her child was born, the cries would expose everyone's hiding place. She cried in pain and despair. I'll die. Little Ing will die. Little Hui will die. You will all die. She couldn't ruin the lives of her children and the whole village just because of a baby in her belly. Shang Guanqing looked at little Ing, who was snoring next to her. He looked back at the sleeping villagers and made a decision in his heart. He said seriously, I'll take you to another place to give birth. You have to bear with it. Mrs. Zhang choked. Won't we be exposed? Shang Guanqing said, many premature babies don't cry loudly. If we go further away, we may not be discovered. If it really comes to that point, I'll kill him myself. Tang Yuashan was shocked. He actually understood. He looked at Shang Guanqing in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this child could say such words. For him, cruelty was a more difficult choice than kindness. But if he didn't do it, thousands of people would lose their lives. Compared with letting Mrs. Zhang's hands be stained with the child's blood, he would rather do it himself and let himself bear this shadow for the rest of his life. Mrs. Zhang nodded with tears in her eyes. Shang Guanqing woke up an old woman in the village and called a few ghost soldiers. He ordered them to do something. The ghost soldiers found an emergency stretcher in the cave and carried Mrs. Zhang away. Shang Guanqing woke up an old woman and asked her to help take care of Mrs. Zhang's children, lest they feel uneasy and scared when they woke up and found that their mother was gone. What happened? The old woman asked. The villagers woke up one after another. Because they were trapped in the cave, everyone's mental state was extremely tense. Even the slightest movement of the wind would cause them to be extremely afraid. Shang Guanqing stood under the cold pearl light and said calmly, I'll take care of it. Go to sleep. He exuded an aura that made people believe in him. They didn't ask any more questions. They nodded and went to sleep obediently. Tang Yuashan went with him to the place where Mrs. Zhang gave birth. It was a small cave at least 100 feet away from here. It was originally used for storage. Mrs. Zhang was lying flat on the ground on a stretcher. The old woman was not a midwife. Compared to men, she had more experience in childbirth. She accompanied Mrs. Zhang to give birth inside, while Shang Guanqing and others all stayed outside the cave. Do you have any wood? The old woman came out and asked. How big do you want? Shang Guanqing asked. The old woman said, it doesn't need to be too big. Let her bite it in her mouth so that she won't make too much noise and hurt herself. Shang Guanqing pulled out the cork on the water bag. Is this okay? The old woman shook her head. No. What about this? Shang Guanqing pulled out the wooden hairpin on his head. The old woman shook her head again. No. Shang Guanqing hesitated for a moment, then took out a very old wooden dagger from his arms and handed it to the old woman. The old woman smiled. This should be enough. Then she turned around and went into the small cave with the dagger. Tang Yuashan noticed that Shang Guanqing's expression showed a moment of disappointment. Was the small wooden dagger something very precious? But it didn't look precious. If he liked it, he could carve 10 or 8 daggers for him when he became his godson. Mrs. Zhang's labor pains began during the day. At this time, her uterus was completely open, but she still couldn't give birth. Oh, I'm afraid it's not good. The old woman came out anxiously and said to Shang Guanqing, Mrs. Zhang is having a difficult labor. Women had to go through the gates of hell to give birth. Once they had a difficult labor, it was very likely that both the mother and the baby would die. Tang Yuashan punched himself in the palm of his hand and muttered, if only that girl was here. What's wrong? A familiar young man's voice suddenly appeared at the other end of the passage. The 2 ghost soldiers quickly became alert. It's me. Gu Jiao said. Shang Guanqing waved his hand and the 2 ghost soldiers stepped aside. Gu Jiao pushed open a secret door and climbed out. She patted the dust off her body and whispered, it's hard to find here. Shang Guanqing looked at her suspiciously. Did you come from the back mountain? Gu Jiao said, where else could I come from? From the camp of the Jin army? Shang Guanqing couldn't hide his surprise. There's a tunnel in the back mountain? And it's connected here? What? You don't know? Well, she just found out. She was bored and strolled around Xianxia's cave residence. Then she accidentally touched a mechanism and fell into a tunnel. She wanted to walk back, but she didn't expect to meet them after walking around. Tang Yuashan grabbed her wrist and walked over. You came at the right time. A woman is having a difficult labor. Go in and have a look. Is she a virgin or a menstruating woman? After asking, Gu Jiao saw the two people's confused faces. She said, Oh, has she given birth before? She had 2 children, Shang Guanqing said. Gu Jiao asked, when did it happen? Shang Guanqing said, I don't know the details. She has been enduring it. Okay, I see. Gu Jiao entered the small cave where Mrs. Zhang gave birth. Mrs. Zhang's face was pale, and she was biting a small wooden dagger. There was no dry spot on her body, and even the stretcher under her was soaked with sweat. Do you feel like you're going to go to the toilet? Gu Jiao asked. She nodded with difficulty. Gu Jiao checked her. The cervix was open, but the fetus was not in the right position. It was not ready for a cesarean section. Fortunately, her amniotic fluid was not broken, and the fetus could still swim in the womb. The orthodontic surgery that she stole from the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor in her previous life should come in handy. I hope it's useful for you. Time ticked by. Shang Guanqing and Tang Yuashan were guarding outside the cave. They looked calm, but their palms were sweating. Tang Yuashan never dreamed that he would one day be guarding a woman to deliver a baby. What was going on? He paced up and down in the tunnel, talking to himself in a low voice. It's been a long time. Could it be that she can't give birth? No, that girl's medical skills are so good. Why didn't I know that giving birth is so dangerous? Sister-in-law has worked hard giving birth. I'll make it up to her when I go back. With Mrs. Zhang's last groan, a baby with bruises all over his body fell to the ground. It was a baby boy. Although he was less than a month old, he was not small. Why, is there no crying? Mrs. Zhang looked weakly at the baby in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao grabbed the little boy's feet, lifted him up, and spanked his little butt a few times. The little boy finally moved. He clenched his little fists, opened his little mouth, and cried. His crying was so loud that it made Shang Guanqing and Tang Yuashan's hair stand on end. What happened to the premature baby? Even a full-term baby wouldn't cry as loud as him, right? In the tent on the ground, Jia Xingzhou and Elder Lu opened their eyes almost at the same time. Both of them had good hearing, but they were not sure if they had heard wrongly. The two of them walked out of their respective tents. When Jia Xingzhou saw Elder Lu, he was half sure. Did you? Elder Lu nodded. I thought I heard wrongly. It seems that General Jia heard it too. Jia Xingzhou chuckled. It's not a ghost crying in the middle of the night, is it? Elder Lu said indifferently, if General Jia believes in ghosts, I have nothing to say. Jia Xingzhou said coldly, even if there is a ghost, I will find the crying little ghost. Elder Lu said, the sound seems to be coming from underground. The two of them lay down and put their ears to the ground. At this moment, lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a clap of thunder. Wah, the baby's crying was perfectly covered by the thunder. The two of them stood up. Jia Xingzhou asked, Elder Lu, what do you think? Elder Lu said with amusement, the commander of this operation is General Jia. I will listen to General Jia's orders. Jia Xingzhou looked up at the lightning that was jumping on the dome like a dragon, smiled, and said, they are really lucky. No, we are really lucky. A confident smile appeared on Elder Lu's face. Although the thunder is dense and covers the baby's cries, we can be sure that there are people underground. We just need to dig 3 feet underground and we will definitely dig them out. Underground. Madame Zhang had fainted from exhaustion. Gu Jiao hugged the crying little guy and stuffed his thumb into his own mouth. He didn't even suck twice before he fell asleep. The people in the passage heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Yuashan asked with the last hope, the first sound was not covered by the thunder just now. We shouldn't be so unlucky to be discovered, right? Shang Guanqing sent the ghost soldiers to investigate the situation. The information he got was that the Jin army on the ground had all been awakened by Jia Xingzhou. It seems that they have discovered us and are preparing to dig the ground. But they don't seem to be sure of our specific location. They started digging in the village. The ghost soldiers reported. Tang Yuashan guessed it from his expression. He closed his eyes. As expected, there was no such thing as luck on the battlefield. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Shang Guanqing clenched his fists. Tang Yuashan knew what he was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, "It's not your fault. This place is actually very hidden. Ordinary crying can't be heard." These were not comforting words. He remembered that when Tang Ming was born, he was strong, but his crying was not as loud as this baby. His baby was comparable to Tang Ming's baby. Seeing that Shang Guanqing did not speak, he asked, "Do you really want to kill this baby?" Shang Guanqing looked at the baby in Gu Jiao's arms. He slowly loosened his clenched fists and sighed, "We've been exposed. Killing him won't help." Gu Jiao asked Shang Guanqing, "How long can you hold them off?" Shang Guanqing took a deep look at Gu Jiao and asked, "What do you want to do?" Gu Jiao lowered her head and took the baby's finger out of his mouth. She said, "He will still cry when he wakes up. When the thunder stops, the Jin army can easily find your location. I'll take him away." Shang Guanqing said, "Where are we going? The Ghost King's lair? We'll be exposed." Gu Jiao said, "No, back to Cuyang." Shang Guanqing was shocked. Gu Jiao said calmly, "I'll go back to Cuyang to get reinforcements. Give me 2 days. The Black Wind Cavalry and the Imperial Army will arrive at the city. This would be the final battle." "It's useless." Shang Guanqing turned around. "Even if you get out of Ghost Mountain, you can't get out of Puching. It was easy to enter Puching, but difficult to get out. Moreover, the checkpoint at the city gate must be stricter if they wanted to catch people from Ghost Mountain. Even if he did it himself, he might not be able to successfully send them out of the city." Gu Jiao said, "We'll know if we can get out or not. Besides, you guard Ghost Mountain. I'll find a way to get out of the city. You just need to tell me which passage leads out of Ghost Mountain." In her dictionary, there was no such thing as retreating. Shang Guanqing asked, "Are you sure you want to do this? It's dangerous." She was not afraid of danger, but she thought of Shan Yuanqi. At this moment, she still had a strong intuition that if she left here, she might never see him again. Those secrets would also be sealed forever. 1,000 lives and the truth she wanted to find out. Without any hesitation, she made a choice in her heart. Digression, Shan Yuanqi, I heard that you want to leave me behind. Jiao Jiao, *, the battle was almost over. The chapter of Yan Kingdom was coming to an end. The latest chapter of this book was not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was updated faster. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that could not be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1055364990. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Madame Zhang did not expect that she would give birth prematurely. When she packed her luggage, she did not bring the baby's clothes. Gu Jiao had no choice but to find a clean set of clothes to wrap him up. Then, she used the cloth to wrap the child in front of her chest. Tang Yuashan wanted to share her burden, but he didn't dare to touch the newborn baby. He was afraid that his hands and feet were too clumsy, and he would accidentally break his thin little arm. He carried his big bow on his back, dozens of arrows in the quiver, and a long sword at his waist. Gu Jiao's weapon was the silver spear that Black Impermanence threw to her. Although it was not as good as her red tasseled spear, it felt good. The failure and success of this operation were 50-50. If the newborn baby followed them, he might be killed by the Jin army. But they had to do it for the lives of the 1,000 people underground. Are you sure you don't need to bring more people? Shang Wanqing asked. Gu Jiao said, no, old Tang and I are enough. More people are not good for hiding. Tang Yuashan agreed, yes, and you don't have many people. You'd better stay to deal with the Jin army. Shang Wanqing didn't insist. Before leaving, Mrs. Zhang woke up. Gu Jiao gave the baby to her and asked her to feed him. After feeding the baby, Mrs. Zhang gave the baby to Gu Jiao with tears in her eyes. Shang Wanqing led the way, and 2 ghost soldiers covered the back. They walked in the winding passage. The deeper they went, the more Tang Yuashan was amazed by the magic of these underground passages. If there was such a siege in Yueqing city of the Zhao kingdom, the Chen kingdom's army would have been wiped out. There are few ghost soldiers, but the passage is like an underground maze. It's narrow and difficult to pass through. 20,000 soldiers can't come in at once. If they come in one by one, they will be easily defeated one by one. He muttered to himself. He was more confident about the survival of Shang Wanqing and the villagers. Of course, the Jin army was not weak. Every time a group of people died, they could figure out the rule of a passage. The longer it took, the more unfavorable it was for the ghost soldiers. We have to let the imperial army of the Yan kingdom come as soon as possible. F***ck, I didn't even worry this much when I was fighting in Zhao country, forget it. Everything was for his godson. We're here. Shang Wanqing stopped at the end of the tunnel. He held the oil lamp in his hand and shone it on the wall. Behind this wall is the tunnel that leads to the entrance of Ghost Mountain. After you leave, this tunnel will be destroyed and no one will be able to enter. Let me ask you one last time. Have you thought it through? Even if you were killed at the entrance of Ghost Mountain, I wouldn't be able to save you. I know, Gu Jiao said. Shang Wanqing carried the oil lamp, and the dim light fell on Gu Jiao's young and calm face. The red birthmark bloomed like a beautiful flower in the dark night. Shang Wanqing said, although we haven't known each other for long, you have a familiar aura. Because we are family, little Days Qing. Gu Jiao said seriously, open the passage. I will get you out of here and take you to see your father, your mother, and your brother. You are everyone's savior, so please hold on, Shao Qing. Gu Jiao and Tang Yuashan went out of the passage. There was a very slight sound of sand flowing from underground. It was the passage being filled up by the mechanism. Tang Yuashan and Gu Jiao came behind a big tree. They were dozens of steps away from Ghost Mountain. But the tricky thing was that there were hundreds of soldiers of Jin guarding there. They couldn't force their way in. They didn't ride the Black Wind cavalry and would be easily caught up by the cavalry of Jin army. Tang Yuashan made a gesture and said silently, let's go around them from behind. It was not yet dawn and it was dark all around. If they were careful, they could avoid it. The premise was that the little fellow didn't cry. Gu Jiao looked at the sleeping little fellow and nodded slightly. Who is it? A Jin army soldier turned his head and shouted. It's a wild rabbit. His companion smiled and caught the wild rabbit. We'll roast it later. Gu Jiao and Tang Yuashan quietly walked behind the two. Ghost Mountain was high and it was very cold at night. More than half of the Jin army had gone to rest. Only a dozen soldiers were around the campfire, warming themselves while guarding the entrance. No one noticed that not far away, there were 2 silhouettes quietly passing by. Just as the 2 of them were about to walk out of the forest, Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Tang Yuashan asked her with his eyes. Gu Jiao said, I think I stepped on something. Tang Yuashan was about to speak, but the next second, he also froze. He swallowed and continued to make eye contact. I think I stepped on something too. The 2 of them raised their heads at the same time, only to see several rows of sharp knives hanging from the lush branches above their heads. The shiny tips of the knives were aimed at them. If they let go of their feet, it would rain knives from the sky. This was not an ordinary knife rain. It was made of silk and moved faster than arrows. Even an Hun would not be able to dodge it. It's over. It's over. This is what it means to die before the battle begins. Tang Yuashan said, is the Jin army that powerful? Gu Jiao said. I think it's Shang Wanqing. This was supposed to be a way to deal with the Jin army. Unfortunately, she and Tang Yuashan were the ones who stepped on it. Tang Yuashan said, what do we do now? Wait. Gu Jiao said, wait for the children to cry and we'll be exposed. Or wait for the Jin army to patrol and we'll still be exposed. Tang Yuashan was speechless. Okay, I'm going to relieve myself. One of the Jin army soldiers stood up and stretched. He rubbed his hands and sighed. It's so cold on the mountain. His companion teased him, lazy people poop a lot. Who else is going? Why? Are you afraid of ghosts? Aren't you? Okay, let's go together. This time it was completely over. With more than a dozen people coming together, there was no way they could hide anymore. Gu Jiao gripped her silver spear tightly. Then let's fight our way out. Tang Yuashan said, grab someone to block the knives. Gu Jiao said, got it. More than 10 Jin army soldiers came into the forest. The two of them were ready to be exposed. They hoped that the Jin army would not shoot them. Instead, it would be better if they got closer. One of the Jin army soldiers who was a little drunk unbuckled his belt. He glanced at them and asked uncertainly, huh? Is there someone over there? They did not even care about their pants. They quickly took out the bows on their backs. Shoot. F*CK, they were really coming to kill them. Tang Yuashan's scalp went numb. How could they dodge? If they let go, they would be stabbed to death. If they did not, they would be shot into a sieve. In the nick of time, a ghostly shadow flashed over. It grabbed Gu Jiao with one hand and Tang Yuashan with the other. With a swoosh, it took them away from the spot. A rain of knives fell from the sky and cut the arrows in half. Let's go and take a look, said one of the Jin army soldiers. They fastened their belts and came to the scene. When they looked carefully, they were all dumbfounded. There was no one on the ground. There was only a prey that had been stabbed. What? It's just a stupid roe deer. One of the Jin army soldiers muttered, it seems that it triggered the trap here. Another Jin army soldier said, I told you that the forest is not safe. We should be careful in the future. Don't step on any traps. Gu Jiao and Tang Yuashan were taken into an underground tunnel by the shadow that suddenly appeared. Gu Jiao had guessed who it was. But she still took out a torch and shone it. When she saw the old face, she felt a long-lost feeling in her heart. It was as if the person she had been waiting for finally appeared. It's you, she said. Who is he? Tang Yuashan asked. Gu Jiao looked at the man in armor and said, General of the Yan Kingdom, Xianxia. Xianxia. As a general, Tang Yuashan had naturally heard of the generals of the Xianyuan family. But the one he heard most was the head of the Xianyuan family, the war god of the Yan Kingdom, Xianyuanli, and Xianyuanli's eldest son, Xianyuanqing, who was known as the Little War God. He had not heard much about Xianyuanqi. Ah, I remember now. He is Xianyuanli's younger brother. Didn't he die more than 30 years ago? Tang Yuashan asked. He faked his death, Gu Jiao said. Xianyuanqi's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. He said slowly, you know about me? Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, well, how should I tell you? Do you know about Xianyuanqing's background? Xianyuanqi looked confused. It seemed that he did not know. Then he must not know about Xiaoheng's existence. It was better to use the identity of Duke Anhua. Gu Jiao said, Duke Anhua is my adoptive father. My name is Xiao Lulang. Xianyuanqi corrected her and said, you are a girl. This was not a woman's name. I almost forgot. When I fought with him, I revealed that I was a girl. Gu Jiao spread her hands helplessly and said, okay, my original name is Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang is my identity in the Yan Kingdom. This is the token of Duke Anhua, and this is the token of the Crown Princess. Gu Jiao took out 2 tokens and handed them to him. Xianyuanqi did not take the tokens. He just murmured the name in a daze, Gu Jiao. Tang Yuashan could understand a little, but it was not comprehensive. He looked at the two of them in confusion. He did not understand why Xianyuanqi faked his death and why he was in the Ghost Mountain. Also, this girl knew him. Could it be that Xianyuanqi was the Ghost King in the back mountain? Tang Yuashan thought, oh my god, this is too exciting. I want to leave the city, Gu Jiao said to Xianxia. Wait for an hour, Xianxia said. Then, he turned and walked away. Gu Jiao followed him. Tang Yuashan stroked the big bow on his back and quickly caught up with him. Gu Jiao did not expect that Xianxia would be brought back to the cave in the back mountain, which was commonly known as the Ghost King's lair. Tang Yuashan saw the Black Wind King in the lair, as well as the Black Wind cavalry that he brought back from the forest. The Black Wind cavalry was very happy to see Gu Jiao and rubbed its head against her. Gu Jiao also touched it. Boss. Then, the Black Wind King found a strange smell and sniffed in Gu Jiao's arms. It's a newborn baby. I want to take him out of the city, Gu Jiao said to the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King sniffed and accepted the little guy's smell. After Xianxia returned to the cave, he went to the stone steps at the entrance of the cave and looked up at the endless night sky. His rusty armor reflected a cold light under the moonlight. Gu Jiao came to his side and sat down. She looked at him and said, "Have you remembered?" Since she had fallen off the horse, Gu Jiao decided to use her own voice. "Yes," Xianxia replied. "Not much." Gu Jiao nodded and asked, "Do you remember why you came to the Ghost Mountain?" "Waiting for someone," Xianxia said. "Is it the person who built the Ghost Mountain tunnel?" Gu Jiao asked. "Yes," Xianxia said. "Who could be so powerful? Who could build such a sophisticated and huge project?" Gu Jiao could not help but think of the First Lord of Shadows. But soon, she shook her head. If that person was the Lord of Shadows, why didn't he come to see Xianxia for so many years? Gu Jiao felt that the First Lord of Shadows was probably no longer in this world. The little guy in her arms twitched. Gu Jiao patted him gently and said to Xianxia, "By the way, I saw your son, Xianxia. He is now a monk, and his Buddhist name is Liachen." Xianxia's empty eyes flickered. "He's still alive." He did not doubt Gu Jiao's words. So both father and son thought the other was dead. Gu Jiao nodded and gave him an affirmative answer. "I met him in Zhao country. At that time, he was already Master Liachen in the temple at the back of the mountain. Xianxia was already half a living dead. It was difficult for him to have any complicated emotions. But Gu Jiao still felt a little different from him. He said word by word, "It's good that he became a monk." He was not really a monk. It was just a disguise. When you and your father meet each other, he will tell you about it personally. Gu Jiao said, he should be coming to the border soon. Liachen secretly escorted little Jing Kong. When little Jing Kong safely entered Zhao country, he would leave for the west. He always thought that you died in the hands of Shirtian. If he knew that you were still alive, he would be very happy. Gu Jiao said, paused, turned to look at him and asked, "Do you remember what happened with Shirtian back then?" The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/10551587. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. He hadn't heard this name for many years, but the memory of it didn't fade. Just a slight mention of it was like a piece of driftwood that had been pressed to the bottom of the water, finally breaking free from the big palm and rising to the surface. I once fought with him. That battle was the most thrilling battle in Xianxia's life. Shirtian was clearly only a 13 or 14-year-old boy, but he showed more terrifying strength than Xianxia. Xianxia only found out later that it was because he had been poisoned by purple grass poison. The poison stimulated his potential, but even so, his talent was unique in the world. Other than the First Lord of Shadows, Xianxia couldn't think of anyone else in the world who could defeat that boy. I lost. Xianxia said. So, you two still fought? Since you lost, how did you escape? Gu Jiao remembered that Shurtian's mission was to kill the Lord of Shadows, and the Lord of Shadows at that time was Xianxia. Combined with the information she got from the border, Gu Jiao speculated that the goal of the Sword Hut back then should be to destroy the entire Shadow Organization, including the State Preceptor Hall and Xianyuan family that were under the protection of the Shadow Organization. Shurtian had no reason to let Xianxia go. Unless he was also heavily injured. He stopped. Xianxia said. Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. Why? Xianxia mechanically and slowly shook his head. I don't know. He fell to the ground with serious injuries. Shurtian's sword was at his throat, but the sword suddenly stopped moving forward. He looked at Shurtian in surprise. His vision was already blurred by blood, and he couldn't see Shurtian's expression. But he could feel that Shurtian was looking at him, and Shurtian's murderous aura faded little by little. In the end, Shurtian didn't say a word, turned around and left. He left? This didn't conform to Shurtian's style. In fact, whether it was Shurtian in the past or Long Yi now, once he received an order, he would complete it at all costs. Gu Jiao rubbed his chin. It's so strange, you said that Shurtian was looking at you. Did he see something on you that made him stop killing you? Xianxia, I don't know. Gu Jiao, do you have any special items on you? No. The only special item on Xianxuan's body was the shadow token, but before the Sky Splitter made his move, he had already secretly handed the shadow token to Xianxuan. Gu Jiao really couldn't figure out why Shurtian stopped for no reason. Gu Jiao originally thought that it was because both sides were injured that led to the situation later. Not long after Shurtian fought with you, he lost his memories. He mistakenly entered the Xinjiang princess residence and became a dragon shadow guard. I once wondered if it was you who beat Shurtian until he lost his memories? I don't think so. Xianxia said, now, you can. In other words, he didn't have this ability at that time, but Xianxia, who had become half a living dead in Ghost Mountain, had reached a realm that ordinary people couldn't reach. Gu Jiao, then what happened? After Shurtian left, did you come to Ghost Mountain immediately? Xianxia, no. After that, he was chased by the Sword Hut for several years. After he finally faked his death as the second Lord of Shadows, he finally returned to the Yan Kingdom. However, what greeted him was the bad news that the Xianyuan family had rebelled and was destroyed. Everyone was dead. His eldest brother was dead, his sister-in-law was dead, Chang'er, his brothers, and Azi were also dead. The crown princess was deposed, and his sister, Empress Xianyuan, was banished to the cold palace. He couldn't even contact any of the old subordinates of the shadow guards. He thought that they and Jing'er had all been killed. Gu Jiao said, Xianyuanjing didn't return to the Yan Kingdom after you parted ways, but stayed in the Zhao Kingdom. The old subordinates of the shadow guards you mentioned might have gone to the Zhao Kingdom to look for him. Xianxia suddenly realized, no wonder, I couldn't find them. Continue, Gu Jiao said. Xianxia didn't continue. After he returned to the Yan Kingdom, he saw that the Xianyuan family had been severely damaged. He was greatly affected, and his old injuries hadn't healed yet, so he fell ill. He lost the will to live. When he was about to die, he heard that person's voice. Xianxia, I need your help. Wait for me at Ghost Mountain. Help me do something. What is it? When the time is right, you will know. How do I know when the time is right? You will know. If the time isn't right, it will be a regret for all of us. At that time, he was having a high fever and was in a daze. He could only see a blurry shadow. If he hadn't found the token beside him on the ground when he woke up completely the next day, he would have thought that he was dreaming the night before. The person who had been missing for many years really reappeared. However, he disappeared again after giving him a task that he didn't have any clue about. Even so, he still pulled himself together and went to Ghost Mountain without hesitation. At first, Ghost Mountain wasn't the burial ground of the Xianyuan army. Instead, it was the place where they threw the corpses. He buried one corpse after another with his bare hands. At first, he thought that this was the task given to him by that person. Gradually, with the invasion of countless Liang and Jin armies and even some bandits, the graveyard was severely damaged. He felt that protecting this graveyard was his task. He looked at the endless graveyard all day long. He didn't know when, but he didn't remember that he was still alive. However, the longer he stayed, the more confused he became. What was his task? His life was coming to an end, but that person still hadn't come. His task still hadn't come. This was a secret between him and that person. He couldn't tell a third person. Therefore, Xianxia didn't say this part. Gu Jiao saw that he was silent and didn't force him. Everyone had their own secrets. Besides, they had gained a lot tonight. Other than the mystery of Long Yi's amnesia, the rest of the truth had surfaced. Girl. How much longer do we have to wait? Tang Yuashan urged her at the entrance of the cave. Soon. Gu Jiao answered and turned to ask Xianxia, what did you mean by asking us to wait for an hour? Xianxia said, after an hour, the passage will open. It will lead directly to the outside of Ghost Mountain. Horses can go. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. If they went directly out of Ghost Mountain, they could perfectly avoid the Jin army in the forest. It was indeed the best choice at the moment. Besides, horses could also go. With the speed of the Black Wind King, she could reach Xuyang faster. Gu Jiao paused and asked him, are you coming with us? Or do you want to stay in Ghost Mountain and wait for that person? Xianxia didn't answer. Gu Jiao understood his choice. He lived for more than 10 years in the latter half of his life to wait for that person. He wouldn't leave easily. Gu Jiao said, take care. Girl. My knife holder is broken. Tang Yuashan walked over and handed the 2 halves of the leather knife holder to Gu Jiao. How did it break? Gu Jiao asked. Tang Yuashan's eyes flashed. I don't know. It just suddenly broke. He would never admit that he wanted to ride the Black Wind King secretly, but it was bitten by the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao took the knife holder over. She had a needle and thread in her first aid kit, but it was inconvenient for her to move with a child in her arms. She knocked the purse away and a small notebook in the purse fell out. Xianxia went to help her pick it up. He didn't mean to peek, but the small notebook was open. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of a few lines of words. I hate writing about policy in the month since I came to the Yin Kingdom. The runner-up of the archery competition will get 1,000 taels of gold. The monarch is so generous. I will work hard to get the second place. I really want to beat Muchuan to death. Put Hanyi in a sack. Give me the mysterious energy. These little notes after coming to the Yin Kingdom were all written in the language of the Yin Kingdom. Xianxia paused in picking up the small notebook. Gu Jiao only thought that he was stuck in the armor and couldn't bend down. She didn't take it to heart. I'll do it myself. Gu Jiao picked up the small notebook and put it back in the purse. Then she sewed Tang Yuashan's knife holder stitch by stitch. Here. Tang Yuashan looked at the knife holder in his palm and the corner of his mouth twitched. Girl, did you sew it wrong? Gu Jiao, oh. Yao taught her to sew the thread inside, but she hadn't done it for a long time after coming to the Yin Kingdom, so she forgot. Just use it. If you don't want to use it, just throw it away. It was impossible for her to sew it again. Tang Yuashan took the knife holder with a dark face. Gu Jiao stood up and said to Xianxia, it's almost time, right? We should go. She then walked into the cave and asked, where's the passage? Tang Yuashan caught up and asked in a low voice, that Ghost King, won't he go with us? Gu Jiao came to the Black Wind King and patted his horse's back. She answered, he wants to stay in the Ghost Mountain. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Jiao felt a terrible murderous aura coming from behind. She couldn't avoid it, or the Black Wind King would be hurt. She frowned and looked at the silver spear standing beside her. She grabbed it and blocked the opponent's attack. Xianxia? Gu Jiao looked at him in disbelief. Tang Yuashan was also confused. He looked at the two of them and asked, what's going on? Why are you two fighting? Aren't you on the same side? Xianxua's long sword pressed on Gu Jiao's silver spear. Gu Jiao felt an extremely strong pressure. Her arm began to ache and she couldn't hold it anymore. She took off the cloth bag in her arms and threw it to Tang Yueshan. Catch! Tang Yueshan caught the baby in the swaddling clothes steadily. Gu Jiao added her other hand in time, but she was still trembling under Xianxua's pressure. Her right knee bent and she almost knelt to Xianxua. I won't kneel to you. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and forced herself to pull back her knees that were almost on the ground. Xianxua put away his sword. In the next second, he attacked Gu Jiao with an even fiercer killing move. Gu Jiao's face was serious. What happened to Xianxua? Why did he suddenly want to kill me? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428626/1055146696. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, zhhbqg.com. End of chapter 862. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.